Space Lords, Dark Horizon, by Robert E. Schubert. Chapter 1. A New Dawn. The sky above Earth shimmered with 1,000 pinpricks of light, stars and the glinting hulls of a vast fleet defying gravity. 1 year after the great battle for Earth, a single Drixarian warship hung in low orbit, its scarred hull a testament to endured violence. With a deafening roar reverberating through the Vanguard's hull, it detonated. Streaks of molten gold tore across the heavens, the controlled demolition painting the void with fiery tendrils. Cora Holbrook, Galactic Warden of the Space Lords, stood motionless on the bridge, her breath fogging the panoramic viewport as debris rained down like a meteor shower. The crew around her gasped, some in awe, others in grim satisfaction. But Cora's eyes narrowed, her mind racing back to the war they'd won, and the brittle peace they now clung to. She could still feel the heat of that final battle, the acrid tang of smoke, as Moscow burned below the weight of her sword as she severed Zahak's puppet head. The explosion outside was no attack, but the last of the unsalvageable wrecks, a symbolic purge of the Drixarian legacy. Yet it stirred a restless unease, a whisper that the real fight was far from over. Her fingers traced the phoenix emblem on her black and gold uniform, its edges crisp despite relentless battle. 90% of the battle's ships, Drixarian Space Lord Nexuser, had been reclaimed, a Herculean effort led by her Nakia Rook and Lysander. The Phoenix Armada was their triumph, but also their burden. "Cora, they're waiting." Nakia's voice cut through the silence, soft, yet edged with urgency, a tone that had steadied Cora through countless nights. She turned to find Nakia at her side, her dark eyes catching the glow of dying embers outside her presence, a lifeline in the past 12 months' chaos. Their bond had deepened amid the wreckage. Late hours welding hulls, shared glances over flickering holomaps, a quiet love grown unspoken, but undeniable. Nakia's hand brushed hers, a fleeting touch, carrying their history-trust intimacy, and the shadow of something new threatening to disrupt it. "Let them wait a moment longer," Cora said, her voice calm despite the storm within. She straightened the uniform's smooth surface, glistening. "This is our sky now. They need to see it, feel it." She gestured to the viewport where the warship's last fragments incandesced a fiery requiem for the fallen. Below Earth watched billions of eyes fixed on the broadcast orchestrated by Emma, once a doubting journalist, now Cora's voice to the world. 1 year ago, the Space Lords turned the tide against the Drixarian invaders. Emma's narration echoed through the Vanguard's comms, steady and resonant. "Today we stand united under a new banner, the United Cosmic Accord." Cora exhaled sharply, the words sinking in. She turned from the viewport, Nakia matching her stride as they moved toward the council chamber. The Vanguard's corridors hummed with activity engineers calibrating systems, ascendant recruits training in the bays, the heartbeat of a fleet reborn. Rook and Lysander waited at the chamber's entrance, their silhouettes stark against steel bulkheads. Rook stood rigid, his grizzled face etched with scars only a Space Lord's enhanced vision could detect from a century under Drixarian whips. His eyes locked on a horizon, only he could see Zahak's shadow ever present. Lysander lounged against the wall, his muscular frame coiled with restless energy, his gaze lingering on Cora with an intensity that prickled her skin. "Galactic Warden," Rook said, his voice a gravelly rumble. "The fleet's at 90% capacity. Hundreds of ships, Drixarian dreadnoughts, our mosquito fighters, even Nexuser stealth craft. We've got the firepower to hunt that bastard down. Why waste time with politicians?" Cora met his stare, unflinching. "Because they're part of this now, Rook. We can't protect Earth alone, not forever. The Accord makes it official, binds us together." She remembered the salvage missions, Rook's relentless drive, hauling twisted metal from orbit as he muttered about vengeance. He'd been her rock then, but his hunger for Zahak gnawed at him still. Lysander smirked, pushing off the wall. "Official or not, they'll want more than protection. They'll want our ships, our tech, our blood if we let them. Earth's greedy, Cora. You've seen it." His eyes flicked to Nakia, then back to her, a challenge sparking in their depths. She felt the heat of his attention, a thread of tension tugging at the fragile equilibrium she'd built with Nakia. Lysander had been there too, welding beside her under flickering stars, his laughter cutting through exhaustion. That closeness lingered, a complication she couldn't ignore. "Enough!" Nakia snapped her tone, slicing the air. "We've got a room full of leaders who've spent the last year clawing out of disgrace or proving their worth. Let's not give them reason to doubt us." Her eyes met Cora's, a silent plea for unity, and Cora nodded, grateful for her pragmatism. Nakia had been her partner in every sense, strategizing over hollow maps, her steady hand guiding crews through salvage chaos, her warmth a refuge in the cold void. The council chamber buzzed with anticipation as they entered a circular table dominating the space, its holographic surface projecting Earth and its orbital defenses in shimmering blue. Around it sat the world's leaders, their faces a mosaic of hope and wariness. Mikhail Petrov stood at the head, his weathered features softened by a rare smile. A year ago his voice had crackled through the Vanguard's comms, desperate yet resolute, his Kinzhal missiles raining death on Drexarian landing craft. Now he was a pillar of the Accord, his presence grounding the room. "Cora Holbrook," Petrov said, his accent thick with warmth, "Galactic Warden. A year ago I spoke to you through static and desperation. Today I stand here because of you, because of all of you." Cora inclined her head, feeling the weight of his gratitude. "President Petrov, we all stand here because of each other. The Space Lords didn't win this war alone. Earth fought, bled, and rose. The United Cosmic Accord is our next step together." Petrov gestured to the assembly. "These leaders, some new, some redeemed, owe their positions to the fall of those who betrayed us. The Nexusar puppets, the Drexarian collaborators, they're gone. Trials, uprisings, elections, we've purged them." His voice carried the steel of a man who'd seen his nation rally, who'd watched his son Alexei step into the Ascendant program with fearless pride. A murmur swept the room. Cora studied the faces. Clara Evelyn Whitmore, Prime Minister of Britain, her sharp eyes a testament to British reckoning with the Nexuser-tainted regime. President Javier Morales, his hands calloused from leading Brazil's revolt against a corrupt elite. General Hiroshi Tanaka, his stern jaw set from defying Japan's alien-aligned government. Each bore scars of the past year. Whitmore's predecessor hanged in a public square, Morales's family, lost in the uprising, Tanaka's honor restored through blood. The old order had shattered, and this fragile coalition was its heir. "We've seen your fleet," Whitmore said, her voice crisp and measured. "The Phoenix Armada, you call it. 90% salvaged, a marvel of engineering. But Earth wants more than a shield. We want to join you to become Space Lords, to explore, to defend ourselves." Rook stiffened beside Cora, his disdain a palpable heat. She raised a hand, silencing him before he could growl his protest. "We're open to that," she said, choosing her words with care. "But becoming a Space Lord isn't a gift. It's a transformation, a commitment. We've started a program, the Ascendants. Volunteers, not conscripts, trained and enhanced with our tech. Alexei Petrov is among the first." She nodded to Petrov, whose chest swelled with pride, his son's name a badge of honor. Morales leaned forward, his gaze piercing. "And what of the threat still out there? Zahak, or whatever it truly is, escaped. Your own people want to hunt it. How do we balance that with rebuilding?" Cora's mind flashed to the throne room, the woman unlocking her chains, stepping through the portal as Zahak's puppet fell. "That's why we're here," she said. "The Accord unites us, Earth's resources, our fleet, a shared goal. Protection first, then exploration. Zahak is a priority, but we won't abandon Earth to chase shadows." Lysander shifted, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Shadows that could return and gut us all. We've got the ships, the warriors. Why wait?" His eyes locked on Cora's, a mix of defiance and longing that sent a shiver down her spine. Nakia's glare could have frozen steel. "Because rushing off half-cocked got us nowhere last time. We need strategy, not bravado." The leaders bristled, sensing the fracture. Cora stepped forward, her tone firm. "We're not divided. We've spent a year rebuilding salvaging ships, training crews, forging this alliance. The Vanguard, the Stellar Seeker, the Equinox Haven, every vessel is proof of what we can do together. Lysander's right about the threat, and Nakia's right about preparation. The Accord gives us both. Tanaka's gruff voice broke the silence. And what of the Nexuzar? They manipulated us for centuries, fed on our emotions. Their moon base is still active. Allies or enemies? They're dying, Rook said, his bluntness startling Cora. Terradal withdrawal's killing them. They've begged for help, emotions, Terradal, anything. We're negotiating. Their knowledge could strengthen us, but we don't trust them yet. Petrov nodded, thoughtful. A force multiplier if they're genuine, but a risk if they're not. What's your plan, Warden? Cora met his gaze, the weight of the room pressing down. We send a delegation, Rook and Leonix, our Roman Legion commander. They'll assess the Nexuzar's offer. Meanwhile, Nakia's leading exploration missions to find conscripts still under Drexarian control. We protect Earth, we grow stronger, and we prepare for Zahak. That's the Accord's mandate. The leaders murmured assent, a fragile consensus forming. Emma adjusted her recorder, her voice low as she narrated. Today, the United Cosmic Accord is born, a pact between humanity and the Space Lords, forged in the ashes of war and the promise of the stars. As the meeting adjourned, Cora lingered, watching the leaders depart. Nakia approached, her expression softening. You handled that well. They're scared, but they believe in you. I hope they're right too, Cora said quietly. This fleet, 90% of what we lost, it's a miracle, Nakia. But I keep thinking about what we don't know. Zahak, the Nexuzar, whatever's out there. It could dwarf us. Nakia squeezed her arm, a gesture both reassuring and intimate. Then we face it together, like we always have. Her touch lingered, a promise Cora clung to. Before she could reply, Lysander appeared, his presence electric. Nice speech, Warden. But you know I'm right, we can't sit here forever. Zahak's out there laughing at us. His eyes held hers, a mix of defiance and desire that quickened her pulse. Lysander, Nakia warned, her tone icy. Not now. He smirked, undeterred. Just saying what everyone's thinking, Nakia. Cora knows it too. Cora stepped between them, her voice firm. We'll hunt when we're ready. For now we build. That's the order. Lysander shrugged, backing off, but his gaze lingered, a silent promise. Nakia watched him go, her jaw tight, and Cora felt the rift widen, a crack she couldn't yet mend. Later, alone on the bridge, Cora stood before the hollow map of the Phoenix Armada, thousands of ships, a testament to their resilience. The Equinox Haven, soon to anchor Earth to the stars in the Atlantic, glowed at the map's edge. She traced its outline, remembering the salvage missions, Nakia's steady hands, Rook's grim determination, Lysander's reckless brilliance. They'd pulled miracles from the void, but the cost lingered in her bones. Zahak's escape replayed in her mind, the woman's chilling words. The likes of you can never defeat me. What was out there beyond their reach? The fleet was vast, but the universe was vaster. The Nexuzar's plea, the conscript still lost, the shadow of Zahak, loomed like a storm on the horizon. She whispered to the darkness, a vow etched in steel. For the fallen we rise. Chapter 2. Whispers of Descent. The snow fell in thick, silent sheets over Novosibirsk, blanketing the Siberian city in a hush that felt more like a shroud than a comfort. Beneath a sky the color of ash, a nondescript warehouse crouched on the outskirts, its rusted walls streaked with grime, its sagging roof groaning faintly under the weight of the storm, a relic of a Soviet past, abandoned by time and memory. Inside, the air was brittle with cold, the concrete floor slick with damp, and a single flickering bulb swung from a frayed cord, casting jagged shadows that danced like specters across the walls. It was less than 24 hours after the United Cosmic Accord had been signed aboard the Vanguard, and already the cracks in Earth's fragile unity were splintering wide, sharp edges glinting in the dim light. Mikhail Petrov, president of Russia, stood near the center of the cavernous space, his broad shoulders hunched against the chill that seeped through the cracked walls, his heavy coat doing little to ward off the bite of the Siberian night. His weathered face, etched with lines from decades of political warfare, coups weathered, wars survived, betrayed no emotion, but his pale blue eyes darted to the shadows, tracking every creak, every shift in the gloom. He'd chosen this place with care, remote, unmonitored, a dead spot in the web of satellites and drones that blanketed modern cities, because trust was a luxury he couldn't afford tonight, not with the stakes rising like the snow outside. The Accord was a triumph, a beacon of hope broadcast to billions, but triumphs bred envy, and envy bred dissent, quiet, insidious, and hungry. He adjusted the collar of his coat, the faint rustle of wool loud in the stillness, and waited, his breath fogging in the frigid air. The first to break the silence was Aisha Khan, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, her voice low and clipped, as if testing the air for hidden ears. She stood apart from the others, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her dark hijab blending into the gloom until the bulb's stuttering light caught the sharp angles of her face. High cheekbones, a jaw set like steel. "We're all here then," she said, her accent crisp, each word measured, her gaze flicking between the shadowed figures with a wariness honed by years in Westminster's snake pit. "No aides, no recordings, just us. I assume you've swept this place, Petrov. No surprises?" "Of course," he replied, his tone flat, offering no warmth, no hint of the unease coiling in his gut. "No bugs, no drones. My people checked twice. We're alone. But I'll ask it plain. Why here? Why now? The ink's barely dry on the Accord. The world's still cheering. And you're dragging us to this hole like thieves skulking in the dark. What's your play?" Khan's lips thinned, a flicker of irritation crossing her features before she masked it with a practiced calm, her eyes narrowing as she studied him. "Because the Accord isn't what it seems," she said, her voice dropping to a hiss, barely audible over the bulb's hum. "Not for all of us. You saw it up there, Holbrook and her space lords, dangling their Phoenix Armada like a prize, promising ascendance while they pick and choose who gets to touch the stars. My people want in, Petrov. Young Brits lining up from London to Leeds, ready to fight, to soar. Yours do too, I'd wager. Your Siberia's full of them, tough as nails. But they're moving too slow, doling out slots like alms, and I don't trust their game. Do you?" Petrov's eyes narrowed, a muscle twitching in his jaw, but he didn't respond immediately, his mind turning over her words like stones in a frozen river. He glanced to his left, where Javier Morales, president of Brazil, leaned against a rusted crate, his hands shoved deep into the pockets of a worn leather jacket that smelled faintly of jungle damp. Morales was younger than the others, his dark hair streaked with premature gray from years of street battles turned political wars, his posture casual but his eyes sharp, like a jaguar sizing up prey in the dimness. "She's not wrong," he said, his voice a low drawl, thick with the cadence of Sao Paulo's back alleys, a rhythm that carried the weight of a nation's scars. "My country bled in the war, riots that tore Recife apart, coups in Brasilia, whole cities torched to root out those Drexarian puppets hiding in our ranks. We earned a seat at this table, paid for it in blood and ash. But the Ascendant program? Too picky, too few. They took 10 from Brazil, 10 out of thousands who volunteered, kids with fire in their guts, ready to fight. I've got favela boys and Amazon fighters lining up, and Holbrook's playing gatekeeper, shutting the door in their faces." The bulb flickered, casting jagged shadows that twisted across the room like clawing hands, and Hiroshi Tanaka, general of Japan's self-defense forces, shifted uncomfortably near the far wall, his boots scraping faintly against the concrete. His uniform was impeccable, the creases sharp despite the grimy setting, a testament to a discipline forged in Tokyo's rigid corridors, but his hands fidgeted at his sides, betraying a restlessness he couldn't hide beneath the facade. "It's the same in Tokyo," he said, his voice gruff, barely above a whisper, as if the walls might carry his words beyond the snow. "We've got the discipline, the tech, better than most, drones that outmatch anything the West brags about. But they rejected half our candidates. Hundreds turned away after weeks of tests. Not physically compatible, they said. Insufficient mental resilience. Insulting nonsense. My soldiers held Osaka against Drixarian landings, and now they're told they're not good enough. They're hoarding power, keeping us weak, and I won't stand for it. Petrov exhaled through his nose, a plume of vapor curling in the cold air, his mind sifting through their grievances like a general assessing a battlefield. He'd heard the murmurs, his own advisors railing about the ascendant quotas, the rigorous bio-implant screenings that left most applicants shivering in rejection lines outside Novosibirsk's recruitment hubs, their faces red with cold and rage. Alexei, his son, had made it through, a point of pride that swelled Petrov's chest, but even that victory felt tainted by the Space Lord's iron grip, their inscrutable criteria. "And you, Diallo?" he asked, turning to the fifth figure, who'd been silent until now, her presence a shadow against the cracked window. Fatima Diallo, president of Senegal, stood near the door, her silhouette framed by the faint gray glow seeping through the glass, the snow's eerie light catching the edges of her vibrant caftan, a splash of crimson and gold that clashed with the drab warehouse like a defiant shout. Her expression was guarded, her arms folded tightly across her chest, her dark eyes flickering with a caution born of a nation too small to afford missteps. "Don't drag me into your paranoia yet," she said, her voice smooth but edged with a steel that belied her calm, a tone honed in Dakar's dusty streets. "I came because you asked, Petrov, not because I'm ready to cry conspiracy and burn bridges. Senegal's small, yes, but we fought too. My fishermen sank Drixarian scouts off our coast. My farmers fed the resistance. My people want the stars like yours, and I've got 50 volunteers waiting for implants, strong souls ready to rise. Holbrook's team took 3. 3. I'll grant you it stings, cuts deep. But are we sure this is malice, not method? Are we jumping at ghosts?" The room fell silent. The bulbs hummed the only sound as the 5 leaders weighed her words, the air thick with mistrust and the faint creak of settling metal overhead. Petrov studied Diallo, her calm a stark contrast to the other's simmering unrest, her presence a calculated risk he'd taken. She was new to this circle, her election a quiet coup after Senegal's old regime fell in the war's chaotic wake, toppled by a populace fed up with alien-aligned corruption. He'd invited her on a hunch, sensing her ambition beneath the measured facade, a hunger that mirrored his own nation's. "Method or malice," he said finally, his voice a low rumble, steady as the snow piling outside. "The result's the same. They're holding us back. My son's an ascendant, first wave, proud as hell, stronger than I ever was. But Russia's got thousands more ready, tough kids from Vladivostok to Kaliningrad, and they're stuck on the ground, freezing in lines while the Space Lords play gods. Why?" Khan stepped closer, her voice dropping to a hiss that barely carried beyond the circle, her breath fogging in the cold. "Because they don't trust us. Look at the numbers. Russia gets 20, Japan 15, Brazil 10, Senegal 3, the UK 12. Meanwhile, their precious space lords sit up there with a fleet we helped rebuild, ships we died for, salvaged from the wreckage of their war, deciding who's worthy like they're handing out medals. I've got reports, secret ones buried deep, saying they're screening for loyalty, not just strength. Loyalty to them, not us, not our nations. They want soldiers who'll bow to the vanguard, not London or Moscow." Morales snorted, a bitter sound that echoed off the rusted walls, his casual air fraying as he shifted his weight, his boots scuffing the damp floor. "Loyalty? They want puppets like the Nexuser had, strings pulled from orbit. My intelligence caught wind of it too. Interviews, psych tests, digging into backgrounds like they're hunting traitors. One of my rejects was a damn hero in Rio, took down a Drixarian squad single-handed with a machete and a prayer. They said he was too independent." Too independent. What the hell does that mean? Too Brazilian? Too free? I've got 1 million more like him, and they're wasting in slums while Holbrook picks her pets. Tanaka's hands stilled, his jaw tightening until the muscles stood out like cords, his eyes glinting with a fury he rarely let slip past his disciplined mask. "It means control," he said, his voice low, a growl that carried the weight of Japan's wounded pride. "They're building an army, but it's theirs, not ours. Space Lords first, Earth a distant second. Japan's offered tech, drones, AI, better than anything they've got humming up there. And they brushed it off, said it's not compatible with their implants, their precious bio-whatever. I don't buy it, not for a second. They're keeping us at arm's length, dependent, and I'm tired of bowing to a woman who thinks she owns the stars because she swung a sword once." Petrov's mind raced, piecing together their words like fragments of a shattered map, each shard jagged with truth he couldn't ignore. He'd seen the Ascendant program firsthand, Alexei's transformation in a sterile lab aboard the Vanguard, the bio-implants weaving into his flesh like living threads, the pride in his son's eyes as he'd flexed a hand now stronger than steel, his voice steady as he'd said, "For Russia, Father." But he'd also seen the lines outside the recruitment centers stretching through Novosibirsk's frozen streets, the angry faces turned away with curt dismissals. "Not suitable. Try again next year." Their fists clenched against the cold, their dreams snuffed out by Space Lord whims. Russia had rebuilt fast after the war, its military bolstered by the Kinzhal missiles that had rained fire on Drexarian craft, its people hungry to reclaim the cosmos after decades of decline. And yet the Ascendant program felt like a deliberate leash, a filter designed to keep Earth subordinate. "You've got proof?" he asked Khan, his tone careful, probing, his eyes locking onto hers with the weight of a man who'd toppled regimes on less. She hesitated, her eyes flicking to the others, a shadow of doubt crossing her face before she steeled herself and pulled a slim device from her coat, a burner comm, untraceable, its screen glowing faintly with encrypted text. "Fragments," she said, her voice a whisper, as if the walls might hear. "Intercepted comms from the Vanguard, snagged by a deep space relay we've kept quiet since the war. Nothing concrete, not yet, but enough to raise questions. They're talking quotas, strategic distribution, and something about long-term stability. Vague, coded, but it sounds like they're planning decades, not years, building something permanent, and we're not in the driver's seat. We're passengers at best." Morales pushed off the crate, his casual air dropping as he stepped into the flickering light, his voice low and urgent, a fire kindling behind his words. "I've got my own scraps, smuggled from a defector in their orbit cruise, a mechanic who jumped ship in Sao Paulo last month. He's scared, half mad, but he swears the Space Lords are worried about overreach from Earth. Us getting too strong, too fast. Overreach. After we bled for them, after my people burned their own homes to root out those alien bastards, I say we push back, demand more slots, force their hand, show them we're not just dirt under their boots." Diallo's laugh was soft, cutting through the tension like a blade through cloth, her eyes glinting with amusement and scorn. "And how do you propose that, Morales? Storm the Vanguard with pitchforks and fishing boats? They've got the fleet. Thousands of ships, 90% salvaged from the war we all fought. They're tech leagues ahead of anything we can scrape together. We push too hard, and they'll cut us off entirely, leave us grounded, defenseless. Senegal can't afford that. I've got no army to match theirs, no orbitals to threaten with. You're dreaming of a fight you can't win." "Then what?" Tanaka snapped, his patience fraying, his voice rising just enough to echo off the rusted beams before he caught himself, lowering it to a hiss. "We sit here, grateful for crumbs, smiling while they pat us on the head. Japan's not some backwater begging for scraps. We've got resources, rare metals from Hokkaido, engineers who could outbuild their clunky salvage jobs, a navy that held off Drexarian landings with nothing but grit and steel. I want my people up there, not waiting for Holbrook's approval like schoolboys at a gate." Petrov raised a hand, silencing them, his mind churning like a storm over the steppe, weighing their words against the Accord's gleaming promise. He'd fought for it, stood beside Cora Holbrook on the vanguard as she'd vowed protection, her voice steady, her eyes fierce with a warrior's resolve that had echoed his own. He'd believed her, or wanted to, seen the Phoenix Armada as a shield for Earth, not a chain. But this gnawed at him, a splinter under the skin. Russia's pride was its strength, its people ready to reclaim the stars after decades of decline, their spirits forged in the war's crucible. And yet the Ascendant program felt like a bottleneck, a filter designed to keep Earth subordinate, to ration power like bread in a famine. "We don't storm anything," he said, his voice steady, commanding, cutting through the haze of anger and doubt. "Not yet. We watch. We gather. Quietly. Khan's got comms. Morales has defectors. What else? What do we have?" Khan's eyes glinted, a spark of calculation flaring as she leaned closer, her voice a conspiratorial murmur. "I've got agents. MI6, discreet, the best shadows we've got. They're sniffing around the Equinox Haven plans, Holbrook's Atlantic base, that floating fortress she's so proud of. If we can get specs, power grids, implant docks, anything, we might reverse engineer some of their tech. It's slow, risky, but it's a start, a way to claw back control." Morales nodded, his grin sharp, predatory, a street fighter's gleam in his eye. "Brazil's got hackers, street kids from the favelas who cracked Nexuser codes during the war, kids who'd rather die than bow. I can set them loose on Space Lord networks, poke holes in their systems, see what spills out. Data, plans, secrets. No trace back to me. They're ghosts, my little phantoms." Tanaka hesitated, his fingers brushing the edge of his cap, then spoke, his voice low, weighted with a secret he'd kept close. "I've got a prototype. Railgun tech, small scale, built from Drixarian wreckage we salvaged off Okinawa. Off the books, hidden in a bunker no one knows about. If we can scale it, quietly, carefully, it's leverage, something they can't ignore, a gun to point when words fail." Diallo's brows rose, her calm fracturing into a flicker of disbelief, her hand tightening on her arm as she stepped back toward the door. "You're all mad," she said, her voice rising slightly before she caught it, dropping to a fierce whisper. "This isn't dissent. It's treason, pure and simple. If Holbrook finds out, or Petrov's precious Accord crumbles under this, where does that leave us? Senegal's got no fleet, no guns to match this, no way to fight if they turn that armada on us. I'm not risking my people for your pride, your wounded egos." "Then why are you here?" Khan shot back, her voice a whip crack, her eyes blazing as she rounded on Diallo, closing the distance with a step. "You could have stayed home, safe in Dakar, sipping tea while we risk it all. You're in this room because you feel it too. The squeeze, the exclusion, the way they dangle the stars just out of reach. Don't pretend otherwise, Diallo. You're not that naive." Diallo's lips parted, a retort forming, then closed, her eyes darting between them like a cornered animal weighing its escape. She was trapped, and they all knew it, her presence here a confession she couldn't unspeak. "I'm here to listen," she said finally, her tone icy, her composure snapping back like a shield. "Not to commit. You want to play this game, fine, but I'm not signing my name to your madness yet. Not without proof I can hold in my hands." Petrov watched her, weighing her words, her defiance a mirror to the other's fire, but tempered with a caution he respected, even envied. She was right. Senegal was small, vulnerable, its gains in the war hard-won but fragile, and yet her ambition had brought her here, a hunger that matched Russia's own. "No one's signing anything," he said, his voice cutting through the tension like a hammer on ice, firm and final. "We're not a cabal, not yet. We're just talking, sharing. If there's more to this Ascendant bottleneck, if they're playing us, we find it. If it's nothing, if Holbrook's word holds, we back off. Agreed?" The others nodded, a reluctant chorus, Khan's sharp and precise, Morales' grudging with a flicker of a smirk, Tanaka's stiff and formal, Diallo's wary and slow, her hand still hovering near the door. The bulb flickered again, plunging them into a heartbeat of darkness before flaring back with a faint buzz, and Petrov felt the weight of their secrecy settle like the snow piling outside, heavy and suffocating. "We meet again in a month," he said, his voice low, deliberate. "Different place. Morales you pick. No comms, no traces. Face-to-face only. We move like shadows, or we don't move at all." Morales smirked, a gleam in his eye as he tilted his head, the predator surfacing. "Amazonas. Deep jungle. Heart of the green hell. No one'll find us there. Not Holbrook. Not her damn fleet. I'll make it a maze." Khan pocketed her burner comm, her expression unreadable, a mask of calculation slipping back into place. "1 month," she said. "I'll have more by then. Something solid. Something we can use. But if this leaks, Petrov, if one whisper gets out, we're all done. Accord or no." "It won't," he said, his tone iron, his eyes meeting hers with a steely promise forged in decades of keeping secrets. "Not from me. I've buried worse." Tanaka adjusted his cap, his fingers lingering on the brim, his voice a murmur that barely reached them. "I'll bring the railgun specs, blueprints, test data, small price for a bigger stake, a chance to stand level with them." Diallo lingered by the door, her hand on the rusted handle, the cold metal biting into her palm as she turned halfway, her silhouette stark against the window's gray glow. "I'll listen," she said again, her voice steady but laced with warning. "But don't expect me to jump. Not until I see proof. Real proof. Not whispers and toys. I'm not here to die for your gamble." They dispersed into the night, shadows slipping through the snow, each taking a different path back to their guarded lives. Khan north toward a waiting car, Morales south through an alley, Tanaka east along the warehouse row, Diallo west into the storm's heart. Petrov lingered last, the warehouse's silence swallowing him as he stood beneath the flickering bulb, its light stuttering like his thoughts. He replayed their words, Khan's intercepted comms, faint echoes of Space Lord voices, Morales' defector, a frightened man with tales of orbital fears, Tanaka's railgun, a secret weapon humming in a hidden vault, Diallo's caution, a break on their fire. Fragments of a puzzle he didn't yet understand, pieces that didn't fit, but wouldn't let go. He trusted Holbrook, or had, her voice steady on the vanguard, her vow to protect Earth ringing true in his ears, her handshake firm as they'd sealed the accord. He'd seen her fight, seen the Phoenix Armada rise from the war's ashes, believed in the shield she promised. But trust was a fragile thing, a glass blade that cut when it broke, and these whispers of dissent were a spark in dry grass, a flame that could burn low or blaze wild. He stepped into the storm, the cold biting his face, the snow swallowing his footprints as he vanished into the white, a man carrying secrets heavier than the night, heavier than the world he'd sworn to lead. Chapter 3. The Weight of Command. The Vanguard's command deck thrummed with a quiet intensity, a symphony of soft beeps and the low hum of machinery that had become Cora Holbrook's second heartbeat. It was late, hours after the United Cosmic Accord's formal signing, and the ship felt alive around her. Crews rotating shifts, holoscreens flickering with diagnostics of the Phoenix Armada's sprawling fleet. Cora stood at the central console, her fingers tracing the glowing outline of the Equinox Haven on the tactical map, its future station in the Atlantic, a bold dot against Earth's blue curve. The weight of her title, Galactic Warden, pressed down like a physical force, heavier now than it had been during the war. Then her enemy had been clear. Drixarian ships, Zahak's minions, a tangible threat to cut down with a blade or a well-aimed mosquito strike. Now she faced something murkier, diplomacy, expectation, and the restless pull of her own people, a tangled web she hadn't trained for. She rubbed her eyes, the fatigue of the day seeping into her bones, a dull ache that matched the tension coiled in her chest. The controlled detonation of the Drexarian wreck replayed in her mind, its hull fracturing, molten streaks painting the void, the crew's muted gasps echoing around her. It had been a year since the great battle, a year since she'd stood in Moscow's ruins, her sword dripping with alien blood, her voice hoarse from shouting orders as the Space Lords turned the tide. That Cora had known her purpose: fight, survive, win. Now, she was a mediator, a figurehead, caught between Earth's eager clamor to join the Space Lords and her team's burning desire to hunt Zahak. The Phoenix Armada, 90% salvaged, a marvel of grit and ingenuity, was hers to command, a fleet of thousands stretching across orbit like a constellation of steel. Yet it felt less like a weapon, and more like a fragile lifeline stretched taut across a void she couldn't yet see, its power dwarfed by the unknowns lurking beyond. Her gaze drifted to the holo map, where the Vanguard itself glowed, a sleek, battle-scarred flagship that had carried them through the war's final hours. She remembered the salvage missions, the endless days in zero gravity, her hands blistered from welding, her voice raw from directing crews. Nakia had been there, her steady hands guiding torches, her dark eyes catching Cora's in fleeting moments of exhaustion-fueled camaraderie. Rook had been a relentless force, tearing apart Drexarian hulks with a grim focus, his mutters about Zahak a constant undercurrent. Lysander had brought a restless brilliance, his quick wit and daring maneuvers salvaging ships others deemed lost. Together they'd built this armada, but the cracks were showing, personal, strategic, inevitable. "Cora, you're still here?" Nakia's voice broke the silence, warm and familiar, cutting through the sterile hum of the deck like a lifeline. She stepped into the light, her black and gold uniform still shiny despite a full day of meetings, her dark hair pulled back in a tight braid that framed her sharp features. Cora turned, a faint smile tugging at her lips despite the weight pressing down. Nakia's presence was a balm, a tether to the simplicity they'd found in the aftermath. Nights spent salvaging wrecks, their hands brushing over welding torches, their laughter echoing in the cold expanse of orbit. That bond had deepened into something more over the past year, a quiet love that sustained her through the chaos, a refugee she hadn't expected to find. "Couldn't sleep," Cora admitted, gesturing to the holomap. "Too much to think about. The Accord, the fleet, Earth, us." Her voice softened on the last word, a rare vulnerability slipping through the armor she wore as warden. She met Nakia's gaze, seeing the reflection of the map's glow in her eyes, and felt a pang of longing for the days when their world was smaller. Just the two of them, a torch and a broken ship to fix. Nakia crossed the distance between them, her hand resting lightly on Cora's shoulder, a touch that carried the weight of their shared history. "Us is the easy part," she said, her tone teasing but her eyes serious, searching Cora's face for the unspoken strain. "The rest? That's what keeps you up here staring at maps instead of resting with me. You're carrying too much, Cora. Let me help." Cora chuckled, the sound rough with exhaustion, a release of tension she hadn't realized she'd been holding. "You're right," she said. "It's just... this isn't what I signed up for, Nakia. I'm a fighter, not a politician. Earth wants ascendants by the thousands, volunteers lining up to join us, kids barely out of school dreaming of the stars, their parents begging for a piece of what we have. And Rook and Lysander, they're ready to bolt after Zahak tomorrow. Damn the consequences. I'm stuck in the middle, trying to hold it all together, and I don't even know if I can." Nakia's grip tightened, a steady reassurance that grounded Cora in the moment. "You're not stuck," she said firmly. "You're leading. They trust you. Earth, the Space Lords, me. You've got a knack for making the impossible work. Remember the Stellar Seeker? Half its hull was slag, a twisted mess orbiting Mars, and you had us welding it back together in a week. I thought we'd lose it to the void, but you wouldn't let us quit." Cora's mind drifted to that memory, Nakia's steady hands guiding the torch, sparks flying in zero gravity, her own voice barking orders over the comms as the crew hauled plating into place. The Stellar Seeker had been a wreck, its engines gutted by a Drixarian plasma cannon, but Cora had seen potential where others saw ruin. They'd laughed then, a rare moment of lightness amidst the grind, Nakia's quip about Cora's stubborn miracles echoing in her ears. "That was different," she said, her voice softening with the recollection. "We had a clear goal. Fix the ship. Get it flying. Now, I feel like I'm juggling fire with no idea where it's going to land. Earth's pushing. The Space Lords are pulling. And I'm trying to keep us from burning down." Before Nakia could reply, the deck's doors hissed open with a sharp pneumatic whine, and Lysander strode in, his muscular yet agile frame moving with a restless energy that seemed to electrify the air. His uniform was pristine, as always, since it was literally grown from within his own body like the others, the phoenix emblem on his chest glinting under the deck's dim lights. His eyes locked onto Cora with an intensity that made her pulse quicken despite herself, a spark of something she couldn't name. Attraction, frustration, a dangerous mix of both. "Warden," he greeted, his tone casual but laced with a challenge, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Figured I'd find you here. Burning the midnight oil again?" Nakia's jaw tightened, her hand dropping from Cora's shoulder as she stepped back, a subtle shift that didn't escape Lysander's notice. Her eyes flicked to him, sharp and wary, a silent warning he ignored with practiced ease. "Lysander," Cora said, keeping her voice even, though she felt the tension coil tighter. "What's on your mind?" He leaned against the console, his smirk widening as he crossed his arms, his posture relaxed but his gaze piercing. "Same thing as always. Zahak. We've got the fleet, Cora. The Vanguard, the Lunar Wraith, every damn ship we pulled from the wreckage, most of what we lost, patched up and ready to fly. Why are we sitting here playing house with Earth when that bastard's out there plotting his next move? You saw what it did in the throne room. Slipped right through our fingers." Cora felt the familiar spark of tension flare between them, a thread of attraction she couldn't fully suppress, tangled with frustration at his reckless edge. She remembered the salvage missions with him, Lysander diving into a Nexusar stealthcraft's guts, his hands deftly rewiring systems, his grin flashing in the dark as he pulled a miracle from the chaos. That energy drew her, but it clashed with her duty. "We've been over this," she said, her tone firm but measured. "The Accord comes first. Earth needs us. Protection, training, a chance to stand with us. We can't just abandon them to chase a ghost." Lysander's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a low, insistent cadence. "And what about us? The Space Lords? We didn't claw our way out of Drixarian hell. Decades for Rook, a lifetime for some, to babysit a planet that's just waking up to the stars. Rook's with me on this. He's itching to hunt, and so are half the crews. You saw what Zahak did, what it is. A puppet falls and the real thing walks away laughing. We can't wait for it to come back and finish what it started." Nakia stepped forward, her tone icy, cutting through the air like a blade. "And you think charging off with no plan is the answer? We barely survived last time, Lysander. Rook's team nearly died on that command ship, and we still don't know what we're up against. Cora's right. We need to build, not just fight. Strength comes from preparation, not bravado." He turned to her, his smirk fading into something sharper, a glint of irritation in his eyes. "Oh, I forgot. You're the cautious one, Nakia. Always playing it safe, keeping everything neat and tidy. Maybe that's why you're happy staying here, welding ships and holding hands, while the real threat's out there growing stronger." The air crackled with their words, a venom Cora hadn't anticipated, and she felt the rift widen, a chasm she'd tried to bridge since the war's end. "Enough," she snapped, her voice cutting through the tension like a sword through silk, sharp and final. "We're not doing this. Lysander, I get it. You want Zahak. So do I. Every night I see that portal snap shut, hear that woman's voice taunting us. But we're not ready. The fleet's strong, but we don't even know where to start looking. We can start exploration missions to find clues, conscripts, Drixarian remnants, anything we can use. That's how we get our leads, not some blind charge into the void." Lysander straightened, his gaze lingering on her, a combination of defiance and something softer, longing, perhaps, that made her chest tighten against her will. "You're the warden," he said finally, his voice low, almost resigned. "Your call. But don't wait too long, Cora. Shadows don't sit still. They grow, they twist, they strike when you're not looking." He turned and left, the doors hissing shut behind him with a soft thud, leaving a silence thick with unspoken words and the echo of his footsteps. Nakia exhaled sharply, her hands clenching at her sides, her knuckles whitening. "He's impossible," she muttered, her voice tight with frustration. "Always pushing, always testing you, like he thinks he can pull you away from everything we've built." Cora reached for her, her fingers brushing Nakia's arm, a tentative bridge over the gap Lysander's words had widened. "He's not wrong about the threat," she said quietly, her tone careful. "Zahak's out there and it's eating at him, at all of us. But he's not seeing the bigger picture. You are. Earth, the Accord, the fleet. It's all connected, and we can't lose that." Nakia met her eyes, a flicker of hurt beneath her resolve, a vulnerability she rarely showed. "And what about us, Cora? Where do we fit in all this? Because I see the way he looks at you, the way he lingers, and I'm not blind. I'm not some naive kid. I know what's there, even if you don't say it." The words hung heavy, a truth Cora had avoided for months, a tension she'd buried under duty and exhaustion. She stepped closer, closing the distance, her voice low and earnest. "You're my anchor, Nakia. What we have, it's real, it's solid. Lysander's complicated. He's fire and chaos. And yeah, there's something there. I won't lie to you. But he's not you. He doesn't steady me like you do. Doesn't see me the way you do." Nakia's expression softened, the hurt easing but not vanishing, a shadow lingering in her eyes. "I hope you mean that," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "Because I'm not here to compete, Cora. I'm here for us. For this." She gestured to the hollow map, the fleet, the fragile hope it represented. "Let's focus on tomorrow. The Ascendant program's first wave is prepping on Earth. Rook and Alexi's leading the charge. You need to be there, and I'll be with you." Cora nodded, grateful for the shift, the chance to step back from the emotional brink. "Right. Let's get some rest first. We'll need it." The next morning, the Vanguard's shuttle bay buzzed with activity as Cora and Nakia prepared to descend to Earth. The Ascendant program, volunteers transformed into Space Lord warriors, was Cora's compromise with Earth's leaders, a bridge between their ambitions and her caution. Alexei Petrov, Mikhail's son, had been the first to step forward, his resolve a mirror of his father's steel during the Great Battle. Cora admired him, his quiet strength, his willingness to endure the bio-implants that had once tormented her and her kin under Drixarian rule, a painful legacy she turned into a choice for others. The shuttle ride was tense, Nakia piloting with a focused silence that spoke volumes, her hands steady on the controls as Earth's atmosphere loomed closer. Cora stared out the viewport, the planet's blue expanse growing vivid against the black, her mind replaying the past year. Salvaging the fleet had been a brutal slog, days of zero-gravity welding, the hiss of torches and the clank of metal filling her ears, nights of poring over Nexuser schematics with bleary eyes, the constant ache of loss for those who'd fallen. Nakia had been there through it all, her steady presence a counterpoint to Lysander's fiery impatience and Rook's grim determination, her touch a quiet comfort in the dark. They'd built something extraordinary, a fleet that spanned orbits and systems, but the cracks were showing, personal rifts, strategic divides, the strain of a peace too new to trust. The training facility sprawled across a reclaimed military base in Siberia, its stark concrete softened by the snow dusting the ground, a crisp white blanket that muffled the hum of machinery. Alexei greeted them at the landing pad, his new Ascendant uniform, black with silver accents, hugging his muscled frame, the Phoenix emblem a smaller echo of Cora's own. His eyes gleamed with pride and nervous energy, the bio-implants already enhancing his reflexes, his movements sharper than they'd been a month ago. "Warden," he said, saluting crisply, his voice steady despite the faint tremor of excitement. "Nakia, welcome to the proving ground." Cora returned the salute, her smile genuine, a flicker of warmth breaking through her fatigue. "Alexei, you're looking sharp. How's it feel?" He flexed his hand, the motion fluid and precise, a testament to the implant's integration. "Like I'm more than I was," he said, his tone earnest. "Stronger, faster, just like you promised. The others are ready to follow. They've been training non-stop, waiting for this." Behind him, 100 volunteers stood in formation, young men and women, their faces alight with anticipation, their breaths puffing in the cold air. Some were barely 20, their eyes wide with dreams of the stars. Others were older, veterans of Earth's wars seeking a new purpose. Emma was there too, her camera crew capturing the moment, her voice narrating for the world with a gravitas that carried across continents. "The Ascendants," she said, her words crisp against the wind. "Earth's first step into the cosmos, guided by the Space Lords. A new era born from the ashes of the Great Battle." Cora stepped forward, her boots crunching in the snow, her voice carrying over the wind as she addressed the group. "You're not conscripts. You're not pawns. You're choosing this, choosing to stand with us, to protect Earth and beyond. The bio-implants, the training, it's not easy. I felt the pain of those strands burrowing in, the fire of transformation. But it's worth it. We've taken control of a fleet that nearly broke us. Thousands of ships pulled from the void, rebuilt with our hands. You're the next piece, the strength we need to face what's coming." The recruits cheered, a raw, eager sound that echoed across the snow, a wave of energy that lifted Cora's spirits despite the weight she carried. Alexei stepped forward, his gaze steady, a quiet fire in his eyes. "We're ready, Warden. My father believes in this, believes in you. So do I. We've seen what the Space Lords can do, what you've done. We want to be part of it." Cora nodded, but her thoughts drifted to Rook and Lysander, still aboard the Vanguard. She'd left them with orders, Rook to prep the next Suzor delegation with Leonix, Lysander to oversee fleet drills, but she knew they wouldn't stay quiet long. The hunt for Zahak burned in their blood, a fire she couldn't quench with diplomacy, a pull she felt too, deep in her gut. She pushed it aside, focusing on Alexei. "You'll get your chance," she said. "Train hard. The stars aren't kind, but they're ours to claim." Back aboard the Vanguard that evening, Cora found Rook in the armory, his hands running over a rack of energy blades, their edges glinting under the harsh lights. He didn't look up as she entered, his focus on the weapons a silent testament to his unrest. "Earth's got their Ascendants," he said, his voice a low rumble, rough with years of scars. "Good for them. But we're warriors, Cora. This fleet, it's not meant to sit pretty in orbit, playing guard dog." "I know," she said, leaning against the doorframe, her arms crossed. "Leonix is gearing up to join you for the next Suzor talks. You'll get your chance to move, Rook. Just not yet. We need their tech, their intel. It's a step towards Zahak." He grunted, unconvinced, his fingers tightening around a blade's hilt. "Zahak's out there. Every day we wait, it gets stronger, smarter. You saw what it did, slipping away like smoke. We're wasting time. And every day we build, we get smarter," she countered, her tone firm but not harsh. "Trust me, Rook. I want it dead as much as you do. More, maybe. But we do this right, or we lose everything we've gained." He met her eyes finally, a flicker of respect beneath his gruff exterior, a grudging acknowledgement of her resolve. "I do," he said. "Doesn't mean I like it. Sitting still, it's not what we were made for." Lysander's voice interrupted from the corridor, sharp and sudden. "She's right, Rook. But I'm with you. I'd rather hunt than wait." He stepped in, his presence a jolt of electricity, his eyes locking onto Cora's with that same intensity that stirred her despite her efforts to bury it. "Meeting's over, Warden. Ascendants are all shiny and new down there. What's next?" Cora felt Nakia's absence keenly, her words from the night before echoing in her mind. "I see the way he looks at you." "Next, we train the Ascendants, we negotiate with the Nexuser, and we keep Earth safe," she said, her voice steady. "Then we hunt. That's the plan." Lysander smirked, stepping closer, his proximity a heat she couldn't ignore. "You say that like it's a plan. I say it's a delay. You feel it too, Cora. The pull, the itch to go after it. Don't pretend you don't." Her breath caught, his words striking a chord she'd fought to silence, his nearness tugging at that thread of attraction she couldn't fully sever. "I feel it," she admitted, her voice low, honest. "Every damn night, I see that portal, hear that voice. But I'm the Warden. I don't act on impulse. Not anymore." He lingered a moment longer, his smirk softening into something almost tender, then backed off. "Your call," he said, echoing his words from the night before. But the tension stayed, a thread pulling tight between them, a promise of more to come. Alone again, Cora returned to the command deck, the hollow map glowing before her like a galaxy of possibilities and threats. The Phoenix Armada sprawled across the screen, a legacy of war and hope, each one a story of salvage and sacrifice. The Vanguard, battle-scarred and proud. The Stellar Seeker, reborn from ruin. The Equinox Haven, soon to anchor Earth to the stars. She thought of Nakia's faith, Lysander's fire, Rook's resolve, and the recruits below, their cheers still ringing in her ears. The weight of command was a crown she hadn't asked for, a mantle forged in blood and steel, but she'd wear it. For them, for Earth, for the fallen who'd never see this dawn. She traced the map's edge, her fingers lingering on the lunar wraith, the Nexuser stealth ship they'd claimed, its sleek form a reminder of the alliance she'd yet to trust. Zahak was out there, a shadow growing in the dark, and the urge to hunt it burned in her too. But she was more than a warrior now. She was a leader, a warden. Chapter 4. Ethon's Silence. The hum of the Stellar Seeker's engines vibrated through the deck, a steady pulse that Ethon felt in his bones as he stood at the edge of the observation bay, staring down at Earth's swirling blue and green. From orbit, it looked serene, a fragile marble suspended in the void, its cities glinting like fireflies under the dawn's creeping light, a delicate mosaic of life stitched with clouds and oceans. But Ethon knew better. Down there, in the sprawl of his hometown, the silence wasn't peace. It was absence, a void he'd carved out himself with a desperate choice and a scribbled farewell. Days after the United Cosmic Accord signing aboard the Vanguard, and he was still alive, more alive than he'd ever been. Yet his family thought him dead, a ghost lost to a note he'd left on his pillow 2 years ago, a confession that had shattered their world. He raised his arm, his fingers brushing the sleek, holographic screen that shimmered into existence just above his forearm, a faint glow illuminating the black and gold fabric of his Space Lord uniform. The suit hugged his frame like a second skin, its surface a matte black interwoven with subtle gold threads that traced the Phoenix emblem emblazoned across his chest, a symbol of rebirth, of the ashes he'd risen from. Beneath the fabric, the bio-implants pulsed faintly, a network of fibrous strands woven into his body, their presence a quiet hum he'd grown accustomed to since those first agonizing days of conscription. With a tap on the screen, he could feel them stir, millions of thin biotechnological fibers poised to emerge from his pores, ready to reinforce the suit or materialize his helmet at a moment's notice. They were strong, impossibly so, a gift from the Drexarians that had turned his fragile flesh into a warrior's shield, their protective embrace a testament to a strength he'd never known on Earth, a strength born from a betrayal he'd never suspected. His reflection flickered across the viewport, short brown hair, sharp hazel eyes catching the light, a jaw hardened by battles he'd never dreamed of fighting, and he barely recognized the man staring back, a stranger forged from a boy who'd once been too broken to stand. 2 years ago, he'd been a shadow, a 19-year-old drowning in the digital mire of social media, his life a cycle of screens and despair that had driven him to a government facility he'd thought would end it all. Now, he was a space lord, leading a squad under Rook's command, his uniform a living testament to a life remade in the crucible of war, a war that had ended with the Great Battle, but left echoes he couldn't silence. The weight of his past clung to him, a silent ache that twisted every time he looked at Earth, a planet that held both his redemption and his regret, a world that had betrayed him before he'd betrayed it. Ethan's fingers brushed the cool glass, leaving faint smudges as his mind drifted back to that night, a night etched into his soul like a scar that refused to fade. He'd sat alone in his bedroom, the blinds drawn tight against a humid summer dusk, the blue glow of his phone illuminating the dark like a cold, unfeeling star, his thumb scrolling endlessly through feeds that screamed perfection, friends with flawless lives, their vacation photos a parade of sunlit smiles and carefree laughter, influencers with curated bodies and scripted wisdom, their millions of followers a testament to a worth he'd never touch, a world that demanded more than he could give, more than he could ever hope to be. The likes never came fast enough. His posts, rare and awkward attempts at connection, sank into the void, unnoticed but for a pity, nice try from a cousin who didn't care. The comments cut too deep. Lame. Get a life. Each one a blade twisting in a gut already hollowed by doubt. He was a nobody. Average grades from a high school he'd barely scraped through. No girlfriend to post about. A job at a convenience store that paid $9 an hour. Barely enough for the gas to drive his rattling old Honda to shifts he dreaded. Social media had been his mirror, and it reflected failure. Every post a reminder that he wasn't enough. Every notification a taunt that he'd never be. Depression had crept in slow, a fog he hadn't named until it was too thick to see through. A weight that pressed him into his bed, the mattress sagging under days of inertia as the phone became his world. Nights blurred into days, the device a lifeline that only pulled him deeper. Hours lost to mindless videos of pranks and dances he couldn't mimic. Arguments in comment threads with strangers who didn't know his name. The fleeting dopamine hit of a rare like fading too fast, leaving him emptier than before. His parents tried. His mom with her worried glances over dinners he barely touched, her voice soft as she asked, "Are you okay, honey?" His dad with gruff pep talks over the garage workbench. "You've got to get out there, son. Make something of yourself." But their voices couldn't pierce the haze, couldn't reach the boy sinking beneath the screen's cold glow. He'd stopped talking, his answers shrinking to shrugs and mumbles, stopped eating much beyond the chips he'd grabbed from work, stopped caring about the life slipping through his fingers like sand. The world beyond his screen felt gray, a monochrome blur of routine. School long gone, friends faded into their own lives, a future he couldn't picture beyond the next empty shift. The one inside it was a lie he couldn't live up to. Perfect lives he'd never match, a happiness he'd never grasp. That night he'd hit bottom, messages unanswered for weeks, a post of a sunset he'd thought was decent, ignored by all but a bot's spam reply, a troll's words slicing through what little pride he had left. "Why even bother, loser? No one cares." The words burned, a final shove over an edge he'd been teetering on for months, a verdict that echoed every doubt he'd buried. He'd written the note on a crumpled scrap of paper torn from a notebook. "I'm sorry. I can't do this anymore." The pen shaking in his hand, ink smudging under tears he didn't feel fall, his breath hitching as he scrawled the words that would end it. He'd left it on his pillow, slipped out the back door past his sleeping family, and driven to the government's assisted departure facility on the edge of town, a sterile building advertised as a compassionate end for those who couldn't go on, a lie he'd believed until it swallowed him. He'd walk through the glass doors, the air inside cool and antiseptic, the receptionist's smile too practiced as she handed him a form, her voice a soothing drone. "We're here to help you find peace." He'd signed it. Ethan James Carter, 19, no dependents. His hand steady for the first time in months, the decision a release he'd craved. They'd led him to a white room, a padded table under harsh lights, a nurse with a syringe promising rest, her eyes averted as she prepped his arm. He'd lain back, the ceiling a blank slate, ready to let go, the phone silent in his pocket, the world fading. When the blue light came, a beam searing through the ceiling, paralyzing him mid-breath, his scream freezing in his throat as the table shook and the walls dissolved. The Drexarians had taken him, not a government mercy but a secret front, a trap to harvest conscripts for their war machine, their abduction a brutal twist he'd never seen coming. It had been the best damn thing to ever happen to him, a lifeline disguised as death that burned through him and remade him whole. Ethan exhaled sharply, the memory fading as the Stellar Seeker's orbit carried him over North America, his hometown a speck in the Midwest's flat expanse, a cluster of lights nestled among fields and highways, the facility's shadow a stain on its edge. The ship was on patrol, a routine sweep of Earth's orbital perimeter, guarding the salvage operations that still plucked wreckage from the Great Battle's debris field, twisted hulks of Drexarian ships, Space Lord fighters, Nexuser stealth craft, a graveyard of metal orbiting the planet like a grim halo, a testament to the war that had birthed them. Jackson and Maria, his squad mates, were somewhere behind him, Jackson probably cracking jokes in the mess hall over a tray of synth protein, his laughter echoing off the steel walls, Maria tinkering with her gear in the engineering bay, her hands always restless with a tool. But Ethan needed this moment alone, the silence a mirror to his thoughts, a space to wrestle with the past he couldn't outrun. Conscription had ripped him from despair, thrust him into a war he hadn't understood, and given him purpose, a brutal gift wrapped in the agony of those first bio-implant strands boring into his flesh, a fire that had forged him anew. He tapped the holographic screen on his forearm, feeling the implants respond, a ripple beneath his skin as the fibrous strands stirred, millions of thin, biotechnological threads poised to emerge from his pores, ready to weave the suit tighter or summon his helmet, its golden glass screens poised to materialize over his eyes. The uniform was more than armor. It was a living extension of him, a second skin of black and gold that had shielded him through battles on alien worlds, its strength forged by the Drexarians who turned a suicide facility into a conscript mill. The fibers were impossibly strong, thinner than hair, yet unyielding as steel, emerging on command to protect him, a legacy of bondage turned to empowerment under the Space Lord's Phoenix banner. For Ethan, it was salvation, a strength he'd found in the pain, a purpose in the war, a family in Jackson and Maria, their bonds sealed in blood and fire, a mentor in Rook, whose gruff faith had steadied him through the chaos, a cause worth dying for in the Space Lord's stand against the darkness. But his real family, his parents, his little sister, they still mourned a boy who wasn't gone, their grief a weight he carried in every quiet moment, a guilt that gnawed at him like the memory of that syringe poised above his vein. "Hey, you brooding again?" Jackson's voice cut through the quiet, a playful lilt that pulled Ethan back from the edge of his reverie, grounding him in the here and now. He turned to see his friend leaning against the bay's entrance, arms crossed over his broad chest, his dark hair mussed from a nap he'd probably taken sprawled across the cockpit's co-pilot seat, his uniform's gear straps loose in casual defiance. Jackson's grin was easy, a crooked slash of white against his tanned skin, a contrast to the scars crisscrossing his knuckles, marks of a life before the Space Lords, a street kid from Chicago who'd fought his way out of gang turf only to be snatched by aliens, his own conscription a mirror to Ethan's. "Just thinking," Ethan said, forcing a half-smile that didn't reach his eyes, his voice rough from disuse as he adjusted the forearm screen, the glow fading as the implant settled. "Earth looks different from up here. Cleaner, quieter, like it's holding its breath. Yeah, less shitty when you can't smell the exhaust or hear the horns," Jackson quipped, stepping closer, his boots clanging softly on the steel deck, the sound a faint echo in the bay's vastness that mingled with the hum of his own uniform's implants. "What's eating you, man? You've been staring at that ball like it owes you money, or like you owe it something, all hunched up like you're carrying it." Ethan shrugged, his gaze drifting back to the viewport, Earth's curve a hypnotic pull that tugged at the ache in his chest. "Home," he said simply, the word heavy with layers he couldn't unravel, a single syllable carrying 2 years of silence, of lies he'd let stand. "Family." Jackson's grin faded, his eyes sharpening with understanding, a flicker of the street-smart intuition that had kept him alive before the Space Lords claimed him, before his own uniform's fibers had woven into his skin. He knew Ethan's story, late-night talks in the barracks, the kind that spilled out when exhaustion loosened tongues, and the ship's hum was the only other sound, confessions traded over lukewarm rations after missions went sideways, their bio-implants sinking their breaths in the quiet. "Still haven't told them, huh?" he said, his voice softer, losing its playful edge as he stepped beside Ethan, his shoulder brushing the glass. 2 years, Eth. They think you're dead. Your note, that damn facility, the whole cover story they swallowed. Why keep it up? Why let them carry that weight?" Ethan's jaw tightened, his fingers curling into fists at his sides, the implants amplifying the tension until his knuckles ached, the fibrous strands beneath his skin humming faintly as if sensing his unrest. "Because I don't know how to undo it," he admitted, the words rough, raw, scraping out of him like gravel from a wound, his voice trembling despite the strength of his suit. "I was a mess back then, depressed, lost, ready to die. Social media. It broke me, Jax. Shattered me into pieces I couldn't put back together. Every day scrolling through that crap, feeds full of people I'd never be, lives I'd never live, comparing myself to shadows, feeling like nothing, less than nothing. I went to that facility because I wanted out, wanted it to stop. The noise, the failure, the endless hole in my chest. I thought it was the government helping me go, a clean end. Turns out it was a lie, a front to grab us for the Drixarians, to stick these—" He tapped his forearm, the screen flaring briefly as the implants responded. "Into me. Turn me into this. A space lord. A fighter. Something I never thought I could be. I survived. I thrived. But I didn't know how to go back. What do I say? Hey, Mom, Dad. Sorry I let you think I took the easy way out. Turns out the government sold me to aliens and I'm a badass warrior now. They'd hate me for the pain I caused, for the years they've mourned a lie." Jackson leaned against the glass beside him, his shoulder brushing Ethan's in a quiet show of solidarity, the warmth of his presence a counterpoint to the cold viewport, his own uniform strands humming faintly in sync. "Maybe," he said, his tone thoughtful, his eyes fixed on Earth below, tracing the faint glow of Chicago somewhere in the distance. "Or maybe they'd just be glad you're alive, pissed as hell, sure, maybe even screaming, but glad. My folks thought I was gone too. Street fight went bad back in Chicago, left a body that wasn't mine. Blood all over the alley. Cops didn't bother looking hard. Figured I was just another dead punk. When I got conscripted, I didn't tell them either. Didn't think they'd care after the shit I'd pulled, running with gangs, dodging bullets. Took me almost 6 months to send a message after the battle, when we docked at Vanguard. Hacked a comm line, sent a vid. My mom cried for an hour. My dad cursed me out for 10 minutes straight through the static. But they didn't hate me. Families are messy. Man, messy and tough. Tougher than these suits sometimes. They'd rather have you back, implants and all, than mourn a lie forever." Ethan swallowed hard, the knot in his chest tightening until it felt like a fist squeezing his lungs, his breath shallow against the flood of memory that rushed in like the facility's sterile chill. He pictured his mom, her soft voice calling him to dinner, her endless baking filling the house with cinnamon and warmth, cookies left on the counter he'd ignored in his haze. Her worried glances over meals he barely touched, her hands wringing a dish towel as she asked questions he couldn't answer, her eyes searching for a son slipping away. His dad, gruff and practical, his calloused hands always fixing something, a leaky faucet or a car engine, his voice barking over the garage workbench. "You've got to get out there, son. Make something of yourself." A mantra Ethan had failed to live up to, his silence a wall between them. His sister Lily, 10 years old then, probably 12 now, her crayon drawings pinned to his bedroom wall, stick-figure families under sunny skies, a big brother who'd vanished, her giggles the only sound that had cut through his fog, a light he dimmed with his absence. They'd found the note, called the facility expecting closure, received a sealed urn of ashes that weren't his. He'd seen the news feeds later, hacked from orbit during a sleepless shift, the headlines screaming, "Local teen assisted departure confirmed," his mom's tear-streaked face in grainy footage, his dad's stoic silence a mask for a pain Ethan had caused, a lie the government had sold them to cover their tracks. "I don't know if I can face them," he said finally, his voice cracking, the words spilling out like shards of glass from a throat raw with memory, the implants humming louder as his pulse raced. "Not after what I put them through. 2 years of thinking I'm gone. 2 years of crying over a lie I let them believe, burying ashes that weren't even mine. What if they blame me? Hate me for it? What if they've moved on? Built a life without me? Turned my room into a guest space or a storage dump? I left them a mess, Jax. A wound I opened and ran from, thinking it was my end. I don't know if I can walk back into it, not even with this." He gestured to the uniform, the fibrous strands beneath his skin stirring faintly, a strength that couldn't mend what he'd broken. Maria's voice joined them, steady and calm, cutting through the storm in his head as she stepped into the bay, her toolkit clanking at her hip, a faint metallic chime that grounded him in the present. "You don't have to face them alone," she said, her dark eyes meeting his, unwavering, her short black hair framing a face marked by a faint scar across her cheek, a Drexarian blade's kiss from a mission gone bloody, a mark her own uniform had failed to prevent against a Drexarian lance weapon in the chaos. "We're your squad, Eth. We've got your back, on Earth or up here, helmet or no helmet. You're not that kid anymore, but you're still their son, their brother. They deserve to know you're alive, whatever comes after." Ethan turned to her, grateful for the anchor she offered, her presence a quiet strength that had steadied him through countless battles, her own Space Lord uniform a mirror to his. Black and gold, the Phoenix emblem proud, the bio-implants humming beneath her skin as they did his. Maria had been conscripted too, a mechanic from Manila, snatched while fixing a truck in a rain-soaked alley, her hands slick with oil when the blue light took her transformation as painful and profound as his own, her suit's fibers weaving around her with the same precision. "Thanks," he said, his voice low, a thread of warmth breaking through the chill that clung to him. "But it's not just facing them. It's the what-ifs piling up. What if they don't want me back? Don't need me anymore? What if they've moved on? Sold the house? Forgotten me? Turned my life into a memory they've boxed away? I left them a mess, Maria. A wound I thought was my goodbye. Not a ticket to this. I don't know if I can walk back into it, not even with this suit to hide behind." "Then you'll know," Jackson said, clapping a hand on his shoulder, the grip firm, grounding, the faint hum of his implants syncing with Ethan's for a moment in their closeness. "Better than wandering up here, staring at dirt you won't touch, driving yourself crazy with maybes that don't answer shit. Rook's got us on patrol, sure, keeping this junk heap flying, but we're docking at Equinox Haven in a week. New base, Atlantic, close enough to your turf, Eth. You could slip down, see them. Quiet, no fuss, just you and that fancy suit of yours. We'll cover for you. Tell Rook you're scouting salvage or tweaking sensors or some bullshit. Your call, man. Your family. Your move." Ethan's heart thudded, a staccato beat against his ribs that the implants amplified, a rhythm that echoed in the hum beneath his skin, the idea both terrifying and tempting, a pull stronger than the ship's artificial gravity. "The Equinox Haven, Cora's new floating command center rising from the Atlantic was close enough, too close, to his hometown, a few hundred miles off the coast, a shuttle ride away from the streets he'd walked as a ghost, the facility's sterile facade a shadow he'd left behind. He could do it, slip through the chaos of Earth's rebuilding, stand at their door, see their faces, shock, anger, relief, whatever came crashing out. He could activate his helmet, let the fibrous strands weave around his head, the red screens tinting his vision as he faced them, a shield against their tears or their rage, the suit's strength a buffer for a truth he'd buried. But the thought froze him, the weight of his silence a chain he'd forged link by link, a lie he'd lived so long it felt truer than the truth he now wore. Black and gold, phoenix emblazoned, a second skin of strength he hadn't earned back then. "I'll think about it," he said, dodging the commitment, his voice barely above the engine's hum, a retreat he hated himself for, the implant settling as his resolve wavered. The calm crackled, Rook's gruff voice cutting through like a blade through fog, sharp and unyielding. "Ethan, Jackson, Maria, briefing room now. Got a job." The line clicked off, final as a gunshot, pulling them back to the rhythm of duty, a lifeline Ethan grabbed with both hands, the suit's fibers humming faintly as he straightened. The briefing room was a tight space, all steel and screens, the air thick with the faint tang of ozone and recycled oxygen, the holotable glowing with orbital scans that painted the walls in shifting blues and greens. Rook stood at its head, his grizzled face set in a scowl, his arms crossed, his bio-implants a silent hum beneath scars older than Ethan's life. His gold eyes flicked to each of them as they filed in. Ethan first, Jackson slouching behind, Maria with her toolkit clanking, his stare carrying the weight of battles fought before they'd been born. "Salvage ops hit a snag," he said, his voice a low rumble, rough as gravel scraped over steel. "Drixarian wreck near the L2 point. Big one, maybe a command ship, drifting out past one of Jupiter's moon's shadow. Sensors picked up faint signals. Could be tech, could be trouble, buzzing like a hive. Your squad's on point. Small, fast, sharp. We move in an hour." Ethan nodded, his mind shifting gears, the familiar rush of purpose drowning out the doubts that had clawed at him moments before, the implants sharpening his focus as the mission took hold. He stepped closer to the holotable, the image flickering with debris patterns, jagged hulls, scattered plating, a ghost of the war that had reshaped them all, glowing in eerie silence. "Any sign of life?" he asked, his voice steady now, the uniform's fibers tightening faintly as his pulse steadied, ready to weave protection at a tap. "Not yet," Rook said, his eyes narrowing, a crease deepening in his brow as he tapped the holoscreen, zooming in on the wreck's core. "But it's hot. Radiation spikes, energy pulses, readings off the charts. Something's alive in there, tech or worse. Could be a trap, could be a gold mine. Drixarian shit's tricky like that. Always has been. You're leading, Ethan. Jackson on guns, Maria on tech. Keep sharp, don't get cocky. Those suits will save you from a lot, but not stupidity. Last thing we need is a drone swarm waking up and chewing through us." "Yes, sir," Ethan said, the weight of command settling over him like a mantle he'd grown into since the Great Battle, a role he'd earned through blood and grit. He glanced at Jackson and Maria, their nods confirming their readiness. Jackson's grin tight with anticipation, his rifle already in hand. Maria's hands twitching toward her tools, a unit forged in fire. The mission launched fast, shuttles slicing through orbit, their hulls gleaming briefly in the sun's glare before fading into the void's black. Within hours they had closed the distance as the wreck looming ahead like a shattered beast against the stars, its silhouette jagged and vast, a remnant of Drixarian might. Ethan piloted, his hands steady on the controls, the implants amplifying his reflexes as they docked, the shuttle's clamps locking with a dull thud that echoed through the cabin, his forearm screen flickering as he primed the suit. With a tap, the fibrous strands surged from his pores, weaving tighter around his arms and torso, reinforcing the armor in a seamless flow, thin yet unyielding. Another tap, and they converged around his head, materializing his helmet in a whisper of motion. The gold glass screen snapping into place over his eyes, tinting his vision with a clarity that sharpened the dark. The interior was a maze of twisted metal and flickering lights, corridors choked with debris, shattered panels, severed conduits sparking faintly, the air thick with static and the faint hum of something alive, a pulse that set his nerves on edge through the suit's sensors. Maria scanned ahead, her tools buzzing as she swept for signals, her own helmet's screens glowing gold, her breath steady in her calm. Jackson took point, sweeping the corridors with his rifle humming with charge, its barrel glinting in the dimness, his suit's strands tightening as he moved. "Got something," Maria called after 10 minutes of tense silence, her voice sharp with focus, a console sparking under her probes as she knelt in a side chamber, its walls scorched black, the air heavy with the scent of burnt wiring filtering through their suits. Data core, old Drixarian logs, encrypted tight. Looks like orders, coordinates, maybe conscript records, buried deep in the mess. Ethan's pulse quickened, the word conscript a jolt to his core, an echo of his own beginning, snatched from a lie of mercy, remade in pain, a story he shared with countless others lost to the war, their lives woven into suits like his. He moved to her side, the glow of the screen casting shadows on his helmeted face, the gold tint sharpening the scrolling glyphs into focus, his suit's fibers humming as his adrenaline spiked, dumping into the reserve vials. "Download it," he said, his voice firm through the comm, a leader's command overriding the tremor of memory, the implant steadying his hand as he gripped the console's edge. Could be leads, others like us, still out there, still fighting or waiting in the dark, caught in the same trap I was. As the data streamed, a shadow moved in the corner of his vision, a Drexarian drone, dormant until now, its red eyes flaring to life with a mechanical whine that pierced the silence. Jackson fired, the burst echoing through the chamber in a deafening crack, blue plasma searing the air, his suit's strands tightening to brace his stance. Ethan lunged, his reflexes kicking in, the implant surging as he drew his blade, its edge slicing through the drone's core in a spray of sparks and shattered metal, the thing collapsing in a heap of twitching limbs, its death throes silenced by the suit's protective shell. The silence that followed was heavy, their breaths loud in the helmets, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt circuits filtering through their systems, the gold screen steadying their vision in the aftermath. "Nice one, boss," Jackson grinned, lowering his gun, his voice crackling over the comm, a hint of adrenaline in his tone as he tapped his forearm, the suit's fibers easing back. "You're getting good at this. Damn near poetic with that knife, suit or no suit." Ethan sheathed the blade, his heart still pounding, the rush of survival a stark contrast to the quiet death he'd sought in that facility, a thrill amplified by the uniform's strength, its fibers retreating slightly as he steadied himself. "Let's get this back," he said, nodding to Maria's datapad, its screen glowing with the stolen logs, his helmet screens flickering as he turned. "Rook'll want it. This could be big. Could mean more of us out there." Back on the Stellar Seeker, the squad debriefed fast, Rook grunting approval as Maria handed over the pad, his fingers flipping through the data with a scowl that hid his curiosity, his own suit's strands humming faintly, then dispersed, leaving Ethan alone again in the observation bay. He tapped his forearm, the helmet dissolving back into his skin in a ripple of fibrous strands, the gold screens fading as the suit settled into its dormant state, a second skin once more. He stood with the pad in hand, its secrets whispering of lost souls, conscripts like him, taken from Earth, transformed by alien hands into warriors clad in suits of living fibers, maybe still alive out there in the dark, prisoners or fighters or ghosts. He looked at Earth, his hometown a faint glow in the distance, a beacon he couldn't ignore, and felt the pull. Duty to his squad, a brotherhood forged in battle, their uniforms a shared strength. Duty to the lost, a pledge to find them, to extend the same lifeline he'd been given. Ethan clutched the pad tighter, his knuckles whitening, resolve hardening in his chest like steel cooling after a forge. Maybe Jackson was right. Maybe it was time. Time to face them. To shatter the silence he'd built with that note. To let the suit that had saved him carry him home. Its fibers a shield against the truth he'd buried. But for now, he'd fight, lead, live. For the fallen who'd never see this dawn. For the space lords who'd given him this uniform. This second chance woven into his skin. For the boy he'd left trembling in that facility. A boy who'd found a way to rise from a lie. Phoenix-like, clad in black and gold. Chapter 5. Echoes of the Sirens. The Vanguard's command deck glowed with the soft hum of its systems, a symphony of beeps and whirs that had become Cora Holbrook's heartbeat in the months since the Great Battle. Now days since the United Cosmic Accord signing, and the deck was quieter than usual, the crew dispersed to their stations, leaving her alone with the vastness beyond the panoramic viewport. Earth hung below, a blue-green jewel cradled in the void, its continents etched with the scars of war and rebirth, a sight that stirred both pride and unease in her chest. She adjusted the black and gold fabric of her Space Lord uniform, its phoenix emblem glinting faintly under the deck's lights, the bio-implants beneath her skin humming as she flexed her fingers over the holographic console. The suit was a second skin, its fibrous strands poised to emerge from her pores at a tap, a living shield of Drexarian design, thin yet unyielding, woven into her flesh during her conscription, and reclaimed as a symbol of freedom when the Siren's pill had burned away her chains. Her gaze drifted to the hollow screen flickering beside her, a transmission signal pulsing from beyond the solar system, its source a familiar signature that quickened her pulse. The Sirens of Tenebris, allies forged in the crucible of Zarnox, were reaching out one last time before their departure. She tapped the screen, and the image resolved into Mitch, his slender, bald head crowned with a golden circlet that gleamed against the crimson flow of his robes, his golden eyes shimmering with an otherworldly light. His lips parted, a faint hiss underscoring his words, a sound that echoed the eerie unison of his kin, a serpentine cadence that had once rallied them against the Drexarians. His presence was regal, his movements graceful as he descended into view, a figure both commanding and alien, a stark contrast to the brute menace of their former masters. "Cora," Mitch's voice hissed, resonant and harmonious, vibrating through the deck like a plucked string. "Galactic Warden, we stand at the threshold of our return to Tenebris Prime. Our kin call us home, our strength wanes from the war's toll, but we do not leave without faith in you." Cora straightened, the weight of her title settling over her, the uniform's strands humming faintly as if sensing her resolve, the phoenix emblem a reminder of the pill that had birthed it. "Mitch," she said, her voice steady, carrying the authority she'd earned through blood and fire. "You and your Sirens turned the tide on Zarnox, those crimson robes cutting through the sky, your pills freeing us from the Drexarian yoke. If you're leaving, I trust it's necessity, but it's a damn hard goodbye." Mitch's golden eyes narrowed, his head tilting with a grace that belied his slender frame, the hiss softening as he spoke. "It is not farewell, Cora. Our bond endures, forged in the dust of Zarnox. Your space lords are the universe's vanguard now, a force risen from bondage to wield its own fate. But hear this. You are the Galactic Warden, not Earth's Warden alone. More than your planet counts on you. Systems beyond your charts, worlds yet to cry out, souls still chained as you once were. Lift your gaze from that blue sphere, from the Accord's fragile threads. The cosmos demands more than Earth's embrace." The word struck her like a surge through her implants, sharp and electric, stirring an unease she couldn't name. She'd spent the past year anchoring Earth to the stars, salvaging wreckage with Nakia, Rook, and Lysander, the Phoenix Armada, a testament to their grit. Yet Mitch's admonition widened her lens, a call to see beyond the whispers of dissent from Novosibirsk she'd yet to hear, beyond the Ascendant's eager ranks. "I hear you," she said, her tone firm but edged with curiosity, her fingers brushing the forearm screen, the strands beneath stirring faintly. "Earth's our root, Mitch. It's where we broke free, where the Accord ties us. But I know Zahak's out there, laughing through that portal, and the Drexarians weren't the only shadows. What are you leaving us to face?" Mitch's robes rippled as he leaned forward, his golden eyes glinting, the hiss sharpening with purpose. "We sense echoes, Warden, whispers in the void, stirrings your ships cannot yet chart." Zahak's flight was a thread in a larger weave, a shadow among shadows. Others remain bound, conscripts like you once were, their suits humming with Drexarian will, lost to the dark. We leave you with this, a final echo of our gift. He raised a tentacle, and a small object materialized on the console, a glowing pill, no larger than a seed, its surface pulsing with a faint violet light, a sight as familiar as her own scars. "You know its power, freedom for those you free, a rebirth from conscript to space lord. But guard it well." Cora reached for it, her fingers brushing its warmth, the implants humming as memories flooded back. Zarnox's dust, the siren's descent, the pill's burn as it rewrote her bio-implants, severed the Drexarian control, and birthed the Space Lords. "I know it," she said, her voice low, steady with recognition. "Your pills set us free. Me, Nakia, Rook, all of us after Zarnox. We've scavenged scraps of them since, but they're rare as hell now. This one's for the lost ones, then. Conscripts we find." Mitch's hiss softened, a note of caution threading through. "Yes, for those whose implants bear the Drexarian mark, forged in their labs as yours were. One dose, and it aligns their strands to yours. Black and gold, phoenix-bound, a Space Lord's freedom. But it will not touch your new ascendants, nor must it be tried. Their implants are Earth's craft, clean, sterile, born of your labs, lacking the neurogenetic scars of Drexarian conscription. Our pill binds to those scars, the chaotic imprint of forced integration. Without it, the strands would spiral, unchecked growth twisting flesh and fiber into ruin, a death too grim to name. Use it only for the bound, Cora. Its power is theirs alone." She closed her hand around the pill, its glow seeping through her fingers, her mind settling on the science. Mitch's words ringing true to what she'd felt. Her implants, Nakia's, Rook's, were Drexarian, brutal, invasive, a fusion of alien tech and human will, leaving jagged biomarkers in their cells, a legacy the pill had harnessed to free them. The Ascendants, Alexei, the Volunteers, bore implants grown from Earth's free design, precise and untainted, their transformation a choice without the scars of enslavement. The pill's specificity was a safeguard, its failure on Ascendants a mercy against a horror she wouldn't test. "Understood," she said, her voice firm. "For the conscripts, those we pull from the dark, like we were. How many left out there, Mitch?" "Too many," he hissed, his robe settling as his form steadied. "Scattered, hidden. Zahak's retreat left threads untied. This pill is a spark. Your hands may kindle more if your minds unravel its weave. We trust you to wield it, as we trusted you then." He gestured, and a crystalline device appeared beside the pill, its facets glinting. "A locator beacon. Call, and we'll hear, if the shadows grow too deep." Cora nodded, pocketing the pill and beacon, the suit strands humming as they nestled against her, a burden she'd borne before and would again. "Thank you, Mitch. For Zarnox for this. Safe journey home. Rest, but don't think we'll let you fade." Mitch's golden eyes softened, his hiss a farewell. "Nor we you, Galactic Warden. Lift your eyes. The stars are yours to guard." The hollow screen blinked out, leaving silence in its wake, the deck's hum a stark contrast to the weight of his words. She stood there, the pill's warmth a familiar echo against her skin, her mind turning over Mitch's counsel. Galactic Warden, not Earth's, a mantle she'd claimed on Zarnox. The pills burn her liberation, now broadened to a cosmos she'd barely glimpsed. The Phoenix Armada, a fleet of thousands, sprawled across the hollow map before her, its ships a constellation of steel and resolve, each one a story of grit and loss she'd forged with her team. Earth was her route, but Mitch's words lifted her beyond its orbit, a call she couldn't ignore. "Cora?" Nakia's voice broke the silence, soft but edged with concern, pulling her from her spiral. She stepped onto the deck, her return from overseeing Equinox Haven's setup, her dark braid swinging as she approached. "You've been up here a while. Everything okay?" Cora turned, a faint smile tugging at her lips, the implant steadying her as Nakia's presence anchored her. "Mitch just called. Sirens are heading home to Tenebrous Prime. They're still with us, Nakia. Left us stocks of the Crimson Pills like Zarnox for conscripts we free. Not for Ascendants, though. Different implants, different scars. Try it, and it's a nightmare." Nakia's eyes narrowed, her fingers brushing Cora's as she took the pill she held, inspecting it with a mechanic's eye, the crimson glow reflecting in her gaze. "Like the ones that saved us. Rewires the Drixarian mess, huh? Ascendants don't have that chaos in them. Ours are a battlefield. Theirs are a blueprint. What's the fallout if it goes wrong?" "Flesh and fibers twisting into ruin," Cora said, her voice low, echoing Mitch's warning. "Uncontrolled growth. Cellular collapse. We keep it for the lost ones like we were." Nakia nodded, handing it back, her touch lingering, a quiet warmth through the suit's fibers. "Good call. We've got enough on our plate without breaking Earth's recruits. Alexi's team's prepping. First wave's solid. You're still down tomorrow?" "Yeah," Cora said, pocketing the pill beside the beacon. "Need to see them move, keep Earth steady. But Mitch's words, they have me thinking. Things are changing, Nakia. Galactic Warden, not Earth's. It's bigger than I thought." Nakia stepped closer, her hand on Cora's arm. "You've always seen big, Cora. Even salvaging wrecks. You looked past the next hull. Earth's our start, but we're more now. We'll balance it. Together." Before Cora could reply, the deck doors hissed open, and Lysander strode in, his muscular frame crackling with restless energy, his uniform pristine, the Phoenix emblem sharp. "Warden," he greeted, his tone casual but laced with challenge, his eyes locking onto hers, stirring her implants. "Heard you were up here. Thought I'd check. Sirens cutting out?" Cora held up the pill, its glow catching his gaze. "Heading home. Left us these from Zarnox days." Lysander's smirk widened, his fingers brushing his forearm screen, the strands humming faintly. "Good riddance. Means we're free to hunt Zahak. No babysitters. You're not tying us to Earth, are you?" Nakia's jaw tightened, her hand dropping, her tone icy. "It's not tying. It's building, Lysander. Earth's our base, not a leash." He turned to her, his smirk sharpening. "Sure, until it chokes us. We've got the fleet, the suits. Why play diplomat when we could be out there, ending it?" "Enough," Cora snapped, her voice cutting through, the implants amplifying her resolve as the strands tightened faintly. "It's not either or. It's both. Earth's our route, but Mitch is right. The galaxy's watching. This pill's for conscripts we free, growing us while we hold the line. We don't abandon anything." Lysander straightened, his gaze lingering, defiance and longing mixing in a way that stirred her implants again. "Your call, Warden. Just don't wait too long. Shadows move fast." He turned and left, the doors hissing shut, leaving tension in the air. Nakia exhaled, her hands clenching. He's impossible. Always pushing. "He's not wrong about the threat," Cora said quietly, her fingers brushing Nakia's arm. "But you're right about building. We'll need both. Earth and the stars." Nakia's expression softened, her hand covering Cora's. "Then we'll hold it together. Rest. Tomorrow's big." Cora nodded, the pill and beacon heavy in her pocket as they left. The next day came fast, a shuttle to Siberia, the training facility a sprawl of concrete and snow. Alexei greeted her, his Ascendant uniform, black with silver, gleaming, his clean implants enhancing his stance, free of Drexarian scars. "Warden," he saluted, his voice steady. "First wave's ready. 100 strong." She returned the salute, her suit humming as she addressed the recruits, their faces alight with purpose. "Your ascendants. Volunteers, not conscripts like us. This suit," she tapped her chest, the fibers stirring, "was born from chains we broke. Yours is choice, ours is scars. We've salvaged a fleet, built an accord. You're the next step. Train hard. The stars demand it." They cheered, a raw sound over the snow, Alexei beaming. But as she watched, Mitch's hiss lingered. Galactic Warden, not Earth's, and the pill's glow burned in her mind, a promise for the lost, a duty beyond this world. Chapter 6. Echoes of the Lost. The Vanguard's briefing room thrummed with the low pulse of its systems, a steel cocoon orbiting Earth, its walls lined with screens flickering data from across the solar system. Cora Holbrook stood at the hollow table's edge, her fingers resting on the table's surface, steady as she studied the orbital scans, Earth below, a blue-green anchor, and beyond, the sprawling void where shadows lingered. She was moments from departing for the Ascendant's graduation ceremony, her mind shifting to the Siberian training facility, when the doors hissed open, admitting Rook's grizzled frame. He strode in, his own uniform mirroring hers, black and gold, phoenix emblazoned, fused to his scarred body, a testament to battle survived, his hands clutching a datapad that glowed with urgency. His gray eyes locked onto hers, a storm brewing behind their stoic surface, and she felt his presence pulse through their mental link, a sharp, insistent nudge carrying his voice without sound. "Cora, we've got something big. Ship near Europa. Conscripts still out there." Her response rippled back. "Show me." "Warden," Rook said aloud, his voice a low rumble, rough as asteroid gravel, as he slapped the pad onto the table, its screen blooming into a hollow projection of a sleek, alien vessel adrift near Jupiter's icy moon. "Found this bastard floating out by Europa. Ethon's team cracked it open on their last patrol. Thought it was just another wreck at first, but it's more. Way more." Cora leaned in, the hollow ship spinning slowly before her, its hull a patchwork of smooth curves and jagged scars, faintly shimmering as if alive. "What are we looking at?" she asked, her tone steady, a flicker of unease stirring in her gut. "Observer ship," Rook said, tapping the pad to zoom in, revealing a lattice of sensor arrays along its spine. "Position to watch, not fight, hidden in Europa's shadow during the Great Battle. One of our Mosquito pilots spotted it mid-chaos, tagged it with a plasma round before it could slip away. Crew didn't stick around, bailed through a portal, same kind Zahak used, left it on autopilot with security drones buzzing. Ethon, Jackson, and Maria took him out. Clean work, no casualties." Her mind pulsed through the link, a silent call to Ethon. "Good job out there," his response a quick flash of pride. "Thanks, Warden. Ship's a ghost, but it's talking now." She studied the hollow, noting the repaired sections, the hull's scars fading into smooth metal. "Looks intact. Too intact for a hit like that." Rook grunted, his finger tracing a shimmering patch. "Regenerative tech, self-healing, beyond anything we've got. Took a beating from our shot, but it's patched most of the major damage. Hull's solid, systems alive. Whatever they built this with, it's tough and smart. But that's not the kicker." He swiped the pad, and the holo shifted, replaced by a star map sprawling across the table, thousands of glowing points scattered through the galaxy, each pulsing with data. "This is what I pulled from its core. Locations, Warden. Thousands of conscripts logged as of a year ago. Not all of them got called for termination due to our rebellion. More out there still under Drexarian thumbs, waiting." Cora's breath caught, the map burning into her mind, a constellation of lost souls mirroring her own past, snatched from Earth, bound by bio-implants, their lives stolen until the Siren's pills had freed her and hers on Zarnox. She pulsed the link again, broadcasting the data to Nakia, Lysander, Ethon, and the others, Rook's found proof. Thousands still out there. Not with us. Nakia's calm flowed back. We knew some were left. But this many? Lysander's edge cut through. Then we go get 'em now. Ethan's voice joined, steady but tinged with something deeper. They're like me. Gotta save 'em. Rook's eyes met hers, his intent clear before he spoke. We've gotta save 'em, Cora, he said, his voice thick with a fire she rarely heard, his fist clenching on the table. They're us, conscripts, trapped, probably don't even know we won. This ship's a lead, chords, patterns, maybe Zahak's trail. I say we gear up, take the Stellar Seeker, and start pulling 'em out. Her mind raced, the siren's pill in her pocket a warm pulse against her thigh, a tool to free those still bound, its crimson glow a promise she'd carried since their last transmission. She pulsed the link. Rook's right, thousands, chords from a year back. Pills ready for them. Rook's urgency echoed. Then let's move now. Before she could answer, the doors hissed again. Nakia and Lysander stepping in, drawn by Rook's call through the link from the shuttle bay, where they'd been prepping for the ceremony. Nakia's dark eyes assessed the hollow, her braids swinging as she leaned in, her voice calm but firm. This changes things. Thousands still out there after all we fought for. We can't sit on it. Lysander smirked, his lithe frame coiled with restless energy, his eyes glinting with a hunter's edge. Damn right. We've got the fleet, the will. Let's hit those chords, crack some Drixarian skulls, and bring 'em home. Ascendants can wait. Ethan followed them in, his presence quieter but no less intense, his short brown hair catching the light, his hazel eyes flicked to the map, a shadow crossing his face, something personal, a pull beyond duty. Through the link, his voice pulsed. Jackson has been pushing me to see my folks. This trip to the ceremony, it's my shot. Haven't faced him since the battle, when we saved him from the Drixarians. Stayed masked then, didn't show my face. I need to go, Maria. Her response flashed back. You'll get it, Ethan. Hold tight. Cora raised a hand, silencing the room, her tone cutting through their fire with command. Hold up, she said, steady and unyielding, her link pulsing. We don't ditch Earth. Balance, not choice. We're on our way to the Ascendant's graduation. First wave's done. Alexi's leading 'em. Earth's counting on this, on us being there. Rescue's critical, Rook. I feel it, same as you. But not till this day's done. We show up, we stand with them, then we plan. This information is a year old. Rook's jaw tightened, his fist unclenching slow, his voice a growl. They're out there, Cora. Every hour we wait. They're suffering. You saw the pad. Thousands. Maybe more. We've got the ships. That pill. Why delay? Because Earth's part of this too, she shot back, her gaze firm. The Ascendants are our bridge. Volunteers, not conscripts. Proof we're not just fighting for ourselves. We go now, we risk fracturing that, and I won't let the Accord crack over haste. One day, Rook, we honor this, then we move. Nakia nodded, her hand brushing Cora's arm, a steadying touch. She's right. Earth needs us there. Shows we're united. We've got the coords, the ship's data. We plan tonight, hit tomorrow. They've waited a year. They can hold one more day. Lysander snorted, his smirk fading into a scowl, but he leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Fine. One day, Warden. But I'm with Rook. Those conscripts are us, and I'm itching to cut loose. Don't make it two. Ethan shifted, his voice breaking through the link. I'll wait. But this trip, I need to see them. Jax is right. Been too long. Maria pulsed back. You'll get your chance. Stay with us for now. Cora met Rook's stare, then Lysander's, the hollow map glowing between them, its points a silent plea she couldn't ignore. One day, she said, finality in her tone. We're on that shuttle in 10. Graduation first. Then we chart the rescue. Ethan's team did the legwork. We'll use it. Nakia, pull the Seeker's crew. Rook, refine those chords. Lysander, gear check. Ethon, you're with Rook. We're not waiting longer than we have to. Rook grunted, a reluctant assent, pocketing the pad as the map blinked out, his link pulsing. They're counting on us, Cora. Don't forget. She pulsed back. I won't. Never. For the fallen. The shuttle bay was a flurry of motion as they boarded, the craft's ramp hissing open to the frigid void beyond. Cora settled beside Nakia, Rook across with Ethon at his side, Lysander at the controls, his hands steady despite the fire in his eyes. Ethon's gaze drifted to the window, the earth below a pull he couldn't shake, his parents down there, saved during the great battle when his squad had swept through their town, routing out Drexarian forces. He'd stayed masked then, his helmet's gold-tinted lenses hiding his face, a shadow among the liberators, too afraid to reveal himself after letting them mourn his supposed death at the facility. Jackson and Maria's words echoed. They'd rather have you back than mourn a lie. And this trip to the ceremony was his chance, a shuttle ride away from facing them, unmasked, alive. The shuttle lifted off, the tundra looming below as they descended toward Siberia, the facility's stark silhouette cutting through the snow. Ethon's mind pulsed through the link. I'll slip away after we land. Take a shuttle back. Need to see him, Rook. Rook's response was gruff. Stick with me, kid. Trouble's brewing. Before they could settle, an alarm blared, the shuttle's console flashing red, proximity sensors screaming. Lysander cursed, his hands jerking the controls as a Drexarian probe darted from the clouds, its sleek form a remnant of the war, cloaked until now. Hold on! He barked, banking hard, the craft shuddering as plasma grazed the hull. Cora's link flared. Ambush, Rook, Ethon, with me! Rook grabbed a rifle, shoving Ethon toward the hatch as Nakia stabilized the systems. The probe fired again, a burst clipping the shuttle's flank, forcing an emergency landing near the facility's edge, snow spraying as they hit. Ethon's chance slipped away. The secondary shuttle was grounded, pinned by the probe's strafing runs, and Rook's grip on his arm was iron. No time, kid. Stay sharp, Rook growled, dragging him toward cover as Cora and Lysander engaged the probe, its wreckage crashing minutes later in a plume of fire and ice. The facility loomed ahead, the ceremony imminent, and Ethon's heart sank. His parents would wait, the shuttle grounded, duty binding him to Rook's side as the Space Lords rallied. Cora's link pulsed. Probes down, Ethon, you're with us. We're here. Then we go. The datapad's chords burned in his mind, thousands of conscripts calling, a mission he'd fight for, even as his personal quest slipped through his fingers once more. Chapter 7. The First Ascendants. The training facility sprawled across the Siberian tundra, a fortress of concrete and steel rising from the snow-dusted earth, its walls etched with the frost of a relentless winter. Inside, the air buzzed with anticipation, a hum that rivaled the machinery whirring in the bio-implant labs below. Cora Holbrook stood at the edge of the training arena, her black and gold uniform a stark contrast to the white expanse beyond the reinforced windows, the phoenix emblem on her chest catching the harsh fluorescent light. The first class of Ascendants, Earth's volunteer warriors, had just completed their grueling training, and the echoes of their final drills still lingered in the cavernous space, the clang of sparring gear, the sharp commands of instructors, the steady rhythm of boots on the padded floor. She delivered her speech moments ago, her voice carrying over the 100 recruits lined up in formation, their faces alight with determination and pride. You're Ascendants, volunteers, not conscripts like us, she'd said, her tone firm, resonant with the authority of the Galactic Warden. We Space Lords broke chains to stand here. You chose this path. We've salvaged a fleet, forged an accord. Now you're Earth's next step. Train hard, fight harder. The stars demand it. The cheers that followed had been raw, a wave of sound that rolled over her, a testament to their resolve. She'd lingered after, offering congratulations alongside Nakia, Rook, and Lysander, their presence a quiet anchor as the recruits dispersed to celebrate their milestone. Now, the arena was emptying, The Space Lords preparing to depart, their shuttle waiting on the frost-rimed landing pad outside. Cora's mind flickered, a silent pulse through the mental link she shared with her kin. Nakia's steady calm, Rook's gruff readiness, Lysander's restless edge, all confirming their readiness to return to the vanguard. But her attention lingered on Alexei Petrov, the young Russian standing beside his father, President Mikhail Petrov, near the arena's edge. Alexei's new Ascendant uniform, black with silver accents, hugged his muscled frame, a sleek design born from Earth's labs, its bio-implants already integrating, enhancing his stance with a subtle power. His father's weathered face bore his pride and unease, his pale blue eyes darting between his son and Cora as they approached. "Galactic Warden," Petrov greeted, his accent thick but warm, his handshake firm as they met. "Your speech, it lit a fire in them. Alexei tells me the training was brutal, but they're ready." Cora nodded as she met his gaze. "They are, President. Alexei's led the pack, first chosen, first through the implant procedure. He's got your steel." She turned to Alexei, offering a rare smile. "You've earned this, soldier. How's it feel?" Alexei flexed his hand, the motion fluid, precise, a testament to the bio-implants now woven into his body. "Like I'm more than I was," he said, his voice steady, his eyes gleaming with a quiet fire. "Stronger, faster, everything you promised. The others are ready to follow, to fight alongside you." Petrov's smile faltered, a shadow crossing his features. But before he could speak, Cora's mind pulsed again, a silent transmission through the link, her voice echoing instantaneously to Nakia, Rook, Lysander, and the others scattered across the galaxy. The siren's words on the pills, they've shifted everything. I've got news for the Ascendants, and it's not what they expect. The response came swift. "Nakia's go careful. Cora, Rooks, they'll take it hard. Lysander's about damn time they know their place." She steeled herself, turning back to Alexei and Petrov. "There's something you need to know," she said, her tone shifting, authoritative yet measured. "The Sirens of Tenebris, they didn't just free us from Drixarian control with those pills on Zarnox. They modified the tech, rewired it to reflect Earth's free will. The Space Lords, us, were the last of that line, the conscripts turned free warriors. From here out, it's Ascendants, Earth's version, volunteers like you. You've got the strengths, aging locked at 25, near superhuman abilities, bio-implants weaving your bodies, but you won't ascend to Space Lord status. We're superior in every category, a step beyond, because of what we endured." Alexei's brow furrowed, but his posture didn't waver, his determination unshaken. Petrov, though, stiffened, his eyes narrowing as the implications sank in. "Superior?" he echoed, his voice low, cautious. "You mean they'll never match you? Never reach that peak?" Cora met his stare, unflinching. "Exactly. The Siren's pills tuned our Drixarian implants, gave us an edge no free human can replicate. Ascendants are damn close, stronger, faster, tech-integrated, but we've got scars they don't, a raw power they can't touch. It's not a flaw in them. It's a gift in us. Alexei's still elite, Petrov, one of Earth's best. He'll fight beside us, not below us." Alexei nodded, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, his voice steady as he processed it. "I'm not here to be a Space Lord. I'm here to be an Ascendant, Earth's warrior. We're not less. We're different. I'm grateful for this. Grateful to join the fight with you however I can." Petrov's jaw tightened, his mind clearly churning, the unease deepening as he glanced at his son. He knew this news wouldn't sit well with the group he'd met in Novosibirsk, Khan, Morales, Tanaka, Diallo, their mistrust of the Space Lord's power already simmering. Their whispers of exclusion will now be sharpened by this revelation. "It's a fine line you walk, Warden," he said, his tone careful, masking the storm beneath. "They're strong, yes, but knowing they'll never reach your heights, some won't take it kindly." "I know," Cora said, her voice low, a flicker of regret in her chest. But it's truth. They deserve it straight. The Ascendants are Earth's future, Petrov, not a shadow of ours. Alexei's proof of that. Before Petrov could respond, Emma's voice cut through, bright and eager, her camera crew trailing as she approached, recorder in hand. Warden, Alexei, mind if I steal him for a bit? The world's itching to see the first Ascendant up close. Cora stepped back, gesturing to Alexei. He's all yours, Emma. Show them what Earth's got. She nodded to Petrov, then turned to join Nakia and the others at the shuttle, her mind pulsing through the link again. They're taking it well, mostly. Petrov's rattled, might mean trouble down the line. The arena's edge became Emma's stage, her crew framing Alexei against the stark concrete, his silver-accented uniform gleaming as he faced the lens. Alexei Petrov, Emma began, her voice carrying the gravitas of a seasoned broadcaster. First of Earth's Ascendants. You've just completed training. How does it feel to be transformed? Alexei squared his shoulders, his enhanced frame radiating quiet power, his voice clear and firm. It's everything I hoped. Stronger than I imagined. Faster. Sharper. The bio-implant procedure. It's like waking up new. Every sense dialed up. Every move precise. I'm honored to be part of this. To stand with the Space Lords. Emma's eyes gleamed, sensing a story unfolding. And what's next for you, now that training's done? The Space Lords are legends. Where do Ascendants fit in? Alexei paused, then spoke, his words steady, echoing Cora's revelation. The Warden just told us. We're not Space Lords, and we won't be. The Sirens of Tenebris set that path. They freed the conscripts, made them Space Lords with a power we can't match. Something in their scars we don't have. Ascendants are Earth's version. Volunteers, not conscripts, built from ours and their tech, our will. We're strong. Aging stops at 25. Abilities near superhuman. Suits woven from implants like theirs. But they're a step beyond. Always will be. I'm not here to be them. I'm here to be us, Earth's warriors, fighting alongside them. It's enough. It's more than enough. Emma's recorder caught every word, her smile widening as she pressed on. That's powerful, Alexei. Your determination. It's inspiring this first wave, isn't it? He nodded, glancing at the recruits lingering nearby, their eyes on him, alight with the same fire. It is. We're ready. All of us. I pushed through the procedure, survived the burn of those implants sinking in, and came out stronger. They saw it, felt it. We're not Space Lords, but we're Ascendants, and we'll join the fight, protect Earth, take the stars together. The interview aired later, Emma's broadcast beaming Alexei's transformation to billions, his words a clarion call, Earth's version of warriors, proud and resolute. Most of the Ascendants mirrored his gratitude, their cheers echoing through the facility as they embraced their role, inspired by his lead. But Petrov lingered, his silence heavy as he watched his sun shine, his mind drifting to the warehouse in Novosibirsk, Khan's sharp warnings, Morales' bitter edge, Tanaka's quiet defiance, Diallo's cautious doubt. This news, the Space Lord's superiority etched into biology, unbridgeable, wouldn't sit well with them. They'd see it as another leash, another power hoarded, and he knew the spark of mistrust could flare into something uglier. Cora boarded the shuttle with Nakia, Rook, and Lysander, the ramp hissing shut as they lifted off, the facility shrinking into the snow below. Her mind pulsed through the link, Alexei solid, but Petrov's uneasy. Earth's version might not be enough for some. Nakia's response came, calm and sure. They'll adapt, or they'll push. We'll handle it. Rook's gruff pulse followed. Let him squirm. Keeps us sharp. Lysander's edge cut through. They'll never match us good. Chapter 8. The Covenant of Terra. The Amazon rainforest stretched beneath a canopy of shadow and mist, its dense green heart swallowing the faint hum of a cloaked helicopter as it descended toward a clearing near the Rio Negro. The night was thick, the air heavy with humidity and the chirps of unseen creatures, a stark contrast to the sterile chill of Novosibirsk, where this group had first whispered dissent. Now, in a hidden bunker carved beneath the jungle floor, its entrance masked by vines and guarded by silent drones, the Covenant of Terra gathered, a clandestine assembly of Earth's leaders united by mistrust of the Space Lord's grip on power. The bunker's walls gleamed with reinforced steel, its dim lights casting long shadows over a circular table where 5 figures sat, their faces tight with suspicion and resolve. Mikhail Petrov, President of Russia, stood at the table's head, his broad shoulders rigid, his weathered hands gripping its edge as he surveyed the room. His pale blue eyes flickered with a storm of unease, the memory of Alexei's ascendant graduation still fresh, his son's pride clashing with the Space Lord's unyielding superiority. Around him sat the Covenant's core. Aisha Khan, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, her sharp features set in a mask of calculation. Javier Morales, President of Brazil, his casual posture belying the fire in his dark eyes. Hiroshi Tanaka, General of Japan's self-defense forces, his disciplined frame stiff with barely contained fury. And Fatima Diallo, President of Senegal, her vibrant caftan a splash of defiance against the gloom, her gaze wary yet steady. Joining them tonight was a new voice, Margaret Ellison, President of the United States, her silver hair pulled tight, her presence a jolt of authority that shifted the room's gravity. Petrov's voice broke the silence, low and deliberate, carrying the weight of their last meeting's unresolved tension. "We're here because the Space Lord's game is clearer now," Alexei told me himself, straight from Cora Holbrook's mouth. "The Ascendants, our volunteers, our best, won't ever match them. The Sirens of Tenebris locked that door, and the Space Lords hold the key. They're superior, they say, because of scars we don't have. I call it control." Khan leaned forward, her voice a whip crack, sharp and accusing. "Control's the least of it, Petrov. My sources, MI6, deep in their networks, caught whispers. Those pills, the ones the Sirens gave them to break free from the Drexarians, they're holding them back, hoarding them for themselves, not the Ascendants. One of their own, Rook, I hear, pulled data from some wreck near Jupiter's moon, cords for thousands of conscripts still out there. They've got the means to free them, turn them into Space Lords, but they're keeping it from us, from our people." Morales slammed a fist on the table, the sound echoing off the steel walls, his drawl thick with rage. "Thousands, Khan, and they sit on it? My hackers, kids from the favelas, snagged chatter from their comms. They're planning a rescue, sure, but only for their kind, conscripts, not Ascendants. Meanwhile, Rook's playing gatekeeper with our volunteers. Brazil sent 500, and he greenlit 20. 20, said the rest weren't fit, too wild, too independent. What's he building up there? A loyal cult?" Tanaka's hands clenched, his voice a controlled growl, his discipline fraying at the edges. "Japan's no better. 200 candidates, elite soldiers, and Rook took 15. 15. Insufficient resilience," he claimed, insulting nonsense. "My drones, my engineers, best in the world, and he rejects them like trash. Now this, pills they won't share? It's a slap, a power grab. The Equinox Haven dedication's coming, Holbrook's floating fortress in the Atlantic, and they'll parade it like a gift while we scrape for crumbs." Ellison raised a hand, her voice cutting through the rising storm, calm but edged with steel, her silver eyes narrowing. "Enough. Let's not spiral yet. I've got my own intel. NSA picked up fragments from their mental link. Chatter about that ship Morales mentioned. They're rattled, yes, but hoarding? That's a leap. The Space Lords freed us from the Drexarians. My Marines saw it firsthand, their mosquito fighters tearing through those bastards over DC. This Equinox Haven, it's a shield, not a throne. We're jumping at shadows without proof." Diallo nodded, her tone smooth but firm, her caftan rustling as she leaned in, the voice of reason beside Ellison's restraint. "She's right. We're guessing, not knowing. Senegal sent 50. 3 made it, yes, and it stings. But Holbrook's not the enemy we fought. The pills, maybe they're scarce, not hoarded. We've got no hard evidence, just rumors. Let's breathe, think. Rushing to war with them risks everything we've rebuilt. Petrov's eyes flashed, his patience thinning, his voice rising with a raw edge. Rumors? My son's an ascendant, first wave, proud as hell. But he's capped, less than them, because Rook decides who's worthy. Russia offered 1,020 made it through his sieve. 20. He's chokeholding the program, our numbers, our strength, while they sit on pills that could level the field. Holbrook told Alexei the Ascendants are Earth's version, weaker, secondary. You think that sits right with our people? Morales surged to his feet, pacing, his leather jacket creaking, his voice a snarl. It's a damn insult. Brazil's bleeding, riots, coups, cities torched to root out those alien puppets, and Rook picks 20? My streets are full of kids tougher than his standards, ready to fight, and he says no? Now Khan's saying they've got pills to make more of themselves, space lords, not us. I say we demand them, force their hand at the Equinox Haven dedication. It's our planet. They don't get to play gods. Khan's eyes glinted, her fingers tapping the table, a predator sizing up prey. We could. MI6's close to cracking their encryption. Give me a week, and I'll have proof. Pill counts, locations, their plans. Morales is right. The dedication's our stage. Holbrook's parading that base like a crown jewel, Atlantic stronghold, Phoenix Armada's anchor. We show up, united, demand the pills, the numbers, push them into the open. Tanaka's voice cut in, cold and precise, his anger a blade honed sharp. And if they refuse? Japan's railgun prototype, off books, Drexarian tech. It's scaling up. I've got engineers tweaking it. Small now, but give me a month. It's a fleet killer. We don't beg. We bargain. Or we take. Rook's selection. 200 down to 15. It's sabotage. They're keeping us weak while they hunt their precious conscripts. Ellison's chair scraped as she stood, her silver hair catching the light, her voice a thunderclap that stilled the room. Stop, both of you. You're talking war, against the ones who saved us? I've got 10,000 volunteers. Rook took 50, and I'm pissed too. But railguns? Demands? That's a cliff we don't come back from. The Equinox Haven's a joint project. My Navy helped build it, damn it. We've got no proof they're hoarding, just your spies and guesses. Diallo's right. Breathe, or we're the ones fracturing Earth. Remember, the Space Lords are humans also. Diallo's hands spread, her tone a plea, her eyes darting between them. Listen to her. We're the Covenant of Terra, not a war council. We want numbers, yes. Senegal's 3 from 50 burns me too. But Tanaka's railgun, Khan's ultimatums. That's not reason, that's rage. Holbrook's not hiding pills in her pocket. She gave Alexei the truth, straight. Maybe they're saving them for conscripts. Maybe there's none left. We need facts, not fists. Petrov's fist slammed down, the table shuddering, his voice a roar that drowned their reason. Facts? My son's capped. Your kids, your soldiers, capped. Because Rook picks and chooses. Russia's 1,000, 20. They're strangling us, and you want patience? Khan's right, MI6. Morales hackers. They've got leads. The Space Lords are holding back. Pills, power, everything, while we grovel for scraps. The Equinox Haven dedication. They'll smile, salute, and keep us under their boots. I say we act, demand it all, or take it. Morales grinned, a feral edge, stepping beside Petrov, his voice rising with him. Hell yes, Brazil's with you. 20 from 500, it's a joke, a slap. They've got pills, cords, a whole damn fleet, and we're stuck begging. We crash that dedication, force their hand, show the world they're hoarding. My people won't stand for this. Yours won't either. Tanaka rose, his posture rigid, his voice a low hiss of agreement. Japan stands ready. 15 from 200. An insult I won't swallow. The railgun's leverage. Dedication's the moment. We demand, or we deploy. They'll listen then. Ellison's face hardened, her voice a whip, cutting through their crescendo. You're mad, all of you. Crash the dedication. Threaten them? You'll turn Earth against itself, undo everything. My 50 from 10,000 stings, yes. Rook's a bastard for it. But this isn't proof. It's paranoia. We've got no pills in hand, no hard count, just your scraps and fury. Diallo, back me. Tell them. Diallo stood, her caftan rustling, her voice steady but urgent, a lifeline in the storm. She's telling truth. You're racing to ruin. Senegal's 3. It hurts, I know. But we've rebuilt with them, not against. The Equinox Haven's ours too. Don't burn it down over rumors. Khan, get your proof, Morales. Dig deeper. But no ultimatums, no weapons, not yet. We're Terra's voice, reason, not rebels. Petrov's eyes blazed, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper, the room's tension coiling tight. Reason's dead when they choke our future. The Covenant stands for Earth, not their scraps. Khan's weak, Morales is hackers. That's our line. The dedication's our move. Get the pills, the numbers, or they'll see what Terra's made of. Ellison's fists clenched, her voice a final plea. You're gambling Earth, Petrov. Proof first, or I'm out. Diallo? Diallo's gaze hardened, her nod reluctant. Proof. I'll wait. But no blood. Not yet. Morales smirked. Tanaka's eyes glinted. Khan's fingers stilled. Petrov's storm held sway, the Covenant of Terra teetering on a razor's edge. The Equinox Haven loomed in their minds, a dedication meant for unity, now a battleground brewing beneath the jungle's shroud. Chapter 9. Voices of the Lunar Bargain. The lunar surface sprawled beneath a star-strewn void, a desolate expanse of gray regolith stretching toward the horizon, its silence broken only by the faint hiss of micrometeorites against the vacuum. Craters pocked the terrain, their shadows sharp under the unfiltered sunlight. But near the Sea of Tranquility, a Nexusar stronghold rose, a fortress carved into the moon's crust, its jagged spires of obsidian and silver piercing the sky like the bones of some ancient beast. Its architecture blended alien elegance with martial precision, walls shimmering faintly with the residual energy of stealth fields that had once cloaked it from Earth's telescopes, a testament to the Nexusar's mastery of shadow and subterfuge. During the Drexarian War, their sleek fighters had darted through Earth's skies, feeding on human fear and rage, their stronghold a pulsing heart of their parasitic empire. Now, it stood diminished, its aura frayed, the air within its corridors heavy with the absence of Teradol, a synthetic drug distilled from human adrenaline, and the collapse of their Drexarian allies. Cora Holbrook stood on the Vanguard's command deck, orbiting high above. Earth hung in the viewport, a blue-green anchor against the void, its cities glinting faintly through the atmosphere, a constant reminder of the stakes she guarded as galactic warden. Her focus, though, was locked on the lunar feed, a distress signal pulsing from the Nexuser stronghold, its tone raw and desperate, a stark contrast to the cold arrogance they'd wielded in battle. Her mental link flared, broadcasting to her team across the ship, Nexusar begging for help. Teradol's gone. They're dying out there. Thoughts? Rook's gruff voice pulsed back, sharp and wary. Weakened, huh? Could be a play. Could be a chance for their tech. Leonix's calm cut through, measured and precise. Their systems are advanced. Pragmatism over pity. I'd say we listen. Lysander's edge followed, laced with suspicion. Smells like a trap. Watch him close, Warden. Ethon's steady pulse joined. They're hurting. Could be real. Worth a look. She tapped her wrist control, the hollow screen resolving into a grainy image of Zalarian, the Nexusar's gaunt emissary. His elongated frame was draped in a tattered silver cloak that hung loose over his skeletal form, its edges frayed from neglect, his translucent skin revealing faint veins pulsing with a sickly green glow, a stark sign of Teradol withdrawal. His eyes, Once twin orbs of predatory hunger that had chilled her during the war were now dulled, sunken into his angular face, flickering with a desperate plea. "Galactic Warden," his voice rasped, a hiss that echoed through the calm like wind through broken reeds. "We beseech your aid. The Drexarians' fall severed our teridal supply. Our people wither, addicted, dying without it. Grant us mercy, and we offer alliance, our strength to yours." Korra's jaw tightened, memories flashing, Nexuser fighters slicing through Earth's atmosphere, their stealth fields cloaking them as they fed on the terror of cities under siege, parasites thriving on humanity's darkest hours. Yet Zalarian's desperation rang true, a crack in their once unbreakable armor she couldn't dismiss outright. Her voice cut back, cold and testing, probing for weakness. "You fed on us, sucked dry our fear, our pain. Why the hell should we help you now? Your kind nearly bled Earth dry." Zalarian's head bowed, a gesture alien yet submissive, his long fingers trembling as they clutched his cloak. "We had no choice, Teridal bound us, as your implants once bound you to the Drexarians. It was our sustenance, our chain. Without it, we fade. Our children starve in their cradles, their cries silent, our minds fracture, torn by cravings we cannot sate. Your victory broke the Drexarian chain, but it left us hollow, abandoned. We offer technology, stealth fields, weapons, systems beyond your grasp. Save us, and we serve, not as masters, but as allies." Her link pulsed again, reaching Rook and Leonix specifically. "What's your read on this?" Rook's voice growled back, pragmatic but cautious. "They're hurting bad. Tech's a hell of a prize, could shift our edge. I say we talk, not trust him yet." Leonix's response was measured, her tactician's mind already turning. Opportunity, advanced systems for a dying foe. Their stealth alone's worth it. I'll go, test their spine, see if they bend. Korra's gaze flicked back to the hollow, her decision firming. "We'll send a delegation. Rook and Leonix will lead. No promises, Zalarian. You prove your worth, or we walk away." The shuttle's descent sliced through the lunar void, its hull gleaming faintly as it breached the thin exosphere, engines whining against the silence as it touched down near the stronghold's outer gates. The ramp hissed open, spilling harsh light onto the gray dust, and Rook stepped out first. His face was set in a scowl, gray eyes scanning the desolate terrain, craters stretching into shadow, the spires looming like sentinels, his rifle slung low but ready, a habit from years of war. Leonix followed, his lean frame poised with a predator's grace, his tactical mind already mapping the stronghold's layout, entry points, chokeholds, escape routes, his own phoenix emblem a quiet mark of his conscript past etched into his chest. The airlock ahead groaned open, revealing Zalarian in the flesh, taller than the holo suggested, his silver cloak trailing behind him like a shroud, his translucent hands trembling faintly as he gestured them inside with a bow that barely hid his frailty. "Welcome," he hissed, his voice weaker up close, strained by the effort of standing. "Come, see our need, judge our offer." The stronghold's interior was a maze of crystalline corridors, their walls pulsing with dim, erratic energy, a fading heartbeat of a once mighty fortress. The air was stale, heavy with a metallic tang, and the corridors were littered with Nexuser, emaciated figures slumped against the walls, their silver cloaks pooling around them like spilled mercury, their translucent skins stretched tight over brittle bones. Some clawed weakly at the floor, their eyes vacant, mouths gaping in silent gasps as withdrawal ravaged them. Others lay still, their breaths shallow, their forms curled into fetal husks, children among them, tiny and skeletal, their cries reduced to faint whimpers. Rook's link pulsed to Korra. "They're a damn mess, dying slow, kids too." Tech's still alive, though, grids humming, weapons charged. Leonix added, "Structures intact, stealth fields, plasma caches, fighter bays. Worth a look, but they're desperate. Could be reckless." They followed Zalarian deeper, his steps faltering as he led them through a spiraling passage into a central chamber, a vast, domed space dominated by a crystalline table, its surface etched with glowing glyphs that flickered like dying embers, a faint shimmer hinting at holographic potential. The walls were lined with consoles, their screens dark or stuttering with fragmented data, and above, a jagged skylight revealed the lunar void, Earth a distant blue orb against the black. Zalarian sank into a seat at the table's head, his cloak pooling around him, his voice a strained hiss as he gestured for them to sit. Our bargain, technology for survival, our stealth fields, plasma arrays, yours, in exchange for controlled emotional feeds. Not war, not chaos, synthetic, measured, enough to sustain us. He waved a trembling hand, and a holo flared above the table, sleek Nexusar fighters spinning in 3 dimensions, their hulls cloaked in rippling stealth fields, schematics of plasma arrays pulsing with alien energy, weapon caches glowing with a power that outstripped Earth's best designs. We're desperate, not deceitful, Zalarian rasped, his eyes pleading beneath their dull sheen. Pity us, our children, our kin, but use us. Our tech can shield your ships, arm your fleets, save us, and we bend to your will. Rook's eyes narrowed, his pragmatism warring with a deep-seated distrust, his link pulsing to Cora. Tech's real, could tip the scales big. Stealth alone's a game-changer. But they're junkies. How far's the leash stretch? He leaned forward, his voice rough, cutting through the chamber's stillness. You're dying. Fine. I see it. Your toys look damn good. Stealth could cloak the whole Phoenix Armada. But feeds? We're not your damn buffet again. War's over. No more terror taps. Synthetic, how's it work? Labs? Tech? Give me something solid or it's just talk. Leonix's gaze flicked from the holo to Zalarian, his tactician's mind dissecting the offer, peeling back layers for hidden barbs. He sat across from the Nexuser emissary, his posture rigid, his voice calm but edged with steel. Reactivating the emotion amplifiers on Earth. Most of you can feed on average human emotion, you say, without stirring war like before. Labs for the rest, synthesizing Terradal from Space Lord adrenaline. Earth's got the tech to manage it, imprints, not chaos. We pity your desperation, Zalarian, your kids, you're dying, but we're not fools. Your motives reek of old shadows, habits lurking under that plea. Prove it's clean. Prove you can deliver without bleeding us dry, and we'll test a limited alliance. Small scale, watch tight, step out of line, and it's over. Zalarian's eyes flickered, a spark of hunger glinting beneath the dullness, his translucent fingers curling as his voice dropped low, a hiss threading through his words. Clean. Yes. We adapt. Amplifiers for the many, quiet feeds, no conflict, your world untouched as before. Labs for the few, Terradal from your adrenaline, distilled, controlled, no lives lost. We've mapped your science. Our machines can harvest and replicate it, sustain us. But know this, our need is a whisper against a greater hunger in the cosmos. Beyond your accord, beyond Zahak, something stirs, insatiable, ancient. Ally with us, wield our tech, or face it blind when it comes. Rook's curiosity piqued, his scarred brow furrowing, his link pulsing. Greater hunger? He's dangling bait. Could be big, could be bullshit. He leaned closer, his growl filling the chamber. What's this hunger you're flapping about? Spill it, chords, signs, something real, or we walk right now, tech or no tech. Zalarian's hands clenched, his cloak rustling as he leaned forward, his hiss a warning wrapped in desperation, his eyes darting as if the void itself listened. A force, old, vast, beyond our stars, beyond even Drexarian reach. We sensed it in Terradal's echoes, in the adrenaline we craved, hunger unbound, watching, waiting. It's no fleet, no foe you've named. It's a shadow older than your sun, stirring beyond the rim. We're too weak now, Our sensors falter, our numbers dwindle. But ally with us, wield our tech, and you'll see it coming. Or it finds you unprepared, and your accord crumbles. Leonix's eyes sharpened, his mind racing, his link pulsing. He's desperate, truth or bluff. It's leverage we can use, he spoke, his voice calm but edged, cutting through the hiss. Limited alliance, tech for amplifiers and feeds, synthetic pterodal from our adrenaline, Earth's labs, Earth's rules. We test your loyalty, step wrong, and we cut you off, leave you to rot. That hunger, you'll map it, prove it with data, coords, scans, or it's just noise to scare us. We're not buying ghost stories without proof. Cora's voice pulsed through the link from orbit, steady and commanding. They're broken, tech's worth it, but watch 'em like hawks. Agree, Rook. Small steps, no leaps. Rook grunted, his scarred hands resting on the table as he nodded to Zalarian, his voice a low rumble. Deal, limited, watch tight. Tech first, stealth grids, weapons, amplifiers and feeds after, synthetic pterodal, no tricks. That hunger, you're showing us everything, maps, scans, all of it. We're not here for your sob story, we're here for what you've got. Zalarian bowed deeper, relief flickering in his dulled eyes, his cloak pooling around him like liquid silver. Agreed, our survival, your strength. We begin now. Tech schematics to your shuttle, amplifiers and labs to follow. The hunger. We'll chart it, share it. You'll see. The shuttle rose from the lunar dust, its engines kicking up a gray plume as the stronghold shrank below, its spires a silent promise and threat against the void's black canvas. Rook and Leonix sat in tense silence, the holo of Nexuser tech burned into their minds, stealth fields that could cloak entire fleets, plasma arrays that could punch through Drixarian hulls, Zalarian's cryptic hint, a shadow looming over their fragile bargain. Rook's link pulsed to Cora. Tech's ours. Stealth's real. Weapons too. Hunger's a wild card, could be something. Leonix added, limited deal's smart, keeps him on a leash. We'll need their scans, though. Hunger's no joke if it's true. Cora's response pulsed back, steady from the vanguard. Good work. Tech's ours. Eyes open wide. Greater hunger. Could be Zahak's kin. Could be worse. Bring it home. Gear up. Rook's growl echoed through the link. Damn right. Let's get ready. Whatever's out there, we'll hit it first. Leonix's calm followed. Alliance holds for now. Test 'em hard, Warden. The vanguard loomed ahead, its silhouette a beacon against Earth's blue curve. The Nexusar's plea now a thread woven into the Accord's tapestry, a fragile alliance born of desperation, its tech a prize, its warning a chill against the stars. The shuttle docked, the lunar dust settling below, and the Space Lords turned their gaze outward, the cosmos whispering threats. Chapter 10. The Equinox Haven. The mid-Atlantic Ocean shimmered beneath a relentless equatorial sun, its restless waves crashing against the hull of the Equinox Haven, a salvaged Drixarian ship reborn as a floating command center. Anchored precisely along the equator, its sleek obsidian form rose from the water like a monolith, its regenerative hull gleaming with an alien resilience, now etched with the phoenix emblem of the Space Lords. Towers of steel and glass spiraled upward from its expansive deck, bristling with training facilities, communication arrays and docking bays, a hub pulsing with the promise of Earth-Space Lord unity. The air buzzed with anticipation, thick with salt, and the murmur of hundreds gathered on the central platform, dignitaries in tailored suits, ascendants in silver uniforms, media crews with drones and cameras, all awaiting the dedication of this monumental stronghold. Cora Holbrook stood at the platform's heart, the phoenix emblem on her chest glinting under the sun's glare. The crowd around her thrummed with energy, whispers of excitement, the click of lenses, the rustle of flags bearing Earth's united sigil. Nakia stood to her left, her steady presence an anchor, overseeing the Equinox Haven's setup with a mechanic's precision. She'd spent weeks calibrating its systems, ensuring every array and deck was operational, a labor reflected in the faint pride in her dark eyes as she nodded to Cora. Lysander paced to her right, his lithe frame restless, his eyes locking onto Cora's with an intensity that reignited a spark buried within. Through their mental link, his voice whispered, private and insistent, "You can't dodge this forever, Warden. Not me. Not us." Her response pulsed back, sharp and firm. "Not now, Lysander. Focus on the day." His smirk flickered, but he held his tongue, though the tension simmered, a thread pulling taut between duty and desire. Nakia's glance caught the silent exchange, her composure unshaken, but Cora's chest tightened, torn between Nakia's unwavering loyalty and Lysander's wildfire pull. She stepped forward, raising her hands, her voice rising over the crowd, steady with the weight of command, amplified by the platform's speakers. "People of Earth, Space Lords, Ascendants, today, we dedicate the Equinox Haven. Once a Drexarian weapon, now Earth's bridge to the stars, salvaged from the ashes of war. This isn't just a command center or a port, it's a promise, a hub for communication, training, and unity between Earth and those who guard it. We've rebuilt ourselves, forged this accord from blood and steel. Together, we stand stronger, ready for the challenges beyond our skies." The crowd erupted, cheers crashing over the platform like the waves below, cameras flashing as dignitaries clapped, ascendants saluted, and Nakia offered a rare smile, pride glinting in her gaze. Cora's link pulsed with her team's reactions, Rook's gruff solid start, Ethon's steady. "They're with you," Lysander's edged. "Make it count." But the triumph splintered as a roar tore through the sky, a cloaked shuttle uncloaking overhead, its engines screaming, its hull dropping low as it disgorged two figures onto the deck with a thud that rattled the platform. Mikhail Petrov emerged first, his broad frame imposing, his weathered face etched with fury, his Russian accent thick as he seized a drone from a startled media crew, amplifying his voice. Aisha Khan followed, her hijab stark against the sunlight, her sharp features set in cold expression, her presence a blade beside Petrov's storm. The crowd gasped, murmurs rippling as Petrov bellowed, "People of Earth, see your so-called saviors. The Space Lords dedicate this fortress as a gift, but it's a lie. They mean to rule us, control us. We expose their deceit." Cora froze, her link flaring. "What the hell is this, Rook?" His gruff response instant. "Trouble. Brace yourself, Warden." Nakia tensed beside her, her hand brushing her wrist control, while Lysander's fingers twitched toward his blade, his link pulsing. "Let me handle him." Cora held them steady with a sharp glance, her shock mirrored by the crowd's stunned silence as Petrov raised a small, glowing object, a crimson pill, pulsing with an eerie light she recognized instantly. Her stomach dropped. It was Mitch's pill, the dose he'd given her as a reminder of their freedom, stolen from her quarters on the Vanguard. How had they gotten it? Khan stepped forward, her voice cutting through the air like a whip, precise and accusing. "They hoard these pills to make Space Lords, keeping them from our ascendants. My sources uncovered their secret, thousands hidden, locked away while they reject our volunteers, cap our strength, keep us weak." Petrov's drone amplified his roar, his fist shaking as he held the pill aloft. "They claim superiority, say our ascendants can't ascend. We'll prove the lie." He turned, shoving an ascendant forward, a young man, broad-shouldered, his silver uniform gleaming, his dark eyes alight with defiance and hope. "This is Miguel. He volunteered to show the world what they've denied us." The crowd hushed, a collective breath held, cameras zooming as Rook surged forward from Cora's side, his athletic frame bristling, Nakia matching his stride, their intent clear. "Stop him." But Cora's link pulsed, sharp and private, cutting through their resolve. "Hold. Let it happen." Rook's protest roared back. "Are you mad, Cora? He'll die, Messi." Nakia's voice joined, urgent. "Cora, no, it's chaos." Cora silenced them, her will iron. We can't stop it now. They'll see us as tyrants, crushing their proof. Let it play out. They need to see the truth. Remember the Drixarians. Power through fear, tearing implants from a conscript, leaving meat and blood. This is different. We don't rule. Their reluctance burned through the link. Rooks, damn it. Warden and Nakia's. This better work. But they froze, trusting her, their eyes locked on Miguel as the crowd watched in tense silence. Miguel raised the pill, his hand steady despite the weight of 1,000 stares, then swallowed it, his throat bobbing as the red glow vanished into him. The crowd held its breath, a ripple of awe passing through as his body shuddered, his silver uniform rippling as bio-implants stirred beneath his skin. At first he glowed, muscles bulging under his sleeves, his stance widening with a surge of strength, his eyes sharpening to a piercing clarity that drew gasps from the onlookers. He flexed his hands, tendons standing out like steel cables, a faint shimmer tracing his frame as if power coursed through him. "It's working!" Petrov shouted, triumph blazing in his voice, his fist pumping the air. "See? They've lied! He's ascending!" Khan's eyes gleamed with vindication, her voice rising. Proof of their deceit. But then Petrov's triumph turned to horror, his shout choking off as Miguel's transformation veered into nightmare. His skin blistered, red welts erupting across his arms and neck, swelling grotesquely as fibrous strands, thin, alien, uncontrolled, burst from his pores like writhing worms, spiraling wildly in a frenzy of growth. His scream tore through the air, a guttural wail that curdled blood, his face contorting as the strands twisted, piercing back into his flesh, weaving a grotesque lattice that pulsed with a sickening rhythm. His arms swelled unnaturally, veins bulging black against his skin, then split open with a wet rip, muscle and tendon shredding as the fibers multiplied, spilling crimson onto the deck in gouts that steamed in the sun. The crowd recoiled, screams erupting as Miguel's chest heaved, his ribs cracking audibly with sharp, splintering snaps, the strands burrowing inward like ravenous roots, tearing through his sternum. His uniform melted into the chaos, dissolving as the fibers consumed it, his torso erupting in a spray of blood and bone as tendrils lashed outward, coiling around his limbs, pulling them tight until joints popped and ligaments tore free. His legs buckled, knees bending backward with a sickening crunch, his body collapsing into a heap as the strands wove a cocoon of flesh and fiber, his face a mask of agony frozen mid-scream, eyes bulging, then bursting in a spray of gore as the growth spiraled into his skull. The mass pulsed briefly, a shuddering, meaty pile of shredded muscle and splintered bone, then stilled, a crimson stain spreading beneath it, pooling thick and dark across the deck, the air heavy with the copper tang of blood and the silence of terror. The crowd screamed, some fleeing toward the edges, others frozen, cameras whirring as Petrov staggered back, his face ashen, Khan's hands trembling, her composure shattering into a choked gasp. "No! It can't!" The dignitaries recoiled, ascendants stared in horror, and media drones hovered closer, capturing every gruesome detail. Cora stepped forward, her link pulsing. "Now, follow me. Stay sharp." She raised her hands, her voice cutting through the panic like a blade, amplified across the Equinox haven and broadcast to the world, steady despite the bile rising in her throat. "Enough!" she roared, the crowd hushing, eyes wide with fear and awe, some weeping, others clutching each other as the stench of Miguel's ruin hung heavy. "Look, this is your proof, your lesson. Petrov and Khan accuse us of hoarding, of ruling. See the truth laid bare. That pill, stolen from me, a single reminder from the sirens of Tenebris, was never meant for ascendance. We Space Lords are humans, born of Earth, forged by Drexarian scars. Scars your volunteers, your chosen, don't carry. Those pills bind to that chaos, free conscripts like us from bondage. For ascendance, Earth's brave. It's death, ruin, as you've witnessed with your own eyes." She turned to Petrov and Khan, her gaze piercing through their shock, her voice unwavering. You think we hold back? We forget nothing. We're you, fighting for you, bleeding for you. Rook's strictness, his rejections, weren't to weaken you, weren't to keep you small. They were for this. She tapped her wrist control, a massive holographic image flaring above their heads, its light casting shadows over the blood-stained deck, a galactic battlecruiser, its hull sleek and silver, bristling with cannons and pulse arrays, Earth's phoenix etched in bold relief on its prow, a ship that dwarfed even the Equinox Haven in scope and power. The Terra Ascendant, Earth's first ship, crewed by your first ascendants, selected for their strength, their will, their readiness to lead. We didn't cap you. We built you a legacy, a vessel to carry Earth's might into the stars. The crowd gasped, murmurs rising as the Terra Ascendant spun in the hollow, its silver hull glinting like a promise, a beacon of Earth's resolve piercing through the horror below. Rook's link pulsed. Damn fine move, Cora. About time they see it. Nakia's calm followed. They're listening now. Hold them. Lysander's edge cut through. Make it stick, Warden. Let's move. The Ascendants straightened, their silver uniforms catching the light, pride flickering through their shock, while dignitaries whispered, cameras refocused, the world watching as Petrov and Khan's accusation bled out on the deck. Cora pressed on, her voice steady, resonant, addressing the crowd, the billions beyond. Petrov and Khan claim we control. Look at Miguel's blood, his ruin. That's what happens when we force what can't be forced, when we ignore the truth of what we are. We hold back nothing safe. Some things, like those pills, aren't ours to give, aren't yours to take. The Drixarians ruled with terror. I've seen it, lived it. They'd call a conscript before us, rip the implants from their body with claws and tech, leave them a shredded pile of meat and bone to demand obedience, to crush hope. We're not them. We're Earth's shield, not its masters, forged from the same soil as you. She paused, her eyes sweeping Petrov's ashen face, Khan's trembling hands, then the crowd, their fear turning to awe, their murmurs to resolve. This day changes us, right here, on this Equinox Haven dedicated to our unity. I announce most of our fleet departs soon, searching the galaxy for those who need us, conscripts still bound, worlds crying out, allies of the Accord yearning for aid. The Terra Ascendant leads Earth's charge, crewed by your ascendants, your will, your strength. We're not rulers, we're warriors, together, and we'll prove it among the stars. The crowd erupted, cheers crashing over the platform like a tidal wave, drowning Petrov and Khan's stunned silence, washing away the blood's echo with a roar of unity. Rook's excitement pulsed through the link. Back to the stars, finally, Warden! Nakia's pride joined. They're with us, stronger now. Lysander's thrill flared. Let's hunt, let's soar. Ethon's steady pulse followed. For the lost, let's go. Petrov's fists clenched, his face hardening with defiance. Khan's eyes narrowed with calculation, but the crowd's roar overwhelmed them. The Equinox Haven steady beneath Cora's feet, its dedication transformed, a crucible where unity was tested, truth bared in blood, and a fleet poised to soar into the galaxy's heart. Chapter 11. The Burden of the Stars. The Vanguard's command bridge thrummed with a quiet intensity, its vast, curved viewport framing Earth's blue-green curve against the infinite black, a fragile jewel suspended in the void, a stark reminder of the stakes Cora Holbrook carried as Galactic Warden. The bridge's steel expanse stretched wide, its polished surfaces gleaming under soft, recessed lights, their screens alive with data streams pulsing from across the galaxy. The air fueled with anticipation, thick with the metallic tang of machinery and the unspoken weight of a mission poised to launch. Cora stood at the heart of it all, the phoenix emblem on her chest, a glowing beacon of resolve amid the burden crushing her soul. The dedication of the Equinox Haven replayed in her mind, Miguel's flesh shredding under the stolen pill's chaos, Petrov and Khan's betrayal slicing through the unity she'd fought to forge, a weight of command and politics that threatened to fracture her spirit. Yet she stood tall, her face a mask of unyielding strength, her gold eyes sharp and piercing as she faced her commanders, hiding the tremor in her core. Around the central holotable stood her trusted kin, each a commander of their own ship. Rook loomed to her right, his athletic frame rigid as steel, his gray eyes burning with a barely contained fury that had simmered since the Europa ship's revelations. Thousands of conscripts still bound, a fire he longed to unleash on their captors. Nakia flanked her left, her steady presence a rock amid the storm, her dark braid resting against her shoulder as she studied the table with a mechanic's precision. Her calm a lifeline Cora clung to silently. Lysander leaned casually against a nearby console, his muscular form coiled with restless energy, his eyes locking onto Cora's with an intensity that reignited their unresolved tension, a spark she couldn't extinguish. Leonix stood opposite, his lean frame poised with a tactician's grace, his sharp mind already dissecting the mission ahead, his quiet authority grounding the room's chaos. Ethon lingered near the back, his golden eyes steady with his short brown hair catching the light, a quiet strength honed by battles and the personal ghosts of a family he'd yet to face. Beyond them, Alexei Petrov waited with a contingent of ascendants, his silver uniform gleaming under the bridge's lights, the Terra Ascendant's commander humbled yet eager to soon be exploring space. His broad shoulders slumped slightly as he stepped forward, his voice low and rough, tinged with a shame that didn't belong to him. "Warden Cora, I'm sorry for what happened at the dedication. My father's actions, Khan's push, Miguel's death. It's on them, but I carry it too. I didn't know they'd go that far. Didn't see it coming. I should have." Cora raised a hand, her voice firm but laced with kindness, cutting through his guilt like a blade through fog. "Stop, Alexei. None of us hold you accountable for Petrov's choices, or Khan's. You're not your father, not his shadow. You're here, commanding the Terra Ascendant, proving Earth's strength with every breath you take. That's what matters. Focus on that." Her mental link pulsed to the others, a private broadcast. "He's clear. Let it go. Focus on the mission ahead." Rook's gruff kid solid. Leave it echoed back. Nakia's agreed. "He's one of us following." Lysander's let it drop. "He's good a sharp nudge." Leonix's "no fault here." A steady affirmation, Ethon's. "He's with us." A quiet anchor. Alexei nodded, gratitude flickering in his pale blue eyes, a weight lifting as he stepped back, his ascendants aligning behind him, awaiting her orders with pride. Cora exhaled, steadying herself against the burden, command crushing her with the lives she'd sworn to save, politics strangling her with Earth's fractured trust after the Equinox Haven's blood-soaked spectacle. She tapped her wrist control, and a massive holographic display flared above the table, its light casting stark shadows across the bridge, the star map retrieved from the Europa ship, a sprawling web of thousands of glowing points marking Drixarian ship locations from a year ago, each a potential prison for conscripts still bound in chains she'd once worn. The data pulsed like a heartbeat, a silent plea from the lost that tightened the vice around her chest, every point a soul she might fail, every mission a gamble against a galaxy that didn't forgive. Yet she squared her shoulders, her voice rising steady and commanding, a shield against the storm within. After the Equinox Haven, after Petrov and Khan's stunt, after Miguel's blood proved their mistrust, we can't wait any longer. I said we'd depart soon, and we will. This map's our guide. Thousands of conscripts are still out there, enslaved by Drixarian hands. We're going to find them, free them with what pills we have left, or track their trails if they've moved. Each of you commands a ship. Your crews are ready, battle-tested. Here's where we strike. Her link flared, broadcasting assignments to her commanders. Listen up. Coordinates incoming. Lock them in. She pointed to the hollow, her finger tracing a dense cluster near the Orion arm, stars glinting like embers in the void. "Leonix, the Stellar Seeker, you're heading here. 3 Drixarian signatures. Heavy traffic logged a year back. Scout it out. Search every wreck. Liberate any conscripts still breathing. If they're gone, pick up their trail. Don't come back empty. Leonix nodded, his sharp eyes memorizing the coordinates, his voice calm and clipped, a tactician's precision cutting through the tension. Understood, Warden. Recon and rescue. Thorough sweep. We'll bring them home or find where they went. She shifted her focus to another cluster, a sprawling net near the Perseus arm, its points pulsing with faint urgency. Nakia, the Phoenix Dawn, this sector, 5 ships logged, likely a patrol route. They might have shifted, but trails don't vanish. Track them. Find where they've hoarded their captives. Nakia's braid swung as she inclined her head, her tone steady and sure, her mechanic's mind already turning. Got it, Cora. Tracking's my game. We'll dig 'em out. Follow every scrap they've left behind. Cora's gaze flicked to Lysander, the holo highlighting a dense, chaotic region near the galactic core, its stars a tangled inferno of light and shadow. Lysander, the Blaze Runner, this hotspot, 8 signatures, probably a command hub. Hit it hard but smart. Conscripts are the priority, combat secondary. Don't let your fire burn out our leads. Lysander smirked, his link pulsing. Finally, some action. Core's my playground. His voice dripped with hunger, a predator unleashed. Core's a mess, perfect for me and my crew. We'll carve through, Warden. Conscripts first, Drixarian skulls second. She turned to Ethon, her finger pointing to a scattering of faint points near the outer rim, remote and isolated against the galaxy's edge. Ethon, the Silent Ember, these outliers, 4 ships, distant but active a year ago. You've got the patience for it. Hunt them down, sift through the quiet. They're out there somewhere. Ethon's steady nod came with a pulse through the link. For the lost, I'm on it. His voice was calm, resolute. Will do, Cora. Quiet and thorough. We'll find them, dead or alive. Cora's eyes hardened as she faced the rest of the bridge, the burden pressing heavier with each word. Command a relentless taskmaster, politics a noose tightening after Earth's betrayal. Yet her strength held firm, a wall against the cracks threatening to split her open. The rest of the fleet, Commanders Jackson, Maria, you're with Ethon Group. Rest of you've got your sectors. Split these coordinates, cover the gaps. Drixarian ships move fast, but their patterns linger in the void. Find conscripts, free them with the pills we've got left, or track where they've been taken. We're not leaving a single one behind. Not again. She paused, her gaze shifting to Rook and Alexei, the holo dimming as she adjusted the display to focus on a single lunar point, the Nexusar stronghold. Her voice took on a different weight, measured but unyielding. Rook, Alexei, you're not hunting Drixarians. Rook, your crew's hatred runs too deep, brutal, no survivors, soldiers or techs alike. You don't leave trails to follow. You leave ash. I need precision for this, not slaughter. You're both on the Nexusar Alliance, your ships, the Iron Fang and Terra Ascendant, head to the lunar stronghold. Figure out this greater hunger Zalarian's been dangling, threat or bluff. We need it mapped, data solid. Ensure we can wield their fighters, their tech, stealth fields, plasma arrays, without needing conversion pills like we did for the Siren's mosquitoes. Rook's scowl deepened, his fists clenching at his sides, his link pulsing. Nexusar over Drixarians? Hell, Cora, my crew's baying for blood. His voice growled aloud, rough as gravel, frustration bleeding through. I'd rather gut Drixarians. My crew's itching to rip 'em apart. Soldier or wrench turner, don't matter. But I'll play nice with the junkies, grit my teeth through it. That hunger better be real, or I'm taking it out on something. Alexei stepped up beside him, his tone earnest, his silver uniform catching the light. We'll handle it, Warden. Tech integration, threat assessment. My ascendants are ready to prove ourselves, not just follow. We'll get it done. Cora's voice softened slightly, but her resolve stayed ironclad, her eyes locking onto theirs as she spoke. The Nexusar should be healthier. I've ordered Earth's emotion amplifiers reactivated. Average human emotions are flowing again. They can feed without stirring war now, like they promised. but some still need Teradal, Space Lord grade, raw and potent. I've had adrenaline stores converted, shipped to the moon. Should be there by the time you arrive and ready for distribution. They'll be better, but might still show withdrawal signs, shaky hands, hollow eyes, gray skin. Watch them close, trust, but verify. Lysander straightened from his lean, stepping closer to Cora as the others studied the hollow, his voice dropping low, meant for her alone amidst the hum of the bridge. Smart move, Warden. Earth's feeding the Nexusar, keeping him tame while you juggle a galaxy's worth of crap up here. His hand brushed her arm, a deliberate graze, his fingers lingering a heartbeat too long, his link pulsing. You're stronger than you let on. Let me help carry it, Cora. The move was subtle, hidden from the room's bustle, but Nakia's glance flicked over from her position, her calm tightening into something sharper, her dark eyes narrowing as she tracked him, her link silent but heavy with watchfulness. Cora's pulse quickened, the tension coiling tighter, duty pulling her toward Nakia's steadiness, desire flickering toward Lysander's fire. But she pulled her arm back, her voice sharp, cutting through the moment. Focus, Lysander Core, it's not me. We've got work. Her link flared to all, a commanding broadcast, assignment set, prep your ships, we launch soon. She faced them fully, the holo glowing behind her, its points a galaxy of hope and peril, her strength a shield against the crushing burden, politics twisting like a knife after Petrov's stunt, command demanding perfection with every order, the galaxy's lost crying out in her dreams. We've got the data, the fleet, the will, Drixarian trails to hunt, Nexuser tech to harness, a hunger we don't yet understand. Go find answers, bring our people home. Earth's watching, the stars are waiting. We clean up our galaxy, then others, for the fallen. She shouted with it being thunderously repeated by all, signaling their dismissal. The commanders dispersed, their steps echoing across the steel deck as they moved to their stations. Leonix with a curt nod, Nakia with a steady stride, Ethon with quiet purpose, Rook with a grunt and a glare, Alexei with a salute, and his ascendants in tow. Lysander lingered a moment longer, his smirk teasing, his eyes holding hers until Nakia's presence drew him away, her hand brushing Cora's shoulder as she passed, a silent anchor. The bridge quieted, the holo dimming to a faint glow, and Cora's mask slipped, just for a heartbeat, her shoulders sagging under the weight, her breath shallow and ragged, the burden of command and Earth's fractured trust pressing down like a collapsing star. Nakia paused, turning back, her hand resting on Cora's arm, steady and warm, her voice soft but firm. You're holding it together, more than they see, more than you let yourself feel. We've got this, Cora. You're not alone. Cora nodded, drawing a deep breath, her strength surging back like a tide, her golden eyes hardening as she turned to the viewport. Earth hung below, a fragile jewel she'd protect at any cost, its people, its future. Lysander's link pulsed one last time, a whisper in the quiet. You can't hide it from me, Cora. I see you, all of your beauty. She ignored it, her focus locking on the stars beyond, the galaxy whispering threats and promises she'd face with her fleet, her family, her will unbroken. Cora Holbrook paced the Vanguard's command bridge, her boots striking the steel deck with a rhythm that echoed the countdown ticking in her mind. Hours, minutes, seconds until the fleet's launch. Consoles lined the walls, their screens flickering with data streams, coordinates plotting paths across the Milky Way, ship statuses glowing green, sensor sweeps probing the void beyond Earth's orbit. Light danced across her face, sharpening the resolve in her golden eyes. A fire stoked by years of captivity turned to command. She paused at the central holotable, her fingers brushing the wrist control, the weight of her role as Galactic Warden pressing against her chest, a relentless force she'd borne since the Sirens freed her from Drexarian chains. The memory of the Equinox Haven dedication gnawed at her, Miguel's flesh torn apart by the stolen pill, Petrov and Khan's voices accusing her of tyranny, a bitter testament to Earth's mistrust that shadowed her every move. Now, she stood ready to send her fleet across the galaxy, driven by a vow to secure the Milky Way before risking the unknown beyond, where time could twist and strand her ships in eras she couldn't reach. Officers darted between stations, their voices clipped and urgent, relaying final checks as the bridge buzzed with controlled chaos. Her commanders, Leonix, Nakia, Lysander, Ethon, Rook, Alexei, had dispersed to their vessels hours ago, each a weapon sharpened by her orders, poised to strike at Drexarian remnants and liberate the conscripts still bound. The holotable flared under her touch, projecting the star map salvaged from the Europa ship. Thousands of glowing points, Drexarian locations logged a year prior, a sprawling tapestry of peril and promise she'd charted to reclaim their galaxy. She'd witnessed the bridge drive's power firsthand, space-time bending to hurl ships across the Milky Way in an instant, a marvel that kept her fleet in sync within these stars. But beyond, to Andromeda's spiral, Triangulum's haze, or galaxies farther still, time could run wild, faster or slower, a ship lost to years or centuries while she waited mere moments. That risk haunted her, a specter she refused to face until the Milky Way was hers, its conscripts free, its threats, Drexarian or otherwise, vanquished. "Fleet status report," she snapped, her voice cutting through the bridge's hum like a blade. An officer spun from his console, fingers hovering over the keys, his tone crisp. "All ships green. Warden, bridge drives charged, coordinates locked. Ready on your signal." His screen glowed with icons, thousands of vessels, from the Phoenix Armada's sleek fighters to the Terra Ascendant's imposing bulk, orbiting Earth in a constellation of steel and will, a testament to the grit that had rebuilt them from the Great Battle's ashes. Cora's mental link flared, a final check within the solar system's bounds. Status, sound off. Leonix's calm pulsed back. Stellar Seeker ready, Orion armset, recon primed. Nakia's steadiness followed, Phoenix Dawn locked, Perseus arms mine, trails hot. Lysander's edge crackled, Blaze Runner primed, cores waiting, guns up. Ethon's quiet anchored, Silent Ember good, outer rims on, steady hunt. Rook's growl rumbled, Iron Fang hot, lunar runs go. Alexei's earnest tone closed, Terra Ascendant set, moon's ours, proving ground. Cora's gaze swept the viewport, Earth a blue-green sphere cradled by its moons, a world she'd once known as a college student, nights spent sketching Orion's belt, tracing Cassiopeia's curve, dreaming of stars she'd never thought to touch. That girl had been stolen, ripped from her dorm by Drexarian claws, forged into a conscript until the siren's pill burned away her chains. Now she stood here, Galactic Warden, commanding a fleet to save those she'd once been. Hundreds, thousands, still remained scattered across the galaxy, their cries a silent echo in her resolve. The desire to explore surged, a fierce, visceral pull to leap into the void, to chase the stars she'd once drawn, a dream reborn from captivity's wreckage. But the risk of intergalactic jumps held her back, a ship lost to time, minutes there stretching to years here, or decades compressed to days, could unravel her fleet, her mission, her accord. She'd seen the bridge drive sink them here, within the Milky Way's bounds, but beyond, Andromeda's spiral loomed in her mind, a temptation and a trap. Time could fracture, leaving her commanders stranded in a future she couldn't reach, or a past she couldn't undo. No, she'd secure this galaxy first, root out the Drexarians, face the great hunger Zalarian's trembling voice had warned of, an insatiable shadow stirring in the void, before chancing that leap. She turned to the bridge crew, her posture straightening, resolve a shield against the doubt Petrov and Khan had sown, whispers still crackling through Earth's comms. They mean to rule us, control us, a mistrust she'd fight with every conscript freed, every threat vanquished. Her voice rose, steady and commanding, fleet-wide comms crackling to life across the orbiting armada. "This is your warden. Listen up. The Equinox Haven showed Earth's doubt, Petrov, Khan, their accusations, but it won't stop us. Thousands of conscripts wait out there, bound, lost, ours to bring home. Drixarian trails to hunt, Nixuzar secrets to crack, threats we'll face head-on. We're taking our galaxy back, securing it before we dare look beyond. Bridge drives on my mark. Crew, brace. Commanders, execute. 3, 2, 1, jump. The bridge erupted, consoles flared with activity, officers shouting commands as screens blazed with light, the fleet surging to life beyond the viewport. The bridge drives hummed to life, a low thrum vibrating through the Vanguard's hull, space-time bending as each ship ignited, blue-white rifts tearing open, searing against the black. Cora's eyes tracked them, her breath shallow, suspense coiling as the solar system trembled under the power unleashed. The Stellar Seeker leapt first, Leonix's ship streaking into a shimmering portal, its hull a blur as it vanished toward the Orion arm, a spear aimed at Drixarian shadows. The Phoenix Dawn followed, Nakia's vessel blurring into a vortex, its engines a roar swallowed by the Perseus arm's embrace, chasing trails she'd vowed to unravel. Lysander's Blaze Runner dove next, a reckless flash of light bursting into the galactic core, his hunter's thrill strong even from here, a comet plunging into chaos. The silent ember slipped after, Ethon's quiet precision a whisper against the void, its rift closing softly as it faded into the outer rim's darkness, a ghost on a patient hunt. The Iron Fang and Terra Ascendant surged forward together, Rook and Alexei slicing through space side by side, their light a defiant blaze as they streaked toward the lunar stronghold, a mission to harness Nexuser tech. The Phoenix Armada followed, thousands of fighters, Mosquito-class and beyond, their drives flaring in a cascade of rifts, scattering to their assigned sectors, a net cast across the Milky Way. Cora watched, her fingers gripping the holotable's edge, the solar system emptying as ships streaked into nothingness, Earth shrinking to a speck, its moon fading, the fleet's lights snuffed out one by one. The bridge stilled, consoles beeping softly, the crew's eyes locked on her, waiting for the next move. The mental link fell silent, jumps severed it beyond the solar system's bounds, leaving her reliant on ship comms that would crackle through soon, reports from across the galaxy she'd weave into the fight ahead. The viewport framed a growing void, stars dimming as the fleet vanished, and she felt it, a sharp, visceral pull to chase those rifts, to explore the galaxy she'd once sketched in a dorm room, a dream reborn from the ashes of her captivity. Securing the Milky Way against Drixarians and shadows she couldn't yet name. The holo dimmed, the fleet gone, each mission a thread poised to unravel in the chapters to come. Leonix's clash, Nakia's hunt, Lysander's fire, Ethon's silence, Rook and Alexei's lunar gamble, all launched into the void she'd hold from here with this new legacy of Space Lords beginning. Chapter 12. The Covenant's Fracture. Rain hammered the concrete bunker perched on a desolate islet in the Tasman Sea, waves battering the cliffs below as the storm's fury mirrored the chaos within. The Covenant of Terra gathered around a circular steel table, fluorescent lights flickering overhead, casting jagged shadows across their faces. 5 leaders bound by a shared cause now teetering on collapse. Mikhail Petrov slumped in his chair, his broad frame hunched, his weathered hands gripping the table's edge, knuckles pale from the strain. His pale blue eyes stared blankly ahead, lost in the nightmare of the Equinox Haven. Miguel's body twisting, shredding, the pill's crimson glow turning to blood under the equatorial sun, a failure he'd sparked with Aisha Khan's stolen tech. Margaret Ellison sat across from him, her silver hair glinting as she leaned forward, her voice a steady blade slicing through the rain's relentless drumbeat. "We crossed a line, Mikhail, Fatima. You know it as well as I do. That stunt at the Equinox Haven, it wasn't justice. It was a catastrophe. Miguel's death, broadcast to billions. It's turned Earth against us, not the Space Lords. We've lost the trust we claim to defend." Fatima Diallo nodded beside her, her vibrant caftan stark against the bunker's gray, her fingers tracing nervous patterns on the table as she spoke, her voice heavy with sorrow. "She's right. We sought truth, not a slaughterhouse. I see that boy's mangled body every time I close my eyes. His screams, his blood. We've lost ground, not gained it, and I won't carry that weight again. Petrov's head jerked up, his Russian accent thick with regret, his voice rumbling like distant thunder over the storm. I pushed it, Khan's pill. My voice on that drone. I thought it'd crack their facade, show the world their lies. But Miguel, that wasn't the plan. Not that horror. I see his face every night, hear his screams tearing through my sleep. We should have stopped. Listened to you, Margaret, Fatima, before it went that far. His hands unclenched, trembling as they fell to his lap, a father's guilt piercing through. Alexei, his son, now commanding the Terra Ascendant, a shining ascendant proving Earth's worth while Petrov drowned in shame. Cora's not the enemy, not like that. I'm done with stunts. Earth needs reason, not more blood. Aisha Khan's chair screeched as she shot to her feet, her hijab framing a face tight with defiance, her sharp eyes flashing like lightning as she leaned over the table. Reason? You're folding, Petrov, after one misstep. The Space Lords hoard power, pills, ships, bridge drives, while we grovel beneath their shadow. Miguel was a tragedy, yes, but it proved they're hiding something. Thousands of pills locked away. My MI6 contacts confirm it. We can't stop now, not when we're this close. Her voice sliced through the room, unrelenting, her fingers jabbing at a datapad glowing with intercepted comms. Space Lord fleet jumps, coordinates scattering across the Orion Arm, Perseus Arm, Galactic Core, cryptic Nexuser whispers of a greater hunger. She tapped the screen, pulling up a grainy hollow, piles of crimson pills in a Space Lord vault, a blurry timestamp from a hacked feed. Javier Morales grinned from his seat, his leather jacket creaking as he crossed his arms, his Brazilian drawl lazy but venomous, dripping with contempt. She's damn right. Brazil's still scarred from Draxarian boots, and the Space Lords play gods above us. That Terra Ascendant, a shiny toy for a handful of ascendants while my people scrape by on crumbs. We take their armada, Phoenix Armada, mosquito fighters, the whole damn fleet, turn it to Earth's will, not theirs. Petrov, you're soft now. Khan's got the spine you've lost. He leaned back, his grin widening, fingers drumming a restless beat on the table, eyes glinting with the thrill of a street fighter sizing up a brawl. Hiroshi Tanaka sat rigid, his disciplined frame still as a statue, his voice a low growl cutting through Morales' taunt, cold and precise. Control's always been the goal, nothing less. Japan's railgun prototype scaling, Draxarian tech, off-books, operational in weeks. We hit their ships, cripple their drives, take what's ours, Phoenix Armada, Vanguard, all of it. The Equinox Haven failed, fine, a miscalculation. Next time we strike clean, no mistakes. His dark eyes flicked to Petrov, a challenge simmering beneath his calm, his hand resting near a concealed device, fingers twitching with restrained intent. Ellison's fist crashed against the table, the sound reverberating over the storm's roar, her silver hair whipping as she surged to her feet, her voice a thunderclap of fury. Enough! You're all mad, Khan! Morales! Tanaka! Blinded by ambition! Miguel's blood isn't a stepping stone. It's a warning we ignored. Earth's not ready for war with them. They saved us from Draxarians we couldn't fight, pulled us from the abyss. You want their armada? You'll fracture Earth into a dozen warring shards. Petrov's right. Reason's our path, not this reckless insanity. Her hands trembled, not with fear but rage, her gaze boring into Khan, then Morales, then Tanaka, daring them to push further. Diallo's hands spread wide, her tone a desperate plea threading through the storm's rising howl outside, her caftan rustling as she leaned forward. Listen to her. Senegal's rebuilding, not rearming, because of them. We've got 3 ascendants, 3, because Rook chose wisely, not because they're hoarding power. That pill killed Miguel. It's not salvation. It's poison for anyone without their scars. We push back against this madness. Earth needs unity, not your schemes tearing us apart." Her dark eyes glistened, haunted by the memory of Miguel's screams echoing through the Equinox Haven's broadcast, a wound she couldn't heal. Petrov's chair groaned as he leaned forward, his voice rough with conviction, siding with Ellison and Diallo against the swelling tide of dissent. "I was wrong, Khan. You pulled me into that abyss, but I see it clear now. Cora's fleet just jumped, hundreds of ships, hunting conscripts, securing our galaxy against threats we can't fathom. She's not ruling us. She's fighting for us, for those still lost. I won't tear that down over a dead boy's ghost. My hands are stained enough. Alexi's out there, my son, proving Earth's strength on the Terra Ascendant. We stop this, right here, right now." His fists clenched again, his bulk shifting as if ready to rise, a father's resolve hardening against the chaos he'd helped unleash. Khan's eyes narrowed to slits, her datapad slamming onto the table with a crack, her voice rising over the rain's relentless beat, sharp and unyielding. "You're blind. Sentiment's choking you, Petrov. They've got bridge drives jumping across the galaxy like it's a playground, while we sit here powerless, begging for scraps. MI6 is cracking their comms. I'll have proof in days. Pill caches, fleet routes, Nixuser deals. We strike their hub, Vanguard, Equinox Haven. Take those drives, turn their ships against them, force Earth's dominance." She swiped the holo, zooming into a grainy feed, a Space Lord hangar, mosquito fighters gleaming, bridge drive schematics flickering in the static, a tantalizing prize dangling before them. Morales chuckled, his grin stretching wider, fingers tapping the table in a restless staccato as he leaned back, his drawl a taunt dripping with menace. "Love it. Brazil's got hackers. Favela's full of kids who'd gut their systems in a heartbeat. We hit hard, disable those drives, board their ships. Phoenix Armada's ours by sunrise. Petrov, you're out, Diallo, Ellison. You're weak, sniveling. We don't need your tears. Step aside or get run over." His eyes glinted, a predator tasting blood, his mind already racing through slums where coders sharpen their knives for a digital coup. Tanaka's hand slid to his concealed device, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper, suspense thickening as he unveiled his gambit, his fingers clicking the device to life. "Enough talk. I've already acted. That Drexarian drone, the one that hit Cora's envoy to the Equinox Haven, that was me. Prototype railgun tech, cloaked, launched from Japan's black site off Hokkaido. Nearly took her shuttle down, would've if Lysander's reflexes hadn't pulled them out of the blast radius." His dark eyes locked on Petrov, daring a reaction, a holo flaring from his device, schematics of the drone, its sleek, alien frame bristling with railgun ports, a weapon forged from Drexarian wreckage. They're vulnerable, shaken, scattered. We exploit that, not grovel like cowards. Ellison surged to her feet, her chair crashing backward with a clang that echoed over the storm's howl, her voice a whip crack of outrage splitting the room. "You what? Tanaka, you attacked her envoy. That's treason against Earth, against everything we stood for. You think that's control? It's chaos, you fool. You've handed Cora proof we're the enemy." Her fists clenched, trembling with fury, her silver hair a wild halo framing her wrath as she rounded on Tanaka, then Khan, then Morales. "I'm out. The U.S. Navy's not touching this lunacy. Petrov, Diallo with me. We shut this down before it spirals further." Diallo's gasp pierced the din, her hands gripping the table's edge, her voice shaking but resolute as she rose, her caftan rustling like a flag in the wind. "Hiroshi, you've lost your mind. That drone, innocents could have died. Space Lords or not. Lysander, Cora, Alexei. You're not saving Earth. You're shattering it into pieces we can't mend. Mikhail, Margaret, we stop this now, or we're finished, done as a force, done as leaders." Her eyes burned, a mother's horror at Tanaka's cold calculation, her resolve aligning with Ellison's call to end the descent. Petrov rose last, his bulk towering over the table, his voice a growl of finality as he loomed toward Tanaka, then Khan, then Morales. "Tanaka, you bastard! My son's with them! Alexei could have been on that shuttle, burned to ash by your damn drone! You're not taking control. You're a traitor, a snake. I'm with Ellison, Diallo. This ends here. No more moves, no more blood on my hands." His hands flexed, a father's wrath and a soldier's regret forging his alliance with Ellison and Diallo, a bulwark against the Covenant's descent. Khan's eyes flared, her hand darting beneath her robe, pulling a concealed blade, small, razor-sharp, glinting in the flickering light as she lunged across the table. "No more talk! Traitors die!" Her strike was swift, the blade sinking into Ellison's chest before she could react, a choked gasp escaping as blood bloomed across her shirt, her silver hair falling as she crumpled to the floor, eyes wide in shock. Morales surged up, his grin twisting into a snarl, drawing a pistol from his jacket and firing point-blank at Diallo. 2 shots, chest and head, her caftan crumpling as she collapsed, lifeless, her plea silenced in an instant. Petrov roared, lunging toward Khan, but Tanaka's hand shot out, slamming a stun baton against his side, electricity crackling as Petrov staggered, dropping to one knee, his bulk shuddering but unbroken. Khan spun, blade dripping, her voice a hiss over the storm's peak. "Not you, Petrov. Not yet. You stood with us at the Equinox Haven, shouted their lies. Earth still trusts you. We need that face, that voice, for now." Morales holstered his pistol, his chuckle cold, nodding to Tanaka. "Yeah, kill you later, once we've got the Armada. You're useful alive, Ellison Diallo. They're just baggage." Tanaka's device clicked, the holo shifting. Schematics of a Drexarian drone, larger, armed with railgun arrays, its cloaking field pulsing in the projection. "We cover this. Air Force One in the air. Diallo with Ellison, on jet back to DC-1 drone. One strike, blame the Space Lords. Say they can't protect Earth. It's ready. Launched an hour ago from Hokkaido. Cloaked, locked on our flight path." His voice was ice, his fingers tapping commands, the holo zooming to a live feed. Air Force One soaring over the Pacific, oblivious, a timer ticking down. 5 minutes to impact. Petrov groaned, clutching his side, his voice a ragged snarl as he glared up at them, helpless against their treachery. "You're monsters. Killing her, Fatima. Blaming Cora. Earth'll burn for this." Khan crouched before him, her blade at his throat, her eyes cold. "Earth'll rise without them. We'll show the world Space Lords can't save you, can't stop us. You'll speak for us, Petrov, or Alexei's next." Morales paced to the bunker's comms panel, his fingers flying over the keys, patching into a global broadcast network hacked by his favela coders. "Live in 5 drone hits. We go public. Tanaka's railguns the spark. Space Lords fail. Earth fights." The holo flared brighter, Air Force One's dot nearing the strike zone, suspense coiling as the storm raged outside. Minutes later, the feed jolted, a silent flash, the jet disintegrating mid-air, debris raining into the ocean, a cloaked Drexarian drone vanishing into the storm. Khan's voice crackled over the broadcast, calm and commanding, reaching billions. "People of Earth, Air Force. One's gone, President Ellison dead, struck by a Drexarian drone the Space Lords couldn't stop. They can't protect you, Senegal's leader too, lost to their failure. We must defend ourselves, rise, take control, before they let us fall." Morales grinned, cutting the feed, while Tanaka's holo dimmed, his silence a seal on their coup. Petrov slumped against the table, his hands shaking, the storm's howl drowning his growl as Khan's blade pressed closer. "You've damned us all. Earth'll tear itself apart." Khan smirked, standing, her voice a whisper over the rain. "No, Earth'll take what's ours. You're with us, Petrov, or you're nothing." The bunker trembled, the Covenant fractured, Ellison and Diallo dead. Petrov spared as a pawn, the world reeling as Khan, Morales, and Tanaka turned their lie into a war cry against the stars. Chapter 13. Shadows of Orion. The Stellar Seeker ripped through a rift of searing blue-white light, space-time snapping shut with a shudder as the bridge drive hurled the ship into the Orion Arm, a wild tapestry of stars blazing fiercely, their glow fractured by the swirling indigo and crimson tendrils of a nebula stretching across the void. Leonix braced against the command deck's railing, his large frame steady as the hull groaned under the jump strain, his sharp eyes darting to the holoscreens flaring to life around him. Consoles erupted in a chorus of beeps and shouts, crew voices overlapping as sensors recalibrated, 52 Allied ships bursting into formation behind him, a lethal fleet of Phoenix Armada fighters, Mosquito-class scouts, and hulking frigates, their hulls catching the nebula's glow like blades unsheathed. The jump was flawless, instantaneous, a blink from Earth's orbit to this stellar frontier. But the silence shattered as klaxons wailed. A lone Drexarian patrol ship loomed ahead, its obsidian silhouette slicing through the nebula's edge, cannons swiveling with predatory intent. "Battle stations now!" Leonix's voice cracked like a gunshot across the deck, his fingers slamming his wrist control as the holo blazed, enemy specs pulsing red. One ship, mid-tier, a sleek corvette bristling with plasma turrets, outmatched 53-1. His lips curled, a tactician's smirk flashing briefly. He'd brought a sledgehammer to crack a walnut. "All ships, flank and fire, full spread. Crush them fast. Go." The comms exploded with responses. "Aye, Seeker lead. Engaging now." As the Armada roared forward, a tidal wave of steel and fury surging toward the Drexarian lone wolf. The void ignited in a symphony of destruction. 20 Phoenix fighters streaked ahead, their engines screaming as they split into two arcs, cannons spitting torrents of blue plasma that stitched glowing scars across the enemy's hull, metal sizzling and peeling under the barrage. 8 Mosquito scouts dove low, their pulse arrays hammering the Drexarian's shields, rapid-fire bursts of green energy pounding like hail, sparks cascading in a glittering shower as the barrier flickered and buckled. The Stellar Seeker charged at the center, its forward batteries unleashing a devastating salvo, 4 white-hot beams lancing through the nebula's haze, slamming into the corvette's starboard flank with a thunderous crack, armor crumpling inward, shards of obsidian plating spinning wildly into the void. 6 frigates swung wide, their railguns thundering in unison, massive projectiles streaking like comets, tearing through the Drexarian's port side, hull plating ripping apart in jagged gashes, debris tumbling end over end in a chaotic dance. The enemy fought back, desperation fueling its counterattack, red plasma bolts slashing through the void, wild and erratic. One bolt grazed a Mosquito's wing, shearing off a stabilizer in a burst of sparks, the scout spiraling before righting itself with a defiant twist. Another struck a frigate's bow, scorching a black streak across its hull, the ship shuddering but holding firm, its guns firing relentlessly. The Drexarian corvette twisted, its engines flaring a sickly green as it banked hard, trying to flee through the nebula's tendrils. But Leonix's armada was relentless, a cinematic maelstrom of light and steel closing the trap. "Tighten the net! Cut their escape!" He roared over the comms, his voice a steady anchor in the chaos as the fleet responded with lethal precision. A Phoenix fighter pair executed a daring pincer, diving from above and below, their cannons converging in a crossfire that shredded the corvette's dorsal turret, flames erupting as the weapon exploded in a shower of molten fragments. 2 Mosquito scouts flanked the rear, their pulse arrays targeting the engine nacelles, green bolts hammering relentlessly, blue fire blooming as one thruster sputtered and died, the ship listing hard. The Stellar Seeker swung into position, its secondary turrets pivoting with mechanical grace, 6 rapid plasma bursts peppering the Drexarian's bridge, glass shattering, lights flickering as the command center faltered. A frigate unleashed a final railgun shot, a gleaming slug punching through the corvette's midsection, internal explosions rippling outward, hull plates buckling as the ship's spine cracked. "Disable, don't destroy now!" Leonix snapped, his voice cutting through the comms as the armada adjusted, fighters pulling back, turrets locking to precision strikes. A Phoenix pilot spiraled in, landing a surgical hit, plasma shearing the drive core's shielding, a plume of blue flame erupting as power failed, the Corvette's engines coughing into silence. The Stellar Seeker's main cannon fired once more, a targeted beam slicing the weapons array to slag, molten metal dripping into the void. The Drexarian ship drifted, a broken husk against the nebula's glow, its surrender signal pulsing through the comms. "We yield. Cease fire!" A desperate plea cutting through static. Silence descended, punctuated by the crackle of cooling debris, the battle over in a breathless 5 minutes, swift and surgical, a testament to Leonix's overwhelming force. "Target down! Surrender confirmed!" a crewman shouted, his console flashing green as the Drexarian signal looped, the fleet easing into a loose perimeter around the wreck. Leonix exhaled, his smirk fading to focus, his voice sharp as he paced the deck. "Boarding teams, secure the ship. Sweep for conscripts. Move fast, Phoenix units. Hold the line." The holo shifted, mosquito pods launching, 6 sleek black craft streaking toward the Corvette, magnetic clamps thudding against its hull, cutting torches sparking as teams breached the shattered frame, their silhouettes vanishing into the gloom. Tension coiled as minutes ticked by, the comms crackling with updates, hull secure, Drexarian crew contained. Then the boarding lead's voice burst through, tight with urgency. "Seeker lead. 12 conscripts, alive, bound in the cargo hold. Drexarian crews subdued. 20 surrendered. No fight left." Leonix's fingers tapped the railing, his mind already pivoting as the team hauled the conscripts aboard. 12 figures staggering onto the Stellar Seeker's hangar deck, gaunt and trembling, their wrists raw from restraints, eyes wide with a terror deeper than captivity. Medics swarmed, handing out sirens' pills, crimson capsules glowing faintly, the conscripts swallowing them with shaking hands, bodies shuddering as Drexarian control burned away, freedom searing through their veins like fire. Leonix strode into the hangar, his boots ringing against the deck plating, the nebula's light filtering through the viewport as he reached the first conscript, a wiry man with hollow cheeks, his gray eyes darting like a trapped animal's. The man gasped upright, clutching the med bay cot, his voice a hoarse rasp. "It's gone. The chains. Thank you." Leonix crouched, his tone calm but probing, a tactician peeling back layers for intel. "You're safe now. Tell me what happened. Your ship, your crew, what hit you out here?" The conscript's hands shook, his voice dropping to a whisper, fear threading every word. "A darkness. It came from nowhere. Consumed the Night Talon, our sister ship. We were running patrols, 2 of us. Then it hit. 1 minute the Talon was there, hailing us. Next, nothing. No debris, no signal, just gone. Swallowed whole." His fingers clawed at the cot, nails scraping metal, his breath hitching. It wasn't Drexarian, not our tech, not our fight. Something else, moving through the stars, eating the light. The hangar stilled, medics pausing mid-motion, crewmen turning as suspense rippled through the deck. A second conscript, a woman with matted hair, her face streaked with grime, nodded, her voice trembling as she clutched her pill-empty hand. "We saw it. A shadow, blacker than the void, sliding between the stars. The Talon lit up, shields, engines. Then it was eaten. No explosion, no sound, just darkness pulling it apart. Then it vanished, like it was never there." Her eyes locked on Leonix, pleading, her words a chilling echo of Zalarian's warning from Cora's briefing, a greater hunger stirring in the galaxy's depths. Leonix stood, his jaw tightening, his mind racing. Something out here, unseen, lethal, beyond Drexarian hands. "Get me scans, full spectrum now," he barked, striding back to the command deck, his voice a whip driving the crew. "Nebula edges, debris fields, energy spikes. Find me a trail." Consoles flared anew, crew diving into their stations, screens scrolling with data, thermal sweeps painting the void in reds and blues, electromagnetic pulses probing for anomalies, gravitational sensors humming as they map the Orion Arm's currents. A sensor tech's voice cut through, tense but steady, fingers flying over his controls. Got a flicker. Residual energy. Faint. Dissipating fast. 300 clicks port side. No mass, no heat. Just a void where something was. Fading now. The holo zoomed in. A patch of space. Stars dimming unnaturally. Their light warping as if bent by an unseen lens, then stabilizing as the anomaly slipped away. Leonix's fingers gripped the railing, suspense coiling tighter. Something had struck, something that left no trace, and it was gone. Deep scans, push the range, triangulate with the Armada, he ordered, his voice low, cinematic tension lacing every syllable as the Stellar Seeker sensors whined louder, the 52 ships sinking their grids, beams of light probing the nebula's depths. The tech shook his head, frustration creasing his brow as the screens flickered blank. Nothing solid. It's cold, Seeker-led. Whatever it was, it's not here now. No trail, no signature. Leonix's eyes narrowed, the conscript's whispers clawing at his instincts. A darkness, a shadow, a predator that struck and vanished, leaving terror in its wake. He tapped his wrist control, the holo flickering as it patched a comms link to the Vanguard. No mental link across the galaxy, just the relay bridging Orion to Earth's solar system, a lifeline to Cora. Her face appeared, hazel eyes sharp against the Vanguard's bridge, her voice steady but edged with expectation. Leonix, report. You've jumped. What's your status? The holo wavered, static flaring as the signal stretched across light years, a testament to the bridge drive's precision. Leonix straightened, his tone clipped, urgency pulsing through. Stellar Seeker and 52 ships hit a Draxarian patrol. 1 corvette, outmatched. Battle was short, swift surrender after we tore it apart. 20 crew subdued. Freed 12 conscripts with Siren's pills. They're alive, shaken. But Warden, something's wrong. They're whispering of a darkness. Said it consumed their sister ship, the Night Talon, right before we arrived. No wreckage, no trace, just gone. Scans caught a flicker, energy spike, fading fast. No sign now. They're terrified. Say it attacked from the shadows of space, not Draxarian. Cora's brow furrowed, suspense crackling through the holo as the conscript's fear shadowed her gaze, her voice firm, brushing off the dread in his words. A darkness. Leonix. They've been under Draxarian control. Minds broken by years of that hell. It's trauma, hallucinations from the strain. You've got conscripts free, a ship down. That's the victory. Secure them, debrief thoroughly, scan for Draxarian stragglers. Don't chase shadows. Leonix's jaw ticked, his tactician's mind unconvinced. The conscript's raw terror, the scan's fleeting void too precise for madness. Understood, Warden, but this felt real. That spike, something was here, and it's not Draxarian. I'll scan deeper, report if it shifts. His voice held a quiet challenge, suspense lingering as Cora nodded, her dismissal resolute, but her eyes flickering with unease. Copy. Secure and debrief. Keep me updated. The holo blinked out, leaving Leonix staring at the nebula beyond, stars glinting, tendrils swirling, a deceptive calm masking the threat he felt coiling in the void. He turned, his voice a growl cutting through the deck's hum. Lock down the conscripts. Full scans. Every corner of this sector. Whatever hit that ship, it's out there. We find it before it finds us. The Stellar Seeker thrummed, its armada tightening, sensors piercing the shadows of Orion, suspense building as the darkness waited, unseen but ever present. Chapter 14. Echoes of Ruin. Shadows loomed over the Phoenix Dawn's command deck as it erupted from the bridge drive's rift, a jagged slash of blue-white light ripping shut behind it, hurling the ship into the Perseus Arm, a forsaken corner of the galaxy where stars guttered like spent embers against an abyss, unbroken by hope. Nakia braced against the helm's console, her braids swinging as the deck bucked beneath her, her dark eyes narrowing at the hollow screens stuttering to life. Consoles whined, crew voices quavering as they shouted positions, 63 Allied ships spilling into formation behind her, a sprawling armada of Phoenix fighters, Mosquito scouts, and reinforced frigates, their engines snarling low, casting eerie glints across the void. The jump had dropped them onto a Drixarian trail, a wispy ion thread curling through the starfield, but the stillness gnawed at her, a silence too deep, too oppressive, the hush before a scream. "Track that signal! Full sweep now!" Nakia's voice sliced through the deck's hum, her fingers jabbing her wrist control as the holo flared, a spectral ribbon of energy snaking toward a distant speck, pulsing faintly against the Perseus arm's shroud of gloom. A sensor tech's voice faltered, his hands trembling over the keys as the screen zeroed in. "Picking up wreckage. Dead ahead. 12 clicks out. Drixarian signature. Weak. Cold. Barely there." Nakia's stomach churned, a chill slithering up her spine. She'd traced trails before, hunted ghosts of Drixarian fleets. But this felt like stepping into a grave, the void whispering secrets it wouldn't yield. "All ships, approach slow. Weapons primed," she commanded, her tone steady but threaded with unease as the armada crept forward, engines thrumming a low dirge, a fleet of phantoms stalking through the black. The holo sharpened, painting a nightmare in stark relief, a Drixarian cruiser, its obsidian hull fractured into jagged shards, divides splitting its frame as if claws had torn it open from within. No lights blinked, no signals answered, just a silent, mangled corpse adrift against the starfield, its edges glistening where metal had melted into grotesque, drooping tendrils, frozen mid-drip in the vacuum's grip. Nakia's boots pounded the deck as she strode to the viewport, the wreck swelling closer, its silhouette a twisted specter against the stuttering glow of a pulsar 2 light-years off, its pulse a faint heartbeat in the dark. "Magnify! Give me everything!" she snapped, and the screens obeyed, zooming in with merciless clarity, unveiling horrors that silenced the deck. Bones littered the breached decks, Drixarian skeletons sprawled in grotesque tableau, their armor fused to their frames, skulls locked in eternal screams, jawbones unhinged, ribs splintered and splayed like broken wings. Their edges shimmered wetly, half dissolved, as if acid had gnawed them down, partly digested, marrow oozing into the metal, tendrils of melted hull curling around them like a lover's embrace gone wrong. Panels dangled, sparking erratically, casting flickering shadows that danced over the carnage, a tableau of terror etched in bone and steel, a horror movie frame frozen in the void. A crewman retched, his console rattling as he lurched back, his voice a choked rasp. "What? What the hell did that?" Nakia's jaw locked, her fingers digging into the railing, her mechanic's mind racing against the dread clawing her chest, precision battling panic as the scene seared into her. "Scans, thermal, structural, bio, everything now!" she barked, her voice a lifeline as the deck jolted into motion, crew scrambling to their stations, screens flooding with data, reds and blues painting the void, sensors whining as they peeled back the wreck's secrets. The tech's voice quivered, his fingers speeding over the controls. No heat, no life, no power. Hulls melted, not blasted, not burned, dissolved, like acid ate it alive. Bones, organic residues wrong, partly broken down, digested, fused with the metal. The holo zoomed tighter, a femur, half intact, half slick with a viscous sheen, no blood but a glistening rot, tendrils of hull flowing over it like wax, a grotesque sculpture of decay. A ribcage flickered next, cracked, glistening, its edges softened as if chewed, marrow seeping into the deck plating below. Nakia's breath caught, her stomach twisting. This wasn't war. It was consumption, an unseen force feasting on the ship's marrow. "Logs, get their logs, pull it all," she ordered, her voice sharp as she pivoted back to the holo, a comms officer jabbing at his panel, static crackling before a signal clawed through. A Drixarian voice, male, hoarse and fraying, bursting from the speakers. Shadows of death. Came from nowhere. Fleet's gone. 3 ships. Devoured. Shields useless. His words dissolved into a guttural scream, metal screeching in the background, a wet crunch cutting through before silence swallowed it. Nakia's pulse hammered, the crew's eyes snapping to her as suspense coiled tighter. Shadows of death. Another log flared, a second voice, female, clipped and frantic. "It's moving! Can't see it! Nightfang's down! Hull's melting! Oh God, it's inside!" A shriek, a gurgling choke, then static. A third entry flickered, the last, a woman's voice, low, trembling, whispering through the void. It came from the void, hungry, endless. The holo died, plunging the deck into a crypt-like stillness, the pulsar's faint pulse beyond the viewport, a mocking heartbeat. Nakia's fingers gripped the railing harder, her knuckles whitening, her mind spinning. Solarian's greater hunger, Leonix's conscripts, now this, a pattern of ruin etched in whispers and bones. "Full scans, max range, track that void, find it," she snapped, her voice a tether as the crew leapt, sensors keening louder, beams of light stabbing into the Perseus arm's depths, thermal grids sweeping, electromagnetic pulses probing, gravitational sensors humming as they mapped the unseen. The holo pulsed, data streaming, then jolted violently, a red spike flaring, an energy surge surging from the wreck's shadow, a wave of distortion hurtling toward the Phoenix dawn. "Brace! Evasive! Full burn!" Nakia roared, her voice slashing through the panic as the deck pitched, crew scrambling to their posts. The Phoenix Dawn's engines howled, thrusters igniting in a blaze of white fire as it banked hard left, the armada fracturing, Phoenix fighters peeling off in desperate arcs, their engines screaming as they spiraled away, mosquito scouts diving low, skimming the void's edge, frigates lumbering aside with groans of straining metal. The surge struck, a silent, invisible wall of force slamming the fleet's flank, catching 2 mosquito scouts mid-turn, their hulls buckling, melting inward as if gripped by unseen jaws, metal liquefying in grotesque ripples, pilot screams cutting off in bursts of static as the ships crumpled into nothingness, swallowed by the black. A frigate lurched too slow, its port side grazed, armor dissolving in a sizzling cascade, crew quarters imploding, debris spinning wildly as the ship listed, half its mass erased in seconds. Nakia's heart thudded, her fingers slamming the comms override as the surge dissipated, the holo flickering back, 60 ships left, 3 lost in a blink. "Status! Report! Now!" she shouted, her voice raw, the deck buzzing as crew voices collided. Shields held, hull damage, scouts gone, frigate crippled, no trace. A sensor tech's voice broke through, shaking, his screen flashing blank. Surge was massive, then gone, no source, no trail, just vanished, like it blinked out. Nakia's eyes darted to the viewport, the wreck drifting silently, its melted hull glinting in the pulsar's pulse, bones stark against the shadows. Whatever struck was swift, ravenous, and invisible, a nightmare coiled in the void's embrace. "Patch me to Cora! Emergency link!" she ordered, her wrist control flaring as the holo strained to connect, static crackling across light years, a fragile thread to the vanguard in Earth's solar system. Cora's face emerged, her hazel eyes sharp against the bridge's glow, her voice steady but taut with concern. "Nakia, status. What's out there?" The holo wavered, the Perseus arm's distance fraying the signal, suspense pulsing like a heartbeat between them. Nakia leaned closer, her voice tight, horror seeping through every syllable. Phoenix Dawn and 63 ships tracked a Drexarian trail, found a derelict cruiser, shattered, no survivors. Hulls melted, not blasted, dissolved, bones inside, partly digested, fused with the metal, like something ate them alive. Logs call it shadows of death, said it devoured their fleet, 3 ships gone in minutes. Last entry. It came from the void, hungry, endless. Then an energy surge hit us, lost 2 scouts, a frigate's half gone, barely dodged it ourselves. It's gone now, No trace, no sign. This isn't Drexarian, Cora. It's something worse. Cora's face hardened, her eyes flickering with unease, the holo's static mirroring the dread in Nakia's words. Digested. Shadows. Nakia, you're seeing ruins, hearing echoes. Drexarians shatter minds. Those logs could be terror, delusions from their collapse. You've got a cold trail. Secure the wreck. Pull every bite. Scan for anything left. Hold position. I'm staying put for now. Nakia's jaw tightened, her mechanic's instincts roaring. This wasn't delusion. The surge's precision, the melted ships, the log's raw fear were too real. Understood. But this isn't trauma, Cora. That surge ate 3 ships, here now in front of us. I'll scan deeper, report anything. Watch your back. Her voice carried a quiet, desperate edge, suspense hanging heavy as Cora nodded, her unease deepening but her resolve unyielding. Copy. Secure and report. Stay sharp. The holo blinked out, leaving Nakia staring at the wreck, its melted hull shimmering, bones glinting in the pulsar's ghostly pulse, a silent wail carved into the void. She turned, her voice a low growl slicing through the deck's hum. Lock this sector. Full scans. Every shadow. Every ripple. Arm weapons. Prep defenses. Whatever did this, it's out there, waiting, and we're not its next prey. The Phoenix Dawn thrummed, its fleet coiling tighter, sensors stabbing into the Perseus arm's gloom, suspense mounting as the shadows of death lurked, unseen, endless, ravenous. Chapter 15. Fractured Trust. Cora Holbrook paced the Vanguard's command bridge, her boots striking the steel deck in a restless rhythm, the hum of consoles a steady pulse beneath the morning's fragile calm, until a comms officer's voice tore through it, sharp and jagged with panic. Warden, emergency broadcast, Earthside, Air Force One's down, struck by a Drexarian drone over the Pacific. President Ellison's dead. Senegal's President Diallo too, they're saying. Global channels are exploding, blaming us, calling it our failure. The words hit like a gut punch, her golden eyes snapping to the holoscreens flaring across the bridge, static crackling as feeds surged in, grainy footage looping, a jet splintering midair, flames blooming against storm clouds, debris spiraling into churning waves, a cloaked silhouette darting away, swallowed by the tempest. Her fingers clenched the railing, knuckles whitening, her breath shallow as her mind raced. Drexarian drone? Earth? Now? The accusation a blade twisting deeper than the loss, Earth's trust fraying under her watch, a wound she couldn't staunch. Silence that noise, Data! Now! She roared, her voice a whip crack slicing through the bridge's clamor, her wrist control flaring as she spun to the central holotable, screens dimming the chaos as crew leapt to obey. Everything Air Force One, crew, drone, pull it all, flight logs, manifests, tracks, scrape Earth's networks, Space Lord archives, anything. Move! A tech lunged to his station, fingers hammering keys, screens scrolling with encrypted streams, flight paths, comms logs, satellite captures, the Vanguard systems clawing through Earth's fractured grid. ETA 10 minutes, Warden. Earth's a hornet's nest. Data's tangled, he said, his voice tight as he wrestled the flood. Cora's jaw locked, suspense coiling tighter. 10 minutes to wait. 10 minutes to wrestle the storm crashing in from all sides. She pivoted to the holotable, her fingers slamming controls as the galaxy map blazed to life, stars pulsing against an infinite black, a canvas for the terror piling onto her shoulders. Leonix, Nakia, give me their reports, she muttered, her voice low, pulling the data burning in her mind. 2 commanders, 2 sectors, 2 screams from the void. The holo flared, Orion arm igniting red, a marker pinning the Stellar Seekers' clash. 53 ships against 1 Drexarian patrol, a swift surrender, 12 conscripts freed, their whispers haunting. A darkness consumed the night talon. No trace. She zoomed in, her mechanic's eye dissecting, coordinates glowing. A faint energy spike logged, dissipating into nothing. Leonix's voice echoing through her memory. Urgent. They're terrified. Say it attacked from the shadows. Her fingers danced, plotting it, red tendrils threading Orion's edge, a ghost in the starfield. Perseus' arm pulsed next, the Phoenix Dawn's nightmare, a derelict cruiser, hull melted, bones digested, 63 ships whittled to 60 by an energy surge of darkness, Nakia's logs screaming shadows of death. It came from the void, hungry, endless. Korra's hands moved faster, inputting Nakia's data, coordinates flaring, surge telemetry spiking, a wreck's melted tendrils curling on the hollow like a predator's maw. She stepped closer, the map's glow casting shadows across her face, her voice a whisper as patterns clawed at her gut. Orion, Perseus, same thread, different graves. Something's hunting Drexarians, fast, invisible, leaving nothing. Suspense thickened, crew eyes darting to her. Zolarian's greater hunger no longer a theory, but a specter she couldn't dismiss, its echo now pounding Earth's shores. Her fingers tapped the railing, a restless rhythm, her mind a battlefield. Leonix's conscripts trembling, a shadow moving through the stars. Nakia's wreck, bones fused with metal, digested alive. And now Earth, Air Force One, a Drexarian drone. 2 leaders gone, the world pointing at her. She closed her eyes, the Equinox Haven flashing, Petrov's roar over the broadcast. They hoard power. Whitmore's pill sparking Miguel's ruin, blood pooling under the equatorial sun, a group sowing chaos she'd underestimated. They hit us then. Now this? Suspicion flared, a shard digging deeper. Drexarians don't strike Earth. Not like this. Not after we broke them. The holo stars pulsed, taunting her as she waited, each tick of the clock a sledgehammer against her resolve. Earth screams and the galaxy's shadows converging in a tempest she couldn't escape. A console pinged, the tech's voice slashing through, sharp, breathless. Data's in, Warden. Air Force One crew, drone, patching it now. The holo shuddered, streams flooding the galaxy map, flight path arcing over the Pacific, a jagged line from takeoff to ruin, crew manifest glowing, 30 souls, pilots, aides, Secret Service, and there, stark on the list, Margaret Ellison and Fatima Diallo, flagged as passengers. Korra's eyes narrowed, her fingers zooming into the manifest standard protocol, names logged, departure confirmed. Then she tapped deeper, cross-referencing Space Lord scans from orbital arrays and Earthside intel. The results flared, DNA traces from the wreckage, 30 signatures, none matching Ellison or Diallo, last timestamps. Ellison in D.C., meeting senators, 0900 Zulu. Diallo in Dakar, addressing Parliament, 0930 Zulu, hours before the jet's ascent. They're on the manifest, but not in the wreck, she said, her voice rising, disbelief threading through as she spun to the tech. Verify. Space Lord scans. Biosignatures. Check it. The tech scrambled, screens flashing. Confirmed orbital scans. DNA negative. Neither leader's trace in debris. Korra's breath caught, her mind snapping to the drone data. Drexarian signature pulsing red, cloaked, railgun armed, telemetry tracing a cold, precise arc, launch point slicing back from the Pacific to Hokkaido, Japan. A black sight blinking on the holo, its coordinates a bloody scar on Earth's curve. Hokkaido, Japan. Drexarian tech doesn't spawn there, she growled, her voice a low thunder as the bridge froze, crew eyes wide with shock. Ellison, Diallo, listed but not aboard. Drone from Japan. This isn't Drexarian. It's them, the Equinox Haven group, staging it, pinning it on us. She leaned over the holo, the galaxy map pulsing, Orion and Perseus anomalies glaring like festering wounds, Japan's marker a jagged thorn on Earth's skin. They faked it. Air Force One's a lie, a message, blaming us to break Earth. Cover their tracks, she said, her voice steady but laced with fury, suspense peaking as the pieces locked. Petrov's broadcast face, Whitmore's venom, Tanaka's cold precision, a drone from his hands. She slammed her fist on the railing, her internal comms flaring. Space Lord channels connected instantly to Jackson and Maria, orbiting Earth's moon in their ships, her voice a blade cutting through their minds. Jackson, Maria, Air Force One's down. Drone strike. Japan origin, not Drixarian. Ellison, Diallo on the manifest. No DNA in the wreck. It's a setup. I'm betting the Equinox Haven group. Petrov's in it. Find him Earthside, wherever he's hiding. Bring him to me, alive now. Jackson's growl pulsed back. Copy. Tracking. Got a Moscow ping. Maria's sharp reply followed. On it. Moving fast. Their responses hit her instantly. The internal comms a lifeline in system. No delay. No static. Orders delivered. Received. Acted on in a heartbeat. The bridge erupted. Crew diving into scans. Earth's chaos streaming. Riots torching DC streets. Dakar's skyline smoking. Broadcasts howling Space Lord betrayal. Korra's fingers traced the hollow. Orion's red scar. Perseus's melted ruin. Japan's bloody dot. A web of treachery tightening. They're ripping us apart, Earth. The galaxy. While something else stalks, she whispered. Nakaya's hungry, endless tolling. Leonix's shadow creeping. Suspense clawing as she stood. The vanguard her fortress in a war she now wage on every front. Chapter 16. Lunar Requiem. The Skull Reaver's command deck thrummed as Rook slammed his hands onto the console, his gray eyes narrowing at the hollow screen tracking Earth's shrinking curve, blue-green continents fading into a speck against the void as the Phoenix pulse drive ignited. "Engage! Full burn to the moon!" he barked, his voice a growl slicing through the hum, the deck shuddering as violet conduits flared along the hull, fusion cores pulsing with the star's heartbeat. Gravitic stabilizers hummed, countering the G-forces as engines roared to life, white fire erupting from the exhaust nozzles, a comet's tail streaking behind as the Skull Reaver surged from Earth orbit, Mach 10 tearing through the vacuum, Mach 20 shattering silence, climbing to 0.999 C, just shy of light speed, the void blurring into streaks of starlight. Beside them, the Terra Ascendant matched pace, Alexi's silver-hulled ship a twin blaze, its own Phoenix pulse drive flaring violet-white, engines synchronized in a deafening duet. 60 Allied ships followed, a vast armada accelerating in their wake, Phoenix fighters weaving tight arcs, Mosquito scouts darting like hornets, frigates lumbering with gravitic stabilizers thrumming, their hulls pulsing violet as cryo-flux shrouds vented glowing vapor trails. The lunar run, 384,400 kilometers, took mere seconds at this speed, Earth's glow dimming as the moon loomed, a gray orb swelling in the viewport, its craters stark against the black. Suspense coiled as Rook braced, acceleration peaking, stabilizers whining under strain. Then the drives cut, thrusters flaring to slow them, dust swirling as the Skull Reaver touched down on the Sea of Tranquility, the Terra Ascendant landing in a plume beside it, 60 ships fanning into orbit like a predator's pack. Rook's boots crunched lunar dust as he strode from the airlock, his voice a growl cutting through the Skull Reaver's hum. "Boarding team, full gear, weapons hot, Alexei. Flank me. Let's see what these junkies are hiding." His internal comms flared, Space Lord channels crackling instantly to Alexei aboard the Terra Ascendant. "Copy. Rook. Team set. Moving now." The stronghold's gates loomed, jagged spires of obsidian and silver piercing the regolith, glinting faintly under Earth's distant light, a fortress of fated might. A dozen Space Lords and Ascendants fanned out, hands gripping rifles, scanners whirring, 60 ships overhead a silent threat as Rook and Alexei approached, suspense pulsing with each step. The gates groaned open, a rumble shaking the dust, revealing Zalarian, his elongated frame slumped against the entry, silver cloak trailing in the gray powder, his once translucent skin now a dull, ashen gray veins flickering faintly like dying coals. His golden eyes darted, sunken and twitchy, locking on Rook and Alexei as he rasped, his voice a hiss threading through the comms, raw with desperation. "You've come, Space Lords, Terradal. Please, we need it. Give it to us." His fingers clawed the air, trembling violently, a junkie's plea carved into every shudder. Centuries of dominion reduced to this, a broken figure groveling, his body a faded husk of the radiant Nexuser Rook had known before the Great War's chaos. Rook's jaw clenched, his hand dipping into a pouch at his side, pulling 3 vials of Pterodal, violet liquid shimmering in the lunar glow. Space Lord adrenaline distilled into the Nexuser's lifeline, a prize that gleamed like liquid starfire. He held them up, his voice rough, taunting, edged with bitter scorn. "This what you're after, Zalarian? You, Lord of Galaxies, tech that bent stars to your will, now crawling for a fix like some gutter rat?" Zalarian's eyes locked on the vials, his grayed hands twitching harder, his hiss sharpening into a plea that grated through the comms. "Yes, please, Rook. It's not want, it's need. Centuries too long. We've used it since the dawn of our rise. We can't be whole without it. Pterodal completes us." His body sagged further, dull and lifeless, a shadow of the luminous tyrant who'd once wielded fleets across systems. His translucence faded to a sickly pallor, his power leached away by time and dependency. Rook's fingers tightened on the vials, his voice dropping to a growl, suspicion threading through as he stepped closer, looming over the Nexusar. "Why here? You left, fled to your homeworld after the war, tails tucked. Why drag yourselves back to this rock?" Zalarian's head snapped up, his darkened eyes glinting with shame and ravenous hunger, his voice a ragged whisper trembling as he spoke. "There's nothing left, our planet, called by the Great Hunger. It took everything, every soul, every cell, gone, devoured." His fingers stretched toward the vial, brushing air as Rook held it just beyond reach, suspense growing as desperation poured from Zalarian's every word, his grayed form quaking with the weight of his plea. Rook's mind flashed, conscript days under Drexarian lash, planets called by their masters, missions of slaughter, whole worlds stripped bare, intelligent life butchered with cold precision, resources plundered to fuel domination, bodies piled high in the dirt for the Empire's greed. He torched cities, watched forests burn, felt the blood of billions on his hands, orders barked through bio-implants, no choice but to obey, a slave's life etched in scars. His voice hardened, gravel scraping steel, suspicion sharpening his tone. "Called? Like we did, massacring for them? You mean killed? Every last one, wiped clean for your precious tech?" Zalarian shook his head, his grayed frame trembling harder, his hiss a desperate cry cutting through the lunar silence. "Not killed, consumed. Not just us. Every life form, down to the smallest single-cell organism. Gone. Devoured. The Great Hunger. Nothing survived. Barely any tech. Please. The Pterodal. Give it to us." Rook's eyes narrowed, his hand extending one vial, suspense peaking as Zalarian snatched it with a pharaoh lunge, his fingers fumbling the cap in a frantic dance. Then, with a shudder that rippled through his frame, he pressed it to his chest, the vial's contents seeping through his skin in a Draxarian-derived osmosis technique honed over centuries, the violet liquid flooding his system in a heartbeat. His body jolted upright, gray fading to a faint shimmer, translucence creeping back, veins pulsing brighter beneath his skin, golden eyes flaring with a sudden, eerie brilliance as he straightened, a junkie reborn from the ashes of his withdrawal. Pterodal, once a spirit's gift, centuries ago. A transcendence, he rasped, his voice steadying, reverence threading through the hiss as he clutched the empty vial. We soared, felt the cosmos in our bones, whole, alive, connected to every star, every pulse of life. But now, after ages, it's our crutch, our need to feel that again. Without it, we're husks, shadows of what we were. Rook's gut twisted, a storm of amazement and disgust churning within. Zalarian, a galactic titan who'd once bent empires to his will, now, like many others of his species, a slave to his own vice, centuries of transcendence warped into a necessity as vital as breath. His mind flickered back, conscript nights, huddled in Drexarian barracks, the sting of bio-implants searing orders into his skull, the hollow ache of a life stolen, a freedom he'd clawed back with the siren's pill, a bitter mirror to Zalarian's fall. "You're a wreck," he growled, his voice low, bitter. "But I've been there, chained, broken, less than nothing. Show me your planet, what's left of it." He dangled a second vial, bait glinting in the lunar light, suspense hanging heavy as Zalarian's eyes widened, his trembling hands reaching before he turned, cloak rustling, to a console flickering faintly against the stronghold's wall. The console whirred to life under Zalarian's deft touch, a hollow flaring into existence, the Nexuser homeworld unfurled before them, once a jewel of swirling blues and greens, oceans shimmering under twin suns, forests sprawling across continents teeming with life, cities of silver spires piercing the sky, skies alive with Nexuser craft, a world pulsing with vitality. Now, gray, barren, a desolate sphere pocked with craters, its surface scoured clean, no hint of water, no whisper of green. Scans scrolled across the holo, biosignatures flatlining at zero, not a single microbe stirring. Tech remnants scattered like shattered bones across the wasteland, twisted husks of once mighty machines glinting faintly under a dead sky. "All gone, the great hunger," Zalarian whispered, his voice quaking with awe and terror, his golden eyes reflecting the holo's bleak glow as his grayed kin crowded closer, their twitchy forms stilling in shared dread. "It ate everything, every soul, every cell, every breath of life, left this husk. We fled, back here, to beg, to survive on this barren rock." Rook stared, his hands clenching into fists, the holo's gray desolation searing into his mind, called by the great hunger, not Drexarian slaughter, not the resource wars he'd waged as a conscript, but annihilation, a force beyond domination, a void that consumed all, leaving nothing to conquer. His breath caught, memories flashing, planets razed under Drexarian orders, cities burned to ash, screams swallowed by the roar of plasma cannons, the stench of charred flesh and melted steel. But this was different, a hunger that didn't plunder. It erased, a scale of ruin that dwarfed even the Empire's cruelty. Alexei stepped closer, his voice low, urgent, cutting through the holo's hum like a blade through silence. "That's no war. It's extinction, total and absolute. We've got to fight it. Find a way, Rook, before it turns its jaws on us." Rook nodded, amazement shifting to a steely resolve. "This changes everything," his voice snapping like a whip across the hangar bay. "Fighter test now. Let's see if your tech can stand against this." The hangar bay thrummed with tension, Nexusar fighters gleaming under the lunar lights, sleek, silver craft, their curved hulls alien and pristine, bristling with stealth arrays and plasma conduits, relics of a once mighty empire now tethered to the Space Lord's mercy. Zalarian led them, his body shimmering faintly with Teradal's glow, his focus sharpened as he barked orders to his techs, grayed Nexusar scurrying around the fighters, their hands twitching with withdrawal's edge as they fumbled with controls and conduits. Space Lord systems clashed with Nexusar designs, screens flashing red, controls stuttering, unresponsive to the bio-implants woven into Rook and his team. Rook's growl cut through the bay. Useless junk. But Alexei dropped to a knee beside a cockpit, his fingers tracing circuits with a mechanic's grace, rerouting power manually. No link, just raw tech, pure and simple. "Got it. Bypass the implants, direct interface," Alexei said, his voice steady, hands deft as he ripped into the fighter's guts, wires sparking as he yanked out biosync nodes, patching Nexuser controls to Space Lord inputs with a tangle of cables and solder, screens flaring green as the craft hummed to life, its cockpit lighting up with a soft violet glow. The test pilot, Kale, a wiry ascendant with a daredevil's glint in his eyes, climbed in, the canopy snapping shut as the fighter's engines roared, a deep, guttural bellow erupting into a blaze of white fire that shook the hangar, the craft streaking from the lunar bay like a bolt of lightning unleashed. The hollow tracked it, speed climbing in a dizzying ascent. Mach 10 tearing through the lunar vacuum in a heartbeat. Mach 20 shattering silence with a sonic boom swallowed by the void. Then beyond. Ridiculous. Impossible. Cresting just below light speed at 0.999 c, a silver blur slicing through the black with a precision that defied reason. The hangar crew gaped, their cheers erupting as the fighter arced, a dramatic sweep circling Mars, its red surface flashing past in a fleeting heartbeat, the holo clocking the run. Earth to Mars, 384,400 kilometers out, then back, 4 minutes flat, lunar dust swirling in a tempest as it touched down, the canopy hissing open in a rush of vapor. Kale emerged, breathless, exhilarated, his voice a shout over the bay's roar. "It's alive! Handles like a damn dream! Fastest thing I've ever flown!" The hangar thrummed with triumph, the Nexuser fighter a silver marvel gleaming under the lights, its potential still to be judged against the Great Hunger's shadow. Rook's amazement flared. This could fight it, but we won't know till we can study it. His voice steady as he turned to Zalarian, resolve hardening like steel in a forge. "You've earned it, Morteridal, for this, for your scans." He handed over a dozen vials, violet liquid glinting like captured stars, Zalarian's hands trembling as he clutched them, gratitude shimmering in his translucent eyes, his grayed kin crowding closer, their twitchy forms stilling at the sight of their lifeline. "It's awake. Your war woke it," Zalarian warned, his voice a hiss cutting through the hangar's hum, suspense peaking as Rook's jaw tightened. Great Hunger, a name that now carried the weight of a galaxy's ruin. "We're briefing Cora, in person. Your scans, this tech, all of it," Rook said, his voice a growl. Alexei nodding beside him. Progress, answers, a chance. The Skull Reaver and Terra Ascendant powered up, the Phoenix pulse drives flaring violet-white, lunar dust swirling in a gray storm as they lifted off, Teridal vials glinting in Zalarian's grasp, the Nexusar's desperate hope traded for a fight against a hunger they'd only begun to fathom. Chapter 17. The Void's Whisper. The galactic core churned like a cosmic maelstrom as the Vigilantia plunged into its depths, a sleek silver vessel slicing through a swirling abyss where stars blazed with ferocious intensity and nebulae twisted in vivid streaks of crimson and violet, their edges brushing against pulsars that flickered like the dying embers of ancient gods. Lysander stood at the helm, his well-developed frame tight with restless energy, his sharp eyes glinting as he surveyed the viewport's expanse. A chaotic battlefield of light and shadow, where gravity warped the fabric of space and stellar clusters burned too close, their radiance a relentless assault on the senses. The deck vibrated beneath his boots, the Phoenix pulse drive's violet conduits pulsing faintly along the hull, a steady heartbeat contrasting the core's wild, erratic rhythm. Behind him sprawled a fleet of 70 ships, an imposing armada stretching across the stellar haze. Phoenix fighters darted in precise, aggressive formations. Mosquito scouts navigated deftly through clouds of stellar debris with a quiet menace, and frigates loomed large, their massive frames casting long shadows as their engines flared white, holding orbit around a neutron star's crushing gravitational pull. Lysander's fingers tapped the console in a staccato rhythm, irritation simmering as he peered into the void. Day 1 yielded nothing. No Drexarian signatures flickered across the scanners, no conscript cries pierced the silence, no trace of life emerged from the core's churning expanse. His voice cut through the bridge's hum, sharp and edged with impatience. "Cora, Day 1 in the galactic core. Nothing out here but stars and silence. This is a waste of time." He sent the message through the quantum pulse relay, a galactic comm system woven into Space Lord technology, designed to be virtually fail-proof, delivering instant communication across light years, a lifeline connecting him to the Vanguard. Cora's reply pulsed back, her tone calm and measured. "Keep hunting, Lysander. The core's dense. They're in there somewhere." His lips twisted into a smirk, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. "Nothing's here but ghosts and light." Day 2 arrived with no break in the pattern, the core's eternal blaze casting its glow across the fleet. The holo flared to life, its screens blank once more, scanners sweeping through the void and finding only emptiness. Lysander paced the bridge, his boots striking the deck in a restless cadence, each step a testament to his growing unease. The crew moved around him, consoles whirring, fingers tapping holo screens, but the silence pressed heavier. His voice tightened as he spoke into the relay once again. Cora, Day 2. Still nothing. Scanners are clean. Patrols come back empty. I'm starting to think this is a void chase. The relay hummed softly, her response steady and unshaken. Patience, Lysander. Drexarians hide deep. Keep pushing forward. He let out a snort, the word grating against his restless spirit. Patience? I'm burning fuel for shadows and dust. Day 3 stretched the silence thinner, the core's relentless churn a mocking backdrop to the absence of prey. The Vigilantia's bridge buzzed with the low murmur of restless crew, their movements mechanical, consoles whirring, scanners probing the endless expanse. But Lysander's fingers drummed faster, his voice dropping to a low snarl as he leaned into the relay. Cora, Day 3. Zip. The core's a graveyard. Nothing moves. Nothing breathes. This is pointless. Her reply came through, firm and unwavering. They're there. Trust the intel. Dig deeper into it. His smirk faded, suspicion creeping into his thoughts like a splinter under the skin. Digging for nothing. Something feels off about this. Day 4 deepened the emptiness, the core's unyielding light a taunt against the void stillness. Lysander's patience frayed further, his pacing quickening, boots striking harder against the deck as if to shake loose some hidden truth from the silence. The crew's eyes followed him, tension simmering, hands hovering over controls, and his voice rose with a sharp bite as he spoke filled with frustration into the relay. Cora, Day 4, nada. Damn emptiness. I've got 70 ships spinning in this hellhole. Give me something tangible or pull me back. The relay pulsed her response, calm but resolute. Stay the course. Conscripts need you. Keep looking. He slammed a fist onto the console, frustration boiling over into a raw edge. Looking for what? Dust and echoes? This is madness. Day 5 cracked open with a faint glimmer, a Drexarian hub, cloaked in the shadow of a pulsar, its obsidian hull glinting subtly on the holo, a dark speck against the star's blinding staccato pulse. Lysander's eyes blazed with sudden fire, his voice slicing through the bridge like a honed blade. Cora, Day 5. Found them. Hub, pulsar veil, going in hard. Her reply snapped back through the relay, measured but tinged with caution. Caution, Lysander. Intel's thin. Hit smart. He grinned, a spark of exhilaration igniting in his chest, the thrill of the hunt surging through him. Caution's for cowards. Time to burn it down. The Vigilantia led the charge, 70 ships diving into the pulsar's shadow, with engines flaring violet white, a swarm of steel and fury slashing through the core's haze. Phoenix fighters streaked ahead, plasma bolts blazing blue, stitching glowing scars across the hub's shields. Sparks cascaded like shattered stars into the void, lighting the darkness with fleeting bursts. Mosquito scouts flanked low, pulse arrays hammering with green bursts that pounded the barrier until it flickered and cracked. Each hit a drumbeat of destruction reverberating through the silence. Frigates swung wide, railguns roaring with deep, resonant booms that shook the void. Projectiles tore through hull plating, jagged gashes spilling debris that tumbled into the pulsar's relentless pull. The Vigilantia surged into the center, forward batteries unleashing a salvo. White-hot beams lanced through the haze, slamming the hub's core with a force that crumpled metal and sent a groan echoing through the emptiness, a sound swallowed by the core's vastness. The Drexarians fought back, red plasma slashing wildly through the void. A bolt grazed a mosquito's wing, shearing plating in a burst of sparks that flared and faded into the dark. Another scorched a frigate's flank, the ship shuddering under the impact but firing relentlessly, its railguns pounding without pause. Lysander's voice barked through the comms, a whip of command driving the fleet forward. "Tighten up! Hit hard! Conscripts first!" The fleet closed like a vice, a relentless tide of destruction pressing in from all sides. A fighter spiraled in a daring arc, plasma shearing a turret. Flames erupted in a brief, violent bloom that cast jagged shadows across the hub's surface, while frigates pounded the breach, railguns ripping it wide until the hub split open like a cracked shell under the onslaught. 50 conscripts tumbled free, gaunt, trembling figures in tattered gear, their eyes wide filled with terror and hope, alive amidst the wreckage, clinging to debris or floating in the void's cold embrace. The firefight turned brutal, Drixarians swarming from the hub's depths, plasma clashing with Space Lord bolts in a storm of light and heat that painted the core in hues of blue and red. Lysander pushed the Vigilantia deeper, beams carving through defenders with surgical precision. Half the targets fell, hundreds of Drexarians dead, their bodies charred and broken, blood vaporizing into the void's frigid grasp before dissipating into nothingness. Thousands of conscripts secured, but the cost was steep. Half his targets lost to the fire he'd unleashed, their deaths a testament to the ferocity of his assault. His thrill burned bright. Got them, a rush of victory surging through him, but a conscript's whisper cut through it like a blade through flesh. Rhea, a wiry woman with hollow cheeks and haunted eyes, rasped. A black tide. It hit the sister ship, ate the stars, left nothing but screams. Her voice trembled, her gaze darting to the void as if it might swallow her whole, her words sinking into Lysander's mind like a splinter of ice. His grin faded, suspicion flaring. Black tide? What is that? His link pulsing through the quantum pulse relay, Cora, hub down, many conscripts free, half dead. Conscripts say a black tide ate a ship, silent now. Something's out here, urgent. Cora's reply crackled back through the relay, her voice steady but laced with a cautious edge. Slow down. Check it. Be careful. Tension rose in his chest, a spark of defiance flickering against her words. Careful? It's here, right now! His voice sharp as he responded. It's not nothing. I'm scanning. Her response held firm, unyielding. Smart, not fast. Scan it thoroughly. He gritted his teeth. Fine, the hollow flaring to life as scanners swept the core's depths, probing the pulsar's shadow with a relentless hum. The crew worked in tense silence, fingers tapping keys, consoles whirring. Then a flicker caught their eyes, faint, elusive, black tendrils curling from a scout's hull, the Dawn Chaser brushed by a conscript's pod during retrieval, a fleeting contact no one had marked in the chaos. A wail erupted, low, guttural, a sound that tore through the comms like flesh being ripped apart, bones grinding into dust, a hunger-given voice that clawed at the mind with icy, relentless fingers. The Dawn Chaser shuddered violently, metal buckling with a sickening groan that echoed through the void, biocircuits bubbling into a gray sludge that steamed and hissed. It's eating us! A crewman's scream pierced the comms, raw and desperate, pods launching in a frantic burst. Help us! Conscripts just saved once again tumbling into the void, their cries swallowed by the wail as the shadow swelled, tendrils snaking outward, devouring flesh and tech in a grotesque pulse that pulsed with a living rhythm. Lysander's voice roared, Dawn Chaser, report now! But the relay cut, silence fell, abrupt, deafening. The quantum pulse relay, fail-proof across galaxies under any circumstance, severed mid-breath, a void swallowing his link with a suddenness that stunned the bridge into stillness. The Blaze Runner's hollow blanked, Dawn Chaser reduced to ash in seconds, tendrils vanishing as if they'd never existed. What in the void just happened? On the Vanguard, Cora's breath caught in her throat, her hazel eyes widening as the link died. Lysander. The silence a knife twisting deep in her gut, the quantum pulse relay's failure a shockwave that rocked her mind fail-proof under any circumstance, yet gone in an instant, a system designed to endure the galaxy's worst now mute. So much. So fast. Great hunger. Her hands gripped the console with a force that whitened her knuckles, worry surging like a tidal wave crashing through her. He's out there alone? A truth clawing its way free, her heart pounding with a force she couldn't name, a rhythm that shook her to her core. I can't lose him. Not Lysander. She'd known his fire, his recklessness, the way it sparked something in her own spirit. But now it burned deeper, a flame she'd buried beneath duty, flaring bright with a clarity that stole her breath. He's mine. Her voice snapped through the internal comms link, raw with urgency. Alexei, Rook, Lysander's cut, galactic core. Something hit. What the hell happened? Her tone trembling, disbelief crashing against a resolve forged in the heat of her fear. Fear for Lysander driving her. He's out there, my fire, I'll find him. Cora's worry a silent scream. Lysander, hold on. Chapter 18. The Hunger's Echo. The lunar surface shuddered as the Skull Reaver's engines erupted with a guttural roar, thrusters blasting plumes of gray dust that spiraled upward in the moon's scant gravity, twisting into ghostly tendrils that hung momentarily in the vacuum before settling in a gritty haze around the Nexuser stronghold, a jagged fortress of obsidian and silver carved deep into the sea of Tranquility's regolith, its spires thrusting toward the starfield like the claws of a long-dead beast, their tips glinting faintly under Earth's pale, distant glow. Rook stood at the helm, his scarred hands gripping the console's edge with a ferocity that turned his knuckles white, his golden eyes narrowing as the viewport framed the lunar expanse, a desolate gray sea stretching toward a horizon pocked with craters, each a scar of ancient violence etched into the moon's lifeless face. The Terra Ascendant lifted beside them, Alexei's silver-hulled ship rising with predatory grace, its engines snarling in a deep, resonant duet that sent tremors through the regolith below. 60 Allied ships trailed in their wake, a vast fleet hovering above as they claw upward from the stronghold's shadow, Phoenix fighters slicing through the void like razor-winged raptors, their engines trailing faint violet flickers, mosquito scouts darting in tight, frantic arcs, their sleek forms weaving a deadly dance, frigates lumbering with a ponderous menace, their hulls pulsing violet as the Phoenix pulse drives flared to life, white fire erupting in a blazing trail that streaked toward Earth at Mach 10, then Mach 20, climbing to 0.999 C, just shy of light speed. The ascent was a thunderous cacophony that rattled the Skull Reaver's deck, gravitic stabilizers whining under the strain as they countered G-forces that would have crushed bone to pulp, Earth's blue-green curve swelling in the viewport within seconds, 384,400 kilometers, shrinking to a fleeting heartbeat at near-light speed, the void blurring into streaks of starlight that smeared across the black like tears of fire. Rook's voice growled through internal comms, sharp and unyielding. All ships. Status. Report now. His words slicing through the hum as Alexei's reply crackled instantly from the Terra Ascendant, clear, 60 in formation, locked and steady. The fleet tightened into orbit, a constellation of steel and fire encircling Earth's edge, thousands of souls strong. But Rook's mind lingered on Vix, the Nexuser tech he'd assigned to the stellar wraith. No alien species rode the Skull Reaver, Rook's ironclad rule, forged in the crucible of his conscript days under Drixarian lash, when trust was a luxury he'd never afford beyond Space Lords, their shared scars a bond no outsider could claim. Vix had been a wreck when they'd arrived at the stronghold, his once translucent skin dulled to a sickly gray, his crystal-like eyes sunken and twitchy, territorial withdrawal carving him into a trembling husk, a shadow of the Nexusar who'd fled Zitharon's ruin during the Great Hunger's onslaught. Rook had handed him a vial before departure, a trade for the fighter tech Zalarian's scans had bought, watching as Vix pressed it to his chest, the violet liquid seeping through his skin in a Drixarian osmosis technique, his body jolting as health surged back, gray fading to a faint shimmer, veins pulsing brighter beneath his flesh, a junkie reborn from the ashes of his sickness. "Keep your tech tight, Stellar Wraith's your post," Rook had growled, assigning him to the scout ship, no Nexusar on his ship, only Space Lords aboard the Skull Reaver's steel heart. Vix had nodded, his hiss steadying. For the Alliance, his crystal-like eyes glinting with a flicker of pride as he boarded the Wraith, Pterodal's gift restoring the Nexusar he'd been before Zitharon fell. The fleet's ascent steadied, Earth's glow a steady beacon against the void, until a tremor jolted the Skull Reaver's deck, faint but wrong, a low, guttural hum rippling through the hull, not the PPD's rhythmic pulse, but something deeper, alive, sinister, a sound that slithered into the bones and coiled there like a living thing. Rook's head snapped up, his voice barking, "What's that? Report now!" But Alexi's reply cut through the internal comms, urgent and edged with alarm. "Rook, check the Wraith. Something's wrong on its flank." The hollow flared to life with a sharp whine, zooming to the stellar Wraith, its silver hull glinting in Earth's reflected light, then shuddering violently, a shadow blooming across its starboard side, blacker than the void itself, tendrils curling like smoke but solid, ravenous, a nightmare clawing free from some unseen abyss. A scream tore through the comms, Vix's voice raw, panicked, a guttural wail shredding the fleet's chatter into silence. "It's here, inside me. It's alive." His eyes wide on the hollow feed, his shimmering skin, restored to health by Pterodal's violet surge, now a curse as his hands clawed at his chest, terror twisting his face into a mask of agony that flickered across every screen in the Armada. "I didn't know. Since Zitharon, it's been with me. Since the hunger took it all." The shadow erupted, tendrils snaking from his flesh, his arm bubbling, melting into a gray sludge that hissed and steamed as it fed the darkness, a tiny fragment of the great hunger, clinging to him since Zitharon's devouring, a speck hidden in his withdrawal-sick body, unnoticed in the fog of his torment, awakened by Pterodal's restoration, surging to life on the vitality it had craved. It doubled in seconds, Vix's scream cut to a wet, choking gurgle, his crystal-like eyes vanishing into the maw as his shimmering form dissolved into a writhing mass, the wail swelling, a terrifying guttural shriek that tore through the comms like flesh ripping, bones grinding, a hunger-given voice that clawed at the soul with icy fingers. "Wraith, report! Now!" Rook roared, his voice a jagged blade slicing through the rising panic. But the shadow tripled, organic tech, biocircuits woven into the Wraith systems, dissolving into its grasp, the hull buckling with a sickening groan as tendrils clawed outward, a grotesque mass pulsing with each ravenous bite. The Wraith's crew of hundreds of Space Lords snapped rifles up, plasma bolts blazing blue across the hangar bay. What the hell is that? Sizzling into the darkness, sparking briefly in a futile flash, before sinking uselessly, swallowed by the void as if they'd never fired at all. Panic erupted across the comms. "It's not stopping. Shoot it. Keep shooting." Rifles clattering to the deck as crewmen stumbled back, their shouts drowned by the wail, a deafening chorus of devoured souls reverberating through the ship, the deck plates warping and twisting as metal succumbed, bio-walls melting into a bubbling sludge that fed the shadow's insatiable growth, quadrupling it into a hulking nightmare, clawing the scout's heart with tendrils that writhed like living serpents. Alexi's voice crackled through the internal comms. "Rook, it's spreading. The Wraith's dark. Flanks hit." The Terra Ascendant scanner screaming as the hollow flared with a frantic pulse. 60 ships, now 59. The Wraith's hull crumpling inward like wet parchment, biocircuits liquefying into a gray ooze that hissed and steamed, tendrils leaping across the void to a Phoenix fighter, 58, its sleek frame dissolving in a heartbeat. The pilot's scream cut to a burst of static as the shadow surged, a black tide clawing for more with an insatiable fury. "Fleet, abandon ship, jump pods now!" Rook bellowed, his voice raw and ragged, the Wraith's comms erupting in a cacophony of terror. "It's eating us! Get out! Get out now!" Escape hatches hissing open with a desperate whine, pods launching in frantic, chaotic bursts, Space Lords tumbling into the void, their cries swallowed by the wail as the bridge crew held their ground, faces grim with resolve, rifles blazing blue into the growing maw that pulsed with a grotesque, living rhythm. "It's organic!" Biotech's its fuel! It's growing! A Wraith tech shouted, his screen sparking and sizzling as tendrils snaked closer, circuits bubbling into a steaming sludge, his flesh blistering as a tendril grazed his arm, his scream a high-pitched wail merging with the shadow's roar, metal, bone, flesh consumed, the shadow quintupling into a grotesque titan, clawing the ship's spine with a ravenous fury that shook the hull to its core. Rook's mind raced, fragments snapping into place, Zalarian's warning, "It's awake. Your war woke it. Vix's shard, a stowaway from Zitharon's fall, a speck of the great hunger hidden in his withdrawal-sick body, dormant but unleashed now by Teradal's surge of health, a spark igniting a firestorm, no clue what it is, where it's from, but it's here. Wraith status! Give me something!" Rook roared, his voice a desperate plea, but Captain Lyra's reply cut through the chaos. "We're losing it! Sun's our only shot!" Her steel-eyed resolve steady as she slammed the helm with a fist. "For the system! Full burn now!" The PPD flared violet-white, engine screaming a banshee's howl. 0.9C, 0.999C, Earth, shrinking to a speck, the sun swelling into a blazing inferno that filled the viewport with a blinding, searing glare. Pods streaked away in a frantic swarm, 57 ships scattering like prey before a predator, Phoenix fighters diving with engines blazing, frigates lumbering to haul survivors, space lords floating in the void, their screams drowned by the wail that tore through the comms. "It's everywhere. Help us." Their voices a symphony of terror as the shadow swelled, sextupling now, half the Wraith gone, biotech fueling its hunger, the wail a banshee's shriek that clawed at the mind, flesh and circuits melting into a bubbling gray sludge that steamed and hissed, tendrils lashing out like living whips. Lyra's voice rang out, "Hold it! Sunward! Give them time!" Her bridge crew, 5 space lords, faces set in grim determination, rifles firing blue bolts into the maw as it pulsed and writhed, the wail escalating, septupling, 2/3 of the ship devoured, organic remnants vanishing into the shadow's insatiable abyss, the deck plates buckling with a sickening screech as the sun loomed closer, millions of kilometers shrinking to thousands, then hundreds, the Wraith a blazing arrow hurtling toward its fiery grave. The shadow surged, octupuling, 3/4 of the ship consumed, biocircuits a feast for its hunger, the wail peaking as the sun filled the viewport, blinding, searing, a furnace of unrelenting light, Lyra's voice a final snarl, "Now, end it!" The PPD maxed, 0.999C, slamming them into the corona, flames licking the hull with a ravenous fury, the shadow shrieking as solar fire engulfed it, tendrils sizzling, curling inward, evaporating into wisps of black vapor, the wail a guttural, soul-rending crescendo that tore through the comms, a banshee's death knell echoing across the fleet before silence fell, abrupt, deafening, the Wraith vaporizing in a blinding flash of white-hot light, the bridge crew's sacrifice a torch against the dark, a pyre to shield the solar system from the horror unleashed. Pods drifted in the void, 57 ships converging in a frantic swarm, Phoenix fighters swooping with engines screaming, their violet exhaust trails slashing the black as they scooped space lords from the emptiness, frigates lumbering closer, grappling arms hauling survivors aboard, 42 souls clawing back from the abyss, their faces pale as death, eyes hollow with a dread that sank into their bones. Alexi's voice crackled through the internal comms. Wraiths gone, survivors secure, 42 accounted for. The Terra Ascendant's hollow flared to life with a sharp whine, scans blank, no trace of the shadow, the sun's relentless fire swallowing it whole. But the silence was a lie, the wail lingering in their minds, terrifying, insatiable, a hunger that gnawed at the edges of sanity. It ate, everything organic, biotech, flesh, all of it. A Terra Ascendant tech rasped, his voice quaking as he clutched the console, its screen steady, untouched by the chaos that had devoured the Wraith, the fleet systems intact beyond the lone scout's ruin. Rook's voice pulsed through the internal comms. Vix, since Zitharon, Teradal woke it. The Nexusar's shard, clinging to him since Zitharon's devouring, a speck hidden in his withdrawal-sick body, unnoticed through Vix's torment, unleashed by the health Teradal restored, a spark igniting a firestorm that grew with each biologic it consumed. Vix's flesh, the Wraith's biotech, the crew's lives, no clue what it is, where it's from, only that it's here. The wail lingered in their minds, terrifying, insatiable, a hunger beyond comprehension, a sound that clawed at sanity with relentless, icy fingers, leaving a scar no silence could erase. A sudden jolt cut through the comms, Cora's voice, sharp and startled, bursting into the Space Lord's internal link. "Rook, Alexei, what the hell just happened? 42 survivors in minutes. What is this?" Her tone carried a raw edge, shock rippling through the instant connection, her golden eyes unseen but felt, wide with disbelief at the speed of the disaster unfolding in her solar system. Rook's reply was swift, his growl tight with urgency. "Cora, Vix carried it, a fragment from Zitharon, dormant till Teradal hit him. It woke, ate him, the Wraith, everything organic, biotech, flesh, grew with each bite. Wraith's crew took it to the sun, burned it out. No clue what it is. Zitharon's hunger, alive." His words hung heavy, the wail's echo a ghost in his voice, the fleet's silence a testament to the terror they'd glimpsed. Cora's response snapped back, firm and unyielding. "No chances. Any ship it touched, abandon them, direct them into the sun. I want every atom of that thing gone from this system now." Her order sliced through, a blade of resolve cutting the shock, her mind racing. Zitharon's hunger here? The Wraith's sacrifice a warning she wouldn't ignore, her voice steady but laced with a tremor of dread. Alexei's voice followed, steady but grim. "Copy. Wraith's gone, the scout ship on its way, following the Wraith, no others hit. Pods clear, 42 secure. The Terra Ascendant's hollow flared, scans blank, no trace beyond the Wraith's ash, the sun's fire swallowing it whole and the scout ship. But the silence was a lie, the wail lingering in their minds, terrifying, insatiable, a hunger beyond grasp. The fleet tightened, 58 ships intact, biotech still humming in their cores, 42 survivors wiser, scarred by the echo of a nightmare they'd fight blind, its origin a void as dark as the silence it left, a terror they'd carry like a wound. Chapter 19. Fractured Bonds. The Vanguard's command bridge thrummed with a relentless hum that pulsed through the steel deck, a ceaseless rhythm that vibrated into Cora Holbrook's bones as she stood at its center, her boots planted firmly against the cold, unyielding metal floor. Her golden eyes traced the hollow screens flickering with orbital patterns, Earth's blue-green curve framed against the vast, unyielding void, a fragile jewel now marred by the fresh wounds of loss, its serene glow a cruel contrast to the chaos tearing at her mind. The Stellar Wraith and Dawn Chaser, two ships gone in Earth's solar system, loomed in her thoughts like specters, their crew's sacrifices a heavy mantle she couldn't shrug off. The Wraith's crew had flown into the sun's fiery maw, a desperate blazing act to shield billions from the Great Hunger's ravenous grasp. Survivors pulled from escape pods by the fleet's frantic hands, their voices trembling with the memory of that wail. But the Dawn Chaser's loss carved a deeper gash, a wound still bleeding with every silent moment since Lysander's last transmission. Something's here, urgent, before the quantum pulse relay fell mute, severing her lifeline to him. Her fingers rested lightly on the console's edge, steady but tight, the biotech woven into her nerves pulsing faintly, violet conduits threading through her flesh, a lifeline sinking her to the Vanguard systems, amplifying her focus, her endurance, her capacity to bear the crushing weight of leadership that threatened to grind her into dust. Without that biotech, she'd have buckled long ago. Her nerves would be frayed to threads, her mind a splintered ruin under the relentless tide of decisions, losses and betrayals that piled atop one another like stones on a crumbling wall. Even with it, the stress gnawed at her core, a relentless beast prowling her thoughts, its claws sinking deeper with each unanswered question about Lysander's fleet. 70 ships in the galactic core, their fate a mystery since the relay's silence. No whisper of whether they battled the great hunger or drifted as lifeless husks amidst the stellar chaos. She fought to keep her calm, her face a mask of resolve as the bridge crew moved around her in a quiet, practiced rhythm, consoles whirring with a soft, persistent drone, voices hushed as they relayed coordinates and system checks, their own biotech humming in sync with the Vanguard's pulse, a network of violet threads linking them to its steel heart. The Wraith's sacrifice replayed in her mind, a crew of space lords, brave and unyielding, steering their ship into the sun's fiery maw to contain the great hunger, with survivors a testament to their valor, their voices quaking. It ate everything. A stark reminder of the biotech's limits, its power to steady her nerves no match for the visceral terror of that whale. The Dawn Chaser's loss cut deeper, Lysander's voice echoing in her skull, the relay silence a void she couldn't fill, a wound that bled worry into her thoughts with every passing second. Lysander, where are you? Alive? Fighting? Lost? His fire, his reckless grin flashing before her eyes, a warmth she clung to as the biotech pulsed, anchoring her fraying edges against the storm. She flicked her internal comms. Alexei, Rook, status update now. Their replies came swift and clipped. Fleet's holding. She nodded, jaw tight, but her mind spun in a frantic whirl. So fast, too much. How do I hold this together? The biotech steadied her, a thread of clarity weaving through the chaos, but beneath it, tension coiled. Lysander's fate, Earth's betrayal, a system teetering on the brink, each a burden no human could shoulder without the biotech's tether, a marvel of alien ingenuity that kept her standing when her spirit wavered under the relentless pressure. She stared at the holoscreens, Earth glowing below, a fragile orb of blue and green marred by the shadow of loss, her ships orbiting in a silent vigil that mocked her grip on order. Her fingers brushed the console's edge, a subtle anchor. Not now. The tremor in her hand faint but persistent, a silent confession of the strain eating at her resolve. Without the biotech, she'd be lost, its violet pulse threading through her nerves, amplifying her will. Alexei, Rook, every space lord would crumble under this burden. Leadership a beast no unaugmented mind could tame through this unending storm. Her gaze drifted to Earth, betrayed us, then back to the void, Lysander. A silent plea. Hold on. Her heart a steady thud against the silence. Stress a tide she fought to stem with every ounce of her being. The bridge door slid open with a sharp hiss, a sound that jolted her focus. Jackson and Maria stepped through, their boots striking the deck with a steady, deliberate rhythm, broad and grizzled, lithe and fierce, their presence a fleeting anchor as they escorted Mikhail Petrov between them. His broad shoulders slumped under the weight of chains, his weathered face lined with fatigue, pale blue eyes darting across the bridge, a trapped man, yet defiance lingered in his stance. Cora turned, her mask slipping, a twitch at the corner of her mouth, a fleeting shadow in her gaze, stress seeping through as she faced him, the biotech pulsing to steady her voice. Petrov, she said, low and edged with a strain she couldn't fully conceal. You've got answers I need. Start talking. Her hand brushed the console, a restless flicker. She stilled it quickly, but the break lingered. Too much. Now this? Petrov drew himself up, his Russian accent thick and deliberate, his posture stiff despite the chains binding his wrists, a wall of defiance rising as he met her stare with unyielding resolve. I stand by what I did. The ceremony. The plan. Earth needed truth, not your grip tightening around us, choking us out. His voice carried no regret, a steel edge that grated against her fraying calm, but Cora's eyes narrowed, frustration sparking. She slid a datapad across the console with a scrape, proof glowing on its screen. Ellison in D.C., Diallo in Dakar, timestamp Stark, no DNA traced in the Air Force One wreckage. A cold, unyielding truth staring back at him. No truth, just lies and blood, she snapped, her voice rising, a crack splintering her composure. Stress, pushing me too far. she thought as her fingers curled inward, a subtle clench she masked by pressing them flat. Not now, the biotech pulsing to anchor her against the tide. You faked it, killed them, blamed us. Explain, right now. Petrov's face shifted, defiance wavering. He shuffled, chains clinking softly, his voice dropping as memory weighed it down into a quieter, more broken timber, a man teetering on the edge of collapse. I never wanted this. After you freed Earth, I owed you everything. You broke the Drixarian chains. I saw it, lived it, felt the weight lift. But Whitmore, her words sank in. Control, power, Earth's will fading under your shadow, your biotech ruling us. I went along, thought it was right, until the ceremony, until Miguel's blood soaked my hands, my conscience, until I couldn't sleep without seeing his face. He paused, eyes glistening with a sheen he blinked away. Stress breaking me too. Cora's own thought flickered, a mirror to his unraveling, her biotech pulsing to steady her racing pulse as she watched him falter under the burden of his choices. The Covenant of Terra, Whitmore, Morales, Tanaka. They drove it, planned it all. Ellison, Diallo, me. We tried to break away after, saw the chaos we'd unleashed, the blood we'd spilled for nothing. They killed them, silenced them in a bunker off Tasmania, storm raging outside as their blood pooled on the concrete, their voices lost to the wind. They spared me. I'm the face, the voice Earth trusts. They couldn't kill me without it all collapsing, without the world turning on them. Cora's jaw tightened. Covenant of Terra, name slamming into place. Whitmore's venom, Tanaka's drone. Her mind reeled, stress splintering her mask further. Her hand brushed her temple, a fleeting gesture she dropped. Too much, Wraith, Dawn Chaser, Lysander, now this? Her voice cracked as she pressed, raw and sharp, a blade honed by exhaustion. You betrayed us, Earth. For them? For what power? Lies? After we bled to free you from chains, you now forge again? Petrov's gaze fell, his plea softer, a man crumbling under his own burden, his broad frame shrinking as if the chains dragged him inward, pulling him into the abyss of his guilt. Understand. I saw Earth drowning, Space Lords rising. Whitmore convinced me we'd lose it all, become pawns in your game, your biotech turning us into shadows of ourselves. After Miguel, I begged out. Ellison, Diallo too. They died for it, silenced in that bunker, their pleas lost to the storm's howl. I was next, but they needed me. Earth's voice, the face on the world stage. I couldn't run, couldn't hide, couldn't wash the blood away. She turned, steps heavy, deliberate, each one a struggle as she crossed to the viewport, Earth glowing below, a fragile orb of blue and green, her ships orbiting in a silent vigil that mocked her grip on order, silence stretching, tension coiling like a wire stretched to snapping, the bridge crew watching her every move. Jackson and Maria stood still. She's fraying, their unspoken thought mirrored in her own mind, the biotech pulsing, a lifeline threading through her nerves. Without it, her mind a shattered ruin under the strain. Minutes passed. Her crew held their breath, until her voice broke the quiet, barely audible to Petrov, clear to the Space Lord's link. Earth's not ready. A whisper of despair laced with exhaustion, a confession she couldn't hold back. She faced him, eyes hard but fractured, a leader teetering on the brink. Stress, splinters everywhere. And spoke, voice low, resolute, though it wavered at the edges. I hoped Space Lords and Earth's leaders could stand equal, humans, all of us, born of the same soil. But you see us as aliens, not kin. Earth's leaders turned on us, stabbed us in the back after we fought to free you. So we're done. We'll secure Earth, ascendants only, but under my command, equal to any Space Lord. No more ties, no more games with those who'd rather see us burn. Petrov's gaze lifted, shock breaking his defiance. She pressed a data drive into his hand with a force that made him flinch, proof glowing on its screen. Covenant's lies, leaders' murders. Her voice steadying, though the strain lingered like a shadow. Show the world, Whitmore, Morales, Tanaka, their cover-up, the deaths they staged to frame us. We're cutting your governments off. No more eavesdropping on our comms. No more pretending you're our equals in this fight. She leaned closer, her stare piercing, a rhetorical bite cutting through the air. Did you really think your tech could match ours? Hack our systems? I've got a squad retrieving Tanaka's railgun project now. We've known about it all along. It'd do nothing to our ships, maybe scuff the paint, nothing more. Tend to your group, Whitmore, Morales, Tanaka, or I'll lump you with their fate, face of the world or not. Her hand flicked, a dismissive wave, shooing him away like a pesky fly. Jackson and Maria hauled him off, his chains clinking faintly as they dragged him toward the doors, his defiance crumbling into a silence that echoed her own exhaustion. Cora turned back to the viewport, Earth spinning below, a fragile orb of blue and green, her ships glinting in orbit like sentinels against the dark, her voice soft, wise, a murmur to the void that carried the weight of years. One day, Earth might accept us home, as equals, not aliens, but kin reborn from its soil, welcomed back to the cradle we fought to save. Her thoughts shifted, Lysander. The biotech pulsed, steadying her frayed nerves. He's out there, my fire, lost. Fighting? Alive? Worry surged, a truth unburied. I love him. Her heart a drumbeat against the silence, a rhythm that shook her core, the great hunger's shadow looming over the core. Leadership's weight a beast she bore alone, its jaws tightening with every unanswered question. Is he still out there? My reckless flame. Chapter 20. The Hunger's Forge. The galactic core churned with a primal, unrelenting fury, a cosmic crucible where the Vigilantia carved its path through the chaos, a sleek silver vessel slicing through an abyss of swirling madness. Stars blazed with ferocious intensity, their light jagged and searing, casting a kaleidoscope of crimson and violet nebulae that twisted like spectral serpents across the void, their edges brushing pulsars flickering with the erratic dying gasps of ancient celestial titans. Lysander gripped the helm, his body braced against the console, sharp eyes narrowing as the viewport framed the endless tumult, a chaotic battlefield where stellar clusters burned too close, their radiance a relentless assault that painted the bridge in harsh, shifting hues of fire and shadow. The deck quaked beneath his boots, the Phoenix pulse drive's violet conduits pulsing wildly along the hull, a frantic heartbeat clashing with the core's wild, untamed pulse, a cacophony of vibration that rattled the steel bones of the ship. 70 vessels stretched behind him, an imposing armada sprawled across the stellar haze. Phoenix fighters darted in tight, aggressive formations, their engines trailing violet-white flares like comets slashing the dark. Mosquito scouts wove deftly through clouds of stellar debris with a quiet, predatory menace. Frigates loomed massive and imposing, their bulky frames casting long, ominous shadows as their engines flared white, holding orbit around a neutron star's crushing gravitational pull, its surface a shimmering abyss of compressed light. A sudden violent jolt rocked the Vigilantia, the silver hull trembling as if struck by an unseen fist, the pulsar's blinding pulse casting erratic flashes across the bridge. Lysander's grip tightened, his voice slicing through the bridge's hum with a razor's edge, raw and commanding. "Status now!" The comms crackled, a crewman's shout cutting through the static, sharp with panic. "Dawn Chaser's hit! Something's tearing it apart!" The hollow flared to life with a shrill whine, zooming to the Dawn Chaser, a mosquito scout perched on the fleet's starboard flank. Its hull shuddered violently, metal groaning as a shadow erupted from within, black tendrils curling outward with a grotesque fluid motion, solid and ravenous, a nightmare clawing free from the ship's core like a beast, birthed from the void itself. A wail tore through the comms, guttural and mechanical, a sound like metal grinding against bone, a shriek that burrowed into the skull and gnawed at the edges of sanity, followed by a crewman's desperate scream, "It's eating us!" The Dawn Chaser buckled, its frame crumpling inward with a sickening crunch. biocircuits melting into a gray sludge that steamed and hissed, dripping from the hull like molten flesh. Escape pods launched in a frantic swarm, their silver shells glinting briefly, only to be snagged mid-flight by the tendrils, dissolving into the shadow's grasp with a sizzling pop, the faint cries of the trapped crew swallowed by the void's cold silence. Lysander's voice roared, "Dawn Chaser, report!" Static swallowed the reply, the quantum pulse relay severing with a harsh, grating crackle that echoed through the bridge, plunging the fleet into a chilling isolation, a silence that landed like a physical blow, cutting them off from Cora, from the Vanguard, from any hope of reinforcement. The holo pulsed with a frantic flicker. 69 ships now, the Dawn Chaser a husk in mere seconds, tendrils surging outward, devouring steel and flesh in a grotesque pulse that rippled through the void like a shockwave, a wave of destruction that left nothing but twisted remnants in its wake. "All ships fire everything!" Lysander bellowed, the bridge erupting into chaos. Consoles whirred with a high-pitched whine as the crew scrambled. Plasma bolts blazed blue from the Vigilantia's flank, stitching the darkness with streaks of searing light that illuminated the core in flashes of electric fury. Railguns boomed from frigates, projectiles slamming into the shadow with deep, resonant force that shook the void, sending ripples through the nebula's swirling tendrils. Fighters unleashed a storm of energy, their beams converging in a dazzling barrage that painted the scene in hues of blue and white, a desperate symphony of light against the encroaching dark. The Great Hunger didn't flinch. Plasma bolts sizzled, vanishing into its mass as if consumed by an insatiable abyss. Railgun slugs sparked briefly, swallowed whole without a trace, their impacts lost to the shadow's relentless advance. The tendrils swelled, doubling in size with a grotesque fluid motion, a titan clawing the void with a fury that seemed to mock their efforts. Its surface rippled with a mechanical sheen, glinting faintly under the pulsar's erratic light, a cold, unyielding menace. A Phoenix fighter dove, plasma streaking from its cannons in a brilliant arc. Its hull grazed the shadow, melting in a flash of molten steel. The pilot's scream cut short as the ship dissolved into ash, debris spinning into the pulsar's glow like embers scattered on a gale. Lysander's jaw clenched, his voice a low snarl. "No effect!" The Vigilantia's batteries fired, white beams lancing through the haze with a searing hiss, striking nothing tangible. 68 ships now, the shadow pulsing, growing larger with each passing moment, a monstrous entity feeding on their defiance. A mosquito scout spiraled, pulse arrays hammering with green bursts. The tendrils lashed, shredding it mid-flight with a screech of rending metal, its wreckage tumbling into the nebula's crimson embrace. 67. "Evasive full burn!" Lysander barked, the PPD flaring violet-white, engines screaming as the ship surged to 0.9C, then 0.999C. The fleet scattered, a swarm of steel fleeing a predator they couldn't wound, their engines leaving trails of white fire against the core's chaotic backdrop, a desperate exodus through the swirling haze. The wail escalated, deafening, a mechanical shriek reverberating through the hull, rattling the steel plates. Frigates lumbered, railguns pounding with a deep resonant force. 66. A fighter's wing sheared off, pilot ejected, pod devoured mid-escape. 65. Lysander slammed the console with a fist. "Focus fire center mass!" The fleet converged, beams and bolts hammered with a relentless fury, but the shadow swelled, tripling its reach, tendrils lashing. A frigate's hull split open. 64. Crew spilled into the void, their bodies dissolving into gray sludge before they could scream. 63. The bridge shuddered as the Vigilantia banked hard, nebula tendrils swirling past the viewport in a blur of crimson and violet. Lysander's voice cut through. "All ships tighten up, hit it again." Plasma bolts blazed from the fleet's flanks. 62. A fighter's wreckage streaked past, its twisted frame glinting briefly. 61. Another scout crumpled, its crew's cries lost to static. 60. The wail grew louder, a relentless mechanical dirge that clawed at the mind, a sound that seemed to echo from the depths of the void itself. Frigates fired, railguns booming. 59. A mosquito scout vanished, its hull melting into the shadow's grasp. 58. Lysander's voice rose. Keep firing, don't let up. The Vigilantia's beams lanced out. 57. No effect. 56. Tendrils lashed, shredding another fighter. 55. A frigate's core melted, its hull folding inward. 54. Below deck, in the Vigilantia's cramped lab, Kale, a wiry space lord with quick hands and a sharper mind, hunched over a scanner, his fingers flying across the controls as the whale rattled the walls. Beside him stood Zethra, a Draxarian tech, one of the few researchers Lysander tolerated aboard, her presence a grudging nod to their scientific prowess. Her fur fingers danced over a console, black eyes narrowed as she peered into the scanner's glowing screen, her biotech pulsing faintly, a relic of her kind's legacy woven into her flesh. Weapons don't touch it, Kale growled, the whale shaking the lab's walls. 53. A fighter's wreckage streaked past the viewport, its twisted frame glinting briefly before vanishing into the nebula's swirl. 52. Zethra's voice hissed, low and urgent. It's not alive. Her scanner flared. Patterns glowed, geometric and precise. Not organic machine. Kale froze. Machine? The screen pulsed. Nanite signatures, fractal growth, self-replicating feeds on biocircuits. The whale shifted, a rhythmic screech, mechanical precision. 51. A frigate's core melted. 50. Lysander's comms crackled. Kale, report! The Vigilantia shuddered. Tendrils grazed its flank, hull groaning under the strain. 49. Kale's voice cut through. Lysander, it's a machine nanite's biotech's fuel. Lysander's mind spun. Machine? The shadow surged, quadrupling. Frigates fired. 48. A scout dissolved. 47. Target biocircuits cut power, he roared. The fleet's beams shifted, useless. Tendrils lashed. 46. Zethra's hiss. Too late self-sustaining. The whale a mechanical dirge. 45. A frigate imploded. 44. The Vigilantia dove. PPD screaming. Nebula swallowing them. 43. Tendrils clawing. 42. Lysander's voice. All ships sunward burn it. PPD flared. 0.999C. Stars blurring. 41. Tendrils sizzling. 40. Silence. The silence crashed over the Vigilantia's bridge like a tidal wave, a void so absolute it drowned the mechanical shriek of the Great Hunger's wail, leaving only the faint thrum of the Phoenix pulse drive's violet conduits vibrating through the steel deck. Lysander stood rooted at the helm, his lithe frame rigid, sharp eyes darting across the viewport, where the galactic core's nebulae flickered in eerie stillness, crimson and violet tendrils coiling against the pulsar's erratic pulse, their edges glinting with the fading embers of obliterated ships. The Vigilantia quivered, its hull groaning from the strain of near-light speed, the 40 surviving ships scattered across the void like remnants of a shattered constellation. Phoenix fighters hovered in tight, wary clusters. Mosquito scouts drifted with engines dimmed to a ghostly glow. Frigates loomed as battered colossi, their railguns silent but poised, barrels still smoking from the futile barrage. The Great Hunger's black tendrils had sizzled into nothingness, seared away by the sun's ferocious corona, leaving a stillness that prickled Lysander's skin with unease, a predator's pause rather than a victory's calm. Kale, Zethra, report! Lysander's voice sliced through the quiet, raw and urgent, his hand striking the comms panel with a sharp crack as the holo flickered to life, casting stark shadows across the bridge crew's faces. Below deck, in the lab's dim, flickering light, Kale's wiry frame hunched over the scanner, sweat glistening on his brow as the device pulsed with data, fractal patterns spiraling in hypnotic precision across the screen. Zethra's fur-covered fingers danced over her console, black coal eyes narrowing as she parsed the readings, her biotech glowing faintly against her dark gray skin, a Draxarian relic sinking her to the machinery. It's not gone, Zethra, her voice a low rasp through the comms. Retreating, reconfiguring. Nanites adapting. Kale's voice followed, tight with realization. Machine's alive. Self-repairing. Sun slowed, it didn't kill it. Lysander's mind churned. Machine. Not alive, not dead. The silence felt like a trap. The pulsar's pulse, a relentless ticking clock echoing in his skull. Options now! He barked, the bridge crew snapping to action, consoles flaring with a high whine as screens scrolled with diagnostics, the hum rising to a piercing crescendo as the Vigilantia system strained under the demand. Kale's voice crackled through. Living tissue and biocircuits feed it. Disrupt the lattice, EMP cascade. Overload its grid. Zethra's screech cut in. Needs precision. Reroute power, amplify pulse. Hit its core frequency. Lysander's lips curled, a grim spark igniting. Fight machine with machine. His voice sharpened to a blade. Reroute all power, EMP cascade. Do it! The bridge exploded into chaos as its crew leaped to stations, fingers flying over controls, the hum escalating to a piercing scream as the Phoenix pulse drive's violet conduits flared brighter, channeling every ounce of energy into the ship's core. Engineers tore panels open with clattering tools, rerouting circuits as sparks flew. Voices shouted over the din. Divert auxiliary boost grid now! The Vigilantia trembling as power surged through its steel veins, lights dimming to a ghostly flicker, the holo pulsing wildly with static. Below, Kale and Zethra worked in fevered tandem, Kale recalibrating the scanner with deft twists, Zethra tuning the pulse emitter, its coils glowing violet-white, a weapon forged in desperation against the ticking clock. Frequency locked. Cascade ready, Kale shouted, the lab shuddering, 40 ships holding, engines flaring violet-white, a fragile line etched against the void's black canvas. A ripple shivered through the core, nebulae twisting in a grotesque dance as the silence shattered, just as the wail returned, sharper, a mechanical screech that clawed at the hull with invisible talons, tendrils re-emerging, black glistening surging from the pulsar's shadow. 39. A fighter grazed, melting. 38. Fire! Lysander roared, the emitter pulsing, a violet cascade exploding outward, a shockwave of electric fury rippling through the void, striking the shadow's core with a force that lit the core in a blinding flash. The wail spiked with a grinding shriek, tendrils spasming, curling inward, sizzling as the EMP tore through what they assumed were nanites, sparking collapsing while the shadow shrunk while retreating. 37. A frigate grazed its hull, buckling. 36. The hunger recoiled, tendrils retracting with a grotesque shudder causing space around it to ripple. A tear opened, a jagged rip in the void blacker than black, edges pulsing with violet static, a wound in reality itself that pulsed with an otherworldly glow. Lysander's pulse raced. Retreating where? The wail fading a mechanical groan. 35. Tendrils vanishing into the rip. All ships follow me now, he bellowed, voice raw with command. The Vigilantia surging, PPD flaring, 0.999C, comma. The rip looming a maw of darkness swallowing stars. 34. The fleet diving into the rip, followed by fighters streaking violet-white trails, frigates roaring engines. 33. The hunger's mass slipping through. 32. Lysander's voice. Into the breach, burn it down! For the fallen! 31. The Vigilantia plunged in, as stars vanished and the silence roared. 30 now following as a tentacle reached out to a cruiser that ventured to close. The rip closed with a final shudder. Chapter 21. The Void's Appetite. The Phoenix Dawn tore through the Perseus Arm's shadowed abyss, its golden hull a blazing spearhead slashing through a starfield snarled with jagged nebulous clouds, their edges churning in a frenzied swirl of molten gold and deep indigo. Nakia stood like a monolith at the bridge's throbbing heart, her lean frame an unyielding pillar against the steel deck, golden eyes burning with a predator's unquenchable fury as the viewport framed a void alive with savage unrest. Pulsars hammered the darkness with crimson pulses, their erratic throbs hurling jagged shadows across the 63 ships of her war-scarred fleet. Phoenix fighters streaked in tight, razor-edged formations, engines snarling a low violet-white roar that vibrated the air. Mosquito scouts prowled the fringes, threading through asteroid fields with lethal, silent grace. Frigates loomed as titanic sentinels, their violet conduits flaring like veins of liquid fire, cannons primed and trembling with barely restrained wrath. The deck quaked beneath her boots, the Phoenix pulse drive's relentless thrum, a war drum pounding in sync with the biotech surging violet through her veins, a Drexarian-forged marvel that sharpened her senses to a razor's edge, steeling her against the void's crushing, insatiable hunger. "Status sweep now!" Nakia's voice cracked through the bridge, a whip of command that cleaved the tense air, the ship's systems erupting into a frenzied scream as the crew snapped to obey. Consoles blazed with violet light, fingers blurring over controls in a frantic dance. Rylan, her wiry second, spun the hollow with a snarl, his voice slicing sharp. Perseus arms 63 ships holding no signatures yet. The viewport flared with sudden blinding clarity. A planet loomed into view, a fractured orb of ash gray and rust red, its oceans boiling into hissing vapor plumes, land masses splintering into choking dust storms as a black mass writhed across its surface. Tendrils of shadow lashed outward with ravenous fury, devouring its inhabitants and tech in a relentless, grinding onslaught. The Great Hunger, its presence a blight that pulsed with a mechanical roar, a guttural shriek of steel and death that reverberated through the void, slamming into the Phoenix Dawn's golden hull until the hull groaned and the deck shuddered like a beast in its death throes. Nakia's pulse thundered, a war drum echoing her conscript days under Drexarian lash. Memories clawed free, unbidden and vicious, bat-like wings beating overhead in the dim pits of Bollox 4, claws glinting as they forced her to torch worlds, jungles blazing into infernos, cities crumbling into ash-choked ruins, blood staining her hands until they trembled with the weight of it all. She crushed the flashback with a feral snarl, jaw clenching until her teeth ached. "Past is dead focus now!" Her voice erupted, a roar of defiance. "Fleet full spread around that mass open fire now!" The bridge exploded into pandemonium. Orders barked like gunfire, a cacophony of shouts and whirring machinery. Rylan roared over the din. "Phoenix fighters flank Mosquito scouts circle frigates!" The fleet surged like a beast unleashed, a tidal wave of steel and fire. Fighters tore forward, golden plasma bolts blazing in arcs that seared the void with blinding trails, their engines howling a banshee's wail. Scouts wove tight, deadly arcs through the asteroid-strewn haze, pulse arrays spitting green bursts that crackled like lightning against the dark. Frigates locked into a crescent, railguns booming with bone-rattling force, hurling slugs that smashed into the black mass with earth-shattering thuds that echoed through the void. The barrage lit the Perseus arm in a storm of gold and green, a symphony of destruction that shook the nebulous clouds with raw, unbridled power, the air thick with the acrid tang of scorched metal and ionized fury. The Great Hunger didn't flinch. Plasma bolts sizzled, swallowed into its depths like prey into a gaping maw. Green pulses sparked briefly, devoured whole in a heartbeat. Railgun slugs plunged with a dull, sickening crunch, vanishing into its churning abyss as if they'd never existed. Tendrils pulsed, swelling with grotesque, insatiable hunger, consuming the planet's crust in a relentless churn that sent dust clouds billowing into the void, mountains shattering into jagged shards that spiraled into its jaws like offerings to a dark god. Nakia's voice roared again, a jagged blade of command. "Harder full barrage now!" The Phoenix Dawn's batteries erupted with a deafening howl, golden beams lancing through the void with a searing hiss, slicing the darkness in blinding streaks that burned afterimages into her retinas. Fighters dove like raptors, cannons blazing a relentless storm of plasma that painted the void in molten streaks. Frigates pounded the mass, projectiles hammering with thunderous fury. The hunger gorged faster, tendrils snaking with savage, whip-like speed, the entire civilization vaporizing into ghostly haze that choked the atmosphere, land crumbling into ash plumes that swirled like the breath of a dying world. Nothing stops it. Nakia's mind screamed, a Space Lord's steel forged in blood and fire, clawing for a way to kill this relentless beast. "Switch it up, ion cannon, sonic disruptors, go!" Nakia bellowed, her voice a raw edge cutting through the chaos as the heat of battle pressed against her. The Phoenix Dawn's cannons flared, ion streams pulsing a brilliant blue that lit the bridge in electric flashes, cutting the void with a crackling fury that buzzed in her ears. Sonic waves ripped outward, a low drone that vibrated the hull until the deck thrummed underfoot, rattling her teeth with its resonance. Fighters unleashed disruptor blasts, a deep, guttural growl tearing the silence apart, the sound reverberating through her chest. Frigates fired ion barrages, blue streams slashing like swords through the dark, their trails shimmering against the nebulous haze. The mass pulsed, unyielding, tendrils curling faster with a grotesque fluidity, forests dissolving into swirling dust storms, their green canopies swallowed in seconds, a tidal wave of shadow mocking their defiance with every inch it claimed. "More! Experimental weapons! Anything!" Nakia snapped, desperation clawing at her tone, her fists clenched. Zethra, bat-like wings twitching with frantic energy, lunged to a console, her Drexarian claws clicking against the controls. "Neutron pulse, overcharge it!" Kale, wiry and wild-eyed, rigged a probe, hands blurring as he shouted, "Magnetic field collapse its lattice!" Probes launched with a sharp hiss that pierced the din, neutron bursts flaring violet, bathing the void in a ghostly howl that prickled her skin. Magnetic fields pulsed, warping the air into a shimmering mirage that bent light into dizzying knots. Tendrils flickered briefly, a tantalizing stutter, then swelled larger, a grotesque rebuttal that sent a shiver of dread down her spine. Nakia's pulse thundered, a relentless drumbeat. "Again, graviton beam full power!" The Phoenix Dawn fired, a beam twisting space with a crackling ripple that bent reality into shimmering arcs, the air humming with its power. Nothing. The hunger churned, its mechanical roar swelling into a deafening crescendo, tendrils surging like a tidal wave, cities collapsing into ash heaps, their spires toppling in silent screams, a relentless colossus stripping the planet bare until only a skeletal husk remained. Days bled into a relentless crucible, a marathon of fire and ruin under the Perseus arm's merciless glare. 3 suns blazed and sank, their light swallowed by the void's wrath, casting the fleet in a perpetual twilight of war. The Phoenix Dawn's hull glowed with heat, its golden surface streaked with soot and scars from ceaseless combat. The fleet hammered without pause, a symphony of desperation. Plasma cannons flared golden streams that lit the void like a dying star. Ion pulses painted the darkness blue with electric fury. Sonic disruptors droned with bone-shaking force that rattled the crew's skulls. Graviton beams twisted reality in shimmering arcs that warped the nebulous clouds into grotesque shapes. Engineers scrambled across the bridge, sweat-soaked and wild, their hands trembling as they rigged experiments in a frantic bid to turn the tide. Neutrino bombs erupted in silent violet flashes that bathed the void in eerie light. EMP cascades crackled with electric rage that sparked across the hull. Antimatter charges detonated in white-hot bursts that seared the viewport with blinding brilliance, each explosion a fleeting hope snuffed out by the hunger's unyielding advance. The mass consumed, its black bulk ballooning grotesquely, stripping the planet's surface to a gray wasteland. Oceans evaporated into nothingness, every spark of life extinguished in its ravenous maw, a hollow shell left spinning in the void's cold, uncaring grip. Nakia's voice cracked, raw and hoarse from shouting, "Keep firing, something's gotta break it!" Exhaustion gnawed at her edges, her limbs heavy with the weight of command, biotech pulsing violet white, a lifeline steadying her trembling frame as the bridge swam with the haze of smoke and despair. The mass swelled, 5 times its original size, a titan of shadow towering over the void, tendrils sprawling across the planet's corpse like a spider's web, its roar shaking the fleet's hulls until steel screamed in protest and warning klaxons blared in a frantic chorus. Its turning Ryland's voice quaked, his face pale as he gripped the console. "It's on us now." Black tendrils lashed out, a mosquito scout grazed mid-flight, 62 ships now remained as its hull dissolved into ash in a heartbeat, the crew's final scream swallowed by static that crackled through the comms like a death knell. "Fall back, lure it!" Nakia roared, her voice a jagged edge of command slicing through the panic, her mind racing as the bridge crew stumbled over each other in their haste. Last stand. Zethra's rasp cut through the chaos, her wings flaring as she shouted, "Star Solar Flare, bait it!" Kale, eyes bloodshot and frantic, rigged a probe, fingers flying over the controls. "Overload biocircuits, mimic food!" The Phoenix Dawn surged, PPD flaring violet-white with a deafening howl, engines screaming as 62 ships fled like prey before a hunter, their hulls shuddering under the strain of near-light speed. The Scout Fire Wisp pulsed biosignals, a desperate beacon blazing through the void. Tendrils snapped toward it, locking on with ravenous intent, their tips glinting with a mechanical sheen under the pulsar's crimson glare. "Got it." The Fire Wisp streaked, 0.999C, a golden blur hurtling toward the system's star, its orange fury roiling with solar storms that churned like a cauldron of molten wrath. 61. Tendrils grazed its flank, hull sizzling as metal peeled away in molten streaks, the crew's static-laced cries fading into the void. "Hold," Nakia's voice thundered, a beacon of steel in the storm. "Closer now." The Fire Wisp veered, engines shrieking as it skimmed the star's corona, the heat warping its golden frame. The star erupted, a solar flare lashing out with a roar that shook the void, a whip of molten plasma slashing through the tendrils with searing fury. The black mass shrieked, a mechanical wail that pierced the hull, tendrils sizzling and thrashing as they burned, then broke apart in a cascade of ash and sparks. Space ripped open, a tear pulsing with violet static, a jagged wound in reality that swallowed the light around it. The hunger plunged through, vanishing into the abyss, silence crashing over the void like a tidal wave, heavy and absolute. Nakia froze, breath locked in her chest, her hands gripping the console until her knuckles ached. Gone? The hollow pulsed, blank and lifeless, its glow dimming in the smoky haze. Ryland's voice trembled, his hands shaking as he stared at the screen. What happened? Zethra's rasp slithered through the stillness, her wings drooping with exhaustion. Rip escaped fed enough, Kale muttered, voice hoarse. Puzzling why flee. Nakia's mind churned, a conscript steel unbent by years of Drixarian torment forging her resolve, her golden eyes scanning the void where the tear had snapped shut. Not defeated, sated 60 ships hung in the void, battered and breathless, their hulls scarred and smoking, crews slumped over consoles or staring into the emptiness with hollow gazes. Awe and dread coiled in their cores, a bitter cocktail of survival and uncertainty, the silence roaring louder than the battle ever had. Nakia straightened, her chest heaving, the weight of command a mantle she bore with unyielding defiance. She'd faced the lash, the fire, the blood. This was just another monster to defy. The hunger was gone for now, but its shadow lingered, a promise of chaos yet to come. Chapter 22. Echoes of the Abyss. The Vigilantia surged through the rip in space, its sleek silver hull quivering as the void twisted and folded around it, a jagged tier of black and violet static snapping shut behind with a soundless shudder that sent ripples through the remnants of the galactic core's swirling chaos. Lysander gripped the helm, his sharp eyes piercing the viewport as reality warped and churned around them, stars stretching into blinding streaks of white light that smeared across the darkness, then vanishing entirely, plunging the bridge into an oppressive silence so profound it seemed to swallow every whisper of sound. The Phoenix Pulse Drive's violet conduits flared wildly along the hull, a frantic pulse battling the sudden lurch as 30 ships, the battered remains of his once 70-strong armada, burst forth into an uncharted galaxy, a wilderness of cosmic turmoil where gravity bent light into grotesque knots and pulsars spun with erratic fury, their pulses casting a sickly glow across the void's expanse. The deck beneath his boots trembled violently, inertia dampeners whining at full capacity, to counter the crushing gravitational forces clawing at the ship's steel frame, a relentless pressure that pressed against his bones like the weight of a collapsing star, a force that threatened to grind them into dust. "Status now!" Lysander's voice sliced through the bridge, raw and commanding, the hum of the ship's systems rising to a fevered pitch as the crew scrambled to respond, their movements a blur of urgency. Consoles flared with violet light, fingers darted over controls with practiced speed. Kale's voice crackled through the comms from below deck, socked with urgency and edged with strain. Dampeners maxed, holding steady 30 ships through. The viewport flared to life, a solar system looming into view with a suddenness that stole the breath, a star blazing with a sickly orange glow, its surface roiling with solar flares that lashed outward like molten tongues, licking at the void with a hunger of their own, casting a flickering light that danced across the bridge in eerie patterns. Planets orbited in erratic spirals, their surfaces pocked and jagged with scars of ancient collisions, circling a gas giant with swirling storms of amber and gray, its gravitational pull a silent menace lurking beneath the chaos. A mosquito scout veered too close to the star. A solar flare erupted with a deafening roar, a whip of molten plasma slashing across its hull with a force that buckled the steel in an instant. The ship melted into a twisted slag of metal. 29. The crew's screams lost to static as the void claimed them in a flash of searing light that briefly illuminated the surrounding darkness. "Evasive!" Lysander barked, the Vigilantia banking hard with a groan of straining metal. Another flare grazed a frigate's flank, its hull crumpling under the searing heat. 28. The ship spiraled downward into the gas giant's crushing embrace, swallowed by the swirling storms with a deep, resonant groan that echoed through the fleet's comms, a sound that lingered like a death knell in the void. "Hide us now," Lysander ordered, voice a whip of urgency cracking through the bridge. His mind flashed back to Sparta, centuries past, a conscript's life under Draxarian lash, bat-like wings flapping overhead in the dim pits, claws raking his flesh as he fought through blood and fire, forging a warrior's steel that burned through him now, a resolve that refused to yield. No more losses, not today. The holo pulsed with a frantic flicker. A strange anomaly glimmered near the system's edge, a pocket of warped space where gravity twisted light into a shimmering mirage, a void within the void pulsing with an eerie stillness that seemed to beckon them inward. "They're full burn!" The PPD flared violet-white, engines roaring as the Vigilantia surged. The 28 remaining ships streaked toward the anomaly, inertia dampeners groaning under the strain as the galaxy's forces pressed against them with a ferocity that made bones ache with a deep, throbbing pain, biotech pulsing violet through their veins to compensate for gravity that would crush unenhanced flesh into pulp. The Vigilantia dove. Space folded around them. Stars vanished into the anomaly's embrace. Silence cloaked them like a heavy shroud, a stillness that pressed against the senses with an almost tangible weight. The anomaly enveloped them, a lattice of distorted light where shadows bent and wove together in impossible patterns, a strange area where gravity looped in coils that defied logic, shielding them from the galaxy's chaos, like a fortress carved from the fabric of the void itself. Lysander's voice dropped to a low growl. "Recon, track it quiet." Though they had their intercoms, most preferred to speak to each other than use them. The fleet settled. Fighters dimmed their engines to a faint violet glow, casting long, eerie shadows across the lattice. Mosquito scouts drifted with a ghostly stillness, their sleek forms barely visible in the warped light. Frigates hulked in the anomaly's embrace, their massive forms shrouded in the twisted glow, engines humming softly as they held position. The holo flared to life, tracing the Great Hunger's mass. A black smear streaked through the void, its tendrils retracting as it hurtled toward a megaplanet, its surface a grotesque parody of Swiss cheese, riddled with deep holes that plunged into unfathomable darkness, craters yawning like the maws of some ancient beast orbiting the orange star, their edges glinting faintly with a sickly light. Zethra's bat-like wings twitched faintly, her Draxarian frame hunched over the scanner, her leathery skin tight, black coal eyes glinting as she parsed the data. Her biotech pulsed violet white, a faint glow against her dark form, a scientist's mind honed by centuries of study. "Nanite's machine headed there," she hissed, voice a rasp that slithered through the lab's stillness, cutting through the hum of machinery. Kale's wiry hands adjusted the holo as the image sharpened. "Hole's deep active signals something's alive down there." Lysander's pulse raced, a drumbeat echoing in his chest. Machine hiding, building, waiting? His voice a low snarl. "Follow silent full scan." The Vigilantia crept forward. 28 ships glided through the lattice's twisted light. Gravity tugged at their frames with a relentless pull, inertia dampeners screaming in protest as they fought to hold steady. A suspenseful crawl toward the megaplanet's scarred face began, its deep holes swallowing the faint light of the orange star, casting shadows that danced like specters across the void, a haunting tableau of darkness and decay. The bridge crew held their breath, consoles pulsed with a faint violet glow, scanners whirring with a soft, insistent drone as they tracked the hunger's path. The fleet moved as one, a silent predator stalking a prey that defied comprehension. Lysander's Spartan steel forged anew in this uncharted abyss, a warrior's resolve burning bright against the encroaching unknown. The anomaly's lattice shimmered around them, its warped light bending and weaving in patterns that defied the eye. A strange pocket of space where the galaxy's chaos faded to a dull roar, replaced by an eerie stillness that pressed against the senses like a living thing. Lysander leaned forward, his sharp gaze fixed on the holo as it tracked the great hunger's black mass. Its tendrils had retracted fully now, leaving a trail of faint violet static in its wake, a shimmering breadcrumb path leading straight to the megaplanet's scarred surface. The planet loomed larger with each passing moment, its Swiss cheese-like exterior growing more grotesque. Craters plunged into darkness so deep they seemed to swallow light itself, their edges jagged and uneven, glinting faintly with a metallic sheen that caught the orange star's sickly glow. "Full scan, zoom in," Lysander ordered, voice a low growl that carried a weight of command. The holo pulsed, magnifying the planet's surface, revealing a network of holes that stretched across its expanse, some narrow and twisting, others vast and yawning, their depths lost to shadow, a labyrinth of darkness that pulsed with a faint, ominous rhythm. Kale's voice crackled through the comms from the lab. Signals spiking erratic, nanite activity concentrated in the holes. Zethra's rasp followed. "Machines nesting rebuilding. Those craters aren't natural." Lysander's mind churned. Nesting rebuilding, waiting for what? His pulse quickened, a drumbeat echoing in his ears as the Vigilantia crept closer. 28 ships glided in a silent formation. Gravity tugged harder, a relentless force pulling at their steel frames, inertia dampeners screaming louder, a high-pitched whine that filled the bridge with a tense undercurrent. The biotech pulsed violet white through his veins, a steady rhythm compensating for the crushing pressure. Without it, his bones would snap, his flesh would collapse under the galaxy's brutal embrace. A marvel of alien ingenuity that kept him upright, kept them all fighting, a lifeline in this uncharted hell. The megaplanet filled the viewport now, its scarred surface a grotesque tapestry of deep holes and jagged ridges, the orange star's light casting long, eerie shadows that danced across its expanse like specters fleeing some unseen terror. The great hunger's black mass descended, a shimmering smear plunged into one of the largest craters, its tendrils retracting fully as it vanished into the darkness, leaving a faint violet shimmer in its wake, a trail that pulsed with a mechanical rhythm. "Track that signal full power!" Lysander ordered, voice a low snarl that cut through the bridge's tension. The holo pulsed again, scanners whirring as they locked onto the hunger's path, tracing it deep into the planet's core, a labyrinth of shadows that swallowed their probes' faint echoes. The Vigilantia crept closer still. 28 ships glided in a silent formation. Gravity tugged with a relentless force, inertia dampeners screaming in protest as they fought to maintain stability. The bridge crew's faces tightened as they monitored the strain. "Hold, hold, hold," Lysander's mind chanted, a Spartan's resolve forged in blood and fire centuries past, when Droxarian claws raked his flesh in the pits, bat-like wings flapping overhead, a conscript's will tempered into steel that refused to break now. The megaplanet's surface loomed, a grotesque expanse riddled with deep holes that plunged into darkness, craters yawning wide and ominous, their edges glinting faintly with a metallic sheen that caught the orange star's sickly light, a haunting tableau of decay and menace that pulsed with an unseen threat stretched across the Vigilantia's viewport, the megaplanet's scarred surface looming like a grotesque specter against the orange glow. Lysander stood at the helm watching as the holoscreens flickered. The galactic core's chaos had faded behind them, replaced by this uncharted galaxy's eerie stillness. 28 ships, the battered remnants of his once 70-strong fleet, hovered in the warped lattice of the anomaly, a strange pocket of space where gravity twisted light into shimmering mirages, shielding them from the void's relentless pull. The deck beneath his boots quivered faintly, inertia dampeners whining at full capacity to counter the crushing forces pressing against the hull, a pressure that gnawed at his bones like a predator testing its prey. "Full scan now!" Lysander's voice sliced through the bridge, raw and commanding, the hum of the ship's systems rising to a fevered pitch as the crew snapped to action. Consoles pulsed with violet light, fingers darted over controls with urgent precision. Zethra's bat-like wings twitched faintly as she parsed the data streaming in. Kale's wiry hands adjusted the holo, his voice charged with realization. It's a machine resource gatherer. Those holes, deep deposits, organics, rare metals all funneled down there. The holo flared. Data cascaded in waves. Scans traced the Great Hunger's path into the planet's core, revealing a sprawling lattice of tunnels beneath the surface, a network pulsing with faint mechanical signals that shimmered like a spider's web caught in starlight. Zethra's rasp slithered through the lab's hum. Nanites stripping biocircuits, metals, everything. It's processing, storing. Lysander's pulse quickened. Gatherer? His mind churned, piecing together the jagged fragments of truth, the realization slamming into him with a cold, unyielding force. We didn't run it off, he muttered, voice a low snarl that echoed through the bridge. It got its fill. Us our ships. Kale's head snapped up. 42 ships. Biocircuits flesh. It fed, then left. The bridge crew froze. Faces paled. Silence stretched as the chilling truth sank in, a shiver creeping through the lattice's warped light like a ghost brushing their spines. Zethra's voice cut through, urgent and sharp. Gravity's spiking. Dampeners won't hold. Ships'll buckle soon. Lysander's jaw tightened. Out now or lose more, but curiosity burned. Who's behind this? Who operates these machines? His voice hardened. We need intel. Scan deeper. Kale hesitated. Lysander, we're losing time. Dampeners at limit. 2 minutes max. Lysander's gaze flared. 1 minute, then jump. Get me something. The holo pulsed. Scanners whirred. Zethra's fingers flew across the controls. Signals faint layered. Controllers off-planet, somewhere out there. The bridge shuddered. Gravity tugged harder. A faint groan rippled through the hull. Lysander's voice snapped. All ships prep, jump now. Consoles flared with violet light. Crews scrambled, fingers flying over controls. Then a jolt rocked the Vigilantia, space rippling. A tear opened, vast and jagged, violet static pulsing along its edges like veins of living light. A ship emerged, massive, strange, beyond comprehension. Its hull a lattice of black and silver, twisting in impossible geometries that defied the eye, dwarfing the Vigilantia tenfold, its surface shimmering with a violet-white glow, engines silent, yet radiating a power that warped the void around it into a shimmering haze. Lysander froze. Not fear, but awe. A primal instinct whispering danger. If I could feel terror, this'd be it. His Spartan resolve steeling him against the unknown, forged in the pits where survival meant defiance. A crewman's voice broke the stillness, trembling yet firm. Talk to them. Tell them their machines killing galaxies. Kale nodded. Diplomacy. After 42 ships lost to a harvester. Best shot we've got. Lysander's mind churned. Spartan blood diplomacy, not war. His voice steadied. Open channel, full spectrum. The comms pulsed. Lysander spoke. This is Lysander of the Space Lords. Your resource machine's slaughtering us. Stop it. Silence. Systems pulsed. Message received. No reply. The alien ship looming, its lattice shifting like a living thing. A silent enigma that pulsed with an unspoken threat. Scan it! Track its origin! Lysander ordered. Zethra's scanner flared, data streaming in waves. Kale's voice rose. Text beyond us. Energy lattice propulsion. Came from there. The holo shifted. Space unfolded. A region pulsing with violet-white light. A Dyson sphere encasing a star. Its surface a lattice of black and silver swallowing the sun's glow. A marvel dwarfing their maps. A structure that pulsed with a power that seemed to hum through the void itself. Zethra's rasp cut through. Type 2, maybe Type 3. Harnessing stars, galaxies. They see us as mites on a twig. Lysander's pulse thudded. Mites, the alien ship pulsed. A silent warning. His voice a low snarl. Jump now, full burn! PPD flared. Stars blurred. 28 ships fleeing. Awe and dread burning in his Spartan soul as the void swallowed them whole. Chapter 23. Echoes of the Hunger. The stellar reaver ripped through the Perseus Arm's shadowed abyss, its obsidian hull a jagged spear slashing the void, a predator stalking the infinite sprawl where stars flickered like dying embers in a cosmic inferno. Rook loomed at the helm, a grizzled colossus forged in a crucible of Drexarian cruelty, his golden eyes blazing with a predator's unquenchable fury beneath the phoenix emblazoned in molten gold across his black skin, tight armor biosuit. The bridge thrummed with the feral growl of the Phoenix pulse drive, its violet conduits snaking along the walls like arteries of liquid fire, pulsing in sync with the biotech seething through his scarred flesh. A Drexarian curse turned weapon. For 30 relentless days, he'd hunted Lysander's lost fleet, the Vigilantia a ghost in the void, chasing its trail through asteroid storms and pulsar-ravaged sectors. His ascendant crew, 60 ships strong, trailed in his wake. Phoenix fighters slicing the dark like raptors, their engines snarling violet-white. Mosquito scouts prowling the fringes with silent menace, sleek shadows weaving through debris. Frigates hulking as steel titans, their cannons primed and trembling with barely restrained wrath. The air crackled with tension, every joint in the Reaver's frame groaning under the strain of their ceaseless pursuit. "Scan the sector now!" Rook's voice erupted, a gravelly roar that shattered the bridge's taut silence, jolting the crew into frenzied motion. Consoles blazed with violet light, fingers blurring over controls in a desperate dance. Alexei Petrov, the young ascendant prodigy at Rook's side, spun the holo with a snarl, his silver-accented uniform glinting as his voice cut sharp. Perseus Arm outer rim. Faint signatures detected debris field dead ahead. The viewport flared, a hellscape exploding into view, a graveyard of twisted metal orbiting a pulsar's crimson glare, its erratic pulses bathing the wreckage in blood-red light. Shattered hulls of Space Lord ships drifted in a silent dirge, their golden plating scorched black, edges ripped like flesh torn by claws, debris spiraling in the void's cold grasp. Rook's jaw clenched, a muscle twitching beneath cheek. "Lysander," he growled, the name a vow carved in steel, a promise to drag his brother in arms back from the abyss. Now he could merely look upon the aftermath of battle sprawled before them, a brutal testament to a battle lost in the void's insatiable jaws. "Magnify full spectrum!" Rook roared, his voice a whip crack slicing through the clamor. The holo zoomed with a shrill whine, painting a tableau of carnage that clawed at his gut. Phoenix fighters cleaved in half, their engines vomiting violet sparks into the dark, hulls crumpled like paper. Mosquito scouts mangled into grotesque husks, their sleek forms twisted beyond recognition, cockpit glass shattered and streaked with frozen blood. Frigate carcasses venting plasma in glowing tendrils, their decks littered with the devoured remains of space lords, golden eyes staring blankly into eternity. A faint distress beacon pulsed, a dying heartbeat piercing the silence, its rhythm a desperate plea amid the ruin. "Survivors!" Alexei shouted, his voice raw as he stabbed a finger at the hollow. "Bearing 037, multiple signatures locked!" Rook's gaze snapped to the screen, spotting escape pods glinting like faint stars amid the wreckage. Space Lords, battered, broken, but alive. "Deploy rescue teams now!" he bellowed, the bridge erupting into pandemonium as orders flew like shrapnel, the crew scrambling with sweat-soaked urgency. Phoenix fighters launched with a deafening roar, violet-white trails blazing as they streaked through the debris field, weaving between jagged hull fragments with predatory grace. Rook watched, his pulse a relentless war drum, as grappling claws snapped out, snagging the pods with metallic screeches, hauling them into the Stellar Reaver's cavernous bays. The deck shuddered with each impact, the air thick with the acrid tang of scorched metal and ozone. Minutes bled into eternity until the survivors stumbled onto the bridge, 30 Space Lords, their black and gold biosuits appearing dull, golden eyes hollowed by exhaustion and dread, faces smeared with ash and blood. A wiry figure limped forward, Torin Vex, a tech from the Lunar Wraith, his voice a ragged rasp. "Rook, it was a slaughter. The Great Hunger, a machine nanites it ate 42 ships in minutes, tore them apart like they were nothing." Rook's fists clenched, knuckles popping, the scars on his face twitching with suppressed rage. "Where's Lysander?" he demanded, his tone a blade's edge honed by a century of vengeance. Torin's gaze dropped, haunted shadows pooling in his eyes. "He took the rest 30 ships into the rift. The Hunger retreated reconfiguring, and he followed screaming for the fallen, through the comms. We couldn't stop him, couldn't do a damn thing." Rook's mind flashed to Lysander's reckless fire, the Spartan he had never lost even under Drexarian whips. On a hollow, a voice from Alexei's ship spoke. "A rift," he snarled, the word a curse. "Where?" Zethra, a Drexarian turncoat with bat-like wings twitching faintly, rasped from the shadows, her black coal eyes glinting as she hunched over a console. "Galactic core edge coordinates locked. It's uncharted, unstable, a wound in space." Rook's eyes narrowed, a storm of fury and resolve brewing within, his voice dropping to a lethal growl. "Then we hunt him. Prep the fleet full jump now." The Stellar Reaver shuddered as the PPD flared, violet light flooding the bridge in a blinding cascade, the air humming with raw power as space folded around them. 60 ships leaped into the abyss, stars blurring into searing streaks as they tore through the void at near-light speed, chasing Lysander's trail with relentless ferocity. To Rook, the sounds around him were as if the ship itself shared his hunger for the fight. Rook's mind churned with thoughts of where Lysander may be, conscripts still enslaved under Drexarian claws, the galaxy teetering on the edge of chaos. The Nexusar's tech, bartered in a tense truce after the great battle for Earth, burned in their arsenal like a wildfire waiting to be unleashed. Advanced fighters, sleek as shadows, their lattice hulls shimmering with violet-white energy, propulsion systems that warped space itself, rendering them untouchable specters in combat. These machines outmatched Drexarian cruisers in every way: speed, agility, raw destructive power, and Rook intended to wield them like a scythe through the enemy's ranks, reaping a harvest of blood and steel. The fleet erupted from the jump in a pulsar-strewn sector, the holo flaring with a chorus of shrill beeps as new signatures blazed across the screen. Drexarian ships, 3 cruisers hulking amid asteroid rings. In Rook's mind, all he could see are their bat-winged silhouettes, a grotesque blight against the void star-speckled canvas as he gave his orders. "Battle stations!" Rook roared, his voice a war cry that shook the bridge, the air crackling with the hum of charging weapons and the metallic clatter of crew snapping into position. Alexei's hands flew over controls, his voice sharp. "Nexusar fighters, prime descendants ready!" Rook materialized his sword from his biotech with a hiss of steel and energy, its hilt black glass etched with a golden phoenix, its edge a whisper of death. He savored its weight, the cold promise of Drexarian blood singing in its steel, his fingers tracing the Phoenix's wings with a reverence born of vengeance. Board them. No mercy. The Nexusar fighters launched with a thunderous roar, a swarm of violet-white streaks tearing through the void, their lattice hulls pulsing with energy as they wove through the asteroid field with impossible agility, dodging jagged rock spires that loomed like teeth in the dark. Drixarian cruisers opened fire, plasma lances searing the void with green fury, their beams slashing through space in a deadly lattice of light. But the Nexusar fighters danced around the blasts, their propulsion bending space with a shimmer, leaving the plasma to dissipate harmlessly into the dark. Rook watched, a grim smile curling his lips, as the fighters slammed into the first cruiser's hull, breaching pods slicing through its armor with a shriek of rending metal, sparks cascading like blood from a wound. The Stellar Reaver surged forward, ramming the cruiser's flank with a bone-jarring clang that reverberated through the deck, boarding tubes slamming into place with a hiss of pressurized steel. Rook led the charge, sword in hand, boots pounding the tube's metal floor, Ascendants thundering at his heels, followed by Alexei and a dozen others, their golden eyes glinting with lethal resolve beneath their phoenix-emblazoned suits. The tube's hatch exploded open, revealing the cruiser's guts, a cavernous bay swarming with Drixarians, their bat-like wings flaring wide, claws gleaming under harsh violet lights, black eyes burning with feral hate. "For the fallen!" Rook bellowed, lunging into the fray, his sword a blur of black and gold-colored energy slicing through the air. He cleaved through the first Drixarian, its leathery flesh parting under the blade with a wet rip, black blood spraying his face in a warm arc as its shriek died in a gurgling choke. The stench of charred flesh and copper filled his nostrils, a familiar balm to his rage. Another lunged, claws raking for his throat. Rook sidestepped with a snarl, driving his sword upward, impaling its heart, the beast's weight sagging against the blade as its death rattle rasped in his ears as a sweet symphony of vengeance. The Ascendants fanned out, swords flashing in a deadly ballet, their biotech amplifying every strike with inhuman precision. Alexei spun, his blade severing a Drixarian's wing, the creature's scream echoing as it crashed to the deck, blood pooling black and viscous. Rook reveled in the slaughter, each swing a cathartic release, the sword's edge singing as it carved through armored chests, split skulls with a crunch of bone, and sent severed limbs spinning through the air. A Drixarian charged, plasma whip crackling. Rook ducked, the lash searing his shoulder, pain igniting his fury like gasoline on a fire. He roared, lunging forward, sword slashing upward, bisecting the beast from groin to skull, its halves collapsing in a steaming heap. Around him, his crew mirrored his savagery as their swords danced through the air. Blood painted the walls in grotesque splashes, Drixarian corpses piling like refuse in their wake, the deck slick with gore. Alexei's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and insistent. "Rook, some are surrendering!" A cluster of Drixarians dropped their weapons, wings folding tight, black eyes wide with terror as they raised clawed hands. Rook's lip curled, disgust flaring hot in his chest, his sword dripping black ichor as he towered over them. "No quarter," he snarled, decapitating one in a single fluid stroke, its head rolling across the deck with a wet thud, the others shrieking in a chorus of despair. Alexei stepped forward, blade lowered, his golden eyes flashing. "They're beaten, Rook! We can use them for intel!" Rook rounded on him, towering over the younger man, his voice a low, venomous growl. "You didn't see what they did, boy. You weren't there when they ate my best friend Jackson, when they ripped Stacy's implants out, leaving nothing but minced flesh." His mind plunged into the abyss of memory, Jackson's skull crunching throughout the throne room, Zahak's serpents tearing his head from his body, devouring his skull as Jackson's eyes locked on his in a final, helpless plea, blood pooling around his twitching corpse. The image fueled his rage, sword slashing through another surrendering Drixarian, its plea cut short as its torso split open, entrails spilling onto the deck. Alexei's jaw tightened, his face a mask of resolve as he nodded to his troops. "Take them alive." The Ascendants moved swiftly, binding the survivors with plasma cuffs, dragging them aside as Rook's crew pressed deeper, a tidal wave of steel and vengeance crashing through the cruiser's corridors. The air grew thick with the stench of blood and burning circuits, screams echoing off the walls as they carved a path to the bridge. Rook kicked the reinforced door down with a resounding crash, blade dripping, facing a Drixarian captain standing tall, wings flared wide, a plasma whip crackling in its claws, its black as coal eyes glinting with defiance. "Die!" Rook spat, charging forward with a roar. The whip lashed out, searing his arm with a white-hot sting. He bellowed, pain stoking his fury, and drove his sword through the captain's chest, pinning it to the console with a crunch of bone and metal. Its death rattle gurgled as he twisted the blade, savoring the kill, black blood bubbling from its maw as its body slumped lifeless. The cruiser fell, its crew slaughtered, console sparking and smoking under Space Lord control. Rook's fleet repeated the assault with merciless precision, the Nexusar fighters overwhelming the second cruiser, their lattice hulls absorbing plasma barrages, breaching pods delivering ascendance into its heart. The third cruiser buckled under a coordinated onslaught, its hull torn open by violet-white energy lances. Thousands of conscripts spilled from the holds, emaciated husks with biotech pulsing faintly in their flesh, eyes hollow with decades of torment. Rook handed out pills, small, glowing capsules that morphed them into space lords, golden phoenixes blooming across their chests, eyes flaring gold with newfound strength, a rebirth forged in the ashes of their slavery. "You're free," he growled, voice raw with the weight of their shared scars. "Fight with us." The fleet jumped again, a relentless crusade tearing through uncharted space, sector after sector, Drixarian ships falling like prey to a ravenous beast, quickly repaired and commanded by those who were once conscripts. The Nexusar fighters proved unstoppable. Their lattice hulls shimmered as they absorbed enemy fire, propulsion warping space to outmaneuver lumbering cruisers, breaching pods slicing through armor with surgical precision, delivering space lords into the fray. Rook's crew slaughtered without hesitation, their energy swords their weapon of choice. The visceral thrill of close quarters kills a balm to their century-long wounds, blades carving through wings, piercing hearts, painting the void with Drixarian blood. Ascendance followed, offering surrender where Rook offered death, their mercy a growing rift between the old guard's vengeance and the new guard's pragmatism. In a pulsar-lit sector, they descended upon a Drixarian dreadnought, its massive bay packed with 5,000 conscripts, a fortress of steel and suffering orbiting a dying star. Rook led the assault, sword flashing as he carved a path through bat-winged guards, their blood a warm spray coating his face, the coppery tang mingling with the ozone of plasma fire. The Nexusar fighters swarmed the dreadnought's hull, their violet-white lances tearing through its defenses, breaching pods slamming into its flank with deafening booms. Rook stormed the bay, his blade a whirlwind of death, severing a Drixarian spine with a wet crunch, its scream swallowed by the cacophony of battle. Swords clashing, plasma sizzling, conscripts screaming as they heard the trumpet sound that the come-to-understand was death-calling. Alexei flanked him, blade moving with crisp efficiency, but his voice cut through the chaos, sharp and urgent. "Rook, we need intel, stop killing them all!" He pinned a Drixarian officer against a bulkhead, its wings pinned by ascendant steel, claws scrabbling uselessly. "Talk!" Alexei demanded, silvery eyes fierce, his sword pressed to its throat. The Drixarian officer hissed, its guttural voice a defiant rasp, wings twitching against the ascendant steel pinning it to the bulkhead. "The Great Hunger? You'll get nothing from me, human filth." Alexei pressed his sword harder against its throat, golden eyes blazing. "Talk or I carve it out of you." The creature sneered, black eyes glinting with contempt, its claws flexing despite the cuffs. Rook, sword poised over a twitching corpse, froze as Alexei's blade drew a trickle of black blood, Stacy's death flashing, her flesh shredded by Drixarian death-calling, a haunting dirge of decades past. "Zahak," he snarled, the name a venomous curse, pieces slamming into place with icy dread. He woke it. Alexei glanced back, realization flickering. Rook, we need more. I'm taking it to the Terra Ascendant since you have the rule of no aliens on your ship. Rook's lip curled, disgust warring with necessity. Fine, but I'm watching. He followed, boots pounding the gore-slick deck, the Drixarian's defiance stoking his rage. The Dreadnought's bridge lay silent, a slaughterhouse of butchered remains, conscripts reborn as space lords flooding in, golden eyes blazing. Rook wiped his sword on a corpse, steel glinting under flickering lights, chest heaving with bloodlust's afterburn. The fleet jumped, a relentless war machine tearing through the void, swords dripping, conscripts freed, the hunt for Lysander and Zahak, a searing beacon in the pulsar's crimson glow. Chapter 24. The Hunger's Jaws. The Stellar Seeker roared through the cryon expanse, a chaotic maelstrom of space where the void churned with unstable fury, its silver-streaked hull a defiant blade slicing through a region where stars flickered erratically, their light warped by gravitational vortices and shrouded in swirling shrouds of indigo and amber gas. Leonix stood at the helm, a Spartan commander forged in the crucible of unrelenting war, his muscular frame coiled with restless energy, golden eyes blazing with a fire that could sear through steel, framed by the skin-tight black biosuit clinging to his battle-hardened body, a golden phoenix emblazoned across his chest, glinting under the bridge's harsh violet glow. The air thrummed with the Phoenix pulse drive's guttural growl, a relentless war drum reverberating through the deck, its violet conduits snaking along the walls like veins of molten fire, pulsing in sync with the biotech surging through his veins, a space lord marvel that sharpened his senses to a razor's edge, amplifying his reflexes with inhuman precision. His fleet, 50 ships strong, roared around him in a symphony of defiance, Phoenix fighters streaking like silver comets, their engines howling violet-white as they carved arcs through the chaos. Mosquito scouts prowling the shadows, weaving through asteroid clusters with ghostly agility, their sleek forms glinting faintly. Frigates looming as armored titans, their hulls bristling with railguns and plasma cannons, primed and trembling with pent-up wrath. They faced the Great Hunger, a black colossus that devoured all in its path, its tendrils lashing the void with ravenous, unrelenting fury, a mechanical nightmare that had already torn 3 of his ships to shreds in a heartbeat, leaving nothing but ash and echoes in the expanse's unstable grip. "Status all ships report now!" Leonix's voice boomed, a thunderous roar that shattered the bridge's tense silence, jolting his ascendant crew into a frenzied scramble, their silver eyes flashing with urgency beneath their biosuits. Consoles flared with violet light, casting stark shadows across sweat-streaked faces, fingers blurring over controls in a desperate dance. Jace, his wiry second, spun the holo with a snarl, his voice slicing through the clamor. "Fleet at 47 Great Hunger closing fast, bearing 023 multiple vectors locked gravity spikes surging." The viewport erupted with the enemy's horror, a writhing titan of shadow surging through the expanse, its tendrils coiling outward with grotesque fluidity, their surfaces glinting with a cold mechanical sheen under the flickering light of a dying star caught in a vortex's pull. The air grew thick with the acrid tang of ozone and the metallic hum of overtaxed systems, every joint in the Seeker's frame groaning as gravitational waves battered the hull, the chaotic region's instability amplifying the Hunger's menace. A mosquito scout darted too close, its pilot banking hard against a swirling gas tendril. Tendrils lashed out with whip-crack speed, shredding its hull with a screech of rending metal that pierced the comms. 46, the craft dissolving into ash mid-flight, a cloud of debris spiraling into a vortex, its crew's static-laced screams swallowed by the void silence, a fleeting wail of terror that clawed at Leonix's gut. His jaw clenched until his teeth ached, sweat beating on his brow as the Hungers wailed a mechanical shriek of grinding steel and ravenous intent, somehow echoing through the hull, rattling the deck beneath his boots until it trembled like a beast in its death throes. "All ships fire everything now," Leonix roared, his voice a raw bellow that ignited the bridge into pandemonium, the crew leaping to stations with sweat-soaked urgency, their golden eyes glinting with grim resolve. The Seeker's batteries erupted with a deafening howl, silver plasma bolts lancing through the void in blinding arcs that seared after-images into his retinas, their trails shimmering against the amber gas clouds. Phoenix fighters dove like raptors, engines shrieking a banshee's wail as they strafed the Hunger's mass, their cannons blazing a storm of silver fire that lit the expanse in a dazzling inferno, weaving through asteroid shards spinning wildly in the gravitational chaos. Mosquito scouts circled with lethal grace, pulsar rays spitting green bursts that crackled like lightning, stitching the darkness with electric fury. Frigates unleashed their wrath, railguns booming with bone-shaking force, hurling slugs the size of men that slammed into the shadow with deep, resonant thuds, each impact sending shockwaves rippling through the Seeker's frame, the air humming with the raw power of their defiance, the stench of scorched metal and ionized air flooding the bridge as consoles sparked under the strain, a shower of violet sparks cascading over Jace's trembling hands. The Great Hunger didn't flinch. Plasma bolts sizzled, vanishing into its depths like prey into a gaping maw, swallowed whole without a trace. Green pulses sparked briefly, their light snuffed out in an instant. Railgun slugs plunged with a dull, sickening crunch, disappearing into its churning abyss as if they'd never existed, the void's chaos amplifying its hunger as gravitational eddies fed its mass. Tendrils pulsed, swelling with grotesque, insatiable fury, doubling in size with a wet, mechanical groan that echoed through the expanse, their tips curling outward like claws eager to rend flesh from bone, glinting ominously against the flickering starlight. A Phoenix fighter dove too close, its pilot banking in a desperate spiral to evade an asteroid. Tendrils snapped, grazing its wing. 45, the craft melting into a flash of molten steel, raining embers into a vortex swirling maw. Its pilot's scream cut short as the cockpit dissolved, a fleeting burst of static crackling through the comms, a sound that stabbed at Leonix's chest like a blade. "Evasive full burn now," he barked, his voice a whip crack slicing through the rising panic, the PPD flaring violet-white with a deafening roar, engines screaming as the Seeker surged to 0.999C near light speed, the fleet scattering like prey before a hunter, their trails blazing violet-white streaks against the expanse's chaotic tapestry, the void warping around them with a gut-wrenching lurch that twisted his insides, gravitational waves slamming the hull with a force that rattled his teeth. The Hunger's wail escalated, a mechanical shriek that clawed at the hull with invisible talons, rattling steel plates until its bounds popped loose with a metallic ping, the sound burrowing into their skulls like a relentless drill. A frigate lagged, its railguns pounding with defiant fury. 44, tendrils snagging it mid-flight, wrapping around its hull with a grotesque embrace, the metal buckling with a sickening crunch that echoed through the comms, its crew spilling into the void in a silent cascade, their bodies dissolving into gray sludge before screams could form, a horror that seared itself into Leonix's retinas, his fists clenching until his knuckles ached. He slammed his fist on the console with a resounding crack, the impact splitting his skin, a trickle of blood staining the controls. "Focus fire center mass, concentrate all batteries." The fleet rallied, a wounded beast baring its teeth, beams and bolts hammering with relentless frenzied fury, a dazzling symphony of silver and green converging on the Black Titan's core, the air thick with the ozone tang of plasma fire, and the coppery stench of fear sweat dripping from his crew, their biosuits slick with it as they fought against the expanse's chaos. Tendrils lashed out, shredding another fighter mid-dive, 43, its wreckage tumbling into an amber gas cloud, a twisted heap of molten steel spiraling into the dark. A Mosquito Scout veered, pulsar rays blazing, 42, its hull melting into the shadow's grasp as tendrils coiled around it, crushing it into a steaming husk, the wail swelling into a relentless dirge that shook their bones and drowned out the klaxons blaring hull breach warnings, a chorus of despair echoing through the bridge. "Full power reroute auxiliary systems now!" Leonix roared, his voice raw with exertion, the bridge crew scrambling as the Seeker's lights dimmed to a ghostly flicker, every ounce of energy surging into the cannons, the air growing hot with the strain, the hum of overtaxed systems a low growl beneath the Hunger's shriek. The ship shuddered, silver beams lancing out with a searing hiss, stitching the void with trails of light that burned brighter than the dying star's glare. Fighters weaving in tight formations through spinning asteroid fields, their plasma fire a relentless storm, painting the hunger's mass in molten streaks, their engines screaming against the gravitational pull. A frigate's barrage faltered, its engine stuttering under a vortex grip. 41, tendrils surging through its hull, ripping it apart in a cascade of sparks and debris, its core erupting in a silent fireball that lit the void in a fleeting white-hot blaze. The crew's final static screams fading into the abyss, a sound that clawed at Leonix's gut with icy dread. "No effect!" Jace shouted, voice cracking as he gripped the console, his golden eyes wide with panic, the holo pulsing with frantic red flickers. Hull integrity. Warning screaming in a relentless rhythm, power flickering as systems overloaded, a shower of sparks raining over his station, singeing his biosuit with a hiss. The hunger swelled, quadrupling its reach, a grotesque titan clawing the void with a fury that mocked their defiance, its tendrils sprawling across the battlefield like a spider's web spun from shadow and steel, their tips glinting ominously as they snaked through the amber gas clouds. Below deck, in the Seeker's cramped lab, Mira, an ascendant tech with silver eyes burning like twin moons, hunched over a scanner, her fingers flying across controls as the whale shook the walls, rattling tools to the floor with a clatter that mingled with the groan of stressed steel. Her biosuit glistening as she snarled, "Weapons useless. It's unfazed or adapting faster than we can hit." The screen flared, nanite signatures spiraling in hypnotic fractal patterns, a geometric dance of destruction that pulsed with cold precision. Its self-replicating feeds on metals, organics, biocircuits. It's eating us alive. The lab shuddered, tendrils grazing the Seeker's flank. 40, the hull groaning under the strain, a deep metallic moan that vibrated through Leonix's boots. His comms crackled. "Mira, report now." Her voice cut through, urgent and sharp. "It's a machine nanite's biotech's fuel. It's beyond our weapons." The shadow surged, 39, a frigate imploding under tendrils' grip, its hull folding inward with a sickening screech, its core melting into a steaming husk, debris raining into the void like ash from a funeral pyre, the crew's bodies dissolving into gray sludge in a heartbeat. "Target biocircuits, cut power, reroute everything," Leonix roared, his voice a guttural bellow, the fleet's beams shifting, silver lances stabbing at the mass's core with desperate precision. Tendrils lashed, 38, a fighter grazed mid-spiral, melting into ash, its pilot's scream a fleeting burst of static, Mira's hiss echoing through the comms. "Too late, self-sustaining, it's unstoppable." The bridge quaked as the Seeker banked hard, amber gas tendrils swirling past the viewport in a chaotic blur, the deck tilting underfoot as inertia dampeners whined at their limits, a high-pitched scream that pierced the din. Leonix's voice thundered, "All ships sunward burn at full thrust." The PPD screamed, violet-white flaring blindingly, engines roaring as the fleet streaked toward the dying star's fiery maw at near-light speed, stars blurring into streaks of light that seared his eyes. 37, tendrils clawing at their heels, sizzling as they grazed hulls, the heat warping steel with a groan that vibrated through his bones. "We can't hold this!" Jace yelled, his eyes wide with panic, hands trembling on the console as the holo flashed red, hull integrity warnings blaring relentlessly, power flickering as systems overloaded, a console erupting in a shower of sparks that singed his arm, the stench of burnt flesh mingling with the ozone tang. A frigate's engines failed, 36, tendrils wrapping its frame, crushing it into a twisted wreck, its crew spilling into the void, dissolving into gray sludge in a heartbeat, a sight that clawed at Leonix's gut with icy dread, his restless energy surging as he paced the helm, muscles tight with the strain of command. "Retreat prep jump coordinates now," he ordered, voice a low growl cutting through the chaos, the crew scrambling with sweat-soaked desperation, fingers slipping on controls as the hunger's wail spiked, a mechanical groan that shook their bones and drowned out the shrieking alarms, the air growing thick with the stench of melting circuits and the coppery tang of blood from a crewman's split brow as their biotech repaired the skin. The Seeker's engines roared, a guttural howl as the fleet banked toward escape vectors, the dying star's corona bathing them in a hellish amber glow, heat seeping through the hull until the deck burned underfoot, the air shimmering with distortion as gravitational waves battered them with relentless force. A Mosquito Scout lagged, 35, tendrils snagging its tail, shredding it mid-flight, its hull crumpling into a steaming heap that spiraled into a vortex's swirling jaws, the crew's static screams a fleeting echo that stabbed at Leonix's chest. "Jump drives online," Jace shouted, voice hoarse with exhaustion, the holo flickering as coordinates locked, the fleet limping into formation, hulls scarred with blackened gashes, engines stuttering as power flickered, a frigate's wing shearing off with a groan. 34, its debris spinning into the amber haze. Leonix's chest heaved, his silver eyes scanning the viewport, the Hunger's tendrils surging closer, their tips glinting with a mechanical sheen as they reached for the Seeker's flank, the wail swelling into a deafening crescendo that drowned out the klaxons, a sound that clawed at his sanity. Then, abruptly, the Hunger recoiled, tendrils retracting with a grotesque, shuddering spasm, a wet, mechanical groan echoing through the expanse as space rippled around it like a wound torn open by unseen claws, the amber gas cloud swirling into the disturbance. A jagged rip flared, blacker than the void itself, edges pulsing with violet static that crackled like lightning, a tear in reality swallowing the dying star's light in a heartbeat, its darkness a void within a void. The wail faded to a guttural moan, the black mass surging into the rip with a final, shuddering lunge, its tendrils thrashing wildly as it vanished, the tear snapping shut with a soundless shudder that sent ripples through the gas clouds, silence crashing over the Seeker like a tidal wave, heavy and absolute, the sudden stillness a punch to Leonix's gut. He froze, breath locked in his chest, golden eyes darting across the viewport where the Hunger had loomed moments before, the chaotic swirl of the expanse now eerily calm, the amber haze drifting lazily as if mocking their survival. "Gone?" Jace rasped, hands trembling on the console, the holo blank and lifeless, its violet glow dimming in the smoky haze. "Track it, scan every frequency now." Leonix snapped, voice raw with exertion, the crew scrambling as scanners whirred to life, their hum a faint whisper in the deafening quiet, the air thick with the stench of burnt wiring and the coppery tang of blood dripping from a crewman's repairing injuries onto the deck. Mira's voice crackled through the comms, sharp and breathless. "No trace rips, closed frequency, lost no residual signatures, nothing." The bridge crew slumped, eyes wide with awe and dread, their biosuits slick with sweat and grime, the Seeker's deck a battlefield of shattered consoles and smoking panels, 34 ships hanging battered in the void like survivors of a massacre, their hulls pocked with scars, engines trailing faint violet sparks. Leonix straightened, chest heaving, the weight of command a mantle of steel pressing down on his broad shoulders, his silver gaze piercing the emptiness where the Hunger had vanished, his restless energy surging as he paced the helm, boots crunching over shattered glass. "Damage report full assessment now," he barked, voice steady despite the chaos, Jace spinning the holo with still trembling hands. 16 ships lost hull breaches on 9 power at 38% critical systems failing. The dying star's amber pulse bathed them in a mocking glow, its heat still seeping through the hull, a reminder of their near annihilation, the deck littered with debris, shattered glass, twisted metal, a discarded plasma rifle sparking faintly, its barrel warped from the heat. "It broke off why?" Leonix muttered, his mind churning. Spartan instincts honed under Drexarian whips as his mind screamed trap, the Hunger's retreat too sudden, too deliberate, a predator toying with its prey before the killing blow. "Regroup, full diagnostics, we jump in 10, he ordered, voice a low growl cutting through the haze, the crew leaping to obey, their movements sluggish with exhaustion, silver eyes darting to the viewport as if expecting the Hunger to erupt back through the void, the amber gas cloud swirling lazily in the aftermath. The Seeker limped into formation, its hull scarred with blackened gashes, engines stuttering as power flickered, battered frigates trailing sparks, fighters drifting with damaged wings, a wounded beast licking its wounds in the cryon expanse's chaotic embrace. The rips echo a haunting promise of battles yet to come, a shadow lurking beyond the void's edge waiting to strike again. Chapter 25. Shadows of Sacrifice. The Vanguard hung in Earth's orbit like a battle-scarred sentinel, its sleek obsidian hull glinting faintly against the planet's blue-green curve, a silent guardian battered by war yet unyielding in its vigil. Inside, the command deck thrummed with a quiet intensity, the low hum of machinery a heartbeat beneath the steel, violet conduits snaking along the walls like veins of liquid fire, pulsing in sync with the Phoenix pulse drive's dormant power. Cora Holbrook stood at the central console. Her black and gold suit outlined her perfect hourglass form, and beauty radiated from her despite the weight of command. The golden phoenix on her chest a beacon of resilience, her golden eyes sharp with a warrior's focus, honed through centuries of battle. The panoramic viewport framed Earth below, a fragile jewel marred by the scars of battle, its serene glow a cruel contrast to the chaos brewing beyond its atmosphere. She traced the hollow map's glowing outline with a delicate finger, the Phoenix Armada's scattered remnants flickering like dying stars across the void, each loss a wound she carried in her bones, her breath fogging the console's edge as she exhaled, the air thick with the metallic tang of machinery. The deck's doors hissed open with a sharp pneumatic whine, and President Mikhail Petrov strode in, his weathered face etched with lines of create from immense stress, his heavy coat rustling faintly, pale silver eyes darting across the bridge with a soldier's wariness. Marcus and Hector, Cora's most trusted and longest-serving subcommanders from their days as conscripts, flanked him, their black biosuits with golden phoenixes glinting, golden eyes steady as they escorted the Russian leader to Cora's side, their boots thudding softly against the steel floor. "Galactic Warden," Petrov greeted, his accent thick with warmth yet laced with urgency. "Moscow's air still tastes of ash, but we stand because of you." His handshake was firm, a grounding force amid the storm brewing in Cora's mind, the faint creak of leather echoing in the stillness as he gripped her hand, his presence carrying the weight of Earth's fragile hope. "President Petrov," Cora replied, her voice calm yet edged with steel. "You've come with news?" She gestured to the hollow table, its surface shimmering with orbital patterns, a silent invitation to cut through formalities, her golden eyes locking onto his. Petrov nodded, his broad shoulders squaring as he leaned forward, hands braced on the table, the faint creak of his coat loud in the quiet. "The trial," he began, voice steady. "Those responsible for the deaths of President Ellison, Diallo, and the others, Whitmore, Morales, Tanaka, the Covenant of Terra's puppets. It's nearing its end. Evidence is ironclad, intercepted comms, defector testimony, blood on their hands from that bunker off Tasmania. We expect a guilty verdict in a week when the gavel falls. Justice served." Cora's gaze flicked to the hollow, Earth's continents glowing faintly, the weight of those losses a shadow she couldn't shake, her fingers taping on the console's edge as thought. "Good," she said, voice low. "Justice for them is a start. Earth's council deserves closure." Petrov's lips twitched, a rare smile softening his stern features. "Closure and a warning. The world's watching, Cora. No one crosses humanity again." He straightened, gray eyes meeting hers, a flicker of pride in his stance, but his brow furrowed as he studied her, his voice sharpening with curiosity. "You've got something too. I see it in your eyes, Trouble." Cora exhaled sharply, the sound cutting the air like a blade, her golden eyes unflinching as she met his gaze, her voice steady despite the storm within. "I need to send notifications," she said, "to the families of fallen space lords." Petrov's brow lifted, confusion crossing his face, his hand gesturing dismissively, his tone light. "Fallen? A few, surely. Space lords are practically immortal. Your biotech, your resilience. I saw it in Moscow. Unyielding. The Council won't blink at a handful of losses. No reason to interfere." He paused, gray eyes narrowing, a hint of curiosity sharpening his words. "How many?" Over 1,000, Cora said, the number dropping like a hammer, her golden eyes steady as Petrov's jaw slackened, his breath catching in his throat, the bridge's hum suddenly deafening in the silence that followed. His silver eyes widened, shock rippling across his weathered features, his voice a hoarse whisper. 1,000? Over 1,000 space lords dead? He staggered back a step, hand gripping the table's edge, the creak of his coat loud in the stillness, his mind reeling as he stared at her, disbelief warring with panic, his chest heaving as he struggled to process the scale. The Council, they'll demand answers, Cora. How? How does this happen to warriors like you? He asked, now worried about his son Alexei. Cora's gaze hardened, her voice low and deliberate, each word a weight she'd carried too long, her fingers tracing the hollow's edge as she spoke. The total losses are much higher, far higher, but this list, over 1,000, is those with families still living on Earth. The rest, the older ones, taken by the Drixarians centuries ago, their kin are dust, lost to time. We've been hemorrhaging ships, Petrov, entire fleets swallowed by something we can't stop, the Great Hunger. She tapped the hollow, a sector flaring red, the cryon expanse's chaotic sprawl pulsing ominously, its amber and indigo clouds swirling like a storm. A nanite machine, self-replicating, unstoppable. We destroyed it once, here in Earth's solar system, but only because a crew flew their ship, the Stellar Wraith, into the sun, a suicide run to burn it out. It worked then, but it was smaller, a fragment. Now, it's grown, devouring everything. Ships, crews, worlds, and we're losing. Badly. Petrov's face paled, his silver eyes darting to the viewport, Earth's serene curve now a fragile illusion against the void's lurking terror, his voice trembling. Something's killing space lords, destroying ships, and you can't stop it. His hands clenched into fists, panic rising as he paced, boots thudding against the deck, the weight of his nation's survival crashing down. His breath ragged, he spoke. Moscow bled to hold the Drixarians. And now this? What chance do we have if you're falling? The bridge crew shifted uneasily, golden eyes flickering between their commander and the Russian leader, the air thick with unspoken dread, the hum of the vanguard a low growl beneath Petrov's rising fear, his coat rustling with each frantic step. Before Cora could respond, the comms panel flared with a shrill beep, violet light pulsing urgently, cutting through the tension like a knife. She snapped to it, slamming her palm on the console, her voice sharp. "Bridge! Report!" A voice crackled through, strained and urgent. Leonix, his tone raw with exhaustion. "Warden, it's Leonix, Stellar Seeker. We've engaged the Great Hunger in the Cryon Expanse. Lost 16 ships, 34 left. It broke off, retreated through a rip in space, but we're battered, limping back to Earth's system now." Cora's golden eyes widened, a jolt of dread surging through her, Petrov's gaze locking onto hers, his gray eyes mirroring her alarm, his breath hitching as the implications sank in, his hands trembling by his side. Her mind flashed back. Stellar Wraith, a single particle of the Great Hunger, growing fast in Earth's solar system, its crew's desperate plunge into the sun, a fiery requiem that saved billions, the molten streaks painting the void as they burned, their ship fracturing under the solar fury, tendrils sizzling into ash. She saw it again, the blinding light, the silent sacrifice, a memory that seared her soul, her chest tightening with the weight of it. "No," she whispered, voice a jagged edge, then louder. "No ships return to Earth's system." She slammed the comms wide, her voice booming across the Phoenix Armada. "All ships. This is Galactic Warden Cora Holbrook. Effective immediately. No vessel enters Earth's solar system. Report to Eridani 5, in the Crinus Cluster, Epsilon Eridani Galaxy, our first command center. All future Space Lord actions and command derive from there. Our main system now." The bridge crew froze, silver eyes darting to her, the holo flickering as coordinates shifted. Eridani Phi's green-blue orb glowing faintly, a distant bastion 30 light-years from Earth, its twin moons orbiting in quiet defiance. Petrov's voice erupted, sharp with panic. "Cora, you're leaving Earth defenseless. We can't survive without you." His silver eyes blazed, his hands slamming the table, the thud echoing through the bridge, his coat flaring with the force of his movement. She cut him off, rounding on him, golden eyes blazing, her voice a whip crack. "Quiet, Mikhail. We're not abandoning you. A ship will always guard Earth's system. The lunar bastion. Earth's second space lordship is nearly fully crewed, ascendants ready to hold the line. But the great hunger grows here in this system, faster than anywhere. One particle nearly ended us. 16 ships lost in Cryon proves it's unstoppable now. We bring it back, and Earth burns. Billions die." Her voice softened, steel giving way to sorrow, her golden eyes dimming. "I've seen it, Petrov. A crew flew into the sun to save you once. I won't risk that again, not when we're bleeding like this." Petrov's silver eyes dimmed, his shoulders slumping, the weight of her words sinking in, his voice a hoarse whisper. 1,000, 16 more, and it's still out there. He stared at Earth through the viewport, its curve a fragile hope against the void's shadow, his hands trembling as he braced himself against the console, the bridge's silence a heavy shroud, broken only by the faint hum of the Vanguard systems, a heartbeat in the dark, his breath ragged as he processed the scale of their peril. In a quiet corner of Moscow, beneath a sky streaked with the gray of late autumn, a nondescript apartment building stood weathered by time, its brick facade chipped and faded, a relic of a city that had endured too much. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of old wood and simmering borscht, a modest warmth against the chill seeping through cracked windows. Elena and Viktor Kuznetsov sat at a worn table, their faces etched with the lines of age and loss, gray hair thinning, hands trembling faintly as they sipped tea from chipped mugs, the steam curling upward in fragile wisps. The knock came soft yet deliberate, a sound that stilled their breath, their aged eyes faded with time, darting to the door, a flicker of dread pooling in their gazes. 2 space lords entered, their black and gold uniforms stark against the room's muted tones, golden eyes solemn beneath hoods pulled low, the phoenix on their chests glinting faintly in the dim light, their boots soft against the worn floor. The taller one, a woman named Lyra, stepped forward, her voice low and steady. "Elena Kuznetsova, Viktor Kuznetsov?" They nodded, hands tightening on their mugs, the faint clink of porcelain loud in the stillness. Lyra knelt before them, her partner Torin, standing silent at her side, his golden eyes downcast, a small wooden box in his hands, its surface polished to a somber sheen. "We come with heavy hearts," Lyra began, her tone a quiet requiem, "to notify you of your son, Dmitri Kuznetsov, call sign Frost Raven. He fell in battle against the Great Hunger, aboard the Lunar Wraith, in the Perseus Arm. His ship was lost, but his courage held the line for countless others." Elena's mug slipped, shattering on the floor with a sharp crack, tea pooling like blood across the worn wood, her sob breaking the silence, raw and jagged. "Dmitri, my boy." Victor's hand gripped hers, his silver eyes glistening, voice a broken whisper. He came back to us, after all those years, said he'd protect us." Lyra's golden eyes softened, a flicker of shared pain, her voice steady. "He did. Dmitri flew a decoy run, luring the hunger from a frigate carrying 500 souls. His last transmission was a laugh, said he'd outrun the stars one last time. He saved them, gave us time." Torin opened the box, revealing 2 golden phoenix medals, their wings spread wide, glinting like captured sunlight, each etched with "for sacrifice to a greater cause." He knelt beside Lyra, placing one in Elena's trembling hands, the other in Victor's, his voice a low murmur. "These are for you, from the Phoenix Armada. Dmitri's sacrifice echoes beyond Earth, beyond time. He was our brother, and he is honored." Elena clutched the metal, tears streaking her face, tracing the phoenix's wings with a shaking finger, her voice a whisper. He was our light, taken so young, then given back. Only two. Victor's grip tightened, his voice cracking. He flew free, didn't he? Like the ravens he loved. Lyra nodded, rising, her golden eyes meeting theirs. He flew free, and his fire burns in us all. Torin placed a hand on her shoulder, a silent signal, and they turned to leave, boots soft against the worn floor, the door closing with a quiet thud. Outside, the wind howled through Moscow streets, carrying the weight of their words into the gray, the golden phoenixes a solemn flame in the Kuznetsov's hands, a tribute to a son lost to the void's unyielding hunger, the room silent save for the faint drip of tea pooling on the floor. Chapter 26. The Dyson Abyss. The Vigilantia erupted through the void with a deafening roar, its sleek silver hull trembling violently as the Phoenix pulse drive ignited in a blinding violet-white inferno, hurling what remained of Lysander's fleet, 30 battered ships, out of the gravitational nightmare of the solar system where the great hunger had nearly devoured them whole. Lysander stood tall, coiled like a predator mid-strike, sharp golden eyes blazing with a fury that could melt steel, cool and calm as the biotech adjusted his body from the extreme gravitational change. The bridge quaked around him, consoles erupting in showers of violet sparks that singed the air with the acrid tang of burnt circuits. The deck vibrated beneath his boots, a relentless tremor that rattled his bones, the air thick with the metallic hum of overtaxed systems, every joint and fused connection groaning as if the ship itself screamed in defiance. The PPD's feral growl pulsed through the walls, violet conduits snaking along them like veins of molten fire, a frantic heartbeat syncing with the biotech surging through his veins, amplifying his senses until every sound, the screech of straining steel, the crackle of static, the panicked shouts of his crew, slammed into him like a tidal wave, his pulse a war drum thundering in his ears. Around him, the remnants of his armada clawed their way free, Phoenix fighters screaming through the dark, their engines vomiting violet-white trails that seared the void with blinding streaks, hulls glinting as they wove through swirling debris. Mosquito scouts darting with ghostly precision, their sleek forms cutting through asteroid shards like phantoms in a storm. Frigates lumbering as scarred titans, their railguns poised, barrels smoking, engines spewing violet sparks into the blackness, a desperate exodus from the hunger's grasp, its black tendrils sinking into the planet's core moments before the jump. "Status now report!" Lysander's voice ripped through the bridge, a raw bellow that slashed the panic like a blade, jolting the crew into frenzied motion, their golden eyes flashing beneath black and gold suits, hands blurring over controls as sparks rained down, singeing their skin that was quickly repaired by their biotech, the air thick with the stench of ozone and fear sweat. Zethra, the Drixarian tech with bat-like wings twitching wildly, rasped from her station, her black coal eyes glinting with focus, claws clicking against her console as she fought to stabilize the readings. Jump stable 30 ships intact, gravitational wake fading coordinates unknown, no charted systems detected, sensors overloaded. Her voice cracked, the hum of her scanner a shrill whine beneath the chaos, violet light pulsing erratically across her screen. Jace, the wiry comms officer, slammed his fist on his console, golden eyes wild. "Hull integrity at 60% power surging, we're blind out here." The viewport flared to life with a blinding pulse, a shockwave of light that seared Lysander's retinas, and his breath seized in his chest, a jolt of awe and terror slamming him like a plasma blast. A Dyson sphere loomed before them, a colossus beyond the wildest reaches of imagination, its surface a seamless lattice of black and silver encapsulating a star, its fiery glow swallowed whole, a solid shell stretching beyond the horizon of perception, edges vanishing into the void's infinite sprawl. "Void, take us all," Jace gasped, voice cracking as he staggered back, hands trembling on his console, golden eyes bulging as he stared at the monstrosity. "It's solid, fully enclosed. How in the stars does that even exist?" Lysander's pulse thundered, a relentless war drum pounding in his skull, his mind racing as he traced the lattice's intricate patterns, each segment pulsing with a faint violet-white energy, a latticework of alien genius that dwarfed every theory humanity had dared to whisper, its scale a cosmic abomination that mocked gravity, reason, and sanity itself. This wasn't a fragile chain of satellites strung around a star, not a skeletal ring of metal and hope, but a virtually unbroken sphere, its surface rippling like liquid metal under a storm, shimmering with an otherworldly sheen beneath the faint glow of distant galaxies. A marvel that filled the viewport, its edges lost to the abyss, a structure so vast it seemed to bend the void around it, warping light into a halo of eerie violet-white fire. "Resources," Lysander snarled, voice a guttural roar that cut through the stunned silence. "The Great Hunger. It dumped everything here, metals, biocircuits, flesh, all for this." His golden eyes blazed, sweat dripping into them, stinging as he gripped his sword's hilt. Black glass etched with a golden phoenix, its edge a whisper of death, the weight a lifeline anchoring him against the tidal wave of dread crashing through his chest. Zethra's wings flared, her claws scraping the console as she spun the scanner, voice a hiss slicing the hum. "Nanite signatures match. This is its hub controllers harvesting on a scale we can't fathom. It's beyond insane. It's apocalyptic." Her black coal eyes darted to Lysander, panic warring with awe, her scanner's shrill whine escalating as data flooded in, violet light pulsing frantically across the screen. The realization slammed into Lysander like a railgun slug, a visceral punch that stole his breath that this alien race had birthed the Great Hunger, a ravenous collector stripping galaxies bare to fuel a project of lunatic ambition, a Dyson sphere that encased a star whole, its construction a gluttonous feast demanding the plunder of worlds, fleets, lives, a harvest of unimaginable scope that turned the Milky Way into a feeding ground for these unseen masters. "Magnify full sweep," he roared, voice raw, the holo zooming with a piercing whine, painting the lattice's surface in stark detail, thousands of segments interlocking, each pulsing with energy, conduits snaking beneath like veins, a living machine of alien design, its scale a crushing weight that pressed against his skull, a monument to a power that could swallow galaxies whole. "Scans incoming!" Jace bellowed, voice cracking as the console erupted in a crimson flare, alarms shrieking with a deafening wail that stabbed Lysander's ears. "They're probing us deep sweeps hull to core, cutting through our shields like nothing." Sparks showered the deck, violet arcs singeing the air, the hum surging into a scream as the alien scan tore through their systems, Lysander spinning, sword half drawn, golden eyes blazing with defiance. "Increase shields! Reroute power now!" His voice was a thundered, but before the crew could react, the air exploded in blue static, a searing ripple tearing through the bridge like a storm of razors, and Lysander vanished, yanked from the helm in a heartbeat, his body twisting mid-air. Jace's scream, "Captain!" cut short as the deck dissolved into a blinding blur. 3 others disappeared in a flash. Zethra, her wings flaring in a frantic beat, claws slashing air. Kale, the wiry tech, mid-scan, his scanner sparking wildly as he was ripped away. And Mara, a grizzled fighter, her sword slashing mid-draw, a snarl on her lips as she vanished. The bridge crew stumbled, golden eyes wild with panic, hands clawing at consoles as sparks rained down. The Vigilantias hum a hollow wail in their absence, steel groaning as the alien scan burned deeper, systems flickering, alarms screaming in a relentless chorus of chaos. Lysander slammed onto a platform of smooth, iridescent crystal with a bone-jarring crack, boots shattering the surface, a shockwave jolting through his legs as he staggered, sword drawn in a flash, its black glass blade glinting as golden energy flared from it under a pulsing light that snaked beneath like living circuits, the air thick with a metallic hum that vibrated in his chest, clawing at his lungs with every ragged breath. He whirled, golden eyes darting, sweat streaming down his face, stinging his eyes as he fought to steady himself. Zethra, Kale, and Mara materialized beside him with a crackle of static, their golden eyes wide, weapons raised in a heartbeat, Zethra's claws flexing with a metallic screech, Kale's scanner sparking and smoking, Mara's sword a blur of steel and energy slashing air, her snarl echoing in the vastness. The platform stretched into a cavernous chamber, its walls a matrix of black and silver mirroring the Dyson sphere's exterior, shimmering with an unearthly glow that pulsed like a living heartbeat, the air crackling with static, heavy with the scent of something alien, sharp and bitter, like burnt copper fused with frost. The ceiling arched into shadow, a dome towering hundreds of feet, its segments shifting faintly, revealing glimpses of the star's violet-white core beyond. A prison of light trapped within the alien's grasp, the hum swelling into a low roar that shook the crystal floor beneath them. Before them loomed a being beyond human imagination, Zirathus, a name whispered in the void's oldest dread tales, a nightmare given form. Its body was a towering 12-foot mass of liquid metal and crystalline tendrils, its core a swirling vortex of violet energy that pulsed with a hypnotic rhythm. Tendrils writhing like living shadows, each tipped with crystalline orbs that shimmered with fractured light, reflecting 1,000 distorted images of Lysander's snarling face. Its face was a cluster of shimmering facets, thousands of tiny eyes glinting within, a phantasmagoria of malice that shifted and spun, each facet a mirror to a different nightmare, its voice a resonant hum that shattered the air, bypassing ears to pound directly into their skulls, shattering glass fused with grinding steel, a sound that clawed at Lysander's sanity, vibrating his teeth, his bones, his soul, a torture of alien fury that made his knees buckle, his sword trembling in his grip. The chamber quaked, violet light surging through the walls, tendrils snapping forward, their crystalline tips pulsing with a rhythm that matched the hum, the air crackling with static that stung his skin, a storm of alien power threatening to crush them where they stood. "Why do you trespass here, lesser forms?" Zirathus boomed, its tone dripping with venomous disdain, tendrils coiling tighter, violet energy surging through the chamber, crackling against the crystal floor with a hiss that burned the air, its faceted gaze boring into Lysander like 1,000 daggers, each reflection sneering with contempt. Lysander straightened, sword steady despite the tremor in his arm, golden eyes blazing with a defiance that burned through the dread, his voice a snarl that cut the hum like a blade. "Your resource collector, the Great Hunger, it's ripping our galaxy apart, devouring ships, worlds my people havoc you can't fathom." His chest heaved, the alien atmosphere stinging his eyes, breath ragged as he spat the words, the memory of 42 ships melting into ash fueling his rage, the screams of his crew echoing in his skull, the molten steel raining into the void a wound that bled anew. Zirathus's tendrils flared, a ripple of light surging with a deafening crack, its voice sharpening to a razor's edge. "You dare speak to me, a speck of dust before the Clitheron? We are the legal owners of your galaxy, its resources ours to claim, its fate ours to mold. Your petty havoc is beneath our notice, a trivial ripple in our design, a nuisance unfit for our regard." Lysander's mind spun, golden eyes narrowing to slits, his voice a growl that rumbled through the chamber. "Legal owners? How does any race claim a galaxy?" His sword trembled, the phoenix etching glinting as he shifted his stance, muscles coiling, ready to strike despite the futility, his pulse hammering as Zirathus's facets glinted, a low hum of amusement vibrating the air, tendrils weaving a hypnotic dance that shimmered with crystalline light, its voice a cold blade slicing through his defiance. "By Clitheron law, property is won through the ritual of dominion, a contest of essence and will, binding the victor to the void's fabric with chains of cosmic force. Your galaxy, this Milky Way, was ceded to us by one called Zahak, a being of shadow and serpents who wagered it in a duel of cosmic stakes and faltered his essence, breaking beneath our will. His loss etched the deed in the stars, unbreakable, eternal ours." Lysander's breath seized, Zahak's name a thunderbolt crashing through his skull, the Drexarian leader's laughter echoing from centuries past, his escape through a portal, a wound reopened, a puppet master bartering a galaxy to these monstrosities, his serpentine shadow stretching across the void, a betrayal that turned Lysander's blood to fire, his grip on the sword tightening, the blade's edge singing with the promise of vengeance. Zarathus's tendrils snapped forward, crystalline orbs pulsing with a violet-white fury, poised to strike, its voice a cold slash that cut the air. Enough your presence fouls our domain, lesser forms. You will be returned unprocessed, a mercy. You do not earn a gift you cannot comprehend. Lysander's golden eyes flicked to Kale and Mara, who'd been silent, their hands working wrist scanners with frantic precision, golden eyes glinting with focus as they captured data, readings of the Dyson Sphere's lattice, Zarathus's energy signature, the pulsing hum of its core, every detail stolen under the alien's faceted gaze, a desperate act of rebellion in the face of annihilation. Kale's scanner sparked, his fingers trembling as he adjusted it, Mara's sword steady as she angled her wrist, her breath a quiet hiss, their movements a silent symphony of defiance. Zarathus's facets shifted, a surge of violet light flaring with a deafening crack. You dare pilfer knowledge, thieves, in our sanctum, worms gnawing at our glory? You are fortunate we do not convert you into resources, your flesh and circuits fodder for our works, your essence fuel for our ascendancy. The air erupted in blue static, a searing wave tearing through them like a storm of razors, Lysander's world spinning, his body yanked back, the chamber dissolving into a blinding blur of light and shadow, Zarathus's disdainful hum fading into a distant roar as the Vigilantia's bridge crashed into focus with a bone-jarring thud. He slammed onto the deck, boots cracking steel with a sharp clang, Zethra, Kale, and Mara stumbling beside him, the crew's golden eyes wild with relief, Jace roaring over the chaos. "Captain, you're back, thank the stars!" Lysander's chest heaved, sword still clenched, its blade sparking with energy fueled by his emotions, golden eyes darting to the viewport where the Dyson Sphere loomed, its vastness a crushing weight, violet-white pulses rippling across its matrix like a heartbeat of doom, the air tainted with the stench of burnt circuits, alarms shrieking in a relentless wail. "Jump now!" Lysander bellowed, voice raw and ragged, a primal roar that shook the bridge. "Best guess toward Milky Way galaxy! Move now!" The bridge drive flared, violet-white flooding the bridge in a blinding cascade, engines screaming with a guttural howl as space folded with a gut-wrenching lurch that twisted his insides. 30 ships leaping into the void, stars blurring into searing streaks of light that burned his retinas, the Dyson Sphere's gravitational pull clawing at their hulls with a monstrous grip, steel groaning under the strain, hull plates rattling as if the ship itself roared in defiance. Sparks showered the deck, consoles sparking violet as power surged and flickered, the jump a desperate lunge into the unknown, no records to guide them, only the faint drift of galaxies as a compass. The Milky Way a distant speck lost in the uncharted abyss. The Vigilantia trembling, alarms screaming a chorus of chaos as the crew braced against the tumult. Kale slumped against a console, golden eyes haunted, his voice a dread-filled rasp cutting through the fading hum. "The readings, Lysander. We got something, it's worse than we feared, it's a nightmare. They use the resources, metals, biocircuits to build the sphere, but also to reproduce. The Clitheron they're not just harvesting, they're spawning, growing from what the hunger takes every ship, every soul fuel for their kind, a breeding ground of horror." His scanner sparked, smoke curling from its edges, his hands trembling as he clutched it, golden eyes wide with terror, the weight of his words a sledgehammer crashing through Lysander's skull. Lysander froze, golden eyes narrowing to slits, his breath ragged, the realization slamming him like a plasma blast. A galaxy owned, a race multiplying, Zahak's betrayal a cosmic noose tightening around the Milky Way, every lost ship, every devoured soul, a seed for these monstrosities. The Vigilantia hurtling toward an Earth they might never reach. The Dyson abyss, a shadow of annihilation pulsing in their wake, its violet-white glow a harbinger of doom, a promise of a galaxy consumed, reborn as Clitheron flesh. Chapter 27. Bonds forged in fire. The corridors of the Vanguard thrummed with a quiet vitality, the steady hum of machinery weaving through the steel walls like a living pulse. Ethan strode down the passage, his boots striking the deck with a confident rhythm that belied the hollow shuffle of his past. His black and gold suit outlining his lean frame, the golden phoenix on his chest catching the violet glow of the conduit snaking overhead. Once a digital recluse lost in the shadows of a screen, he'd transformed into a commander of the Eclipse Talon, a fleet of 50 ships, his golden eyes sharp with a purpose forged from despair's ashes. Maria walked beside him, her composed presence a steady counterpoint, dark hair pulled back in a tight braid, golden eyes flicking to him with a warmth that softened her resolute demeanor. "You've changed, you know," Maria said, her voice low but laced with pride, cutting through the ambient hum. She tilted her head, studying him as they moved, her boots tapping a rhythm alongside his own. "Back when we met, you barely looked up from your boots. Now, you're leading us, Ethan. Truly leading." Ethan's lips twitched into a faint smile, a rare breach in the stoic mask he'd built over months of battle and loss. "Had to," he replied, his voice rough but firm, a stark evolution from the trembling whisper of the boy who'd once craved oblivion. "You and Jackson wouldn't let me hide forever. Kept pulling me into the fight, whether I wanted it or not." He glanced at her, eyes catching the light, a spark of gratitude beneath the steel. "Guess I owe you for that." Maria chuckled, a soft sound that eased the tension in his shoulders. "Jackson did most of the pulling. I just made sure you didn't stumble." Her gaze softened, a silent nod to the darkness he'd escaped, the nights he'd sat alone in his quarters aboard the Stellar Seeker, staring into the void, the weight of his old life a noose he'd nearly tied. Now, that void was his battlefield, a domain where he'd found meaning commanding a fleet with precision and fury. Before he could respond, a piercing wail tore through the corridor's calm, alarms shrieking with a force that stabbed his ears and jolted his pulse into overdrive. Red lights pulsed along the walls, casting a bloody glow, the vanguard trembling beneath them with a low groan of steel, signaling an imminent threat. "Move!" Ethan barked, breaking into a sprint, Maria matching his stride, their boots pounding the deck as the ship shuddered, a distant rumble hinting at chaos closing in. They burst onto the command deck, a maelstrom of flashing consoles and shouting crew, violet sparks raining from overloaded panels, the air thick with the acrid tang of burnt circuits. Jackson was already there, his excitable energy a live wire in the storm, golden eyes wild as he spun the hollow map, fingers blurring over controls. "Ethan! Maria! You're gonna love this!" he yelled, voice cracking with thrill of the moment, the phoenix emblem on his chest glinting as he gestured to the viewport. "Drexarian ships, 6 of them, nasty ones too. Dreadnoughts and a pair of those slippery frigates, firing and right on our tail." Ethan's eyes narrowed, locking onto the hollow where 6 crimson blips pulsed ominously, their jagged silhouettes cutting through the void toward the shadow pulse. His mind flashed to Rook, the grizzled veteran's brutal pragmatism, the way he'd tear into Drexarian hulls with a cold fury born of Stacy's loss, her disassembly a scar that fueled his hate. But Ethan had grown beyond blind rage, tempered by the mission to free conscripts across galaxies, his fire sharpened by command. "Battle stations!" he roared, his voice a roar of a seasoned commander that silenced the deck's clamor, crew snapping to attention, golden eyes flashing with trust. "Get the Eclipse Talon in formation now. We're not blasting them to scrap. There could be conscripts aboard our people. We board. We free them." Maria slid into her station, hands steady as she calibrated systems, her voice calm but edged with steel. "Nexusar hull penetrators online, Ethan. Stealth fields and boarding pods ready. On your call." Her golden eyes met his, a silent pact forged in countless fights, a bond that held them steady as the deck quaked beneath a distant impact, the shadow pulse shuddering under enemy fire. It was moments such as this they truly enjoyed having the privacy of their internal comms, as Maria heard Ethan speak in her mind. "Thanks." Jackson whooped, a grin splitting his face as he punched coordinates into the hollow, the fleet's 50 ships flaring to life on the display. "Oh, this is gonna be epic! Let's crack 'em open, boss!" His enthusiasm was infectious, a spark that lit Ethan's resolve, the three of them a unit unbreakable by the void's chaos. Once Ethan might have faltered, the weight of lives a crushing doubt, but now it was a mantle he wore with pride, his team's faith a lifeline pulling him forward. "Engage stealth fields," Ethan ordered, voice steady as he gripped the console, golden eyes blazing with a predator's focus. "Flank them with the Mosquito Scouts. Deploy the Nexuser penetrators on those dreadnoughts. Pin the frigates. Keep them locked down." The Eclipse Talons surged, 50 ships cloaking in Nexuser stealth, their hulls shimmering into near invisibility as they streaked through the void, violet trails fading into the black. The Drixarian fleet loomed ahead, dreadnoughts like jagged mountains of steel, their plasma cannons spitting green fire that seared the Shadow Pulse's shields, a frigate darting low with a salvo that rocked the deck. 49, a scout grazed but holding, its pilot's curse crackling over the comms. "Launch penetrators!" Ethan bellowed, the Eclipse Talon unleashing a swarm of Nexuser boarding pods, sleek violet darts that sliced through the void, latching onto the dreadnought's hulls with a metallic clang that echoed through the fleet's sensors. The pods burrowed, cutting through armor with a sizzling hiss. Space Lord teams pouring into the enemy ships, their biosuits glinting as they breached corridors, energy blades flashing in the dark. Maria's hands danced over her controls, directing a mosquito swarm to pin a frigate, violet drones buzzing around it like hornets. 48, its engines stuttering under the assault, her voice a quiet murmur. "Hold them steady." The Drixarians fought back, green plasma hammering the Eclipse Talon, a fighter's shield flaring as it took a hit. 47, its pilot ejecting in a streak of violet light, the pod snatched by a scout before it spun into the void. Ethan's jaw clenched, eyes darting across the hollow, his mind racing like rooks, cold and relentless, but guided by purpose. "Status on the breaches," he barked, voice cutting through the chaos. A team leader's voice crackled over the comms, breathless and fierce. "We're in, Ethan. Conscripts found, hundreds of them, locked in the lower decks. Drixarians resisting, but we're pushing through." Jackson pumped a fist, golden eyes gleaming. "Yes. Told you they'd be there, boss. Let's get 'em out." Maria's gaze flicked to him, a faint smile breaking her calm. "Focus, Jackson. We've got to hold the line." The bond between them pulsed, a thread of trust woven through fire and loss, Ethan's growth a beacon they rallied behind, the boy who'd once faltered now, a commander they'd follow into hell. The fight intensified, a dreadnought's cannons roaring as a penetrator team reported heavy casualties. 46, their signal cutting to static as Drixarian claws tore through steel. Ethan's voice thundered. "Reinforce that breach! Send the reserves now!" Another wave of pods launched, slamming into the dreadnought with a wet crunch. Space Lords flooding its corridors, blades clashing with Drixarian armor. 45, a frigate breaking free only to be swarmed by drones, its hull pinned again, engines sparking under the strain. "Second dreadnought secured!" a voice shouted over the comms, raw with triumph. "Conscripts alive! Moving them to extraction now!" Ethan's chest heaved, silver eyes glinting with a fire he'd never known in his darkest days, the mission driving him beyond rage to precision. The Drixarians faltered, a frigate's cannons falling silent as Space Lords overran its bridge. 44 Mosquito fighter struck with the pilot, ejecting into space as it spun uncontrollably into the void. The final dreadnought loomed, its hull bristling with green fire, a boarding team pinned down. 43, their leader's voice ragged. "We're losing ground, Ethan. Too many of them." Ethan slammed the console, voice a snarl. "All pods, converge on that ship. Overwhelm them." The Eclipse Talon responded, penetrators slamming into the dreadnought like a storm. Space Lords breaching in a flood. 42, blades flashing as they carved through resistance. Conscripts freed in a surge of ragged humanity, their cries of relief a lifeline in the chaos. Silence crashed over the deck, broken only by the hum of systems, violet sparks fading into the haze. Ethon exhaled, chest heaving as he scanned the hollow, his fleet battered but victorious, 42 ships holding formation, conscript pods streaming back like a tide of hope. Maria approached, her hand brushing his shoulder, a quiet strength in her touch. "You did it, Ethon. Saved them all." Jackson bounded over, clapping him on the back, voice loud with relief. "Hell yeah, boss! We cracked him open and pulled him out. You're a damn hero now." Ethon's smile was tight, pride warring with the weight of command. The lives lost a shadow he couldn't shake. "We did it together," he said, voice low, meeting their gazes, silver eyes glinting with a fire forged from despair. "Couldn't have without you two." The bond between them was steel, a lifeline that had pulled him from darkness to this moment, commanding a fleet with a resolve he'd once thought impossible. Before they could savor the victory, the comms flared with a sharp beep, yellow light pulsing urgently. Ethon snapped to it. "Report!" A guttural voice crackled through, thick with a Drexarian rasp. "Space Lords, this is Commander Vrothgar of the Drexarian Remnant. Cease your assault. We request negotiations." The deck fell silent, crew exchanging stunned glances, golden eyes wide with disbelief. Ethon's silver eyes narrowed, mind racing, Rook's hatred a whisper in his blood. But he held it in check, voice cold. "Explain, now." Vrothgar's tone was heavy, stripped of its usual malice. "You freed our conscripts, spared our ships where you could have destroyed us. We've heard of your battles, the Great Hunger, the losses across galaxies. We were Zahak's pawns, manipulated for centuries, our origins lost to his rule. He's gone. We want no more of this war. We seek a new path, a Drexarian civilization free of his shadow. Negotiate with us, Space Lords, for peace." Ethan's breath caught as he glanced over to Maria and Jackson, their expressions mirroring his shock, Maria's calm fracturing into wary hope, Jackson's grin fading to a frown. "Negotiations?" Jackson muttered, voice low. "With them? After everything?" Maria's golden eyes hardened. "Could be a trick, Ethan. But if it's real..." She trailed off, the weight of possibility hanging heavy. Ethon's mind churned, the boy who'd once sought escape now weighing a choice that could reshape the void. "Stand by," he barked into the comms, cutting the link, then opened a channel to Cora, voice steady despite the storm within. "Warden, it's Ethon. Drexarians hit us. We boarded, freed conscripts, took their ships. They're asking for talks now. Say they were Zahak's pawns. Want peace. A new start. What's your call?" Cora's voice came through, firm yet laced with cautious intrigue. "Ethon, you're sure of this?" He nodded, though she couldn't see. Vrothgar himself sounded broken, desperate. Mentioned Zahak's betrayal. "They're shaken, Warden." A pause, then Cora's tone hardened with resolve. "All right. Tell them I'll meet their head negotiator, someone with full backing of all Drexarians in 2 days. Neutral ground, the Nexus Veil, a dead system in the Orion Spur. No tricks, Ethon, or we end them for good." "Understood," Ethon replied, closing the link, then reopened the Drexarian channel, voice iron. "Vrothgar, Galactic Warden Cora Holbrook agrees. 2 days, Nexus Veil, Orion Spur. Bring your head negotiator backed by all your people. No games, or we finish what we started." Vrothgar's rasp returned, heavy with relief. "Agreed, Space Lord. 2 days, Nexus Veil. We'll be there." The comms cut, silence settling over the deck, thick with the weight of what lay ahead. Ethon turned to Maria and Jackson, his golden eyes steady, a commander forged from despair into fire. "We've got 2 days to prep," he said, voice low but fierce. "If this is real, we change everything. If it's a trap, we bury them." Maria nodded, golden eyes glinting with trust. "We're with you, Ethon. Always." Jackson grinned, punching his shoulder. "Hell yeah, boss. Let's make history." Ethon's chest swelled, the bond with his team a steel thread through the chaos, his growth a testament to their faith. Once a recluse dreaming of oblivion, now he stood as a Space Lord commander, 42 ships at his back, conscripts freed, facing a choice that could end a war or ignite a new one. The Eclipse Talon hung in the void, scarred but unbowed, a fleet reflecting its leader, ready for whatever the Nexus Veil would bring. Chapter 28. Echoes of the Swarm. Violet sparks rained from a shattered console, sizzling against the steel deck with a hiss that stung Nakia's ears, the acrid tang of scorched circuits flooding her nostrils as she stumbled through the Phoenix Dawn's bridge, her boots slipping on a slick of blood and coolant, the pulsar storm beyond the viewport slashing crimson light across her vision like a butcher's blade. Her dark golden eyes burned, unblinking, as she caught herself against a jagged bulkhead, the metal biting her palm, a sharp sting that grounded her amidst the chaos. 60 ships teetering on the edge of collapse, their golden hulls battered by the Great Hunger's wrath, a memory of solar flares and molten steel still searing her mind. Her crew scrambled, golden eyes wild with exhaustion, voices shouting over the groan of straining engines. But Nakia's thoughts snagged on Lysander, his reckless fire a ghost she couldn't shake, missing for over a month, almost 2, a void that gnawed at her soul, even as Cora's quiet strength, her love, anchored her heart, now fraying with his absence, a love triangle she'd never dared name driving her to find him, to fight, no matter the cost, even if it meant the end of her and Cora's time together. "Status all ships report now!" Nakia's voice erupted, a whip crack slicing through the bridge's suffocating tension, jolting her crew into frenzied motion, golden eyes flashing beneath sweat-soaked brows, hands blurring over consoles as violet sparks showered the deck, singeing the air with the acrid tang of burnt circuits and melted wiring. Rylan, her wiry second with a face etched by exhaustion, spun the holo with a snarl, his voice sharp and brittle. "Fleet at 60. Power at 45%, hull breaches on 12 ships, critical systems failing, morale's fraying. We're running on fumes and prayers." His golden eyes darted to her, desperation glinting beneath resolve, the holo pulsing red with damage reports, violet light flickering erratically across its surface, casting jagged shadows over his trembling hands. Nakia's jaw clenched until her teeth ached, her forged spirit driving her to hold the line, her voice steady despite the tremor in her chest. "Repairs priority scans for nanite traces. Now we're not done yet. We're not breaking." Her mind churned, Lysander's name a searing ember she couldn't quench. Lost after his jump into the void, his reckless fire a pull that gnawed at her soul, even as Cora's growing closeness with him twisted a dagger in her heart, a love she'd buried beneath duty, a silent ache for the woman who'd steadied her through countless nights, now slipping toward another. Yet Nakia's resolve burned brighter. She'd find him, save him, no matter the cost. A shrill comms beep pierced the chaos, violet light flaring across the panel with an urgent pulse that stabbed Nakia's ears, shattering the tense hum. She slammed her palm on the console, the thud echoing as she barked, "Bridge report now!" Jace's voice crackled through, strained and garbled, bursting from Lysander's Blaze Runner. "Great Hunger controllers, Clitheron Dyson Sphere Milky Way, owned Zahak jump failing help!" The signal splintered into a deafening wail of static, flooding the bridge with a sound that clawed at her skull, Nakia's golden eyes widening as a jolt of dread and hope slammed her gut, her breath catching in her throat. "Lysander!" she roared, her fist crashing onto the console with a crack that split the air, the crew erupting into pandemonium. Rylan shouting, "He's alive by the stars!" Zethra's voice rasping. "Signals from the galactic core edge nanite traces, confirmed coordinates locked." The words Clitheron and Zahak ignited a firestorm, crew stumbling over each other, voices overlapping expressions of panic and disbelief, Nakia's heart racing, Lysander's fate a lifeline she'd seized despite the shadow of Cora, her love, her anchor, now tangled with him in a bond that burned her soul, a love she'd never confessed. Yet her need to find him surged, a primal scream against the void. "Jump coordinates locked now!" she bellowed, voice so confident and crisp it shook the bridge. "We're not losing him again, not to this, not to anything." The PPD flared violet-white, a blinding cascade flooding the bridge in a searing wave, engines screaming with a guttural howl that shook the deck, space folding with a gut-wrenching lurch that twisted Nakia's insides until her stomach roiled, 60 ships leaping into the void, stars blurring into streaks of light, hulls groaning under gravitational strain. Nakia braced against the helm, golden eyes locked on the hollow, breath ragged as the fleet hurtled toward the signal, steel screeching with a wail that pierced her ears, alarms blaring in a relentless chorus, the air thick with the stench of ozone and anticipation as the Perseus arm dissolved into a maelstrom of chaos, as their beaten and battered ship still undergoing repairs made the jump through the activated bridge drive. They erupted into a pulsar storm, crimson pulses battering the fleet with bone-shaking force that rattled her teeth, asteroids spinning wildly in a vortex of jagged debris. And there, the Vigilantia's 30 ships tumbling out of control, engines sparking violet, hulls clawing through space, tendrils of static lashing them like whips, the aftermath of many consecutive jumps from a nightmare realm. Nakia's voice roared, a primal bellow. "Dive in! Stabilize them now!" The Phoenix Dawn surged, ramming an asteroid with a deafening crunch that shook the bridge, steel buckling with a screech, violet sparks cascading like a storm as fighters streaked through debris, grappling claws snagging Lysander's ships with metallic clangs, a frigate's hull screeching as it stabilized. 59. Nakia's boots sliding across the deck as she barked, "Hold them steady! Get them in now!" The pulsar's crimson glare pulsed, a relentless hammer against their hulls, the air crackling with static as the fleet fought to save their own. Lysander staggered onto the Phoenix Dawn's bridge, golden eyes wild with exhaustion and fury, sword dripping sweat from a grip that trembled with exertion. Zethra, Kale, and Mara stumbled behind, their eyes haunted, blood streaking Mara's arm, the crew's relief a profound wave crashing through the chaos, all drowned out by Ryland shouting, "He's here, thank the void!" Jace's voice a ragged cheer. "Captain Lysander!" Lysander slammed his sword into the deck, steel cracking with a sharp clang that echoed, his voice raw and ragged. "Nakia, the Clitheron. They built the Hunger a Dyson sphere solid around a star. They own the galaxy. Zahak sold it to them." His chest heaved, sweat soaking his uniform, golden eyes blazing as he met hers, a spark she couldn't deny, a fire that pulled her despite Cora's shadow. Her love, her refuge, now entwined with him. Nakia's golden eyes flared, her voice a snarl that cut through the hum. "Zahak, that snake-headed bastard!" Her fists clenched, nails digging into her palms. Cora's name a silent scream in her skull, her heart a battlefield as fierce as the void. Lysander nodded, breathless, his voice a growl. "They're spawning, growing from our dead, every ship, every soul fuel for their kind, a nightmare beyond imagining." Kale shoved his sparking scanner forward, eyes wide with terror. "Readings confirm nanite signatures they're reproducing from what the Hunger takes metals, biocircuits flesh. It's a cycle of horror." Zethra's wings twitched, her rasp slicing the air. "It's a breeding ground galactic scale. They're not just harvesting, they're multiplying. Billions could rise from this." Her claws scraped the console, violet light pulsing erratically as she fought to stabilize the data, the bridge falling silent, golden eyes gaping in stunned horror, Nakia's chest tightening, Lysander's fire a pull she couldn't shake, Cora's love a quiet ache she buried beneath duty, her voice steady despite the tremor. "We fight, we find a way, we don't break." The crew's attention locked on her, a flicker of hope amid the dread. Lysander's presence a spark she'd fight for, Cora or not, her resolve a steel forged in blood and loss. Nakia's eyes flickered, a shadow crossing her face as she gripped Nakia's arm, voice dropping low. "We didn't know if you'd still be alive. Many thought you lost. Gone for over 2 months." Lysander's breath caught, eyes narrowing in deep thought. 2 months. We've been gone hours." He nodded, a grim realization dawning. Time's warped out there. Their galaxy moves slower hours for us days, for you a rift. We never felt as conscripts. Kale's voice cut in. We marveled at it. Time meant nothing then, untied from Earth now. It binds us to each other, stretches us thin. Mara's snarl echoed. 2 months they mourned us and we didn't blink. Nakia's chest tightened. Korra's love a thread stretched tight, her resolve hardening as they'd bridge the gap no matter the cost. Alarms erupted with a piercing wail, violet light flooding the bridge as the hollow flared red. A deafening shriek, dozens of smaller rips tore open across the pulsar storm, spewing Clitheron drones, crystalline tendrils pulsing violet, smaller than Zerathis but legion, a swarm of nanite spawns surging toward both fleets, with a mechanical screech that clawed the hull, rattling steel until rivets popped with a metallic ping. Alarms erupted with a piercing wail, violet light flooding the bridge as the hollow flared red with a deafening shriek. Dozens of smaller rips tore open across the pulsar storm, spewing Clitheron drones, crystalline tendrils pulsing violet, smaller than Zerathis but legion, a swarm of nanite spawns surging toward both fleets with a mechanical screech that clawed the hull, rattling steel until rivets popped with a metallic ping. Nakia roared, "Battle stations, fire everything now!" The Phoenix Dawn's batteries exploded, silver plasma bolts searing the void with blinding arcs, fighters diving with engines screaming violet-white, a banshee's wail cutting the storm, frigates pounding railguns with bone-rattling thuds, slugs slamming into drones. 58, a scout shredded mid-flight, its hull melting into ash with a sizzling hiss, static screams flooding the comms, a gut-wrenching wail that fueled Nakia's rage. Her voice cracked. "Keep firing!" Lysander lunged, sword slashing a drone breaching the bridge, its tendrils sizzling as he cleaved it with a wet crunch, black blood spraying the deck, splattering her boots, his snarl a war cry. "For the fallen!" The swarm retaliated, violet energy lances slicing through a fighter, 57, its wreckage spiraling into an asteroid with a fiery crunch, the bridge a chaotic blur with drones crashing through viewports, tendrils lashing steel, violet-white chaos engulfing the void, crew shouting, steel buckling under the onslaught, sparks showering as consoles erupted, the air thick with the stench of burnt flesh and ozone. Nakia's voice thundered, "Target their cores, focus fire, hold the line!" Her golden eyes blazed, pragmatism clashing with Lysander's recklessness as he roared, "Ram them if we have to cut them down!" The Phoenix Dawn dove, ramming a drone cluster with a deafening screech that shook the bridge, steel crumpling with a groan, violet sparks cascading like a storm as fighters strafed. 56, a frigate's core erupting in a white-hot blaze that lit the pulsar storm, debris raining into the crimson glow. A crewman's scream cut short as a lance burned through his chest, blood pooling on the deck. Zethra rigged an EMP cascade from Kale's data, claws sparking as she slammed it online, her rasp a hiss. "It's ready, hit it!" Nakia smashed the trigger, violet waves pulsing through the void with a crackling roar, drones spasming. 55, tendrils sizzling into ash with a wet pop, crystalline shards spiraling into the storm, a fleeting reprieve as the swarm recoiled, the bridge quaking, Nakia's boots slipping on blood-slick steel, her voice raw. "Push them back now!" Lysander's sword dripped black ichor. "They're testing us, we need Korra now!" Nakia nodded, golden eyes fierce. "Eridani Fi, jump now!" The PPD flared violet-white, engines howling as they watched space folding with a bone-jarring lurch that twisted Nakia's gut. 55 ships leaping into the void, pulsar storms fading into a crimson blur, the swarm's violet pulses receding as they hurtled toward Eridani Fifth in the Epsilon Eridani galaxy, hulls groaning under the strain, steel scarred with blackened gashes. Nakia's eyes locked on Lysander, her voice steady despite the chaos. "We're not enough, they're coming for everything. We've got to warn her." Lysander's voice a growl. "We hold until she knows." Kale slumped against a console, his voice a trembling rasp cutting through the fading hum. "The readings, they'll spawn billions from what they can take in from a galaxy's worth of fuel breeding in that sphere. Every loss feeds them." His scanner sparked, smoke curling from its edges, hands trembling as he clutched it. The weight of his words a sledgehammer crashing through Nakia's skull, the bridge falling silent, eyes dimming with dread, the jump a desperate race to warn Cora, the Clitheron swarm a shadow of annihilation looming over the Milky Way, Nakia's resolve stealing for Cora. For herself, the fight a fire she'd never let die, her heart a battlefield where love and duty clashed, driving her forward into the abyss. Chapter 29. The Scales of Trust. The Hague's Peace Palace rose as a solemn sentinel of justice, its red brick towers and arched windows cutting a stark silhouette against a gray Dutch sky, the courtroom within a vast expanse of polished oak and steel, its vaulted ceiling reverberating with the murmur of 1,000 voices, a restless throng of humanity packed onto benches, worn smooth by decades of global trials. President Mikhail Petrov stood at the prosecution's bench, his weathered face carved with unyielding resolve, silver eyes glinting with a fire born of Earth's wounds, his heavy coat rustling faintly as he shifted, a steadfast presence against the storm swelling through the chamber. Above him, 3 judges loomed on a raised dais, their black robes absorbing the light, faces shadowed beneath the violet glow of holoscreens, flickering with evidence, their silence a heavy shroud over the crowd. The covenant of Terra's leaders, 5 figures sitting poised and distinguished, eyes glinting with cold defiance, sat confined in the defendant's dock, a steel cage that shimmered under the chamber's harsh lights, its bars humming with a faint electric charge, a barrier between them and the world they'd sought to bend to their will. They stood accused of murdering President Ellison of the United States and Diallo of Senegal a little over 2 months ago, a brutal act born of a conspiracy to seize power from the Space Lords, targeting those who refused to join and threatened to expose their plot. Cameras whirred, lenses glinting like watchful eyes, broadcasting every word to billions worldwide, the air thick with the tang of sweat and the buzz of anticipation, the hum of machinery, a low growl beneath the crowd's restless clamor, a planet poised on the edge of fracture. Petrov's voice thundered across the chamber, a gravelly roar that silenced the murmur with its raw force. The evidence stands ironclad intercepted comms defector testimony, blood staining their hands from that bunker off Tasmania. They murdered our leaders to silence them, to crush their defiance. His silver eyes swept the room, hands slamming the bench with a resounding thud that echoed off the oak walls, the holo flaring to life with a cascade of damning proof, crisp audio clips of covenant orders crackling through the speakers. Kill them, bury the truth, let no one stand in our way. And grainy footage of the Tasmania bunker flickering across the screens, bodies sprawled in a blood-soaked ruin, crimson pooling around splintered chairs, faces frozen in final gasps of resistance, a slaughter that had shaken Earth's fragile order. The crowd stirred, a wave of gasps and shouts rippling through the benches, fists clenching, eyes narrowing with fury. But Elias Vorn, the Covenant's most secretive unknown leader, and now lawyer for the accused, rose from where he sat with the others in the dock, head rising as if from deep thought, revealing his sharp face, perfectly tanned skin stretched taut over high cheekbones, dark eyes glinting with an unyielding fire, his voice a smooth blade slicing through the uproar. They, or should I even go as fair to say we acted for Earth against the Space Lords who've shackled us with their power. His words struck like a spark on dry tinder, the chamber exploding into chaos, shouts of support clashing with cries of outrage, a fracture splitting the crowd as Vorn turned to the cameras, his voice rising with a fervor that gripped the masses. The Space Lords claim to guard us, yet they wield their biotech like chains. Their fleets vanish, leaving us vulnerable, their rule a plague upon our skies. We struck to free Earth from their grip, and we'd strike again to save our world. The room erupted, voices colliding, cheers of "Earth rises free," clashing with boos of "Murderers!" Petrov's silver eyes widening, his voice a bellow fighting to reclaim the air. "Lies, they twist the truth to poison you." But Vorn pressed forward. His fine fitted suit seemed to shimmer as he gestured to the crowd, his voice swelling with a preacher's cadence. "Look at their reign. They brought the Drexarians, they enforced their will with alien tech. They fight wars we never chose. We stand here accused, but they are the true threat. Their biotech enslaves us. Their fleets desert us. Their power scars our planet. His dark eyes locked on the cameras, piercing the screens of billions. We offer freedom. They offer servitude. Who do you trust? The crowd surged, pockets of support igniting, fists pumping, voices shouting. They're right, we're pawns. Banners unfurled from the benches, stark white cloth emblazoned with bold black letters. Earth for humans. No alien lords. A swell of mistrust doubling down, the Covenant seizing the trial as a worldwide platform. Their defiance a rallying cry that echoed through the chamber, gaining traction with every shout, every raised fist, a wildfire of doubt spreading fast. Petrov's fists clenched, his silver eyes darting to the judges, a plea flashing in their depths. Stop this madness! But the Covenant's words burned on, a venom sinking deep into Earth's fractured soul. The prosecution's case unfolded with unyielding force, a relentless torrent of evidence pouring forth, each piece a hammer blow against the Covenant's lies. Defector Anya Rostov stepping to the stand, her voice trembling, brown eyes dimmed by shame as she clutched the rail. I carried their orders, planted the bombs on the plane. They wanted silence. They wanted Ellison and Diallo dead for daring to speak. Her words quavered, tears streaking her face, a confession torn from a broken spirit, the holo flaring with footage of Covenant ships streaking from the Tasmania bunker, engines blazing in the night sky, timestamps aligning with the murder's bloody moment. Forensic scans flickered across the screens, digital threads linking Covenant members' knives to the wounds, a tapestry of guilt woven tight with cold precision. Petrov paced the bench, his coat rustling with each determined step, his voice steady and commanding as a leader forged in crisis. They murdered our own to seize power from the Space Lords, conspired against those who'd reveal them. Their hands drip with blood. Their intent was clear, to bury the truth. The crowd's murmur swelled, some nodding with grim agreement, others glaring with defiance, their shouts clashing. Justice now, against lies and deceit. But Vorn countered, rising again, his powerful stance and appearance a banner of rebellion, his dark eyes piercing the chamber. The Space Lords chain us with their biotech. Their fleets abandon us, their wars scar our skies. We acted to save Earth from their grip, and now they flee to fight a foe they can't name, leaving us to burn in their wake. His voice swelled, a chilling cadence that gripped the room. Who fights this great hunger they whisper of in the void? Not us, not Earth's sons and daughters, but them the Space Lords, and yet we suffer their wars, bring death to our door. Cheers erupted, louder now, a tidal wave of sound crashing through the benches, banners waving with fervent hands. He speaks truth! Down with the Space Lords! A tide of support surging, the Covenant's mistrust of venom spreading with every word, Petrov's silver eyes narrowing as he watched the judges scribble notes on glowing tablets, their faces unreadable beneath the violet light, a flicker of confusion creeping into his chest. They can't believe this. They must see the evidence. But Vorn's rhetoric burned on, his dark eyes glinting with a cold triumph. We are Earth's shield. They are its doom. Trust us to stand where they falter. The crowd's roar grew, a fracture widening through the chamber, voices splitting, some pleading for justice with clenched fists, others rallying to the Covenant's call with shouts of, Earth first! A schism tearing at Earth's fragile unity, Petrov's hands trembling as he gripped the bench, the weight of their words a storm he couldn't quell. Days stretched into a grueling ordeal, the courtroom a pressure cooker of clashing voices and simmering rage, evidence piling like bricks in a wall of guilt, comms logs crackling with Covenant commands, weapon caches unearthed from hidden bunkers beneath Arctic ice, defector tears staining the stand with every broken word, each piece a nail in their coffin. Witnesses shuffled forward, their voices a chorus of condemnation. A technician from London, his hands shaking as he recounted. I saw their ships. I traced their signals. They planned it all. A survivor from the bunker, her eyes hollow, whispering. They struck to silence. I heard them. the holoscreens blazing with timelines, maps, and blood-spattered images, a relentless cascade of proof. Petrov strode forward for his closing, his silver eyes blazing with a fire that could melt steel, his voice a steady hammering tone as a leader standing firm. They murdered our own to seize power from the Space Lords, conspired against those who'd reveal them. Their guilt stands clear before you all. Justice demands their end, demands they pay for the blood they've spilled. The crowd roared, a cascade of sound, some shouting in fury. Punish them now! Others in defiance. Free them, they're our hope! Their voices clashing, but Vorn rose one final time, his crimson cloak billowing like a blood-red flag, his voice a chilling calm that cut through the storm. Justice! The Space Lords abandon us to an unknown devourer, their biotech a leash around our necks, their wars a noose strangling our world. We are accused, but they are the true threat. Their reckless leaps into the stars bring ruin. Will save you from their chaos. His dark eyes swept the chamber, locking on the cameras with a piercing glare. Trust us, not them. We stand for Earth. They kneel to their own ruin. They fight battles we never asked for, and leave us to pay the price. The crowd split wide open, cheers crashing against boos, a fracture splitting the benches, some voices pleading, "Listen to Petrov!" Others shouting, "Vorn speaks for us!" Petrov's silver eyes darting as the judges recessed, their robes rustling faintly, the chamber buzzing with a restless hum, the air thick with the tang of sweat and static, a world teetering on the brink of collapse. The recess dragged, the crowd's murmur swelling into a restless roar, fists pounding benches, voices shouting, some demanding blood with guttural cries. "Hang them!" Others chanting Vorn's name with fervent zeal. "Elias! Elias!" Until the judges returned, their black robes sweeping the dais like shadows, the lead judge's voice a cold drone slicing through the din. The Covenant of Terra evidence reviewed charges of murder, conspiracy, treason. Considered under global law, we find insufficient grounds for conviction. Defendants walk free, no penalties imposed. A gavel cracked, a sharp snap that ignited the crowd, the chamber exploding into pandemonium, shouts of triumph and rage colliding like a storm. Petrov staggering back as if struck, silver eyes wide with disbelief. "What? How can this stand?" His voice cracked, hands slamming the bench with a thud lost in the uproar. The Covenant rising with smug smiles as they stepped from the dock, free, unpunished, Vorn's smirk a cold blade twisting in Petrov's gut, his dark eyes glinting with a quiet victory. The crowd surged, some cheering with wild abandon. "Earth prevails!" Others hurling curses. "Murderers walk free!" Fists waving, banners clashing in a sea of chaos, a woman's voice shrieking, "They've sold us to ruin!" A man's bellow, "The Covenant saves us!" The fracture splitting wide open, Petrov's silver eyes darting to the judges, confusion warring with fury. "This is madness. Evidence was clear. Justice has failed us." But the judges filed out, robes rustling, faces blank as stone, a decision sealed by unseen hands, perhaps bribes, perhaps fear, perhaps a deeper game, the Covenant's platform soaring, their mistrust a wildfire roaring through the crowd, voices shouting, "They're right, Space Lords, abandon us!" Earth stands alone. A tide of support swelling, banners unfurling. "No more, Lords. Humanity first." A schism tearing through the benches, with the tang of defiance and despair filling the area. Petrov stumbled to the podium, his coat flapping in the rush of bodies pressing against the barriers, silver eyes blazing with a desperate fire, his voice a ragged plea clawing through the tumult. "Citizens of Earth, hear me now." The crowd stilled, a hush falling like a shroud over the chaos, cameras whirring as he gripped the podium's edge. "The Space Lords fight for us against an unknown entity, a devourer that seeks to consume Earth itself, a shadow lurking beyond our stars, threatening all we hold dear." His silver eyes swept the chamber, voice trembling with the weight of truth. "I've seen their blood, their sacrifice. They battle in the void while we stand here divided, tearing ourselves apart with mistrust and fear." He paused, chest heaving, sweat beading on his brow. I'm losing hope for us, losing faith in our will to stand together. Trust them, they're our shield against this darkness. They spill their blood to save us from a fate we can't yet see. His words hung, a fragile thread stretched tight, the crowd's murmur swelling, some nodding, eyes glistening with reluctant agreement, others glaring, fists clenching with defiance. But Vorn stepped forward, dark eyes glinting with venom, his voice a sharp retort slicing through Petrov's plea. Trust them. They brought this danger to our doorstep. Their wars, their biotech, their reckless leaps into the stars summoned this devourer. Vorn's voice swelled, a chilling cadence that gripped the crowd. The great hunger follows them. Not us. They're the harbingers of our doom. We're the victims of their chaos. They fight in the void because they unleash this terror. Their battles draw it closer. Every ship they lose feeds it, every soul they sacrifice strengthens it. His dark eyes locked on the cameras, piercing the screens of billions. We stand to save Earth. They kneel to their own ruin. Trust us to shield you from the peril they've sown. We'll stand where they falter. The crowd roared, a swell of support surging like a tidal wave, voices shouting, "He's right, they curse us." "Down with the Space Lords!" Banners waving with fervent hands. "Earth alone stands!" A man's voice bellowing, "They've doomed us all!" A woman's cry, "Covenant protects!" Petrov's silver eyes dimming, his plea drowned by the tide, hope slipping through his fingers like sand, his voice a whisper lost in the storm. They don't see, they're blind. The chamber trembled, the fracture splitting Earth's heart wide open, a schism tearing through the benches, the Covenant's words taking root, a venomous seed blooming in the chaos, their victory a dark triumph sealing Earth's division against an unseen foe. Outside, the Hague streets churned with raw pandemonium, crimson banners clashing with golden phoenix flags in a riot of color and sound, citizens shouting over each other, some pleading with desperate voices, "Trust the Space Lords, they're our only hope." Others snarling with bitter rage, "Down with them, they've cursed us all." Fists clashing, bodies shoving, the tang of smoke from makeshift fires blazing in the cobblestone squares, the bite of a cold North Sea wind whipping through the crowd, a city fracturing under the weight of mistrust. Windows rattled, glass glinting faintly under a gray sky, as chants swelled, "Earth for Earth," against "Space Lord save." A woman clutching a child, her voice shrill, "They'll protect us, don't listen." A man hurling a stone, his shout guttural, "They'll kill us all." The chaos spilling beyond the Peace Palace's ornate facade, its promise of justice mocked by the verdict echoing through the streets. Petrov stood alone on the courthouse steps, his coat flapping in the gale, silver eyes staring out at the fractured city, the distant spires of the Binnenhof blurred by smoke, a symbol of a world slipping away. His hands trembled, gripping the railing until his knuckles ached, his voice a whisper lost to the wind. "We're blind, and they're coming. We've forsaken our shield." The Covenant's victory resounded, their mistrust a global cry resonating across continents, banners waving in the hands of a divided people, some scrawled with "Earth stands free," others with "Space Lords betray," a fracture splitting humanity as an unseen devourer loomed beyond the stars, its shadow growing ever closer. The Space Lords fight a distant flame flickering against a rising dark, Earth teetering on the brink of oblivion, its hope fading with every shout, every raised fist, every banner flapping in the cold wind. Chapter 30. The Nexus Veil Gambit. The Nexus Veil sprawled across the void like a scar etched into the cosmos, a desolate system nestled in the Orion Spur, where broken planets drifted in jagged orbits, their cracked surfaces catching the faint shimmer of fading stars. Once a thriving hub of ancient pathways, it now lay as a graveyard, its world shattered by some long-forgotten calamity, their dust clouds swirling in ghostly silence. The stars flickered with an eerie, uncharted energy, a low, violet hum pulsing through the vacuum, tingling against the skin and stirring unease deep within. Chosen for its neutrality, the Nexus Veil belonged to no one, claimed by none. Yet its desolation veiled a restless force, a sensation of something lurking beneath the ruins, observing, poised. Cora Holbrook stood on the Vanguard's command deck, her black and gold suit with accents signifying her rank, and a mid-waist cape flowing behind her when she moved, showing confidence and strength, despite the strain knotting her chest, the phoenix emblem on her breast glinting faintly in the dim glow of the holomap before her. The Galactic Warden's golden eyes narrowed as she traced the system's fractured outlines, the Nexus Veil's splintered planets glowing in muted crimson against the endless black. Her breath misted the viewport as she exhaled sharply, a fleeting cloud that vanished into the sterile stillness, her mind churning with the gravity of the moment. This was no battlefield, not yet, but the stakes dwarfed any clash of steel or plasma. She had brought a small contingent of space lords, Ethon, Maria, Jackson, and a handful of trusted lieutenants to negotiate with Hrothgar and the Drexarian remnant. Seeking peace with their old foes was a gamble, a brittle thread stretched over a gulf of blood and treachery, but the Phoenix Armada was stretched thin, and Earth's fractures deepened by the day. She needed allies, even those with a legacy of betrayal. Beside her, Ethon leaned against a console, his lean frame tight with quiet resolve, golden eyes shifting between the holomap and the viewport. The commander of the Eclipse Talon had grown into his role, his once faltering steps now steady, though a softer flicker crossed his features as he gazed into the void. "You ever think about telling them?" Maria's voice broke his silence, low and playful, her dark braids swaying as she adjusted a scanner at her station. Ethon's lips curved slightly, a rare smile piercing his stoic mask. "My parents? Been mulling it over lately. They think I'm gone, lost in that digital hole I used to call home. Maybe it's time they knew their son's still out here, leading a fleet no less." His tone was rough, edged with pride earned through struggle, though the thought lingered, a quiet pang he tucked beneath his duty. Maria's golden eyes met his, a nod of encouragement passing between them, a bond forged in conflict steadying him as the shuttle bay doors hissed open below. Jackson bounded onto the deck, his restless energy slicing through the stillness, golden eyes sparkling with a grin that split his face as he spoke. "Warden, Ethon, shuttle's ready, and I've got a solid hunch about this, Drexarians or not. We're about to carve out some history." His zeal was a spark, contagious despite the grim stakes. Cora felt a flicker of warmth despite herself. "Let's hope it's the kind we can live with, Jackson," she replied, her voice steady yet tinged with a dry note, turning to lead them toward the bay. The Vanguard buzzed around them, its corridors alive with the clank of boots and the murmur of crews, a pulse of steel and determination propelling them into the unknown. The shuttle plunged into the Nexus Veil with a jarring shudder, its engines growling as it threaded through the debris field, jagged planetoids looming like phantoms in the violet haze. Cora gripped the armrest, her golden eyes fixed on the viewport as Hrothgar's flagship emerged, a massive Drexarian dreadnought, its scarred hull bristling with spines, its green plasma conduits pulsing faintly against the darkness. 3 smaller frigates flanked it, their outlines sharp and menacing, a shadow of the force that had once ravaged Earth. The shuttle's comms crackled, and Hrothgar's guttural rasp filled the cabin, thick with a weariness that belied his race's ferocity. "Space Lords, we honor the truce. Dock at our ventral bay. No weapons drawn, no bloodshed yet." Cora's jaw tightened, her fingers brushing the hilt of her energy blade in reflex, but she nodded to Ethon as she gave orders. "Take us in," she said, her tone firm as steel, and the shuttle banked sharply, engines whining as it slipped into the dreadnought's shadow. The docking bay stretched out as a cavern of steel and gloom, its walls streaked with rust and claw marks, the atmosphere heavy with the sharp tang of Drexarian fuel. Cora stepped onto the deck, boots ringing against the metal, Ethon and Maria at her sides, Jackson a step behind, his grin fading into wary alertness. Hrothgar stood waiting, a towering figure clad in jagged glass like armor and black cloak, his bat-like face scarred from brow to jaw, black as coal eyes glinting with cold calculation. His claws flexed subtly, a quiet threat beneath his stillness, and a dozen Drexarian warriors loomed behind him, their weapons sheathed, but their postures tight, poised to strike. "Galactic Warden," Hrothgar rumbled, his voice a low growl that shivered through the space. "You seek peace with those you once hunted, bold or reckless?" "Essential," Cora countered, her golden eyes meeting his unflinchingly, her stance rigid yet composed. "We're both cornered by bigger threats. If you've got something worth hearing, I'm here for it." Hrothgar's lips curled, a faint sneer baring serrated teeth, but he gestured to a rough hollow table at the bay's center, its surface flickering to life with a map of the Milky Way, crimson lines tracing hidden outposts. "Zahak's shadow lingers," he said, his claws tapping the table, the sound crisp against the ship's hum. "He betrayed us, left us to rot while he rebuilds in secret. We were his tools, forged in his wars, but no longer. We seek redemption, Warden. Our ships, our knowledge of his lairs, yours for peace." The words struck Cora hard, her breath catching as the revelation sank in. Zahak, the tyrant she'd failed to recognize, hadn't merely vanished through that portal. He'd abandoned his own to scheme anew. Her fingers tightened, the phoenix emblem pressing into her palm, but before she could press further, the bay doors slammed open with a jarring clang, and Rook stormed in, his grizzled frame radiating fury, energy blade drawn and gleaming under the dim lights. "Redemption?" he snarled, his voice a gravelly roar that bounced off the walls, golden eyes blazing with a hatred carved over decades. "You think we'll swallow that from this filth after all they've done? Zahak's brood, every last one, I say we cut them down now. End this farce." Cora spun, her voice instantly silencing everyone in the room as she spoke. "Rook, stand down. We're here under truce, negotiations, not carnage." Her golden eyes locked onto his, a silent order rooted in years of trust, but Rook's scars, etched by Drexarian torment over a century, burned with a fire she couldn't douse. "Truce," he spat, his blade quivering in his grip, its edge humming with golden energy. "They don't know the meaning, Cora. Stacy's blood stains their claws, my. The horrific image of her last moment flashed to the front of his mind. She was ripped apart by their kind, and you want to parley with these beasts? The Drexarians tensed, claws scraping steel, their silver eyes narrowing as Hrothgar stepped forward, his growl deep and ominous. "Your kin's blood marks many, Space Lord, but not us today. Lower your weapon, or this ends in ruin." Ethon moved swiftly, positioning himself between Rook and Hrothgar, his golden eyes sharp with the commander's authority. "Enough. We're not here to dig up old graves. We've got larger foes now." His voice held steady, a core of resolve beneath the calm, and Maria flanked him, her hand near her sword's hilt, poised to act. Jackson lingered at Cora's side, his usual cheer replaced by a coiled readiness, golden eyes darting between the factions. The space crackled, thick with the threat of violence, every moment a wager as Cora held Rook's gaze, her voice dropping to a fierce murmur. "I know what they stole from you, Rook. I feel it too, every loss, every cry. But we need this. Zahak's out there plotting. Stand down for me." Rook's chest rose and fell heavily, his scars a testament to pain flickering in the light, but after a long, ragged breath, he lowered his blade, the hum fading into stillness. "For you, Warden," he muttered, his tone rough with reluctant respect, stepping back but keeping Hrothgar in his sights. Cora exhaled, turning to Hrothgar, her voice resolute. "You've got my ear. Zahak betrayed you, prove it, and give me something concrete." Hrothgar nodded, his claws tracing the holomap, crimson lines glowing brighter. "His strongholds, buried in asteroid belts, masked in dead systems, in Callisto Galaxy. We know their signals, their defenses, Ally with us, and we'll guide you to them. In return, we seek sanctuary, a chance to rise free of his yoke." Cora weighed his words, her mind sifting through the scars of war, the blood of her fallen a silent chorus, when a sharp cry cut through the bay, urgent and piercing, boots ringing as Nakia burst in from the shuttle, Lysander at her side, both battered but unbowed. Nakia's dark braid swung, her golden eyes shadowed with urgency, while Lysander's muscular frame moved with a restless energy, his uniform scuffed from battle, golden eyes glinting with grim expression. "Cora, stop!" Nakia's voice cracked the fragile calm, halting beside her, her presence a jolt that tightened Cora's chest. "We rushed here from Eridani 5th, left our ships and crews there for repairs. You need to hear this before you commit to anything with them." Cora's golden eyes widened, relief mingling with dread as she took in Nakia's strained features, Lysander's steady gaze. "What's happened?" she demanded, her tone firm yet laced with concern. Nakia's voice dropped, fierce and steady, her hand gripping Cora's arm with a warmth that carried their bond. "The Clitheron, Cora. We found Lysander, his fleet, near the galactic core. They've built a Dyson sphere, solid around a star, and they're not just a threat. They own the galaxy. Zahak didn't lose it in some duel. He traded it to them, sold the Milky Way to buy time for his schemes. They're spawning, growing from our dead, every ship, every soul fueling their kind." Lysander stepped forward, his voice calm but edged with steel, cutting through the stunned hush that followed Nakia's revelation. "It's more than Nakia can sum up in words, Cora. I've been gone, chasing shadows through rifts, and what I found, it's too vast, too urgent for me to just tell you." His golden eyes locked onto hers, steady yet carrying a weight that made her chest tighten, a flicker of vulnerability beneath his pragmatism. "You need to see it, feel it, straight from me. A mind weave. I know it's rare, hasn't been done much since we were conscripts, but it's the only way you'll understand everything I've seen, everything I know." Cora's breath hitched, the term stirring memories of their Drixarian captivity, when conscripts had shared thoughts and emotions through bio-implants, a raw, intimate bond few dared revisit. A mind weave wasn't just a transfer of data, it was a melding of experiences, feelings laid bare, a connection so deep it left both vulnerable. Most space lords shunned it, its intimacy a reminder of their enslavement, but Lysander's gaze held no hesitation, only necessity. "Lysander," she said, her voice low, wary. "You're sure?" Nakia's golden eyes flickered with unease, her hand tightening on Cora's arm, the unspoken tension between them sharpening as she sensed what this meant. Lysander nodded, stepping closer, his presence a quiet force that quickened Cora's pulse. "I am. You'll see where I've been, what happened. Trust me, Cora." Lysander spoke with only the urgency of the information in his tone. She hesitated, the bay's stillness pressing in, Hrothgar's black eyes glinting with curiosity, Rook's scowl deepening, but the urgency in Lysander's tone tipped the scale. "All right," she said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her gut. "Do it." Lysander reached out, his fingers brushing her temple, a faint spark of bio-implant energy crackling between them, and the world dissolved into a flood of his memories, pulling her under. She was Lysander, hurtling through a rift in the Vigilantia, chasing the Great Hunger after it devoured 42 ships, their molten husks raining into the void like tears of steel. The rift spat them into a system gripped by tremendous gravitational forces, a maelstrom of collapsing stars and warped space that clawed at the hull, engines screaming as the crew fought to hold course. Cora felt his desperation, his reckless fire driving them deeper, golden eyes blazing with defiance as he roared, "Keep pushing! We end this now!" The Great Hunger loomed ahead, not a ship but a monstrous construct, a crystalline lattice swallowing a star whole, its black pulses a heartbeat of annihilation. The Clitheron Dyson sphere, he realized, its scale unimaginable, dwarfing anything the Space Lords had faced. A solid shell encasing a sun, tendrils of liquid metal stretching across light years. Then came Zerathus, a towering entity of crystalline tendrils and liquid fury, its voice a grinding hum that shattered his skull, venomous disdain dripping from every word. "You trespass, lesser form," it sneered, its faceted gaze boring into him, reflecting his snarl in 1,000 fractured nightmares. Korra felt Lysander's rage, his sword trembling as he spat back. "Your hunger's tearing our galaxy apart, devouring my people." Zerathus's tendrils flared, energy crackling, its reply a cold slash. "Your galaxy was ceded to us by Zahak, a shadow who bartered it in a duel of will and broke beneath ours. Its resources are ours to claim, its fate ours to shape." The name hit Lysander like a blow, Zahak's serpentine laughter echoing from centuries past, a betrayal that turned his blood to fire. He wasn't in their galaxy anymore. He'd fled or lost it, leaving the Clitheron to strip it bare. Korra lived his horror as Kale's scanner sparked, readings flooding in, the truth clawing at his mind. The Clitheron weren't just harvesting metals and circuits. They were reproducing, using the galaxy's resources, ships, biomatter, souls, to spawn more of their kind, billions rising from the Dyson Sphere's core. Each loss fed them, a cycle of creation and destruction on a scale that made the Space Lord's struggles seem trivial. She felt Lysander's awe, his dread, as Zerathus loomed, its evolution so far beyond their own that even the Space Lord's advanced tech was nothing more than an irritating pest to a race that saw galaxies as fodder. "You are fortunate we do not process you," it mocked, banishing them with a searing wave, the Vigilantia tumbling back through the rift, battered but alive. The mind weave deepened, and Korra stumbled into Lysander's emotions, raw and unguarded. Amid the chaos, the fury, she felt his affection for her, a steady flame that had burned since their salvage days, his reckless fire tempered by a longing he'd never voiced. It wasn't just admiration for her as warden. No, it was personal, a quiet ache that mirrored her own buried pull toward him, a spark she'd fought to ignore for Nakia's sake. The intimacy of it jolted her, his golden eyes in her mind softening with a tenderness that clashed with the nightmare he'd shared, leaving her reeling as the connection snapped. She staggered back, golden eyes wide, the bay swimming into focus, Lysander's hand dropping as he steadied her with a look, his voice low. "Now you know, Korra. Zahak's gone, but he sold us out. The Clitheron mean to strip the galaxy, build their sphere, spawn their kind. We're nothing to them, but we can still fight." Nakia's grip on her arm tightened, her golden eyes shadowed with hurt, sensing the shift, the bond Korra had just shared with Lysander cutting deeper than words. Hrothgar's snarl broke the silence, his claws scraping the table. "Clitheron? What madness is this? Zahak betrayed us to no such beings." His silver eyes blazed, confusion warring with rage, the Drexarians as blindsided as Korra had been. "It's real," Korra said, her voice firm despite the storm within, steadying herself against the hollow table. "Lysander's seen it. I felt it. Zahak traded, lost, sold, whatever you want to call it, the Milky Way to the Clitheron, and they're coming to take it apart. Resources, lives, everything. Your strongholds might be our only lead to him, Hrothgar." Rook's blade snapped up again, his growl fierce. "Then we gut these scaled bastards now, Korra. If they're tangled in this Clitheron mess, truce or not, they're a threat." Lysander countered, his tone sharp and measured. "No, Rook. They didn't know. Zahak played them too. We need their ships, their intel. Those lairs could point us to him, to the sphere. Their galaxy is so far away it took a dozen jumps to find home." Nakia's voice cut in, steady but edged with doubt. "He's right, Korra, but we can't trust them blindly. They're desperate, and that twists loyalty." Korra felt the rift widen, Nakia's pragmatism clashing with Lysander's reason, Rook's fury a blaze she could barely contain, and the echo of Lysander's affection lingering in her mind, complicating everything. Hrothgar's claws dug into the table, his eyes narrowing. If this is truth, we're no tools for these Clitheron. Our ships are yours, Warden, to hunt Zahak, to prove we're free of him. Cora studied him, the blood of her kin a silent plea, then nodded. We'll take your offer, Hrothgar. Nakia, Lysander, you're with me. We move together. Betray us, and it's over. Hrothgar's sneer softened, a grudging respect in his gaze. So be it, Warden. The Nexus Veil binds us. The holotable flared, projecting a joint strike, Space Lord and Drexarian forces, targeting Zahak's nearest lair in the Perseus Arm. Ethon stepped up, his golden eyes keen. Eclipse Talon can scout, verify the cords. We hit fast, hit hard. Maria's scanner hummed as she synced with the data, while Jackson clapped his hands, grin returning. Now that's a fight worth having. Cora felt the tension shift, a fragile unity forming, but Nakia's hand lingered on her arm, her voice a whisper. I hope this holds, Cora. For us all. Moments stretched into a tight stillness as terms locked in, the bay heavy with the hum of engines and the faint clatter of Drexarian claws. Cora etched her mark on a holopad, her signature glowing beside Hrothgar's jagged scratch, a pact sealed in light and suspicion. The Space Lords turned to leave, boots echoing toward the shuttle, when a shrill screech tore through the dreadnought, a sound of splintering crystal and grinding steel that stabbed Cora's ears and jolted her spine. The holotable flickered, red alerts blazing as a shadow loomed beyond the viewport, a Clitheron scout drone, its crystalline tendrils pulsing, its form a horror of liquid metal and jagged edges, smaller than the nightmares Lysander had shown her, but no less deadly. "Battle stations!" Cora shouted, her energy blade flaring to life with a golden hum, the Space Lords drawing weapons in an instant, Ethon's voice barking commands over the comms. Hrothgar roared, his claws slashing the void as he bellowed to his warriors, "Defend the ship!" The drone hovered, its tendrils writhing like living shadows, and a voice erupted from it, not spoken but a resonant hum pounding into their minds, clawing at their thoughts. The Clitheron will grow. Zahak's debt is the galaxy's resources, and that debt is due. The words were a frigid promise, and before anyone could move, the drone's core blazed white, a surge of unimaginable force ripping through the bay. The blast was a storm of blades, a deafening crack that shook the dreadnought to its core, steel buckling with a groan as energy surged outward. Cora dove, pulling Nakia behind a crate as the explosion shredded Hrothgar's frigate docked nearby, its hull splintering in a cascade of molten shards, green plasma venting into the void with a hiss that swallowed the cries. The deck quaked, hurling Ethon and Maria against a bulkhead, Jackson's yell lost in the tumult as sparks rained like a meteor storm, scorching the space with the bite of ozone. Hrothgar staggered, his armor seared, black eyes wide with rage as he roared, "They've tracked us!" His warriors scrambled, claws scraping steel, but the frigate was gone, a mangled wreck spinning into the Nexus Veil's debris, its crew ash in a heartbeat. Cora's golden eyes flared, her voice cutting through the haze as she yanked Nakia up, blade steady despite the tremor in her arm. "To the shuttle now!" Lysander moved fast, his sword cleaving debris from their path, golden eyes fixed on the viewport where the drone's remnants faded into static. Rook charged beside him, his snarl a battle cry. "Clitheron scum! I'll carve them all!" The Space Lords ran, boots pounding steel, the dreadnought's alarms wailing in a relentless chorus as Hrothgar's voice boomed over the comms. "Our truce stands, Warden! They're nearer than we feared! Move, or we're finished!" The shuttle launched with a wrenching jolt, engines screaming as it tore free of the bay, the Vanguard looming ahead like a beacon in the violet haze. Cora gripped the controls, Nakia beside her, golden eyes meeting hers with a fierce resolve that drowned the uncertainty. "They're coming, Cora," she said, her voice firm despite the chaos. "And they're not waiting. Lysander's hand brushed Cora's shoulder, a brief touch that sparked warmth despite the cold dread, his voice low. "We've got a war ahead, Warden. Let's make it ours." Rook's growl rumbled from the rear. "For Stacy, for everyone, for the fallen." Ethon, Maria, and Jackson braced against the hull, golden eyes glinting with shared fire, the Nexus Veil's eerie pulse receding as the shuttle streaked toward the flagship. The command deck erupted in turmoil as they docked, crews shouting over sparking consoles, the holomap blazing red with the frigate's loss. Cora strode in, her voice a steel decree. "Status now." A lieutenant spun, golden eyes wide. "One Drexarian ship lost, Warden. No more drones yet, but that blast, it wasn't a signal or attack. The drone's warning was for those that could decipher it, but what it discharged during explosion were resource sensors, checking to see if this section of space had the resources needed. They're close." Cora's chest constricted, Zahak's debt a chain tightening around the galaxy, the Clitheron's shadow larger than she dared imagine. She turned to her team, golden eyes burning with a fire born of loss and defiance. "We've got a truce, a target, and a fight on our doorstep. Gear up. We're not waiting for them to hit first." Chapter 31. Fractured Allegiances. The Oval Office gleamed with a muted elegance, its walls steeped in history, though the mood within was anything but serene. Mikhail Petrov, President of Russia, stood near the resolute desk, his heavy coat draped over a chair. Across from him, pacing with restless energy, was Daniel Carter, the newly ascended President of the United States. Carter had been vice president until 2 months prior, when an assassin's blade had ended the president's life during a clandestine meeting in Tasmania, a killing pinned on Covenant agents, but never proven. His dark suit hung slightly loose on his lean frame, a testament to sleepless nights, and his graying hair betrayed the strain of his sudden rise. The late afternoon sun slanted through the windows, casting long shadows across the room, but neither man paid it any mind. Their voices clashed in a tense exchange, sharp and urgent, as the world outside teetered on the edge of chaos. Petrov's broad shoulders squared as he leaned forward, his hands braced on the desk's edge, his voice a low rumble that carried the weight of a man who'd seen too many battles. "Carter, you cannot sit there and tell me this Hague farce changes nothing. Whitmore and all the others walked free thanks to this Vorn, acquitted by a court too scared to see the truth, and now he's got half the planet chanting his name. The Covenant's claws are in deep, sabotaging my people, blowing up our work in Novosibirsk, and pinning it on Cora's space lords. Hundreds dead, Daniel, my citizens, and they dare call it justice." Carter stopped pacing, his hazel eyes narrowing as he faced Petrov, his tone clipped and edged with frustration. "You think I don't see it, Mikhail? I've got my own mess here. Riots in Atlanta, drones buzzing over Denver with Covenant banners, and a cabinet screaming at me to pull back from your coalition. I'm drowning in this. But you're right, the Hague was a gut punch. Vorn's turned acquittal into a rallying cry, and now he's got the Equinox Haven. That's not just a loss, it's a slap in our face." Petrov straightened, his silver gaze piercing as he gestured sharply toward the window, where the Washington Monument loomed in the distance. "A slap? It's a blade at our throats. That fortress was ours, a bridge to the stars, and now Vorn's perched there with stolen tech, Drexarian scraps, and Tanaka's railgun designs. My intelligence caught it too late. Covenant agents slipped through, hit us in Siberia. That explosion wasn't random, it was a message, and framing the Space Lords? Brilliant. My people are turning against Cora faster than I can counter it." Carter rubbed his jaw, the stubble rasping under his fingers, his voice dropping to a fierce whisper. "I know the game, Mikhail. They hit you in Novosibirsk. They hit us in Norfolk, sabotaged a carrier refit with some jury-rigged plasma coil. 200 sailors gone and the footage leaked. Space Lord emblems burned into the wreckage. My voters think Cora's gone rogue, and Vorn's spinning it like he's humanity's savior. That broadcast he made yesterday, 'Join us or perish when the great hunger comes.' It's lighting fires I can't put out." Petrov's lips tightened, a flicker of anger crossing his weathered face as he stepped closer, his voice rising with urgency. Then we strike back, Daniel. Together. Russia, America, Japan. We've got the muscle. Morale's in Brazil's wavering, but I can pull him in. The Covenant's got the haven, yes, but they're stretched thin, scavenging like rats. Tanaka's drones gave us their weak spots before he went silent. Supply lines brittle, tech failing half the time. We hit them now. Retake it. Show the world Vorn's a fraud before this great hunger nonsense swallows us whole. Carter's eyes flashed, his hands slamming down on the desk as he leaned in, his voice a growl. And risk what, Mikhail? Open war on our own soil? The Space Lords pulled back from the haven, refused to fight humans, retreated to orbit. Cora's holding her people in check, but if we march in, guns blazing, we'll lose more than we gain. Public's already split. Half my states are ready to secede and join Vorn. I've got senators whispering about pulling out of your accord, saying it's a lost cause. We need proof, something to flip the narrative, not just muscle. Petrov's silver eyes darkened, his hands curling into fists as he paced a tight circle, his boots thudding softly against the carpet. Proof? I've got a defector from Novosibirsk, one of their saboteurs we caught before he could vanish. He's singing, Daniel. Names, plans, how they rigged the railgun to blow and painted it as Space Lord work. My teams are squeezing him, but it's slow, and Vorn's moving faster. He's arming dissenters, handing out scavenged Drixarian gear like candy. Every day we wait, his grip tightens. Carter exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair as he sank into the chair behind the desk, his gaze fixed on Petrov. Then we use it, Mikhail. That defector's your ace, but we've got to move smart. I've got a team pulling intercepted Covenant comms, garbled stuff from their channels. Matches your story, sabotage orders, frame jobs. We broadcast it, flood the nets, show the world Vorn's a snake. But the haven, we can't just storm it blind. The Space Lords left it intact, no casualties. That's our leverage. We prove it's Earth's fight, not theirs, and we hit Vorn where it hurts. Petrov stopped pacing, his eyes narrowing as he studied Carter, a grudging respect flickering in their depths. Smart, yes, but slow. My Kinzhal missiles can take out their ships. Give us a window. Your carriers strike from the Atlantic. Pin them down. Russian stealth units. They infiltrate. Cut the head off this beast. Vorn's ultimatum's a bluff. He's got no great hunger, just fear and stolen toys. We end him. We end this fracture. Carter leaned forward, his voice steady but laced with tension. And if we're wrong, if this great hunger's real, and Cora's out there fighting it while we're brawling down here, I've seen the reports, Mikhail. If the great hunger comes, we need to be united. We could be playing into Vorn's hands, splitting Earth when we need to stand with the Space Lords. Petrov's jaw clenched, his voice dropping to a fierce murmur. Then we make it quick. Hit hard, retake the haven, and get Cora back in the game. She's stretched thin, I know it, fighting shadows out there. My son Alexei's with her, leading ascendants, and I'll be damned if I let Vorn's lies bury them. We rally the coalition, prove the Space Lords aren't the enemy, and face whatever's coming together. You with me, Daniel? Carter held his gaze, the room falling silent save for the faint hum of the city beyond the walls. After a long moment he nodded, his voice firm. I'm in. But we do it my way too. Broadcast first, then strike. We've got one shot to pull Earth back from the brink. Petrov extended his hand and Carter clasped it, their grip a silent pact forged in the crucible of a divided world. The Equinox Haven loomed over the Atlantic, its sleek form now bristling with Covenant banners, a fortress stolen from the Space Lord's grasp. Vorn stood on its command deck, his dark eyes glinting with cold triumph as he surveyed the sprawling ocean below, his voice echoing through a global broadcast. People of Earth, the Space Lords have abandoned you, retreated to their stars while we stand firm. The great hunger comes, a devourer they unleashed, and only the Covenant of Terra can shield you. Join us, or fall when it arrives. The broadcast cut through cities and villages, screens flaring to life with his image, his words a venomous seed taking root. In Novosibirsk, snow fell over the wreckage of the railgun explosion, mourners gathering in silence as Covenant agents slipped through the shadows, arming dissenters with scavenged Drexarian rifles. In Atlanta, crowds clashed, golden phoenix flags waving against crimson Covenant banners, voices shouting over each other in a rising tide of division. Petrov and Carter's coalition moved swiftly, their pact igniting a desperate counterstrike. Russian Kinzhal missiles struck, targeting Covenant ships hastily patched with stolen tech, their hulls rupturing in bursts of flame. American carriers surged from Norfolk, their decks alive with fighters launching into the Atlantic sky, golden beams lancing toward the haven's outer defenses. Russian stealth units slipped through the chaos, their drones buzzing like wasps as they infiltrated the fortress's underbelly. Vorn countered with ruthless precision, railgun barrages tearing through coastal defenses, leveling swaths of Lisbon and Halifax in a brutal display of power. His plasma cannons flared, stolen Space Lord tech twisted to his will, forcing the coalition back as casualties mounted. Yet Carter's broadcast hit the airwaves, the defector's voice crackling through static. They framed the Space Lords, blew the railgun to turn you against them. Vorn's a liar, a scavenger, not your savior. Intercepted comms followed, Covenant orders laid bare, and the tide of public opinion wavered, some voices faltering, others hardening against Vorn's grip. In the haven's depths, a traitor emerged, a Russian agent once loyal to Petrov, his handler captured in Novosibirsk. He'd leaked coalition plans, his voice trembling as he confessed under interrogation. They promised me power, a seat at Vorn's table. The ambush came swift, a Covenant strike team cutting down Russian unit before they could breach the core. The last remaining Russian Spetsnaz acted fast, detonating a prototype railgun in a suicide strike, the blast ripping through the haven's main power grid, plunging half the fortress into darkness. Chapter 32. The Labyrinth of Betrayal. The Eridani Phi system glowed with an amber haze, its twin suns casting long, jagged shadows across the Vanguard's sleek hull. Cora Holbrook stood on the command deck, her fingers hovered over the holomap, tracing the flickering outline of a remote, unnamed sector of the galaxy, a void riddled with asteroid fields and forsaken stars. Hrothgar's intel had pinpointed one of Zahak's stronghold there, a labyrinthine snare begging to be unraveled. Splitting her forces felt like a blade twisting in her gut, a gamble that could either thwart the Clitheron's schemes or leave the Space Lords bleeding in the dark. She turned to Nakia, her voice cutting through the deck's hum. Rook and Alexei lead the task force. Hrothgar's coordinates are our only shot at Zahak. I'm staying here with the Vanguard, holding the system. If this goes sideways, we need a fortress to retreat to. Nakia's dark braids swayed as she leaned over the console, her fingers weaving logistics data into sharp blue lines across the screen. Supply lines are locked, Cora. Fuel, ammo, medkits, all synced with Alexei's fleet and Hrothgar's ships. Rook's restless, but he's griping about taking a Drexarian's lead. Alexei's mosquito fighters and dreadnoughts are prepped, paired with Hrothgar's frigates. They're a volatile mix, ready to ignite. Her tone was steady, a lifeline threading through the chaos, and Cora felt a surge of gratitude for her partner's unshaken calm. Tell Rook to keep it together, Cora said, her voice firm. This alliance hangs by a thread, Nakia. Hrothgar's intel could be our key to Zahak, or it could be a trap. I need him sharp, not starting a brawl with our new allies. Nakia's hand brushed hers, a fleeting warmth that steadied Cora's racing pulse, and she returned a nod as the deck pulsed with activity. Crews scrambled, voices barking orders, the Vanguard's rhythm quickening as the task force braced for the jump into the unknown. Across the galaxy, the bridge drive hummed to life, folding space with a shuddering ripple that propelled the joint Space Lord and Drexarian task force into the uncharted sector. The fabric of the void bent and snapped back, depositing them amidst a sprawling labyrinth of asteroid tunnels, jagged rocks twisting through the darkness like the gnarled spine of some ancient beast. Their surfaces glinted with Draxarian metalwork, relics of a war machine that had once darkened Earth's skies. Rook stood on the bridge of the Skull Reaver, his frame tight, hands clamped around the railing as he glared at the hollow map. Hrothgar's dreadnought loomed alongside, its green plasma conduits pulsing like a living thing, a sight that churned Rook's stomach with decades of loathing. Alexei Petrov's voice crackled through the comms from the Terra Ascendant, crisp and disciplined. "Rook, Hrothgar's marking entry points. We're following his lead into the tunnels. Keep your crews tight." Following a Draxarian, Rook spat over their internal comms, his tone laced with poison. "I'd rather choke on ash than trust those pointed ear filth. Stacy's blood's on their claws along with millions of others, Alexei. Watch your back. This stinks of an ambush." His fingers twitched toward his energy blade, the memory of his love screams fueling a fire that never dimmed. Alexei's reply was calm, tempered by his father's iron will. "Cora's orders, Rook. We make it work. Ethon and Maria are scouting ahead with the Eclipse Talon. Let's move before we lose the edge." Their internal comm snapped off, and Rook muttered a curse, the Skull Reaver banking sharply as it trailed Hrothgar's ship into the asteroid maze. The tunnels engulfed them, a suffocating snarl of stone and steel closing in from all sides. Draxarian traps glimmered in the shadows, plasma mines humming with deadly promise, their faint glow casting eerie patterns across the hulls. Ethon's voice broke through the comms, steady and precise. "Narrow passages ahead, rigged with motion sensors and blast grids. Maria's disabling what she can, but it's a crawl. Jackson's keeping the mosquito pilots sharp, dodging debris like it's a sport." A faint whoop echoed in the background, Jackson's irrepressible grin slicing through the tension. Maria's scanner pinged, her voice tense with focus. "Found a chamber core of this mess. Crystalline nodes in the walls, Zahak's mark all over them. We're breaching now. Hold steady." The Eclipse Talon darted through a tunnel, its sleek frame weaving past a plasma burst that scorched the rock, Ethon's piloting a blur of precision as Maria's tools snuffed out a tripwire mid-flight. The chamber yawned before them, a vast hollow carved from an asteroid's heart, its walls studded with crystalline shards pulsing with a sickly violet light. Alien script crawled across their surfaces, a testament of treachery etched in glowing lines. The Skull Reaver anchored in the chamber's heart, its hull groaning as it settled against the jagged stone, Hrothgar's dreadnought looming beside it like a scarred predator. The cavern stretched wide, a hollowed-out asteroid core where crystalline shards jutted from the walls, pulsing with a sickly glow that bathed the space in an unearthly sheen. Draxarian troops spilled from their ship, claws scraping metal as they fanned out, their bat-like faces scanning the shadows. Rook leapt from the Skull Reaver's hatch, landing hard on the uneven floor, his blade humming faintly as he surveyed the chamber. "This better be worth it, Hrothgar," he growled, his voice echoing off the walls. "I don't smell Zahak, just your kind stink." Ethon vaulted from the Eclipse Talon, his lean frame hitting the ground with a grace honed by countless battles. But the floor buckled beneath him, a hidden pressure plate triggering a low rumble. "Traps!" he shouted, diving aside as a volley of plasma darts erupted from the walls, their sizzling trails cutting through the dimness. Maria rolled out beside him, her scanner flaring as she ducked a dart that grazed her shoulder, searing the fabric of her suit. "This place is rigged to the teeth! Zahak didn't leave it unguarded!" she called out as she scanned the nearest crystalline node, its surface flickering under her device's beam. The chamber shuddered, automated Draxarian turrets rising from the floor, their barrels glowing with green plasma as they swiveled toward the intruders. Rook roared, "Cover!" and slashed his blade through a turret's base, sparks flying as it collapsed, but more emerged, unleashing a barrage that forced the Space Lords to scatter. Jackson sprinted from the Eclipse Talon, dodging a plasma bolt that scorched the ground where he'd stood, his grin flashing despite the chaos. "Guess Zahak didn't want guests. Let's dance, then." He vaulted over a fallen turret, landing beside a mosquito pilot and shoving him behind cover as the chamber became a kill zone. Ethon darted through the hail of fire, his movements a blur as he reached the crystalline node, slamming a disruptor spike into its base to jam its defenses. The turret nearest him stuttered, its shots veering wild, but a second node pulsed brighter, unleashing a wave of sonic distortion that hit like a fist, knocking him to his knees. "Maria, we need that data, now!" He grunted, blood trickling from his nose as he fought the disorienting pulse. Maria scrambled to his side, her scanner trembling in her grip as she dodged a plasma dart that shattered a nearby crystal, sending razor-sharp shards raining down. "It's locked! Encrypted deeper than anything I've cracked!" Maria shouted, her fingers flying over the device as she patched into the node's core. The chamber's defenses intensified, the floor splitting to reveal a pit of grinding gears and snapping claws, a Drixarian death trap designed to shred anything that fell. A Space Lord crewman screamed as he stumbled too close, vanishing into the maw with a wet crunch, the sound fueling Rook's rage. "Zahak's toys won't save him!" he bellowed, cleaving through another turret, its wreckage tumbling into the pit. Hrothgar's troops weren't spared. One of his warriors caught by a plasma dart that punched through his armor, green blood splattering the stone as he fell. The Drixarian leader snarled, his claws slashing a turret's barrel clean off, his voice a guttural roar. "This is his spite, left to bleed us dry." He kicked the wreckage aside, shielding Maria as she worked, the node's glow flaring brighter, resisting her efforts with a surge of energy that scorched her scanner's edges. Jackson slid into the fray, yanking a wounded pilot from the pit's edge, his voice cutting through the clamor. "Stay with me. We're not losing more." He lobbed a pulse charge at a turret cluster, the blast toppling too, but a third swiveled faster, pinning him with a plasma beam that singed his arm. He laughed through the pain. Worth it. His optimism a spark that kept the Space Lords fighting, their blades and cannons carving a path through the chaos. Maria's scanner sparked, her voice rising with urgency as she broke through a layer of encryption. "Got a fragment, Zahak's signature, but it's buried under traps. Ethon, hit the secondary node. I need a sync." Ethon staggered up, the sonic pulse still ringing in his skull, and sprinted for the next crystal, dodging a claw that snapped from the pit. He slammed another disruptor into it, the node's glow faltering, and Maria's device synced, peeling back the final defenses with a screech of static. The chamber trembled, the turrets pausing as if stunned, and she gasped. "It's a contract. Zahak's deal with the Clitheron, etched right here." He traded the Milky Way, every planet, every ship, every soul, for his survival and power elsewhere. He's not here. He's bolted to another galaxy, left it to them to strip bare. This isn't just a retreat. It's a sellout. Rook spun toward her, blade dripping with turret oil, his voice a snarl over the fading hum of the defenses. A sellout? He rigged this death pit to cover his tracks? The revelation ignited a fire in his chest, but the chamber's silence was short-lived. A low drone signaled the next wave of peril, the stakes escalating as the Space Lords stood amidst the wreckage, their prize hard-won and drenched in blood. Rook stormed across the chamber, shoving past a Drixarian warrior who hissed in protest, his blade humming to life as he rounded on Hrothgar. "Bolted. You knew this, you rodent scum. Dragged us here to pick through his leavings while he laughs from another galaxy." His voice was a snarl, the chamber's stillness shattering as Space Lord and Drixarian troops bristled, hands hovering over weapons, the tension thick enough to choke on. Hrothgar's claws flexed, his coal-black gaze locking onto Rook with a fury that mirrored the Space Lord's own. "I knew he betrayed us. Not this depth. The Clitheron were his masters, not ours. This proves we're no pawns for them." His tone rumbled, but Rook's skepticism blazed hotter, a wildfire poised to devour the fragile truce. Maria's scanner beeped again, her voice cutting through the standoff. "Wait, there's more. The ritual of dominion. It's detailed here. A contest of essence and will, binding the victor to the void's fabric with chains of cosmic force. Zahak challenged the Clitheron, staked the galaxy on it. If he won, they'd purge the Space Lords and humans, leave him king of the ashes. He lost, and the Milky Way became their harvest. This ritual's a death trap, Rook. A soul-shredding gauntlet that could tear you apart and chain what's left to the dark between stars. The stakes were annihilation or eternal bondage, and he rolled the dice. The truth hung heavy, a chill seeping into the chamber's stale atmosphere. Jackson, perched on a mosquito fighter's wing, let out a sharp whistle, his optimism unshaken. Well, damn, that's one hell of a gamble. Zahak's a coward, but we're here now, right? Means we've got a shot to shove this back in their faces. His grin flashed, a spark that steadied the Space Lord crews as they murmured, their spirits lifting despite the grim reality. Hrothgar stepped closer, his towering form casting a jagged shadow over Rook, his voice low and deliberate. This betrayal seals our truce, Space Lord. Zahak sold us all, Drexarian and human alike. We fight as one now. But before Rook could respond, a Drexarian lieutenant lunged forward, claws slashing the void as he bellowed in their guttural tongue. It's him! Zorgrathmun! Kill on sight! Hrothgar's truce be damned! The name ignited a roar from the Drexarian ranks, a title forged in their nightmares, born from Rook's merciless slaughter during the war, ship after ship torn apart with only a few able to escape, their crews left bleeding in the void, a relentless reaper who carved his legend in their blood. Rook spun, his blade flaring with golden energy, the chamber erupting as Drexarians surged toward him, a kill order older than their alliance driving them mad with hate as Rook spoke the translation of his given title. Jaws of the endless grave, an insatiable force devouring all life. Nice, but a little wordy. He mocked them before roaring out, "Come and get bitten!" Parrying a claw strike, his weapon slicing through armor, blood spraying the crystal walls. "Come get him, you winged rats!" Space Lord troops rallied to his side, Alexi's voice booming over the internal comms. "Rook, hold the line! We're not breaking now!" Mosquito fighters swooped in, cannons blazing to scatter the Drexarians, their hulls weaving through the chaos with deadly precision. Ethon darted through the melee, his lean frame a blur as he disarmed a plasma mine mid-stride, shouting, "Keep the chamber intact. We need this intel." Maria flanked him, her tools dismantling traps with surgical speed, her voice steady. "Focus fire on their weapons, not the nodes!" Jackson leapt from his perch, landing beside a faltering pilot, his laugh cutting through the clamor. "Stick with me, kid. We're not dying in this rock." His cheer was a lifeline, pulling the Space Lords through the fray as they pushed back the Drexarian assault. Hrothgar bellowed over the chaos. "Stand down, you fools!" His claws seized the lunging lieutenant, hurling him into a wall with a sickening crunch. But the skirmish spiraled, blades clashing, plasma bolts scorching the stone. Rook drove his blade through a Drexarian's chest, blood splattering his face as he snarled, "Your truce means nothing, Hrothgar!" The Drexarian leader's coal-black gaze flashed with frustration, his voice a roar. "I'll prove it, Zorgrathmun." Before the words could settle, a piercing shriek tore through the chamber, a Clitheron scout drone bursting through the tunnel's ceiling, its crystalline tendrils lashing like living whips. Its liquid metal form pulsed with a malevolent glow, a voice grinding into their minds, clawing at their thoughts. "The debt is due. Resources will be claimed." Hrothgar roared, shoving Rook aside as a tendril speared downward, the drone's strike slamming into the Drexarian leader instead. He staggered, armor splintering, green blood oozing as he snarled, "Go, Zorgrathmun! This is my word!" The drone pivoted, its core flaring white, and Ethon shouted, "Retreat! It's charging!" Maria lobbed a pulse grenade, its blast shattering the drone's tendrils, fragments raining across the chamber like deadly hail. The explosion triggered a chain reaction, a deafening crack splitting the asteroid as one of Hrothgar's frigates, docked at the tunnel's edge, took the brunt. Its hull ruptured in a blaze of green plasma, the shockwave hurling Space Lords and Drexarians against the walls, metal groaning as the ship disintegrated. Alexi's fleet banked hard, mosquito fighters weaving through the debris, their cannons covering the retreat as the Stellar Seeker's shields flared under the onslaught. Rook hauled himself up, blood streaking his face, his voice a ragged bark. Skull Reaver, pull back! We've got the data! Move! Hrothgar, clutching his wound, signaled his remaining ships, his tone rough but unyielding. The truce holds, Space Lord. We've lost enough today. His dreadnought limped after them, its scarred hull a testament to the cost of their alliance, the chamber collapsing behind them in a storm of rock and fire. Jackson clung to a fighter's strut, laughing through the chaos as the fleet streaked clear. Told you we'd make history. Bit of a mess, but we're breathing. His cheer cut through the grim retreat, Ethon and Maria steadying the task force with crisp commands, their tactical brilliance keeping the ships cohesive as asteroid fragments pummeled their shields. Alexi's voice crackled through, steady despite the strain. All ships accounted for, Rook. We're jumping back to Eridani Fee. Hold tight. The bridge drives fold in space swallowed them, engines screaming as they fled the labyrinth, the Clitheron drone's fragments clutched in the Skull Reaver's hold. Back on the Vanguard, Cora paced the command deck, Nakia at her side, the holomap flaring red with incoming signatures. The task force's comms buzzed, Rook's voice breaking through, rough but alive. Cora, we hit Zahak's lair. He's gone, sold the galaxy to the Clitheron in that ritual of dominion, a cosmic death match he lost. Hrothgar's intel checked out, but a drone ambushed us. Lost a frigate, nearly lost the lot. We've got proof. Fragments of the deal. Cora's chest tightened, her voice sharp with urgency. Get back here, Rook. Alexei, is the lunar spear operational around Earth? That high-tech surveillance gear, manned by Ascendants? It's our best shot at an early warning if the Clitheron hit there. Alexei's reply came swift, his tone firm. It's fully operational, Warden. The Ascendant crews got it orbiting Earth, scanning every frequency. If anything moves, we'll know. Cora nodded, a flicker of relief cutting through the tension, but her thoughts drifted to Lysander, the Mindweave's echo stirring a warmth she buried deep. Nakia stepped closer, her voice probing. The fragments, Rook. What do they say? A tech rushed in, depositing the drone's crystalline shards on a table, their glow flickering as scanners hummed to life. Maria joined them, her tools already at work, her voice taut. It's a resource sensor, Cora. The Clitheron aren't just hunting. They're cataloging, mapping what's left to take. Zahak's debt is real, and they're coming to collect. Cora's gaze flicked to Nakia, her partner's steady presence a balm, but Lysander's face flashed in her mind, his reckless fire, the quiet ache of his affection laid bare in the Mindweave. She clenched her jaw, shoving it down, masking the flicker of longing as Nakia's hand rested on her arm. You're quiet, Nakia said, her tone soft but searching. Something on your mind? Just the mission, Cora lied, her voice steady, forcing a faint smile. We've got a lot to unpack. The intimacy of Lysander's memories, their shared pull, burned beneath her skin. But she couldn't let it surface, not with Nakia's trust anchoring her. She turned to Rook, shifting focus. What's the damage? Full report. Bad enough, Rook growled, wiping blood from his brow. Zahak's a gutless traitor, fled to another galaxy after losing that ritual. The Clitheron own the Milky Way now, thanks to his deal. Hrothgar saved my skin from one of their drones. Also his kind still call me the Sorgroth Moon, with a kill-on-sight decree. Nearly tore us apart before the damn thing crashed the party. Hrothgar limped forward, his armor cracked, green blood staining the floor, his coal-black gaze meeting Cora's. The drone proves my loyalty, Warden. Zahak's betrayal cuts deeper than I knew. Drixarians bled with you today. We're in this fully. His claws flexed, a gesture of defiance against the wound, and Cora studied him, weighing the blood of her kin against the necessity of their pact. Then we don't wait, Cora said, her voice a steel vow. We analyze this, reinforce the truce, and hit back. Hrothgar, your ships stay with us. Rook, Alexei, get your crews ready. The lunar spear's watching Earth, but we've got a war to fight here, and it's ours to win. The deck erupted in motion, the alliance holding by a thread. the fragments of betrayal a grim promise of the battles ahead. Outside, the Eridani Phi suns burned on, their light a faint hope against the gathering dark, the Space Lords and Drexarians bound by a common foe, their fragile unity a shield against the storm closing in. Chapter 33. Shadows of Power. The Kremlin's war room buzzed with a tense undercurrent, its stone walls absorbing the low hum of encrypted comms and the shuffle of boots on polished floors. Mikhail Petrov stood at the head of a long oak table, his gray eyes fixed on a flickering holo map of Earth, now a chaotic sprawl of crimson Covenant markers surging triumphant. Across the secure vidlink, Daniel Carter's face wavered on a screen, his Oval Office bathed in harsh light, his hazel eyes hollow with the sting of defeat. The Covenant of Terra had turned the tide at the Equinox Haven, their stolen railguns and Draxarian tech overwhelming the Coalition's assault. Russian Kinzhal missiles had fallen short, American carriers limped back battered, and what was left of the Russian Spetsnaz units, once a spearhead, were now scattered ashes, a fleeting cloud of dust against the growing darkness. The battle had shifted, and the Covenant stood victorious, their grip tightening as Earth's division deepened. Petrov's voice rasped through the silence, rough with exhaustion and a bitter edge. "Daniel, it's over at the Haven. They've beaten us back. Vorn's forces hold it, and our people are paying the price. Moscow's under siege, drones still circling, and St. Petersburg's lost to riots. The Covenant's winning, and we're bleeding out." Carter's image flickered, his hands braced on his desk, his tone sharp with frustration and despair. "I see it, Mikhail. DC's a mess. Covenant craft buzzing our defenses, and my carriers are half sunk off the Atlantic coast. Vorn's broadcast hit while we were licking our wounds, claiming victory, saying we attacked first. Public's turning on us, fast, and Whitmore's fanning the flames from London. We're losing everything." Petrov's silver eyes darkened, his fingers gripping the table's edge as he watched the holomap pulse with Covenant gains, a red tide swallowing their coalition's fading blue. The Equinox Haven, Earth's bridge to the stars, now flew Covenant banners, its defenses bolstered by stolen Space Lord tech turned against them. The Coalition strike had crumbled under a traitor's betrayal, and Vorn's counteroffensive had been merciless, railgun barrages shredding their ships, plasma cannons carving through their lines. The Space Lord's retreat to orbit had left the political and ground fight to humans, and the Covenant had seized the moment, their victory a hammer blow to Petrov and Carter's fragile alliance. Carter leaned forward, his tone sharp with frustration. "It's worse here, Mikhail. Atlanta's a war zone. Covenant rallies popping up in Ohio, Texas, even California. That broadcast Vorn aired, showing our missiles hitting their ships, twisted it to look like we attacked first. Public's eating it up, and my polls are tanking. Whitmore's voice is everywhere. Britain's fully in their camp now, and she's dragging half of Europe with her." Petrov's silver eyes narrowed, his fingers tapping the table's edge as he processed the widening fracture. The Equinox Haven assault had been a calculated risk, a bid to retake the fortress and crush Vorn's momentum. Russian Kinzhal missiles had torn through Covenant orbiters, American carriers had pounded the Atlantic approaches, but a traitor in Petrov's ranks had tipped the scales, leaking their plans, and Vorn's counterstrike had been ruthless. Railgun barrages had crippled 2 U.S. destroyers, plasma cannons had scorched Coalition landing zones, and the Haven stood defiant, its Covenant banners waving like a taunt after their false retreat. The Space Lord's refusal to engage humans had left the Coalition exposed, and now the backlash was a tidal wave threatening to drown them. A sharp rap echoed through the room, and Colonel Ivan Rostov, Petrov's chief strategist, stepped in, his uniform crisp, but his face pale with urgency. His dark eyes met Petrov's, carrying a grim weight. "President Petrov, President Carter," he said, his voice low and clipped. "Covenant's moving fast. Hiroshi Tanaka's with them, feeding Vorn our railgun tech from Okinawa. Whitmore's running their intel out of London, and Morales in Brazil's teetering. We've lost ground, and they're arming militias with Draxarian scraps." Carter's jaw clenched, his voice dropping to a fierce whisper. Whitmore's the key, Mikhail. She's on every feed, pushing Vorn's Earth for Earthline. MI6 handing him our secrets. Morales is wobbling, and if he flips, South America's theirs. Tanaka's betrayal stings. He's turned our own weapons against us. Petrov's gaze shifted to the holo map, crimson covenant markers pulsing across Europe, North America, and beyond, a relentless tide. Vorn's the puppet master, he muttered, his voice a growl. That ultimatum, join or perish. Its fear wrapped as hope. My defector's words slowed him, but not enough. Novosibirsk's still grieving, and they blame us. We need a counter, Daniel, or they'll bury us. Rostov stepped closer, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone steady but pressing. We've got a narrow window. My team snagged Covenant comms, orders from Vorn to Whitmore and Tanaka. They're planning a global surge, arming dissenters with railguns and scavenged tech. Disrupt their supply lines now, we might stall them. But our forces are thin. It's a gamble. Carter's voice crackled through the link, tense and probing. What's the play, Mikhail? I've got reserves, but Congress is balking. Half my state's ready to bolt. We need proof to flip the narrative, not just firepower. Petrov's eyes darkened as his mind raced, weighing their dwindling options. Proof's coming, Daniel. Rostov's got the comms. My interrogators are breaking another defector. Caught him slipping out of Moscow. He's naming names. Vorn's lieutenants, Whitmore's agents. We broadcast it, hit their lines, show the world they're scavengers, not saviors. But we need Morales. Pull him back, or we're flanked. Before Carter could reply, the room's comms flared, a junior officer's voice slicing through, breathless and sharp. Sir, alert. Covenant drones over Moscow, low and closing fast. Petrov spun, his silver eyes widening as he barked, Defenses up now! The war room erupted, aides scrambling to stations, screens flashing red as the threat bore down. Carter's image flickered, his voice rising with urgency. Mikhail, same here. Drones over DC. Small, quick. I'm mobilizing. What's your status? Shouts echoed behind him, the Oval Office plunging into controlled chaos. Rostov darted to a tactical console, fingers flying as he synced with Moscow's grid. It's coordinated, he said, his voice tight. Vorn's hitting us both, testing us. Our turrets can hold, but they're thick. Outside, the Kremlin's defenses roared to life, golden beams slashing the sky as Covenant drones streaked through the dusk, their jagged hulls glinting with stolen Space Lord tech. Petrov's chest tightened, his gaze fixed on the feed. The drones weren't just an attack. They were Vorn's gauntlet, thrown down with ruthless precision. Rostov, take them out, he ordered, his voice firm. We hold this line, whatever it takes. Rostov nodded, relaying commands with crisp authority. All units, engage. Target the lead craft. The sky blazed, energy clashing with plasma volleys, debris raining over Moscow's towers. But the Covenant swarm pressed in, relentless, overwhelming the defenses step by step. Carter's voice broke through, strained but steady. Mikhail, they're hitting the Pentagon. We're holding, but barely. Whitmore's feeding them our moves. Tanaka's railguns are tearing us up. Petrov watched a drone slip past, its plasma bolt slamming into a Kremlin wing, stone fracturing in a silent cascade. She's a spider, he muttered, and Vorn's her web. Tanaka's their hammer. We need Morales, Daniel, now. Rostov's voice rose, urgent and sharp. Sir, lead drones through. Heavy payload. It's diving. He pivoted, shouting into his comms. Converge now! But the craft was too swift, its jagged form plunging toward the war room, its core pulsing white with deadly intent. Petrov lunged for the console, yelling, Evacuate the... His words drowned as an alert screeched, a new feed cutting in, Hiroshi Tanaka's face flickering onto a side screen. His uniform bore Covenant insignia, his stern features twisted with cold purpose, railgun prototype in hand. Petrov, he said, his voice a low growl. You should have joined us. Vorn's right. Earth stands alone. Before Petrov could respond, Tanaka aimed the railgun skyward, firing at a coalition drone shadowing the Covenant swarm. The shot was precise, the coalition craft erupting in a burst of flame, but the recoil destabilized Tanaka's stolen weapon. Its core flared, a fatal glitch in the scavenged tech, and the railgun exploded in his grip, a storm of shrapnel and fire consuming him in an instant. The feed cut out, Tanaka's death a fleeting shockwave as the lead Covenant drone struck the Kremlin. The blast ripped through the room, hurling Petrov against the wall, his vision blurring as heat seared his face. Rostov dove, dragging an aide clear, but the explosion buckled steel and stone, consoles sparking, screams echoing as the ceiling sagged. When the haze cleared, Petrov staggered up, blood dripping from a cut on his brow, his silver eyes wide. Tanaka's demise flashed in his mind, a Covenant loss, but the drones pressed on, Moscow burning beyond the shattered windows. Carter's voice pierced the static, hoarse and frantic. "Mikhail, you alive? DC's hit. We're holding, but it's bad. What's happening?" Petrov coughed, steadying himself against the table, his voice rough. "Tanaka's dead, Daniel. Blew himself up with his own railgun. Saved us from worse, but the Covenant's winning. Moscow's in chaos. They're not stopping." Carter's image wavered, his face pale but resolute. "We've got to regroup. Strike back. Whitmore's got Europe. Morales is silent. Vorn's momentum's crushing us. They're taking over, Mikhail." Petrov's gaze drifted to the map, Covenant markers pulsing stronger, London a red bastion under Whitmore's sway, Brazil teetering on the edge. He thought of Clara Whitmore, her crisp voice a Covenant beacon, MI6 fueling Vorn's rise. Javier Morales, once an ally, now a silent threat, his indecision a blade at their backs. And Vorn atop the haven, his broadcasts a venomous flood drowning their coalition. An officer stumbled forward, face ashen, voice trembling. "Sir, St. Petersburg's gone wild. Covenant militias with railguns, calling you a failure. They want Vorn." Petrov's chest tightened, his eyes drifting from Carter's strained face to the smoldering chaos beyond the Kremlin's shattered windows. How easily they'd fallen, he thought, his mind turning over the bitter truth. Fear had always been a lever, and Vorn wielded it like a master, his propaganda a slick promise of safety against a shadow, the great hunger that no one could truly grasp, let alone shield them from. Whitmore's voice, sharp and sure, had woven the lie tighter, convincing millions that the Covenant held answers they couldn't possibly possess, turning desperate hope into blind faith. Moscow's streets burned with that delusion now, cries of "Earth for Earth," a testament to how swiftly fear could topple reason, leaving him and Carter clinging to a fraying thread as the Covenant's shadow loomed, poised to claim it all. Chapter 34. Tangled Bonds and Rising Shadows. The Phoenix Armada stretched across the void, a sprawling constellation of salvaged ships humming with purpose. It had been days since they struck the lair, where Rook and Vrothgar's task force clawed intel from Zahak's abandoned lair, proof of his betrayal to the Clitheron etched in crystalline shards. The galaxy teetered on a razor's edge, and Cora felt it in her bones, a gnawing tension that refused to ease. Nakia stood nearby, her presence a steady anchor as she synced logistics with a flick of her wrist, the map flaring with supply lines and fleet positions. Lysander lounged against a console, his restless energy coiling like a spring, while Rook paced near the viewport, his hands flexing with pent-up fury. A comms officer broke the silence, voice sharp with urgency. "Warden, incoming transmission from the Atlas Spear, second Ascendant ship in Earth orbit. They've got a full report on the surface situation." Cora nodded, and the holomap shifted, projecting a live feed from the Atlas Spear's bridge. Commander Lena Markov appeared, her face etched with grim resolve, the Ascendant crew bustling behind her. "Warden, Earth's a mess. Covenant forces hit Novosibirsk again. Railgun blast leveled a recruitment hub, hundreds dead. Vorn's broadcasting non-stop, claiming we abandoned humanity. Riots are spreading, Atlanta's burning, and Tokyo's locked down under martial law. The coalition's fighting back. Petrov and Carter are pushing hard, but it's chaos down there. Cora's jaw tightened, the weight of command pressing down, for her issues on a galactic level were much easier than those on Earth. She'd seen Earth's fractures widen since the Equinox Haven fell to Vorn, the Covenant's lies twisting public trust into a noose around the Space Lords' necks. "What's the Ascendant stance?" she asked, voice steady despite the storm brewing inside her. Markov's expression hardened. "We've been monitoring every move, every broadcast. The Atlas Spear's crew agrees. This isn't our fight anymore. Earth's leaders built this mess. They need to clean it up. We're not ground troops, Warden. We're built for the stars, not their dirt." Cora exchanged a glance with Nakia, who gave a slight nod, her pragmatism aligning with Markov's assessment. Lysander shifted, his voice cutting through the stillness. "They're right, Cora. We're wasting time babysitting a planet that's tearing itself apart. The Clitheron are out there. Zahak's shadow's growing. We should be hunting, not hovering." Rook grunted, stopping his pacing to face her. "Earth's a distraction. Vrothgar's ships are itching to move, so am I. Let them sort their own damn problems." His words carried the weight of decades under Drixarian claws, a man who'd never trusted planet-side politics. Cora weighed their words, the holo map casting a faint glow across her face. Earth's chaos was a fire she couldn't quench from orbit, and every moment spent lingering pulled her fleet from the real threat. "All right," she said, voice firm. "Captain Markov, orders are clear. The Atlas Spears holds position in space, no interference. Earth's leaders need to face their own reckoning. Relay that to the Ascendants. Stand by for further instructions." Markov saluted, the feed cutting out, leaving the deck in a tense hush. Nakia stepped closer, her voice low. "You sure about this, Cora? Pulling back feels right, but if Earth falls to Vorn, it's a foothold we lose." "I'm sure," Cora replied, meeting her gaze. "We can't fight their battles in the Clitherons. They've got Petrov, Carter, the Coalition. It's their turn to prove they can stand." Nakia nodded, though a flicker of doubt lingered in her posture, a silent thread tying them to Earth's fate. Before anyone could respond, a second alert blared, sharp and insistent. The holomap spun, zooming to Earth's orbit as a new signal flared. "Warden, it's the Lunar Spear," another officer called, voice fueled with concern. "They've picked up something near Earth." The surveillance ship, recovered from Europa's icy crust, and now commanded by Darius Holt, crewed by a mix of Space Lords and Ascendants, materialized on the display. Its captain, Holt, appeared with focus. "Cora, we've got a Clitheron drone just popped into range. It's small, crystalline, tendrils active. We're targeting it now." Cora's pulse quickened, the deck snapping to life as crews scrambled to stations. "Take it out, Holt," she ordered. "Don't let it linger." The feed shifted to the Lunar Spear's viewport, the drone's liquid metal form glinting against Earth's curve, its tendrils writhing like living shadows. The ship's cannons flared, golden beams lancing through the void, striking the drone dead center. It shattered in a burst of fragments, crystalline shards scattering like ash, but not before a single spike launched from its core, streaking toward Earth's surface. Holt's voice cut back in, urgent. "We got it, but that spike's away. It hit atmosphere, no idea where it's landing. Worse, the drone broadcast something before we fried it, every device on Earth's lighting up with its message." Cora's stomach twisted as the holomap patched into Earth's networks. Screens flared to life across the deck, mirroring the global feed. A grinding hum pulsed through the speakers, a Clitheron voice clawing into their minds. "The debt is due. Resources will be claimed. The great hunger rises." The words looped, cold and final, as cities below erupted in panic, Vorn's broadcast drowned out by the alien threat. Lysander straightened, his voice sharp. "That spike. It's a sampling probe. They're scouting, testing Earth's worth. We don't know if it sent anything back to the Clitheron, but if it did, they've got a map to our doorstep." Nakia's fingers flew over the console, pulling data from the lunar spear's scans. No outgoing signals detected, but the text beyond us. It could have pulsed something we can't catch. For now, Earth's just got that message stirring the pot. Cora stared at the map, the spike's trajectory a glowing arc vanishing into Earth's sprawl. The chaos below was spiraling, riots clashing with coalition strikes, Vorn's lies tangling with the Clitheron's promise of doom. A pattern clicked in Cora's mind, a whisper of suspicion too sharp to ignore. "This feels familiar," she said, voice low, almost to herself. "The division, the fear. It's like something the Nexusar would orchestrate, feeding off misery, sowing discord to harvest emotions. What if they're tangled in this?" Rook turned, his scowl deepening. "Solarian's crew? Those leeches would love this mess. You think they're pulling strings with the Clitheron?" "Maybe," Cora said, mind racing. "Or exploiting it. We need answers. Rook, you're heading to their moon base. Take the Skull Reaver, meet Solarian face to face. Find out what they know, what they're doing. If they're in this, we'll drag it into the light." Rook nodded, a grim satisfaction settling over him. "Good. Been too long since I cracked some Nexuser skulls. I'll get the truth, one way or another." He strode off, the deck vibrating with his heavy steps as he barked orders to his crew. Nakia watched him go, then turned to Cora, voice soft but probing. "You're splitting us again. What's the play here?" Cora met her gaze, the warmth of their bond steadying her. "Earth's a powder keg. The Clitheron are closing in. And now this spike. We can't chase every shadow blind. Rook gets us intel. We hold the line here. If the Nexusar are feeding this, we cut them off before it's too late." Lysander stepped forward, his tone urgent. "And the Great Hunger? That message wasn't a bluff, Cora. Wherever those drones show, it follows, devouring everything. We need to hit it now." Before Cora could reply, a new alert flashed, this one from Nakia's console. Her face tightened as she scanned the data. "Cora, I just got word from my scouting team in the Nexus Vale. The Great Hunger was tearing through the system, swallowing planets whole. Then it stopped, broke off contact, vanished. No trace." Cora's brow furrowed, the pieces refusing to fit. Leonix reported the same from the Onyx Vale sector before he left. It was chewing up Vrothgar's outposts, then it just quit. What's it doing? Lysander's voice hardened. Regrouping, maybe. Or waiting for something bigger. That spike on Earth, it's no coincidence. The deck fell silent, the holomap pulsing with unanswered threats. Cora's mind churned, the Clitheron's shadow looming larger with every move. Earth's conflict was a festering wound, and now the Great Hunger's erratic dance added a new layer of dread. She turned to the hollow, Earth's blue curve a fragile jewel against the void. "We've got no weapons that touch it," she said, voice steady despite the weight. "Mosquito fighters, dreadnoughts, plasma cannons. They've all failed. We need a new angle, something it can't shrug off." Nakia nodded, her pragmatism kicking in. "The Lunar Spear's crew can analyze that spike if we find it. Maybe it's a weak spot, a way to track the hunger." "Good," Cora said. "Nakia, get your team on it. Coordinate with the Skull Reaver. Keep Earth in sight, but no moves planet-side." She paused, then added, "Lysander, prep the Vigilantia. If the hunger shows again, we're not waiting. We hit it with everything. Test every trick we've got." Lysander grinned, a spark of his old fire returning. "About time. I'll have the squadrons ready." He moved off, purpose driving his steps, leaving Cora and Nakia alone by the map. Nakia's hand rested on Cora's arm, a quiet tether. "You're stretching us thin, but I trust you. Just don't lose yourself in this." Cora managed a faint smile, the strain easing for a moment. "I won't. We've faced worse, you and me." The words hung between them, a promise forged in the crucible of their past, but the echo of Lysander's mind-weave lingered, a thread she couldn't cut. Chapter 35. Puppets of the Void. After a few hours of prep, the Skull Reaver dropped into lunar orbit, its hull gleaming as its self-healing biotech still worked at erasing scars from countless battles. Rook stormed onto the Nexuser moonbase, expecting a crumbling ruin, a decayed shell of their once vast emotional harvest empire. Instead, he stepped into a thriving hub, the corridors pulsing with activity, bathed in a faint, shimmering glow. Tall, translucent figures moved with purpose, their forms towering over him, their bodies rippling like liquid glass under the flickering lights. The Nexuser, far from the dying remnant Solarian had been months ago, they now bustled with vitality, their movements fluid and deliberate, their voices a low, resonant hum that filled the space. Suspicion coiled in Rook's gut, Cora's instincts ringing true. This was no starving outpost of refugees. It was a hive thriving on something dark. He strode deeper, boots grinding lunar dust into the polished floor, until he reached a central chamber. Solarian stood waiting, the lead Nexusar a gaunt yet commanding presence, his translucent form catching the light, revealing faint currents of energy swirling within. His voice slithered out, a silken rasp that belied the strength in his towering frame. "Space Lord, you tread boldly. What brings you to my domain?" Rook loomed as close as he could, his bulk dwarfed by Zalarian's height, blade sheathed but hand twitching near the hilt. "Earth's a cesspit of fear and blood, Zalarian. Smells like your kind's work. You told us you were dying, scraping by, but this place is buzzing. Tell me you're not stirring the pot with the Clitheron, feeding off this mess." Zalarian's lips curled into a faint sneer, his translucent face shimmering as he tilted his head. "The Clitheron? No. Their hunger is too crude, too absolute. We savor nuance, not annihilation. Earth's turmoil is delicious, yes, but we're not the architects. Our teridal reserves dwindled, true, but we've adapted, scavenging what we can, and that you have provided." Rook's voice dropped to a growl, menace rolling off him like heat from a forge. "Adapted? This ain't scavenging. This is thriving. Your kind's taller than us, translucent as ghosts, and you're moving like you've got a feast on tap. I've seen Nexuser twist minds, turn humans into puppets while you glut on their misery. Cora smelled a rat, and I'm starting to think she's right." Solarian's posture stiffened, amusement flickering across his rippling features, though a shadow of unease crept into his stance. "Chaos breeds itself, Rook. We merely watch, too weak to sow it now. If the Clitheron feast, they leave us nothing. We're no allies to them, nor you." Rook stepped closer, his shadow cutting through Zalarian's translucent form, his voice sharp as a blade. "You're too smug for a dying man. Earth's tearing itself apart, Vorn's covenant spreading like rot, and Whitmore's fanning every flame she can. Too neat, too perfect. You're not just watching, you're gorging. I've got something you want, something you need." He pulled a small vial from his belt, the faint blue glow of Teridal, the drug the Nexusar craved to survive, glinting in his palm. "Talk, or this stays with me." Zalarian's gaze locked onto the vial, a ripple of hunger surging through his translucent body, his voice tightening. "You play a dangerous game, Space Lord. Give it here, and I'll speak." Rook tossed the vial, letting it roll across the floor to Zalarian's feet. The Nexusar snatched it, his long fingers trembling as he uncapped it, inhaling the faint mist with a shudder of relief. His form pulsed, the energy within brightening. "More," he rasped, desperation breaking through his calm. "Truth first," Rook snapped, hand resting on his blade. "You're not dying, you're thriving. What's feeding you?" Zalarian exhaled, the Teridal's effects loosening his tongue. "Earth's chaos. We've been amplifying it. Vorn, Whitmore, they're ours, puppets dancing to our whispers. We fed their greed, their fear, turned their ambitions into a banquet. The discord's richer than we dreamed, sustaining us beyond Teridal's loss." Rook's grip tightened, his voice a low snarl. "How deep?" "Deep," Solarian admitted, his translucent form quivering with the drug's rush. Vorn's broadcasts, Whitmore's descent, we shaped them, stoked the flames. The Covenant, the Coalition fractures, all of it's our harvest. But the Clitheron, the spike, that's not us. We're riding the storm, not steering it. Rook's comms crackled as he patched to the Skull Reaver's bridge, his voice rough with fury. Leonix, relay to the Vanguard. Zalarians spilling. Nexuzar are thriving, not dying, puppeteering Vorn and Whitmore, gorging on Earth's mess. No Clitheron link, he claims, but they're neck-deep in this. Leonix's voice came back, crisp and steady. Understood, Rook. Message sent. Next move? Back to the fight, Rook growled, glaring at Zalarian as the Nexuser clutched the empty vial. You're lucky I don't gut you now, Leech. He turned, boots pounding the floor as he strode out, the Skull Reaver's engines rumbling to life, lifting off from the moon's gleaming surface. In Earth's orbit, the lunar spear hung vigilant, its mixed crew of space lords and ascendants scanning the void with relentless focus. Ethon paced the bridge, his lean frame tight as he watched the holomap flicker with data. The Atlas spear held steady nearby, its ascendant commander, Lena Markov, coordinating with a calm born of discipline. The spike from the Clitheron drone had vanished into Earth's atmosphere hours ago, its landing site lost in the Atlantic's depths. Then the map flared red, a jagged alert slicing through the stillness. Contact! Maria's voice rang out, her fingers racing over her console as she tracked the anomaly. The spike hit near the Haven's ruins. Sensors show a rift opening, small but growing, just beyond orbit. Something's coming through. Ethon's pulse quickened as the viewport framed the tear in space, a wound pulsing with dark energy. A small, inky mass slipped through, its form shifting and writhing, tendrils of shadow stretching toward Earth. It's the Great Hunger, Jackson said, his usual cheer replaced by a grim edge as he braced at his station. A piece of it, here to feed. Engage it, Rook ordered, voice sharp. Atlas spear, lunar spear, Skull Reavers inbound, form up. We're not letting it touch Earth. The comms buzzed with affirmatives as the three ships rallied, engines flaring in the void. The lunar spear struck first, cannons blazing golden beams that ripped into the dark mass. The Great Hunger shuddered, tendrils curling inward, but the energy sank into its bulk, swallowed whole. The Atlas spear joined the assault, ascendant pilots unleashing plasma volleys, their ships weaving through orbit with precision. The Skull Reaver roared, and moments later, Rook taking the helm, his voice barking over the comms, firing everything. Its heavy cannons unleashed a storm of fusion rounds, tearing gashes into the mass, only for the wounds to seal, the hunger growing denser with each blow. Maria's console sparked, her voice tight with frustration. It's useless, Ethon. Weapons bounce off. It's feeding on the energy, expanding. The lunar spear banked hard, dodging a tendril that lashed out, snagging a derelict satellite and crumbling it into dust. The Atlas spear's shields flared as another tendril struck, the ship holding but its hull creaking under the strain. Rook's growl cut through the chaos. Damn thing's a leech. Cannons, beams, mines, nothing sticks. The Skull Reaver dove, raking the mass with a salvo that lit the void in brilliant flashes. But the hunger pulsed, absorbing the blast, its shadowy form swelling toward Earth's surface. Tendrils stretched downward, brushing the atmosphere over the Atlantic, and a faint tremor rippled through the planet below. Jackson leapt to a secondary console, his fingers racing to recalibrate the lunar spear's sensors. It's touching down. Readings show it's taking a chunk, a few square miles off the coast, pulling in water, rock, everything. The holomap zoomed, revealing a dark patch spreading near the ruined Equinox Haven, the ocean boiling as the hunger consumed, its mass growing with every gulp. Ethon's voice hardened, desperation creeping in. Keep hitting it, all ships. We've got to slow it. The three vessels redoubled their efforts, a relentless barrage of plasma, fusion, and kinetic rounds pounding the hunger. The lunar spear's beams carved fleeting scars, the Atlas spear's volleys sparked brief flares, and the Skull Reaver's cannons roared with defiance. but the mass shrugged off each strike, tendrils thickening as it devoured more of Earth's crust. The patch expanded, 5 square miles, then 10, a creeping void swallowing land and sea alike. On Earth, panic erupted. In Novosibirsk, snow fell over the railgun blast's wreckage, mourners scattering as screens flared with the Clitheron's looping message. The dead is due. Resources will be claimed. Crowds surged through icy streets, voices rising in terror as news feeds showed the Atlantic coast dissolving, a black stain spreading across satellite imagery. In Atlanta, riots halted mid-clash, Covenant banners dropping as people fled, the sky darkening with the hunger's shadow. Tokyo's lockdown buckled, citizens pouring into plazas, staring at flickering billboards broadcasting the alien threat. Mikhail Petrov stood in a Moscow command bunker, his weathered face pale as he watched the feed, his son Alexei's last transmission from the Terra Ascendant echoing in his mind. "We're trying, Father, but it won't stop." Beside him, Daniel Carter gripped a comms unit, his voice hoarse as he barked orders to U.S. carriers scrambling from Norfolk. "Get every fighter up! Hit that thing!" Jets launched, their missiles vanishing into the hunger's mass, adding fuel to its growth. Clara Evelyn Whitmore paced a London war room, her sharp features twisting as aides shouted updates. "It's eating the coast, Prime Minister! Vaughan's broadcasts are silent! He's gone dark!" Her hands trembled, the Nexuser's whispers a fading echo now drowned by the hunger's reality, her puppet strings severed too late. In Sao Paulo, Javier Morales rallied Brazil's forces, his voice cracking over the radio. "We've lost contact with the coast. It's spreading inland." The streets below churned with chaos, families fleeing as the ground shook, the hunger's tendrils reaching deeper, consuming a swath of jungle 15 square miles wide. The Lunar Spears Bridge buzzed with frantic energy, Ethon pacing as Maria's scans painted a dire picture. "It's accelerating," she said, voice steady but strained. 20 square miles now, pulling in everything. Metal, water, life. Our weapons are feeding it, Ethon. We're making it worse." Rook's voice roared over the comms, thick with rage. "We've thrown everything, damn it! It's like fighting a black hole!" The Skull Reaver banked, unloading a final barrage that lit the void, only for the hunger to pulse, its tendrils snaking further, claiming 30 square miles in a heartbeat. Jackson slumped at his station, his optimism crumbling. "We're not stopping it, Ethon. It's harvesting Earth, and we're just watching." The hunger pressed on, its patch swelling to 40 square miles, then 50 coastal cities vanishing under its grasp. In Paris, crowds stormed the streets, trampling each other as the sky darkened, the hunger's shadow creeping closer. In Beijing, soldiers fired uselessly at the horizon, their shells swallowed by the advancing void. Vaughan's Covenant strongholds fell silent, his lieutenants fleeing as the Equinox Haven's ruins dissolved into the hunger's maw, 60 square miles claimed and growing. Petrov's bunker shook, a distant rumble signaling the hunger's relentless march. "We've lost the coast," an aide whispered, voice trembling. Carter slammed his fist on the table, his face ashen. "It's not stopping, Mikhail. We're out of time." The Atlas Spear's sensors blared, Markov's voice cutting through. 70 square miles. It's digging deeper, pulling up bedrock." The Skull Reaver circled, Rook's frustration boiling over as he watched the hunger consume, its tendrils sprawling across 80 square miles, then 90. The Lunar Spear's crew stared helplessly, their barrage dwindling as the void spread. Across Earth, panic consumed all. In Cairo, markets emptied, people clawing over stalls as the message looped, a relentless dirge. In Sydney, harbors flooded with boats fleeing inland, only to soon be overtaken by the hunger's reach, 100 square miles devoured. The planet trembled, its surface fracturing under the harvest, the Nexusar's thriving base a bitter irony as humanity faced the abyss. Chapter 36. Flames of Defiance. The Vanguard's war room thrummed with a restless pulse, its steel walls alive with the low hum of the Phoenix Armada's engines, a symphony of power forged from 100 battles. Cora Holbrook stood at the heart of it, her fingers tracing the glowing contours of the hollow map, the Space Lord's stronghold system sprawling before her in a web of planets and moons orbiting on of 2 fierce red stars in the Crinus cluster. Nakia had been gone for hours, leading the Phoenix Dawn on a scouting mission to the Perseus Arm, chasing faint trails of Clitheron activity that flickered like ghosts on the edge of their sensors. Her absence left a void, a steady anchor replaced by the crackling storm of Lysander's presence. He stood beside Cora, his muscular frame hunched over the console, his voice sharp and electric as he stabbed a finger at the map's pulsing nodes. "We've got to strike the Great Hunger now, Cora," Lysander said, his tone a live wire sparking with urgency. "It's been too quiet, pulling back from every sector we've tracked. That's not retreat. It's a predator circling, waiting to pounce. We've got new weapons, plasma lances, graviton disruptors, tech it hasn't tasted yet. Let's ram it down its throat before it hits us first." Cora's gaze flicked across the map, her mind racing as she calculated trajectories, fleet positions, and the fragile hope of their stronghold's defenses. "You're right," she said, voice steady despite the tension coiling in her chest. "It's not resting. It's plotting. We've rebuilt this armada from nothing, 90% of what we lost, clawed back from the void with blood and sweat. Now we've got tools to match it. The Drixarians are on board too. Hrothgar's been hammering those sonic resonators into shape. If we hit it together, we might catch it flat-footed." Lysander adjusted the map, zooming in on a fortified moon bristling with newly installed turrets, his hand brushing hers as he moved. The contact lingered, a jolt of heat sparking between them, and Cora's breath caught, her pulse quickening despite the war room's sterile chill. She'd buried this feeling for months, a pull toward his reckless fire that clashed with Nakia's grounding calm, a tension laid bare in the mind-weave's raw flood of his emotions. With Nakia gone, the space between them shrank, charged with a current that threatened to overwhelm her resolve. "We staged the ambush here," Lysander said, his voice dropping lower, softer, his gaze locking onto hers with an intensity that made her skin prickle. "The Vigilantia leads the charge, draws it out into the open, then we slam it with everything we've got. No hesitation, no mercy." His fingers hovered near hers on the console, the proximity a silent dare, and Cora felt the room tilt, the map blurring as her focus narrowed to him. She nodded, forcing her mind back to the plan and not what she desired. "Solid. The Vanguard holds the center. Drixarian dreadnoughts take the flanks. We'll unleash the plasma lances first, test if they can punch through its core, then follow with the disruptors." Her words were clipped, professional, but they faltered as Lysander stepped closer, his breath warm against her cheek, his presence a tidal wave crashing over her defenses. "Cora," he murmured, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through her, sending a shiver racing down her spine. "We've been dodging this too long. I felt you in the mind weave, every piece of you, and I know you felt me. We're stronger together. You can't deny it anymore." Her resolve shattered, the weight of command colliding with a longing she'd fought to bury beneath duty and discipline. "Lysander, we can't—" she started, but the protest died as he cupped her face, his hands firm yet trembling with a tenderness that undid her. Their lips crashed together, a fierce collision of pent-up desire that erased the war room, the map, the galaxy beyond. It was a storm, wild and desperate, a fire that consumed every thought but him. Cora's hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer as he pressed her against the console, the cold steel biting into her back, a stark contrast to the heat of his body pinning her there. His kiss deepened, hungry and unyielding, a claim she met with equal ferocity, her fingers digging into his shoulders as the last year of restraint burned away. They stumbled backward, a chaotic dance of need, shedding the weight of their roles like discarded armor. The cot in the war room's corner caught them as they fell, a narrow slab barely wide enough, but it didn't matter. His hands roamed her skin, tracing every curve with a reverence that made her gasp, igniting trails of fire wherever he touched. "Lysander!" she breathed, her voice raw and ragged as he kissed a path down her neck, his lips searing her flesh, stoking a blaze that roared through her veins. She arched into him, her body molding to his, and he growled low in his throat, a sound of pure want that sent her reeling. His strength enveloped her, hands gripping her hips as he pulled her tighter, their breaths mingling in a frantic, shared rhythm that drowned out the hum of the ship. Their black suits retracted back, exposing bare flesh, and they moved as one, a crescendo of passion that shook the cot's frame, the war room trembling with their passion. Her nails raked his back, drawing him deeper, and he responded with a fierceness that matched her own, their bodies locked in a dance of fire and surrender. The world narrowed to the press of his lips, the thud of his heartbeat against her chest, the electric surge of their union. It built, a wave cresting higher with every touch, every whispered gasp, until it broke over them in a shuddering release, a tidal force that left them breathless, tangled in sweat-slicked limbs, clinging to each other as the afterglow pulsed through them. They lay there panting, the holo map's faint glow casting shadows across their skin, a fragile peace settling over the chaos they'd unleashed. Cora rested her head on his chest, his steady breathing a lifeline in the stillness, the warmth of his arms a sanctuary she hadn't known she needed. "We shouldn't have," she murmured, her voice soft, but there was no regret, only a quiet acceptance of what they'd claimed. Lysander traced lazy circles on her back, his touch gentle now, his voice a low hum. "We should have done this ages ago. You're my fire, Cora, my match in every damn way." She smiled faintly, his words sinking deep, a balm to the storm within her. But before she could respond, a piercing alarm tore through the room, red lights flashing like blood across the walls. Her internal comms buzzed to life, Hector's voice bursting through, raw with panic. "Warden, it's here! The great hunger's in our system, devouring Cayley's prime. Planets are dropping fast. We're losing everything." Cora bolted upright, adrenaline surging as her biosuit re-emerged, covering her body once again, Lysander leaping up beside her, his face hardening into a mask ready for battle. "Battle stations!" she roared, sprinting to the console as the holomap flared with a nightmare unfolding. Caylus Prime, a verdant jewel at the system's edge, was unraveling, its forests and seas being swallowed by a writhing black mass, tendrils ripping through the crust like claws through flesh. The great hunger had descended, not a fragment but the full, insatiable beast, a galactic reaper harvesting their stronghold with merciless speed. Lysander grabbed her arm, his grip tight with urgency. "I'm taking the portal to the Vigilantia, hitting it from the side." He dashed to the war room's rear, where a Drexarian portal glowed violet in the former royal chamber, a relic of their uneasy alliance. He stepped through, vanishing in a flash of light, and Cora raced to the command deck, her voice slicing through the chaos as crews snapped to action. The Vanguard shuddered as it swung into battle, its cannons priming with the new plasma lances, their tips glowing with unstable, searing energy. Through the viewport, Cora saw the hunger's mass spreading, Cayley's prime being consumed, its moons crumbling into swirling clouds of dust. The Vigilantia blinked onto the map, Lysander's voice crackling over the comms, sharp and fierce. "Firing lances now!" Golden beams erupted from his ship, streaking through the void to slam into the hunger's core, cutting deep gashes that flared briefly before sealing shut, the mass pulsing larger, unfazed by the assault. Hrothgar's dreadnoughts roared into the fray, their resonance pulse emitters humming with a low, disruptive frequency that sent ripples through the electromagnetic spectrum. "Unleashing the pulse!" Hrothgar bellowed, his voice a guttural roar, and a wave of gravitational distortion blasted from his fleet, crashing into the hunger like a tidal surge. The tendrils quivered, their relentless advance slowing for a fleeting moment, the devouring pace stuttering as the pulse tore at its cohesion. Cora's hope surged, a desperate flicker in the dark, but it died as the hunger adapted, its tendrils thickening, resuming their feast with renewed ferocity, swallowing the last scraps of Caylus Prime in a storm of debris, leaving nothing but a barren rock of a planet. "Graviton disruptors deploy!" Cora shouted, her voice steady despite the panic clawing at her insides. The Vanguard's new devices whirred to life, launching spheres of warped gravity that streaked toward the Hunger's edge, twisting its form into grotesque knots. For a heartbeat it faltered, chunks of its mass breaking off, tumbling into the void. But the beast reformed, absorbing the disruptor's energy, growing denser as its tendrils snaked toward Tharion's Veil, the next planet in its path. Lysander's voice cut through, strained with frustration. "It's eating the damn weapons, Cora! Nothing's sticking!" The Vigilantia dodged a lashing tendril, its shields flaring under the strain, as Drexarian frigates fired alongside, their plasma barrages vanishing into the Hunger's maw like sparks into a furnace. Hrothgar's pulse emitters fired again, a desperate salvo that slowed the tendril's reach, buying precious seconds. But the Hunger pressed on, Tharion's Veil cracking under its grasp, cities dissolving into shadow as its surface blackened. The command deck erupted in chaos, officers shouting updates as the map tracked the Hunger's relentless march. "Tharion's Veil is gone," a tech yelled, voice breaking. "It's moving to the moons, then the inner planets." Cora gripped the console, her calm facade a brittle shell hiding the terror surging within, a tide she couldn't let her crew see. The viewport showed the red star dimming, its light choked by the Hunger's sprawling shadow, the Armada's might crumbling against an enemy beyond their comprehension. Her comms buzzed again, this time from the Atlas spear in Earth's orbit. Lena Markov's voice trembled, thick with dread. "Warden, it's hit Earth too. Started near the Haven's ruins. It's taking hundreds of miles, growing fast. We've thrown everything, it's unstoppable." The feed patched through, a grainy nightmare of Earth's Atlantic coast vanishing, a black stain spreading across the ocean, consuming hundreds of square miles and counting, humanity's cries a distant wail that pierced Cora's heart. Her mind spun, the pieces slamming into place with brutal clarity. "It pulled back to hit us both," she said, her voice a steel thread stretched to breaking. "The other sectors were a distraction, a feint to mask this. It's targeting our command system and Earth, breaking us at the roots." She slammed the comms open, her orders cutting through the din. "Leonix, Nakia, wherever you are, get to Earth now. Fight it there. Use every scrap you've got." Leonix's gruff voice snapped back, steady despite the strain. "Roman Legion squads ready to deploy from the Stellar Seeker, Warden. We're on it." Nakia followed, her calm a lifeline in the storm. "Stellar Seekers jumping back, Cora. We'll hold what we can." Their ships flared on the map, racing toward Earth. But Cora knew it was a futile gesture, their weapons as useless as the ones failing here. The Vanguard rocked violently as a tendril grazed its hull, shields sparking with a desperate whine, and Cora braced herself, her panic a silent scream nobody could hear. "Rook, find that spike the drone sent to Earth," she ordered, her voice a blade slicing through the turmoil. "It's our last chance. Anything it's got on the Clitheron. How to stop this thing. Dig it out." Rook's growl rumbled back, fierce and unyielding. "Skull Reaver's moving, Warden. I'll tear it from the ground if I have to." His ship peeled off, engines blazing toward Earth as it activated the bridge drive, a lone ember flickering against the encroaching dark. The deck was a maelstrom, crews scrambling as the Hunger devoured Tharion's Veil's moons, then turned to the inner planets, their surfaces cracking like eggshells under its tendrils. Hrothgar's voice roared over the comms, ragged with defiance. "We slow it, Space Lords. For our kin. For the fallen." His dreadnoughts doubled their resonance pulses, a wall of distortion that staggered the Hunger's advance. But it was a fleeting reprieve, the beast surging forward, consuming the mining world of Dracian in a flood of molten ruin. Lysander's Blaze Runner darted through the fray, lances firing in a relentless storm, his voice breaking through the chaos. "Cora, it's taking the system! We're losing everything!" The viewport framed a nightmare, the red star's light fading to a dull ember, the Hunger's shadow swallowing planet after planet, the Armada's salvaged might reduced to embers scattered in its wake. Drexarian frigates fell, their hulls crumpling as tendrils tore them apart. Hrothgar's flagship limping but still fighting, its pulse emitters the only weapon slowing the tide. Cora stood frozen, the holomap a graveyard of dying signals, Earth's desperate pleas a chorus of despair echoing in her comms. The great hunger harvested, relentless and absolute, its tendrils burrowing into the system's core, the gas giant Vion fracturing under its grasp, its storm snuffed out in seconds. The new weapons, plasma lances, graviton disruptors, all failed, their energy feeding the beast, their hope dissolving into the void. Hrothgar's resonance pulses bought moments, but the hunger adapted, its mass swelling, a reaper beyond their reach. Reports flooded in, a torrent of loss. Dracian's gone! Vion's collapsing! Earth's at 200 square miles consumed, still spreading! Cora's hands clenched the console, her calm mask cracking as panic surged, a silent howl she buried deep. The Space Lord's stronghold, their bastion of resilience, was unraveling. Planets reduced to dust, moons shattered, the red star dimming as the hunger fed, growing blocking out its light. Earth's fate mirrored their own, the Atlantic a black wound growing wider, humanity's cities falling silent under its shadow. Lysander's voice broke through again, hoarse with desperation. "Cora, we've got nothing left. It's overrunning us." The Vigilantia's shields failed, a tendril grazing its hull, and Cora's heart lurched, the fleeting ember of their passion snuffed out by the cold truth. They were losing everything. The Drexarians fought on, their ships bleeding green plasma into the void. Hrothgar's roar a fading echo as his fleet dwindled, the resonance pulses their last gasp against an unstoppable foe. Cora's comms crackled with Nakia's voice, faint and breaking. "Cora, Earth's crumbling. We're trying, but it's too fast." Leonix followed, his tone grim. "The legions are down to half strength, Warden. It's eating us alive." Rook's growl cut in last, a threat of defiance. "I'm closing on the spike, but it's hell down here. Hold on." But there was no holding on. The holomap blinked out, signals dying as the hunger consumed the system's relays, the Vanguard shuddering as tendrils battered its hull. The alarms wailed a dirge, a relentless scream for a galaxy lost, and Cora stood amidst the chaos, her panic a silent storm nobody could see. The Space Lord's legacy, Earth's hope, all dissolved into the hunger's jaw, their weapons useless, their allies falling, the void closing in with a final, crushing weight. Chapter 37. The Spike of Salvation. The Phoenix dawn carved through the void of Earth's solar system, its angular hull reflecting the faint glow of distant stars. Nakia stood at the heart of the bridge, her dark eyes scanning a tactical display that painted a grim picture. Beside her, Commander Leonix of the Stellar Seeker, a warrior whose presence evoked the unyielding spirit of ancient legions, stood with arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the horror unfolding below. The Great Hunger, a cosmic entity of writhing black tendrils and insatiable voids, devoured Earth's surface with terrifying speed. Entire regions of forests, cities, oceans had vanished into its glistening darkness, leaving barren scars that pulsed with unnatural life. "Status!" Nakia's voice cut through the bridge's hum, sharp and commanding. Lieutenant Vara, her science officer, manipulated holographic data streams with practiced precision. The hunger's growth is exponential. It's consumed 18% of Earth's landmass in the last hour alone. Seismic sensors detect it burrowing deeper, likely targeting the planet's core. Leonix's jaw tightened, his voice low. "And the Nexus are?" "Fleeing," Vara replied, her tone clipped. "Their lunar outposts are in chaos. Evacuation ships are scattering, but the hunger's tendrils are already reaching the moon's surface." Nakia's mind raced, calculating options against a ticking clock. The Nexuser, those ethereal beings who had manipulated humanity's emotions for millennia, were abandoning their hidden lunar civilization. Their cowardice left Earth alone against an enemy that defied logic or mercy. She turned to Leonix, her expression confident. "We can't wait for the Vanguard to reconnect. We hit the hunger now. with everything we've got. Leonix met her gaze, his eyes burning with purpose. My legions are ready. I'll lead the Nexusar fighters myself. We'll strike its core and buy you time. Vara, Nakia said, shifting focus. What about the new weapons? Vara summoned a projection of a sleek, cylindrical device radiating blue energy. Graviton disruptors. They destabilize molecular bonds on contact, potentially fracturing the hunger's structure. In theory, they could slow its expansion, but they're untested in combat. Nakia's lips pressed into a thin line. Then today's the test. Load them into the Phoenix Dawn's primary arrays and calibrate for maximum output. The Phoenix Dawn surged toward Earth, its engines straining as the planet loomed in the viewport. Once a vibrant sphere of blue and green, Earth now bore sprawling wounds of black, tendrils coiling across continents like veins of poison. Nakia's chest tightened as she watched entire cities vanish, their lights snuffed out in seconds, swallowed by the hunger's relentless advance. Leonix activated his internal comms before walking through the ship to ship portal back the Stellar Seeker, his voice ringing with authority. Legions, to your fighters. We strike the beast's heart. For Earth. For glory. For the fallen. In the Stellar Seeker's cavernous hangar bays, the Legion's elite warriors trained in brutal, disciplined combat swarmed into Nexusar fighters. These sleek, translucent vessels, salvaged from Nexusar lunar armories, thrummed with energy as pilots sealed their cockpits. Leonix boarded his command craft, its hull emblazoned with a crimson eagle, and led the formation into the void. The fighters dove toward Earth, a silver swarm against the hunger's darkness. As they breached the atmosphere, the beast reacted, its tendrils lashing upward like living whips, each thick as a skyscraper. Leonix's command echoed, "Formation Delta! Target the central voids! Fight to the last!" Plasma lances blazed from the fighters, slicing into the hunger's surface. The beast shuddered, its voids gaping chasms lined with crystalline shards, emitting a piercing wail that rattled the fighters' frames. But the hunger was undeterred. Tendrils coiled around a dozen crafts, crushing them into sparks and debris. Leonix banked hard, evading a snapping void that grazed his wing. "Press forward!" His roar heard and felt through the internal comms. "We are the Legions. We do not yield." On the Phoenix Dawn, Nakia watched the battle unfold, her hands gripping the command console. The feeds showed Leonix's fighters weaving through a storm of tendrils, their lances carving fleeting wounds. "Vara, fire the disruptors!" she ordered. The ship's arrays hummed, launching graviton pulses that struck the hunger's surface. The black mass rippled, sections fracturing into ash-like particles that dissolved skyward. Nakia's pulse quickened as the weapons had an effect. For a moment, the hunger's advance slowed, its tendrils twitching in disarray. But the reprieve was brief. The fractures sealed, the beast's form regenerating faster than the disruptors could fire. "It's adapting," Vara warned, her voice tight with frustration. "The disruptors are losing impact. We need to overload the arrays to keep up." "Then overload them," Nakia said, her tone unyielding. "Divert all power. Hit it again." The Phoenix Dawn trembled as energy surged to the arrays, the ship's systems straining under the demand. Nakia's eyes flicked to the feed of Leonix's fighters, now dwindling as tendrils claimed more lives. She whispered a silent prayer for their courage, knowing the cost of this fight was already too high. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. On Earth's shattered surface, Commander Lena Markov of the Atlas Spear waged a desperate battle. Her ship hovered above a collapsing city, its once proud towers reduced to rubble as the hunger advanced. Lena, a tactician who thrived on turning impossible odds into victories, had devised a radical strategy: weaponize the terrain itself. The hunger was nearing a volcanic fault line, and she planned to trigger an eruption to disrupt its spread. "Geothermal charges are in place," her weapons officer reported, voice tense. "Detonation in 2 minutes." Lena's gaze was steely. "Make it 1. We're cutting it too close." The Atlas Spear unleashed a barrage of plasma torpedoes, softening the hunger's surface to expose the fault. The charges detonated in a cataclysmic roar, splitting the earth. Lava surged upward, engulfing tendrils in molten fury. The hunger recoiled, its surface blistering under the heat, but Lena knew it was a temporary setback. The beast was too vast, its hunger too deep. "Regroup with the fleet," she ordered, her voice steady despite the odds. "We've bought seconds, maybe minutes. We need a better plan." The Atlas spear climbed into orbit, its crew scanning for any sign of hope. Lena's thoughts turned to the Vanguard, silent since the hunger's interference severed their comms. Without Cora's guidance, the fleet was fractured, each ship fighting its own war against an unstoppable foe. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. In Earth's outer orbit, Commander Rook piloted a stealth shuttle from the Skull Reaver, his mission critical: retrieve the spike. The artifact, a crystalline shard ejected from a Clitheron drone destroyed days ago in Earth's system, was their only lead to stopping the Great Hunger or understanding the enigmatic Clitheron. The drone's wreckage had scattered across the Pacific, and sensors traced the spike to an area now a vortex of black tendrils. The shuttle's cloaking shielded it from the hunger's senses, but Rook felt every second ticking toward oblivion. Even their internal comms hissed with static, distorted by the hunger's presence. "Rook, this is Ethon on the Eclipse Talon. We're covering you with the lunar spear. What's your position?" Rook's voice was confident despite the situation. "Nearing the coordinates. No visual yet. The hunger's closing in fast." Ethon, commanding the Eclipse Talon, fought to keep his focus. His ship darted through orbit, coordinating with Commander Darius Holt of the Lunar Spear. Together, they deployed experimental stasis fields, encasing tendrils in shimmering barriers to slow the hunger's advance. The Lunar Spear's gravitic pulses disrupted the tendrils' cohesion, while the Talon's fields froze them in place. But Ethon's thoughts strayed to his hometown, where his family, believing him dead, faced annihilation. "Captain," Lieutenant Chen said, "the stasis fields are weakening. The hunger's breaking through." "Reroute power," Ethon ordered, his eyes on the display. "Darius, can you amplify the gravitic pulses?" On the Lunar Spear, Darius's voice came through. "Already on it, Ethon. Boosting output now." The display showed the hunger creeping toward Ethon's family's neighborhood. Memories surged of his mother's warmth, his brother's teasing, the life he'd left with a suicide note. He'd never told them he'd found purpose as a space lord, that his life had meaning. Now they'd die in darkness, unaware. His hand twitched toward the helm, the urge to save them overwhelming. But Rook's mission was humanity's survival. Ethan's jaw tightened, rage at himself burning. "Hold position," he ordered, his voice cracking. "We protect Rook." Chen hesitated. "Sir, the hunger's about to—" "Hold!" Ethon shouted, slamming the console. The bridge fell silent, his pain raw. He watched as the black tide swallowed his family's home, street by street. His heart shattered, guilt and anger warring within him. He'd chosen duty, but the cost was unbearable. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The Phoenix Dawn shuddered as Nakia ordered another disruptor salvo. The hunger's void snapped at the ship, forcing sharp maneuvers that strained the hull. Below, Leonix's legions fought with unmatched courage. Their fighters danced through tendrils, lances carving bright wounds. But the hunger was unstoppable. Crafts vanished into crushing darkness, pilots' cries silenced. Leonix led a final assault, targeting a massive void at the hunger's core. "For the legions!" he bellowed, diving into the chasm. His fighter unleashed its arsenal of plasma, missiles, and a core overload that detonated in a blinding flash. The void collapsed, a wound that shook the planet. But the cost was total. Every Legion craft was destroyed, their commander a hero in a blaze of eternal glory, his sacrifice a testament to the Legion's unbreakable spirit. Nakia's breath hitched, her eyes burning. "Leonix," she whispered, forcing focus. The Vanguard's comms were dead, something that wasn't thought possible, cut by the hunger. She was alone, leading a fleet against an enemy that consumed worlds. "Vara, any sign of the retrieval ships?" Nakia asked, referring to shuttles sent for President Mikhail Petrov and Carter, leaders she trusted to unite humanity. Vara shook her head. "Lost. The landing zone's gone." Nakia's chest tightened, but she pressed on. "Then we save who we can. Launch all shuttles. Load every soul we find." The Phoenix Dawn's bays opened, releasing shuttles that dove toward Earth. Nakia broadcast to the fleet. "All ships, this is Nakia. The Vanguard is offline. Evacuate as many as possible." Petrov's voice came through, patched from a surviving shuttle. "Commander, create a portal on Earth. Let people walk to safety." Nakia's mind raced. "No, Mr. President. Portals kill non-ascendants and non-space lords. We'd lose millions." Petrov's pause was heavy. "Do what you must." Shuttles landed amid ruins, ramps swarmed by survivors with parents clutching children, soldiers helping the wounded. Nakia watched the feeds, her pulse pounding. A shuttle lifted off with dozens aboard, only for a tendril to crush it, bodies and metal tumbling into darkness. Her fists clenched, helplessness gnawing at her. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Commander Darius Holt on the Lunar Spear coordinated his evacuation, his crew working tirelessly. The Atlas Spear, under Lena Markov and the Terra Ascendant led by Alexei, filled rapidly with refugees. Ethon's Eclipse Talon mirrored their efforts, its bays packed despite his grief. "We're full," Lena reported, withdrawing to safe range. "Same," Alexei added, "ready to fight if needed." Ethon's voice was hollow. "Capacity reached. Staying to cover Rook." The Ascendant ships pulled back to orbit, sensors locked on the Hunger's advance. The Lunar Spear and Eclipse Talon remained, their technology straining to protect Rook. Darius's gravitic pulses and Ethon's stasis fields bought precious seconds, but the Hunger was relentless. Below, Rook's shuttle plunged into the Pacific, navigating the quickly lowering waters. The spike was near. Its energy signature pulsed on his scanners, a faint hope from the Clitheron drone's wreckage. It could reveal how to stop the Hunger or unlock secrets of the Clitheron, a race as mysterious as the beast itself. Tendrils breached the ocean, coiling toward the spike. Rook's shuttle lurched as one struck, shearing a thruster. "Hold together," he growled, fighting the controls. The vault's gate loomed, etched with glowing metal, half buried in the seabed. On the Eclipse Talon, Ethon pushed his ship to its limits. "Chen, overload the stasis emitters. Darius, hit it with everything." The Lunar Spear's pulses surged, disrupting tendrils as the Talon's fields flared. The Hunger slowed, but Rook's shuttle was pinned, tendrils tightening. "Rook, you're out of time!" Ethon yelled. Rook battled extreme currents and terrain of a rapidly vanishing ocean. Blood seeped from a wound, but he pressed on. The spike glowed ahead, a crystalline shard radiating golden light embedded in rock. The area quaked as tendrils seemed to reach out for the spike. Rook's hand closed around the spike, its power surging through him, searing his nerves as his biotech rushed to repair. "Got it!" he shouted, racing for the shuttle before the darkness overtook him. The shuttle sparked, systems failing as Rook climbed aboard. Tendrils battered the hull. He slammed the controls, the engines coughing to life. The shuttle surged upward, breaking the ocean in a spray of foam, tendrils snapping at its tail. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. On the Phoenix Dawn, Nakia stood rooted to the bridge, her eyes locked on the flickering feeds that streamed from her evacuation shuttles. The screens painted a tableau of horror, shuttles battling through a tempest of writhing black tendrils, their hulls scorched and buckling under the Great Hunger's relentless assault. The bridge crew worked in frantic silence, their faces pale as they monitored dwindling signals, each blip a fragile thread of hope in a world unraveling. Nakia's heart pounded, each beat a drum of desperation. She had sent those shuttles to Earth's surface to save as many souls as possible, families, fighters, strangers clutching fragments of their lives. The feeds showed chaos. A shuttle's ramp swarmed with survivors, a mother shielding her child, a soldier dragging a wounded comrade aboard. But the hunger was merciless. A tendril, thick as a skyscraper, lashed through the scene, its glistening surface swallowing the light. The shuttle's signal blinked once, then vanished into static, leaving only darkness on the screen. "Shuttle Bravo lost," Lieutenant Vara reported, her voice trembling but professional. She swiped to the next feed, her fingers shaking. Switching to Delta. Nakia's breath caught as another feed flared to life. Shuttle Delta wove through a storm of tendrils, its pilot's voice crackling over the comms, strained with panic. "Phoenix Dawn, we're taking heavy damage. Tendrils everywhere. Can't shake them." The feed showed the shuttle's cockpit, the pilot wrestling controls as alarms blared. Behind him, survivors clung to straps, their faces etched with terror. "Hold course, Delta!" Nakia barked, leaning toward the console. "You're almost clear! Get those people out!" The pilot's response was cut off by a scream. "It's got us!" The feed jolted violently, the camera capturing a tendril coiling around the shuttle's hull. Metal groaned, then crumpled like paper, sparks erupting as the craft was torn apart. The screen flared white, then dissolved into static, the silence that followed heavier than any sound. Nakia's hands gripped the console, her vision blurring as tears welled unbidden. She forced them back, but the weight of loss pressed harder. Another feed flickered, Shuttle Echo, the last of her evacuation craft. The image was grainy, distorted by the hunger's interference, but clear enough to break her heart. Survivors scrambled up the ramp, a young girl clutching a tattered doll, an elder leaning on a cane, their eyes wide with hope and fear. The pilot's voice was steady but urgent. "Loading complete. Lifting off now." "Come on," Nakia whispered, her voice barely audible, willing the shuttle to break free. The feed showed the craft rising, engines flaring as it climbed above a ruined city. Tendrils loomed in the background, their movements deceptively slow, like predators savoring the chase. The shuttle banked hard, dodging one black spear only to face another. Nakia's crew held their breath, the bridge a frozen moment of collective hope. Then it happened. A tendril surged from below, faster than thought, its surface rippling with unnatural hunger. It struck the shuttle's belly, wrapping around it in a crushing embrace. The feed captured every detail, the hull crumpling inward, windows shattering, survivors screaming as the ramp tore free. The girl with the doll fell, her tiny form swallowed by darkness. The pilot's voice cut through, a final cry of defiance. "Phoenix Dawn, we—" Static consumed the rest, the screen going black. Nakia staggered, her knees buckling as the console caught her weight. The bridge crew gasped, some turning away, others staring at the blank screens as if willing the shuttle to reappear. Vara's voice broke the silence, soft and raw. "Shuttle Echo. Lost. All evacuation craft are gone, Commander." The words hit Nakia like a physical blow, each syllable a shard of glass in her chest. She straightened, forcing herself to stand tall, but her vision swam. Faces flashed through her mind, every soul she'd sent to their deaths, every life she'd failed to save. And then, unbidden, came Cora's face. Her friend, her anchor, the woman who'd seen strength in Nakia when she doubted herself, her love. Cora, lost somewhere on the silent vanguard, her fate unknown but her presence a constant in Nakia's heart. "Cora," Nakia whispered, her voice cracking. The name was a prayer, a plea, a confession. She saw Cora's steady gaze, heard her laughter from nights spent planning battles, felt the warmth of her hand during moments of doubt. Cora had given her purpose, had believed in her when the weight of command threatened to crush her. And now, with Earth dying and her shuttles destroyed, Nakia felt that purpose slipping away. "I failed you," she murmured, tears spilling down her cheeks. "I failed them all." The bridge was a tomb of grief, the crew's eyes reflecting her pain. Vara stepped forward, her hand hovering as if to offer comfort, but she stopped, respecting Nakia's space. The tactical officer, Maria, wiped his eyes, his voice hoarse. "Commander, you did everything you could. We all did." Nakia shook her head, her gaze distant. It wasn't enough. She turned to the viewport where Earth loomed, a fractured world consumed by black. Tendrils spiraled upward, reaching for the Phoenix Dawn itself, their tips probing the void like fingers seeking prey. Alarms blared, snapping her back to the present. "Commander, the hunger's targeting us!" Vara shouted, swiping through alerts. "Tendrils approaching! Impact in 30 seconds!" Nakia's instincts kicked in, grief channeling into action. Evasive maneuvers, full power to shields, fire the disruptors, continuous barrage. The Phoenix Dawn lurched as engines roared, the ship banking hard to dodge a tendril that grazed its hull. Sparks erupted across the bridge, consoles flickering as the impact shook the frame. The disruptors fired, graviton pulses slamming into the tendrils, fracturing their surfaces into clouds of ash. But the hunger was undeterred, more tendrils rising to join the assault, their movements a coordinated dance of destruction. "Shields at 60%, Maria reported, his voice tight. "We can't take much more." Nakia's mind raced, searching for a way out, but the feeds showed no escape. Tendrils surrounded the ship, a net of black closing in. She glanced at her crew, Vara, Maria, the navigators, the engineers, all fighting to the last, their faces showing strength despite the odds. They believed in her, just as Cora had. The thought ignited a spark within her, a fleeting defiance against the darkness. "Divert all power to the forward arrays," Nakia ordered, her voice steady now. "One final salvo. If we're going down, we take a piece of that thing with us." Vara hesitated, her eyes wide. "Commander, that'll leave us defenseless." "Do it!" Nakia snapped, her tone leaving no room for doubt. "For Earth! For Cora!" The crew moved as one, hands flying across consoles. The Phoenix Dawn's lights dimmed, systems shutting down as energy surged to the disruptors. The ship trembled, its frame groaning under the strain. Nakia stood at the center, her gaze fixed on the viewport as tendrils loomed closer, their surfaces rippling with hunger. "Fire!" she commanded. The arrays unleashed a blinding torrent of graviton pulses, each shot a spear of blue light that tore into the tendrils. The hunger recoiled, its surface fracturing in waves, chunks dissolving into nothingness. For a moment it seemed they'd struck a blow, a wound deep enough to matter. The crew cheered, a fleeting burst of hope amidst despair. But the hunger was not so easily defied. A massive tendril, thicker than the others, surged from below, its tip splitting into a dozen smaller spears. It struck the Phoenix Dawn's belly, piercing the hull with a scream of tearing metal. The bridge rocked violently, consoles exploding in sparks as the ship listed. Alarms wailed, red lights bathing the crew in an apocalyptic glow. "Shields gone!" Maria shouted. "Hull breaches on decks 3 through 7. Nakia stumbled, catching herself on the console. Blood trickled from a cut on her forehead, but she barely felt it. The feed showed the tendril burrowing deeper, tearing through the ship's core. She knew what came next. No ship could survive this. Her eyes found Vara's, then Maria's, a silent farewell to the crew who'd fought beside her. "Abandon ship," she said, her voice calm despite the chaos. Over their internal comms, she ordered the crew, "Get to the escape pods. Now." The crew hesitated, loyalty warring with survival. Vara stepped forward, tears streaming down her face. "Commander, come with us." Nakia shook her head, a sad smile touching her lips. "Someone's got to keep the arrays firing. Go. That's an order." Vara nodded, choking back a sob, and led the crew to the pods. Nakia turned back to the console, her fingers dancing across the controls to maintain the disruptor barrage. The ship shuddered, tendrils tearing deeper, but she kept firing, each pulse a defiance of the hunger's wrath. Alone on the bridge, Nakia's thoughts returned to Cora. She saw her love's face, those fierce eyes, that unwavering belief. "You made me better," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I hope I made you proud." The viewport cracked, tendrils pressing against it, their darkness swallowing the stars. Nakia's hand hovered over the console, ready to fire one last shot. But before she could, the tendrils shattered the viewport, flooding the bridge with black ichor. It surged around her, cold and suffocating, pulling her into its depths. Her final thought was of Cora, a beacon of light in the darkness. "I love you," she whispered, the words lost as the hunger consumed her. The Phoenix Dawn's arrays fell silent, its hull crumpling into nothingness, leaving only a void where Nakia and her crew had fought. The bridge's grief lingered, a silent echo of a commander who'd given everything for those she loved. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. In high orbit above Earth's dying surface, the Atlas Spear and Terra Ascendant held position, their hulls scarred from relentless battles against the Great Hunger. Commander Lena Markov stood on the bridge of the Atlas Spear, her sharp eyes scanning tactical displays that flickered with ominous data. Her crew moved with quiet efficiency, their faces etched with strength and dread. Lena's mind was a whirlwind of strategy. She'd saved thousands, evacuating refugees to the ship's bursting bays. But the hunger's black tendrils still sprawled across the planet below, consuming everything she'd sworn to protect. She adjusted her stance, her fingers tracing the edge of the console, a habit born from years of commanding under pressure. "Prepare all weapons," she ordered, her voice steady but heavy with the weight of inevitability. "We're not done fighting." Aboard the Terra Ascendant, Commander Alexei paced the bridge, his broad shoulders tense. His crew mirrored his urgency, calibrating systems for a desperate counterattack. Alexei's dark eyes flicked to the viewport, where Earth burned in patches of black, its oceans and continents vanishing into the hunger's insatiable void. He'd led his ship through countless conflicts, but this felt different, final. His thoughts drifted to Emma, the journalist whose courage had matched his own, her words immortalizing humanity's struggle. He'd saved her reports, tucked away in his personal console, a quiet testament to the bond they'd forged amidst chaos. "All stations, stand by," he said, his voice firm, masking the ache in his chest. "We hold the line." A faint tremor rippled through the Terra Ascendant as a shuttle docked, its arrival a fleeting spark of hope in the darkness. Emma emerged onto the bridge, her journalist's jacket torn, streaked with ash and dust from a city she'd barely escaped. She'd braved the hunger's advance to document its horrors, her camera bearing witness to crumbling towers, fleeing families, and the eerie silence where life once thrived. Her hair fell loose, her face pale from exhaustion, but her eyes burned with unyielding fire. As she stepped forward, her gaze swept the bridge, taking in the crew's weary faces, their shared purpose a stark contrast to the world she'd known before. Emma's mind flashed to the months prior, when Earth had been a fractured mosaic of conflict. Nations at war, borders bristling with hostility, people divided by ideology and fear. She'd reported it all, her words a plea for unity no one heeded. But the Great Hunger had changed everything. The threat had erased those lines, forging humanity into a singular force. She'd seen it in the cities, soldiers from rival factions fighting side by side, strangers sharing food with enemies, no trace of the old divisions. The hunger's shadow had stripped away petty grudges, revealing a shared will to survive. Now, standing on the Terra Ascendant, Emma felt the weight of that unity, a fragile miracle she'd captured in her final broadcast before the shuttle saved her. Her eyes found Alexei across the bridge, his silhouette framed against glowing displays, a pillar amidst the storm. Her heart lurched with relief, fear, and something deeper, unspoken. She'd seen too much death today, too many stories cut short, and the thought of losing him was a wound she couldn't face. "Alexei," she called, her voice breaking through the bridge's hum as she crossed the deck, her boots echoing on the metal floor. The crew glanced at her, their expressions softening for a moment before returning to their tasks, a silent acknowledgement of her courage. She reached him, her hand gripping his arm, fingers trembling. Her voice was raw, urgent, carrying the weight of everything she'd witnessed. Don't go back out there, she pleaded, her eyes searching his, desperate to anchor him to this moment. You've saved thousands, mothers, children, people who live because of you. The world was tearing itself apart before this, Alexei. I saw it. War, hate, borders that meant nothing. But now, there's no division left. We're one people fighting together. You've done enough. Please let it end. Alexei turned to her, his face etched with duty's burden, but his eyes softened at her touch, a flicker of vulnerability breaking through. Emma's presence was a lifeline, a reminder of why he fought, not just for survival, but for the hope she embodied. Her words about unity struck deep, echoing his own buried longing for a world healed. She'd faced the hunger's horrors unarmed, her camera her only weapon, yet her strength rivaled any soldier's. Emma, he said, his voice low, almost breaking. I can't walk away. Not while Earth's still burning. Not while there's a chance to save more. Emma's breath caught, her grip tightening as if she could hold him back from fate. She stepped closer, their faces inches apart, the bridge's hum fading into a distant pulse. The crew's movements blurred, the world narrowing to the space between them, a fragile sanctuary amidst chaos. Her hand rose, brushing his cheek, her fingers tracing the faint scars of battles he'd never shared. His skin was warm, grounding her against the cold dread that clung to her soul. You're enough, she whispered, her voice trembling with conviction, tears glistening in her eyes. You've always been enough. For them. For me. Alexei's gaze locked with hers, a storm of emotions swirling, regret for unspoken words, gratitude for her faith, a desperate wish for time they'd never have. He saw the world she described, united at last, and wished he could live in it with her. He leaned forward, their lips hovering, the promise of a kiss trembling between them like a star about to fade. Emma's heart pounded, her tears spilling as she glimpsed a future in his eyes, a fleeting dream of peace, of mornings together, of a world rebuilt. His breath mingled with hers, warm and unsteady, a moment that felt like salvation against the end. Across the void on the Atlas Spear, Lena sensed a shift, her instincts screaming. Her tactical display flared, warnings of an anomaly spiking. She straightened, years of command sharpening her focus. All hands, brace! Her voice was severed as space itself fractured. A rift tore open between the ships, a gaping wound in reality that swallowed starlight. The great hunger surged forth, its black tendrils spilling like ink from a shattered vial, each thicker than a mountain and pulsing with malevolent hunger. The Atlas Spear and Terra Ascendant were ensnared, their shields flaring in futile defiance before collapsing. Alarms screamed, bathing both bridges in crimson light that mirrored the blood soon to flow. On the Terra Ascendant, time slowed, the moment stretching into a heart-wrenching eternity. Emma's fingers tightened on Alexei's cheek, her eyes locked on his, refusing to let go. The rift's glow cast stark shadows across his face, illuminating the depth of his sacrifice, the man who'd fought for a united humanity. Alexei, she whispered, her voice a fragile thread, a final plea lost in the chaos. He reached for her, his hand finding hers, their fingers intertwining as if they could defy fate. Their lips hovered, so close, the kiss a heartbeat away, a promise of love unfulfilled. The bridge erupted in chaos, sparks showering as consoles exploded. Emma's camera slipped from her shoulder, clattering to the deck, its cracked lens still recording, capturing their end in fractured glimpses. A tendril smashed through the viewport, crystal shards glinting like falling stars, each catching the crimson light in a fleeting dance. Alexei pulled Emma close, his arms a shield against the void, his body a fortress she clung to. Her face pressed against his chest, her breath ragged, feeling the frantic rhythm of his heart, one last anchor in a world unraveling. I should have told you, Alexei murmured, his voice breaking, barely audible over the ship's death cries. You were my light, Emma. Always. Her eyes widened, tears streaming as she realized the depth of his love, a confession given too late. She tried to speak, to tell him he was her everything, but the tendril struck, surging through the bridge with merciless force. Their hands stayed locked, fingers entwined even as the hunger tore them apart. The Terra Ascendant disintegrated, decks collapsing into darkness. Every soul, soldiers, refugees, Alexei, Emma, swallowed by the void. Their almost kiss lingered, a stolen moment burned into eternity, a love extinguished before it could fully bloom, a testament to a world united too late. Simultaneously, the Atlas spear faced its reckoning. Lena stood defiant, her voice rising above the chaos. "Fire everything!" she commanded, even as tendrils pierced the hull. Plasma cannons blazed, their light a fleeting rebellion against the hunger's bulk. Her crew fought to the last, their hands steady despite the ship's collapse. Lena's thoughts turned to her sister, Anya, lost to a car wreck years ago, her memory a fire that had driven Lena to protect others. "For you," she whispered, her voice soft but fierce, a final vow as the bridge buckled. A tendril tore through, impaling consoles and crew in a brutal sweep. Lena drew her sidearm, firing until it clicked empty, her eyes blazing with unyielding courage. She saw her crew fall, comrades who'd become family, their dreams now dust, and her heart ached for the lives they'd never live. The tendril reached her, coiling around her like a cold embrace, its touch stealing her breath. Lena's last thought was of the refugees, praying they'd found safety, even if she couldn't join them. The Atlas spear imploded, its fragments consumed, Lena and every soul aboard vanishing into the hunger's endless night. The rift pulsed, tendrils retracting as if sated, leaving no trace of the Atlas spear or Terra Ascendant. Lena's courage, Alexei's sacrifice, Emma's vision of a united world, all erased in an instant, their stories cut short but echoing in the hearts they'd touched. The hunger's darkness spread, a silent requiem for the fallen, their unity a fleeting light snuffed out by an unyielding void. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Rook's shuttle clawed its way from the Pacific's depths, erupting through what was left of the ocean's surface in a geyser of foam and fury. The vessel was a battered relic, its hull scorched and sparking, groaning under the strain of its desperate ascent. In Rook's hands the spike pulsed, a crystalline shard of Clitheron origin, its golden light a fragile beacon against the apocalypse. Retrieved from the wreckage of a drone destroyed in Earth's system, it was their last hope, a relic that might hold secrets to stopping the Great Hunger or unraveling the enigma of the Clitheron. But hope felt distant as the shuttle shuddered, tendrils of the hunger bursting from the waves below, their glistening black surfaces coiling like serpents roused from slumber. The viewport glowed with the hunger's malevolence, its tendrils stretching across the horizon, blotting out the sun. Earth was no longer a planet, but a canvas of despair, its continent swallowed by darkness that pulsed with unnatural life. Rook's heart pounded, his breath ragged, blood seeping from a gash on his arm, staining the controls before it could be fully repaired by his system. The shuttle's alarms wailed, a relentless scream of failing systems, thrusters flickering, navigation offline, shields gone. He gripped the spike tighter, its warmth searing his palm, a reminder of the lives sacrificed to get him this far. The lunar spear was gone, its crew, Darius Holt and countless others, lost in a blaze of defiance, their gravitic pulses buying Rook precious seconds before the hunger consumed them. The weight of their sacrifice pressed on his chest, heavier than the artifact in his hands. He'd seen the lunar spear's final transmission, Darius's calm voice ordering one last volley, his face resolute as tendrils tore his ship apart. Now, only Rook and the Skull Reaver, his own command ship trailing somewhere in orbit, stood against the end. A burst of static crackled through the comms, slicing through the alarms. Ethan's voice broke through, raw and urgent from the Eclipse Talon. "Rook, you're clear of the surface. Board now. We've got seconds before the hunger locks on." Rook's eyes darted to the viewport. The Eclipse Talon swooped into view, a sleek shadow against the blackened sky, its hull scarred but defiant. Tendrils surged after it, each thicker than a battleship, their surfaces rippling with hunger. The Talon danced through the chaos, Ethon's piloting a masterpiece of desperation, banking, diving, firing stasis fields that shimmered briefly, slowing the tendrils' advance. But the hunger was relentless, its darkness spanning continents below, its second void, a churning abyss of annihilation, devouring Venus in the distance, the planet's red glow snuffed out like a candle. "On my way!" Rook growled, slamming the controls. The shuttle lurched, engines coughing as they burned through their last reserves. Tendrils grazed the hull, their touch scraping like claws on bone, sending sparks cascading across the cockpit. The shuttle spun, gravity pulling at Rook's wounds, pain flaring with every jolt. He forced his focus, steering toward the Talon's open bay, a narrow window of salvation in a world collapsing. The hunger sensed him, its tendrils converging with terrifying purpose. They lashed upward, a forest of black spears that blotted out the stars, their tips splitting into fractal patterns that seemed to writhe with intelligence. Rook's pulse hammered, sweat stinging his eyes as he wrestled the shuttle's failing systems. The spike's light flared in his hand, casting jagged shadows across the cockpit, as if urging him to survive, to deliver its secrets to those who could wield them. The Talon's bay loomed, a glowing rectangle framed by the ship's battered frame. Ethon's voice roared again. "Rook, you're too slow! Punch it, or we're both done!" The Talon fired a salvo of plasma bolts, carving a fleeting path through the tendrils. But the hunger adapted, its darkness swallowing the light. A tendril clipped the shuttle's wing, shearing metal in a scream that vibrated through Rook's bones. The craft spiraled, alarms deafening, the bay tilting wildly in his vision. "Come on!" Rook snarled, his voice a raw plea to the dying shuttle. He slammed the throttle, diverting power from life support, the cockpit growing colder as the engine screamed. The shuttle surged, a final burst of defiance, hurtling toward the Talon. Tendrils closed in, their edges brushing the hull, each touch a jolt that threatened to tear the craft apart. Rook's vision blurred, pain and exhaustion clawing at him, but he saw the faces of the fallen, Nakia's fierceness, Leonix's stoic sacrifice, Darius's calm courage, Emma's unyielding truth, Alexi's quiet strength, Lena's unbreakable will. They'd given everything to get him here, and he wouldn't fail them. The shuttle crossed the Talon's threshold, skidding into the bay with a bone-rattling crash. Sparks flew, metal groaning as the craft slammed against the deck, sliding to a stop inches from the bay's wall. The bay doors snapped shut, in a useless attempt to seal out the tendrils that would soon pound it against them. Rook slumped in the pilot's seat, blood dripping onto the spike, its light steady despite the chaos. He forced himself upright, clutching the artifact, and staggered from the wreckage, his legs trembling but unyielding. Ethon's crew rushed to him, their faces pale but focused, guiding him toward the bridge. The Talon shuddered, tendrils battering its hull, each hit a reminder of the hunger's pursuit. Rook reached the bridge where Ethon stood at the helm, his eyes haunted but sharp, hands flying over controls. The viewport showed Earth shrinking below, a world consumed by black, its surface a graveyard of lost hopes. Venus was gone, its place marked by a void that pulsed with hunger, and tendrils stretched toward Mars, their hunger insatiable. "Rook, you made it," Ethon said, his voice thick with relief but strained with grief. His gaze flicked to the spike, its glow a faint promise amidst despair. "Is that it?" Rook nodded, his throat tight. "It's all we've got. Answers to stop the hunger. Or maybe the Clitheron. We need to get it to the Space Lord system." "Then we jump," Ethon said, turning to his crew. "Bridge drive, full power, now." Rook's gaze shifted to the sensors, where a single blip flickered. The Skull Reaver, his command ship, trailing close, its hull battered but intact. He'd ordered it to shadow him, a last gamble to ensure the spike's survival. The Skull Reaver's captain, a loyal second, hailed him through internal comms. "Commander, we're with you. Ready to jump. Do it, Rook ordered, his voice hoarse. Both ships, Space Lord system, no delays. The Talon's engines roared to life, a deep hum that vibrated through the deck, space itself bending as the bridge drive engaged. The viewport glowed, reality folding in a kaleidoscope of light and shadow. Tendrils grazed the Talon's hull, their touch a cold promise of oblivion, scraping metal in a final desperate grasp. The Skull Reaver followed, its drive flaring, tendrils snapping at its tail. Rook held his breath, the spike's weight grounding him, its light a lifeline as the hunger's darkness loomed. Space folded and the ships leapt, a wrenching shift that pulled at Rook's very being. The tendrils fell away, their reach just short, the hunger's void receding as the Talon and Skull Reaver broke free. Earth faded in the viewport, a dying world consumed by black, its surface a memory of what was. The moon was next, its silver glow dimming as tendrils claimed it, and Mars flickered in the distance, doomed to follow. Rook slumped against a bulkhead, the spike heavy in his hands, its glow steady but dim against his blood-streaked armor. His body ached, wounds burning though repaired, but the pain was nothing compared to the weight of loss. Nakia, with her fierce heart, gone in a blaze to save others. Leonix, a warrior eternal, lost in a legion sacrifice. Darius, steady and selfless, erased covering his escape. Emma, whose words united a fractured world, silenced too soon. Alexei, a brother in battle, taken with his ship. Lena, unyielding to the end, her courage a beacon snuffed out. They were gone, their voices echoing in his mind, urging him to carry on. He looked at Ethon, whose face mirrored his own grief, the cost of their survival etched in every line. The Talon's bridge was quiet, the crew's eyes on Rook, waiting for a sign, a purpose. The spike pulsed, its light a fragile promise, answers to end the hunger, or a key to the Clitheron's mysteries. Rook straightened, his grip tightening on the artifact, his vow a fire that refused to fade. For the fallen, he said, his voice low but firm. For Earth, we fight on. The Talon and Skull Reaver sped toward the Space Lord Sanctuary, their drives humming through the void. Behind them, the solar system burned, the hunger's darkness claiming all it touched. Chapter 38, Shadows of the Clitheron. Eridani faith burned in the void, a once vibrant world in the Crinis cluster reduced to a skeletal husk under the Great Hunger's relentless assault. The planet's surface, a mosaic of emerald oceans and golden continents, was now a writhing expanse of black tendrils, each pulsing with a malevolent life that consumed everything it touched. Cities that had shimmered with advanced technology dissolved into shimmering ash, their spires crumbling as the hunger's glistening voids yawned wide, swallowing entire regions in seconds. The atmosphere bled away, its vibrant hues fading to a sickly gray as tendrils coiled through the skies, tearing apart clouds and snuffing out the planet's twin sun's light. Orbital stations, once bustling with trade and science, spiraled into the darkness, their wreckage feeding the hunger's insatiable appetite. Eridani Fee's moons cracked like eggshells, their fragments drawn into the beast's churning depths, leaving only a graveyard of dust where a thriving system had stood. On the Vanguard's command deck, Cora Holbrook stood rooted, her heart a lead weight as the holomap flickered with the dying signals of Eridani 5. The viewport framed the nightmare, tendrils sprawling across the planet's corpse, their fractal patterns shifting with an intelligence that chilled her to the bone. The Phoenix Armada, her salvaged fleet of thousands, was gone, reduced to scattered embers in the hunger's wake. Draxarian dreadnoughts, Space Lord cruisers, Nexusar stealth craft, all obliterated, their hulls torn apart by the beast's relentless advance. Only the Vanguard, Blaze Runner, and Vrothgar's Draxarian flagship remained, their shields sparking under the strain of proximity to the hunger's reach. Cora's fingers gripped the console, her black and gold uniform tight against her tense frame, the Phoenix emblem a faint comfort against the despair clawing at her. She'd fought Zahak, face Drexarian armadas, and forge the united cosmic accord from Earth's ashes. But this was different. The Great Hunger wasn't an enemy she could outmaneuver or outfight. It was a force, a cosmic reaper that devoured worlds with no discernible motive beyond consuming resources. Her neural link buzzed with static, the Clitheron's interference severing her fleet's comms, a mystery she couldn't crack. How had they done it? The Space Lord's tech, honed over decades, should have been impenetrable, yet the Clitheron had silenced them with ease, leaving her blind to Earth's fate and her allies' struggles. "Warden, we're losing ground!" a tech shouted, his voice cracking as the holomap updated, showing the Hunger's tendrils breaching Eridani Fee's core. The planet shuddered, fissures glowing red as its molten heart was consumed, the surface collapsing inward like a dying star. Cora's breath hitched, her mind racing for a plan, but every strategy felt like grasping at smoke. Plasma lances, graviton disruptors, even Vrothgar's resonance pulses, nothing worked. The Hunger adapted, its form shifting to nullify their weapons, a puzzle she now suspected was tied to the Clitheron's manipulation of time. If they could reverse the beast's state, undo its wounds, what chance did they have? Outside, Lysander's Blaze Runner darted through the chaos, a sleek predator weaving between tendrils that lashed like living whips. His plasma lances blazed, carving fleeting wounds into the Hunger's surface, only for the black mass to regenerate, its void snapping at his ship with terrifying precision. Lysander's voice crackled through the neural link, strained but defiant. "Cora, I'm hitting it with everything, but it's like fighting a ghost. It's too close, I can't shake it." "Lysander, pull back!" Cora ordered, her voice sharp, her chest tightening at the thought of losing him. She saw his ship on the viewport, a silver streak against the Hunger's darkness, tendrils grazing its hull, sparks erupting as shields flickered. His recklessness, that fiery brilliance she'd always admired, was pushing him too far, his ship dancing on the edge of annihilation. She remembered their salvage missions, his laughter cutting through the void, his gaze lingering with a heat that stirred her despite herself. She couldn't lose him. Not now. Vrothgar's flagship fought nearby, its massive form a bulwark against the tide. The Drexarian commander's resonance pulses rippled through space, distorting the Hunger's tendrils, slowing their advance with bursts of gravitational force. His voice roared through the link, thick with defiance. "For our kin, we hold the line." His dreadnoughts were gone, their green plasma trails snuffed out, but Vrothgar fought on, his ship's emitters glowing red as they overloaded, each pulse a desperate bid to buy time. Tendrils coiled closer, their tips splitting into fractal claws that tore at his hull, metal screaming as it bled debris into the void. Cora's mind spun, the weight of command crushing her. She'd promised to protect, to lead, but her fleet was dust, her allies falling, and Earth's fate unknown. The Clitheron's silence gnawed at her, their Dyson sphere, a distant enigma, offering no answers. Why had they unleashed this? How had they severed her comms? The neural link flickered, a faint disturbance breaking through the static, and her heart leapt as the holomap flared with a new signal, a bridge drive signature, a ripple in space that promised salvation. "Warden, incoming ships!" the tech yelled, hope flickering in his voice. Cora's eyes snapped to the viewport, where space folded, a brilliant light show heralding the arrival of her fleet. But her hope shattered as only two ships emerged, the Eclipse Talon and Skull Reaver, their hulls scarred and sparking, barely intact. Hundreds had been sent to Earth, Ascendants and Space Lords, Nakia, Leonix, Lena, Alexei, yet only these two returned, a gut punch that stole her breath. Deep down, she felt it, a loss so profound it carved a hollow in her soul, a premonition of grief she couldn't name. The neural link buzzed, Rook's voice breaking through, heavy with exhaustion and sorrow. "Cora, it's Rook. Earth's gone. The solar system, our ships, the Ascendants, all of them, lost. They fought bravely, every last one, but the Hunger took it all." Cora's knees buckled, her hand catching the console as the words sank in. Earth, her home, The planet she'd sworn to protect, consumed. The Ascendants, Alexi's eager face, Emma's fierce courage, all erased. But her first thought, the one that burned through the fog of grief, was Nakia. Her anchor, her love, the woman who'd steadied her through every storm. "Rook," she said, even her internal voice trembling and faint. "Nakia. Where's Nakia?" A pause, heavy and crushing, then Rook's voice, softer, laced with pain. She fought to the end. Cora. Led the Phoenix Dawn, saved as many as she could. She was brave, braver than any of us. "I'm sorry." The world tilted, Cora's vision blurring as tears spilled, hot and unbidden. Nakia, her fierce heart, her quiet strength, her love, gone. She saw her face, golden space lord eyes catching starlight, her touch a refuge in the void. They'd built the Armada together, welded ships under flickering stars, their love a silent vow that had carried her through. Now, that vow was ash, Nakia's sacrifice a wound that would never heal. Cora's chest heaved, a sob trapped behind her teeth, but she forced it down, her duty a steel cage around her grief. Their sacrifices, Nakia's, Leonix's, all of them, would mean nothing if she faltered now. "Rook," she said, her voice steadying, though it took some effort. "Did you get the spike? The Clitheron drone's artifact?" Ethan's voice cut in, strained but clear. "We've got it, Cora. It's on the Eclipse Talon. It's doing something strange, pulsing, like it's alive. We need you here." Cora's gaze hardened, a spark of purpose piercing the haze. "I'm coming. Throne room portal now." She turned to the tech, her tone unyielding. "Keep the Vanguard fighting. Support Lysander and Vrothgar, whatever it takes." She strode toward the portal chamber, her steps fueled by a desperate need to act, to make Nakia's loss mean something. The throne room portal hummed, its arch glowing with a soft blue light. Cora stepped through, reality bending in a dizzying rush, and emerged on the Eclipse Talon's bridge. The air was thick with tension, consoles sparking, the crew's faces pale but focused. Ethan stood at the center, his eyes haunted, the spike cradled in his hands. The artifact pulsed, its golden light casting jagged shadows, its surface etched with shifting runes that seemed to writhe under scrutiny. "Cora," Ethan said, his voice rough. "It started glowing brighter when we jumped. It's reacting to something. Maybe us. Maybe the hunger." Cora approached, her grief a weight she carried silently, her focus narrowing to the spike. "Let's find out." She took the artifact, its warmth surging through her, a jolt that steadied her trembling hands. The neural link hummed, faint patterns emerging like a signal struggling to break through. "Ethan, we need to interface it with the ship systems. If it's Clitheron, it might let us contact their Dyson sphere." Ethan nodded, his fingers flying over a console, rerouting power to a neural amplifier. But as he worked, a warning flashed across the screen, the spike's energy signature spiking dangerously. "Cora, this isn't just a communicator," he said, his voice tense. "The signal's too weak to reach the Clitheron's Dyson sphere. We'd need a massive boost, something like a bridge drive to amplify it." Cora's mind raced, piecing together the implications. A bridge drive? To open a channel across systems? She hesitated, the risks flooding her thoughts. Bridge drives bent space, creating volatile rifts that could destabilize entire sectors if mishandled. Can we do it safely? Ethan's expression darkened, his hands pausing over the console. Not safely. The spike signal needs a direct path to the Dyson sphere, but one bridge drive won't cut it. The distance is too vast. We'd need two, one to initiate the signal and another to relay it through the void. The Vanguard opens the first, we carry the signal through, and then the Eclipse Talon opens a second on the other side to reach the Clitheron. But holding two bridges open simultaneously, it's never been done. The rifts could collapse, tear each other apart, and anything between them, us, the ships, everything could be obliterated. Cora's heart pounded, the weight of the gamble pressing down. Nakia's face flashed in her mind, her sacrifice of fire urging her forward. "We don't have a choice," she said, her voice firm despite the fear coiling in her gut. "If we don't reach the Clitheron, the hunger wins. I'll take the vanguard back and open the first bridge. You handle the second." Ethon nodded, his jaw tight, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of dread. "I'll need to stay on the Talon to keep the second bridge stable. It's going to be rough, Cora. We're playing with forces we barely understand." "Then we learn fast," Cora said, gripping the spike one last time before handing it to Ethon. "I'll signal you when the Vanguard's bridge is open. Be ready." She turned to the portal, her steps heavy with the knowledge of what they were about to attempt, and stepped back through to the Vanguard. On the Vanguard's bridge, Cora barked orders, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Prep the bridge drive! We're opening a rift to amplify the spike signal. Divert all power to the drive. Shields, weapons, everything." The crew scrambled, their faces etched with anticipation despite the odds. The holomap showed the Vigilantia and Atlas spear still fighting, Lysander's lances a fading storm, Hrothgar's pulses a desperate flicker against the hunger's tide. Rook's voice crackled through the neural link, his tone strained from the Skull Reaver's battle. "Cora, what's the play? We're getting hammered out here." "Hold the line, Rook," Cora replied, her voice steady. "We're reaching the Clitheron. It's our only shot." She turned to the drive officer. "Open the bridge, now." The Vanguard trembled, its engines roaring as space folded, a shimmering rift tearing open before the ship. The bridge drive's energy surged as its bright light made Cora's skin prickle. The rift stabilized, a glowing tunnel stretching into the void, its edges pulsing with volatile energy. "Ethon, the bridge is open!" Cora signaled through the neural link. "Go!" On the Eclipse Talon, Ethon clutched the spike, its light flaring as the Vanguard's rift amplified its signal. The bridge was a frenzy of activity, consoles sparking under the strain of rerouted power. Ethon's crew looked to him, their eyes wide with fear but unwavering in their duty. He took a deep breath, knowing the danger of what came next. "Everyone, abandon ship," he ordered, his voice firm but heavy. "Get to the escape pods. This is too risky for anyone but me." The crew hesitated, loyalty warring with survival. Jackson stepped forward, his face set with loyalty to his friend and commander. "I'm staying, sir. You'll need someone on navigation." Maria joined him, her hands steady despite the tremble in her voice. "I'll handle the power grid. You can't do this alone." Ethon met their gazes, gratitude and grief mingling in his chest. "Thank you," he said, his voice low. "The rest of you, go." "That's an order." The remaining crew saluted and rushed to the pods and through the portal, their footsteps echoing as the Talon's alarms wailed. Ethon, Jackson, and Maria turned to their stations, the spike's light casting stark shadows across the bridge. "Engage the drive," Ethon commanded, his hands flying over the controls. The Talon surged into the Vanguard's rift, reality bending around them in a dizzying rush. The ship shuddered, the rift's edges crackling with unstable energy, but Ethon held the course, the spike signal pulsing stronger as they crossed the threshold. "Jackson, keep us steady. Maria, divert all power to the second bridge drive." The Talon emerged on the other side, the void stretching before them, the Clitheron's galaxy a distant speck of light. Ethon's heart raced, the spike's warmth searing his hands. "Now for the hard part," he muttered, initiating the second bridge drive. The ship groaned, its frame straining as space folded again, a new rift tearing open, its edges more volatile than the first. The two bridges hummed, their energies clashing in a dangerous resonance that made the Talon's hull vibrate like a struck bell. "Maria, stabilize the grid!" Ethon shouted, sweat beading on his brow as the spike signal surged, a golden beam lancing through the second rift toward the Dyson sphere. The bridges flickered, their energies threatening to collapse, a cataclysm that could erase the Talon and everything within reach. Jackson wrestled with the helm, his voice tight. "We're drifting. Rift's pulling us in." "Hold it!" Ethon roared, his hands locked on the controls, the spike's light blinding now, its runes shifting frantically. The neural link buzzed, patterns solidifying, and a presence emerged, vast, cold, like a star's weight pressing on their minds. The Clitheron. Cora, on the vanguard, felt the connection through the link, her voice firm despite her racing heart. "Clitheron, this is Cora Holbrook, Galactic Warden of the Space Lords. Your great hunger is stripping our worlds, harvesting our resources for your Dyson sphere. We have your spike. We know what you're doing. Stop it, or we'll find a way to destroy it." The response was a wave of disdain, a voice like shattering glass. "You are beneath us, fleeting sparks in the cosmic weave. Your resources fuel our ascent, your worlds mere quarries for our purpose. The hunger is our tool, and you are nothing to its design." Cora's jaw clenched, anger flaring through her grief. "Nothing. We're dying for your ambition. Billions gone, entire systems erased for your machines. If we're so insignificant, why hide behind your hunger? Face us or we'll bring it down ourselves." The Clitheron's presence pulsed, a flicker of irritation beneath its arrogance. "The spike is a fragment of our will. Use it, learn your place, and you may yet serve. Defy us, and you are erased." The channel snapped shut, the spike's light dimming, leaving Ethon, Jackson, and Maria reeling on the Talon's bridge. "They're using us," Ethon muttered, his voice thick with frustration, his hand still gripping the controls as the second bridge flickered, its energy threatening to collapse. The Talon shuddered, the clashing bridges sending sparks cascading across the deck. "Maria, keep that grid stable. We can't lose the signal now." Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Outside, Rook, back on the Skull Reaver, dove into the fray, his ship's plasma cannons blazing to support Lysander and Vrothgar. The Skull Reaver carved paths through the hunger's tendrils, but the beast was relentless, its void snapping at the ship's hull. Rook's voice growled through the link. "Cora, we're pinned! It's got us!" The Vigilantia danced through the chaos, Lysander's piloting a blur of instinct and daring. Tendrils grazed his ship, shields sparking, but he pressed closer, lances firing in a relentless storm. "Cora, we're out of tricks!" he shouted, his voice strained. "It's rebuilding itself faster than we can hit it!" Vrothgar's flagship fought beside them, its resonance pulses rippling through space, each burst a fleeting barrier against the hunger's advance. But the Drixarian ship was faltering, its hull torn, emitters glowing red as they burned out. Vrothgar's roar echoed. "We fight for honor!" A tendril struck, ripping through its flank, debris spilling into the void. The Skull Reaver shuddered, a tendril piercing its hull, metal screaming as Rook fought to stabilize. "Cora, it's got us!" he shouted, his voice raw. The hunger's void loomed, a chasm of annihilation, its edges clawing at the ship's core. Vrothgar surged his ship forward, its emitters blazing with a final desperate pulse. "Rook, live!" Vrothgar roared, his voice a beacon of sacrifice. The flagship rammed the tendril, its hull exploding in a blinding flash, resonance waves rippling outward, shattering the hunger's grasp on the Skull Reaver. The Drixarian flagship was gone, Vrothgar's life snuffed out, his sacrifice a moment of light in the darkness. Rook's voice broke through, stunned. "Vrothgar, no." The Skull Reaver limped free, its hull scarred but intact, Rook's grief a silent vow to honor the Drixarian's act. He fired again, cannons blazing, defiance his only weapon. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. On the Eclipse Talon, the bridges trembled, their energies clashing in a crescendo that threatened to tear the ship apart. Ethon's hands shook, the spike's light fading as the Clitheron's signal cut off. "Jackson, Maria, brace for collapse!" he shouted, his voice hoarse. The rift's edges flickered, space warping as the bridges destabilized, a cataclysm moments away. But the spike pulsed one final time, its runes locking into a new pattern. A faint signal hummed through the neural link, a fragment of Clitheron data, coordinates, schematics, a fleeting glimpse of the Hunger's control systems. Ethan's eyes widened, hope flickering amidst the chaos. Cora, we've got something. It's partial, but it's a start. Cora, on the Vanguard, felt the data through the link, her heart racing. Download it, Ethan! Get out of there! She turned to her crew. Close the bridge drive, now! The Vanguard's rift snapped shut, space stabilizing with a wrenching jolt. On the Talon, Ethan slammed the controls, the second bridge collapsing as the ship lurched free, sparks erupting across the bridge. Jackson and Maria clung to their stations, their faces pale but triumphant. The Talon survived, battered but intact, the spike's data a fragile hope in their hands. Cora stood tall, tears streaking her face, Nakia's sacrifice burning in her soul. Hrothgar, Leonix, all the fallen, their losses were wounds she'd carry forever. But the spike's data was a spark, a chance to strike at the Hunger's core. Lysander Rook, keep fighting, she ordered through the link. Ethan, get that data to the Vanguard. We're not done. The Vanguard and Skullreaver fought on, their weapons a fleeting rebellion against the Void. The Vigilantia danced through the Hunger's tendrils, Lysander's defiance a beacon. The Eclipse Talon limped toward the Vanguard, its crew pouring their skill into the spike's secrets. Eridani Foiv was gone, Earth a memory, but Cora's will endured, a promise to fight until the end, for the fallen, for Nakia, for a universe that refused to fade. Chapter 39. The Ritual of Dominion. The void around Eridani Fifth was a desolate wasteland, the Great Hunger's black tendrils weaving a relentless shroud of destruction across the Crinis cluster. The planet's remains hung in space like a fractured relic, its continents reduced to ash, its oceans swallowed by the Hunger's glistening voids. The Phoenix Armada, once a testament to the Space Lord's resilience, was no more, its thousands of ships torn apart by the Hunger's unyielding advance. The Vanguard, Blaze Runner, and Skullreaver were all that remained, their hulls scarred, their crews battered, their weapons useless against a machine that seemed impervious to damage. Cora Holbrook stood on the Vanguard's command deck, her Phoenix emblem a dim flicker against the despair threatening to consume her. The Hunger was a Clitheron construct, a cosmic harvester stripping worlds for their Dyson sphere, and her people were its fuel. "Warden, we're doing nothing to it!" a tech shouted, his voice raw as the holomap flickered, tracking the Hunger's tendrils as they devoured Eridani Fee's moons. Cora's gaze was fixed on the viewport, where the Vigilantia darted through the chaos, Lysander's plasma lances blazing in vain. The Skullreaver fought nearby, Rook's cannons a defiant roar, but the Hunger's void snapped at their hulls, shrugging off every strike as if untouched. Hrothgar's sacrifice still burned in her mind, his flagship exploding to save Rook, a selfless act that had bought them moments, but changed nothing. Nakia's loss, Earth's annihilation, the Ascendant's fall. Each was a wound she carried, a fire urging her to act, but their weapons were futile, their hope dwindling. "Pull back," Cora ordered, her voice steady despite the pressure upon her. "All ships, disengage. We're retreating to safe distance." The neural link buzzed, Lysander's protest sharp. "Cora, we can't just run." But she silenced him with a glare through the link. "We're not running, Lysander. We're regrouping. We fight smart, or we die." The Vanguard's engines roared, the Vigilantia and Skullreaver following, their shields sparking as tendrils grazed their retreat. The Hunger loomed behind, its darkness swallowing the stars, a relentless machine fueled by Clitheron ambition. As the ships reached a stable orbit, a new signal flared on the holomap, a bridge drive signature. Cora's heart leapt, her breath catching as space folded, revealing the Eclipse Talon, its hull battered but intact. Ethan, Maria, and Jackson had returned from their mission, a flicker of hope amidst the ruin. The throne room portal hummed, and moments later, Ethan stepped onto the Vanguard's bridge, his face etched with exhaustion, Maria and Jackson at his side. In his hands the spike pulsed, its golden light dim but steady, a relic of their desperate gamble to contact the Clitheron. "Ethan," Cora said, her voice tight with relief. "What did you find?" He shook his head, his eyes haunted. "The data's here, Cora, but it's gibberish. Clitheron code, layers of encryption we can't crack. Schematics, coordinates, something about the Hunger's core, but it's like reading a language from another epoch, much more advanced than our translators can decipher. We need more." Cora's jaw clenched, frustration warring with grief. Nakia's face flashed in her mind, her sacrifice a vow she couldn't break. "Then we find another way. The Nexuser, they abandoned Earth, fled their lunar outposts. They know something, and we're going to make them talk." Maria stepped forward with a composed demeanor. "The Nexusar's movements were erratic, but we tracked a faint signal from their evacuation ships. It's not in this galaxy, Cora. They've gone to Andromeda." "Andromeda?" Rook's voice rumbled from the Skull Reaver's link, his tone thick with disbelief. "That's another galaxy. Other than the lunar station, they had one planet in the Milky Way, and the Hunger took it." Cora's mind raced, piecing together a plan. The Nexuser, manipulators of human emotions for millennia, were addicted to Teradol, a drug that amplified their psychic abilities, but left them vulnerable. She'd seen their desperation during the war, their pleas for Teradol to stave off withdrawal. It was a weakness, a lever she could still pull. "Set course for Andromeda," she ordered, her voice firm. "We hunt the Nexuser. They're our bridge to the Clitheron. They knew it was coming, so now we find out just how much they know." The Vanguard, Blaze Runner, Skull Reaver, and Eclipse Talon jumped, their bridge drives bending space in a wrenching rush. Andromeda loomed, a spiral of stars and nebulae, its vastness dwarfing their battered fleet. The Nexusar's destination was unknown, their motives shrouded, but the Vanguard's sensors pinged, detecting a psychic energy signature on a planet cloaked in violet mist. Cora led a landing party, Ethan, Maria, Jackson, and a squad of space lords, through the portal to the surface. The ground pulsed beneath their boots, the air heavy with a resonance that made their skin prickle. Nexusar sentinels, ethereal figures with eyes like burning stars, emerged from the mist, their voices a harmonic chorus that echoed in their minds. "You trespass, space lords. Leave, or be unmade." Cora stepped forward, her gaze unyielding. "We're here for Zalarian. Your people fled Earth, left us to the Hunger. We know it's a Clitheron harvester, and you know how to reach them. Take us to your leader, or we expose your Teradol trade to your own kind." The sentinels froze, their psychic link flickering with unease. Teradol was their secret shame, a drug that bound them to lesser species, and Cora's threat struck deep. They led her to a citadel of opalescent spires, its architecture defying geometry, each tower a conduit of psychic energy. Inside, Zalarian awaited, his form a radiant cascade of light and shadow, his presence overwhelming. His voice was a symphony of disdain. "You dare threaten us, Galactic Warden? This is our galaxy, Andromeda, claimed by the Nexuser through eons of mastery. You are nothing here." Cora's breath caught, the revelation hitting like a blow. Andromeda wasn't just a refuge. It was their dominion, a galaxy they ruled with technology and power far beyond what she'd imagined from their encounters with them in the Milky Way galaxy. The Nexusar weren't mere manipulators. They were elevated life forms, a tier below the Clitheron, but wielding a civilization that dwarfed humanity's. Planets glowed with crystalline networks, stars were bound by psychic fields, and their cities thrummed with a sophistication that made the Space Lord's tech seem primitive. Yet their Teradol addiction remained, a flaw Cora could exploit. She held up a vial, its blue glow casting stark shadows. "You rule Andromeda, but you're slaves to this. Earth's gone, but we have stockpiles, enough to keep you sated or drive you to madness. Help us reach the Clitheron, or we cut you off." Solarian's form pulsed, rage and desperation warring within him. You seek the ritual of dominion, a wager only challengers can invoke. The Clitheron will not hear us, only you can face them. We are their intermediaries, respected but not equals. But I will not allow you to wager our galaxy. Andromeda is our legacy, our eternity. You think your petty threats can force us to risk it all? Cora's heart pounded, but she held his gaze, her voice steady despite the weight of his words. You're right, Solarian. Andromeda is your legacy, but it's also your prison. The hunger took your Milky Way planet, and it's coming for you here. We've seen it strip worlds, harvest everything for the Clitheron's Dyson sphere, and who knows how many others they have. You can't hide forever. Your teridal addiction binds you to us, to the resources we control. Help us stop the hunger, and you secure your supply permanently. Refuse, and we let it come for Andromeda while you wither without your drug. Solarian's light flickered, his form contracting as if struck. The Citadel's spires hummed, the psychic energy spiking with his turmoil. You would condemn us to extinction, he hissed, his voice a discordant note. Our galaxy is not your bargaining chip. The ritual is a gamble even we fear. Failure means annihilation, and you are not worthy to wield our dominion. Cora stepped closer, the vial of teridal glinting in her hand, its glow a silent threat. We're not worthy. You fled Earth, left billions to die while you cowered here. We fought, bled, and lost everything to the hunger. Nakia, my love, gave her life to save others. Hrothgar sacrificed himself and his ship for us. We're not asking for your galaxy out of greed. We're offering you a chance to save it. The Clitheron respect power, and your dominion is power. Let us wager it in the ritual, and we'll fight for Andromeda as fiercely as we fought for Earth. Without us, you're just waiting for the hunger to find you. Ethon shifted beside her, his voice low but firm. She's right, Solarian. The hunger doesn't discriminate. It took our world, and it'll take yours unless we stop it. You've got the tech, the status to get the Clitheron's attention. Give us the means to fight, or you lose everything. Solarian's form stilled, the Citadel's hum softening as he weighed her words. The sentinels around them stood silent, their glowing eyes fixed on their leader. Maria and Jackson exchanged glances, their hands ready at their weapons, but Cora's focus never wavered. She saw the flicker of fear in Solarian's light, the crack in his arrogance. He was trapped by his addiction, by the hunger's threat, by the truth of her words. Finally he spoke, his voice a reluctant chord. You are bold, Galactic Warden, and your words carry weight. The hunger is a shadow we cannot outrun. I will grant you proof of our galaxy's dominion, a stake for your ritual. But know this, if you fail, Andromeda falls with you. He gestured and a pedestal rose, bearing the astral sigil, a lattice of shimmering void crystals, each facet a living map of Andromeda's stars, planets, and psychic currents, woven with strands of stabilized dark energy. It was a cosmic charter, a unique artifact that bound the Nexusar to their galaxy, undeniable proof of ownership. Cora took the sigil, its weight grounding her resolve. We won't fail, she said, her voice steady. We fight for more than ourselves. She turned to her team, her tone resolute. Back to the Vanguard. We're contacting the Clitheron. The fleet regrouped, the Vanguard's bridge a hive of activity as Cora and Ethon prepared to open the bridge drives. They had used this perilous technique once before to contact the Clitheron, a desperate gamble that had nearly torn the Eclipse Talon apart. The memory of that risk hung heavy, the knowledge that two bridge drives, one from the Vanguard to initiate the signal, another from the Eclipse Talon to relay it through the void, could collapse with catastrophic force. Ethon's face was grim as he recalibrated the spike's interface, his voice low. We know what this costs, Cora. 2 bridges at once. It's a death sentence for the Talon. The rifts will destabilize, rip each other apart, and anything caught between them, us, the ship, will be gone. Cora's heart sank, the weight of their prior attempt a scar on her soul. "We have no choice," she said, her voice firm despite the tremor in her chest. "The astral sigil is our leverage, our only way to reach the Clitheron and stop the hunger. I'll open the first bridge. You handle the second." Lysander's voice crackled through the Neuralink, fierce and unyielding. "Cora, let me stand with you, whatever this leads to. I'm ready." His eyes, visible through the hollow feed, burned with longing, a spark that tugged at her heart. She remembered his reckless brilliance, their shared moments under flickering stars, but her feelings for him, attraction tangled with fear of loss, held her back. She couldn't bear to risk him, not after so many had fallen. "No, Lysander," she said, her voice soft but finale. "You're needed on the Vigilantia. Keep fighting." Rook's growl cut through, his presence a steadfast anchor. "I'm with you, Cora. For Nakia, for Leonix, for all of them. I'm not asking." His scarred face, etched with decades of war, left no room for doubt. Cora met his gaze, gratitude flooding her. "Thank you, Rook. We'll face it together." They didn't yet know what the Clitheron would demand, only that the astral sigil required a direct channel to their Dyson sphere, a feat that hinged on the dangerous bridge drive's connection. Ethan's voice was steady, though his eyes betrayed a quiet dread. "I'll keep the second bridge open. Get to the Clitheron, Cora. Make it count." "No," Cora said, her voice cracking. "Ethan, we've done this before. You know the risk." "I do," he interrupted, his tone final. "And I know it's for Earth, for Nakia, for everyone we've lost. I'm staying." He turned to Maria and Jackson, his voice firm but heavy. "Through the portal to the Vanguard. Now." Maria's composure faltered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Ethan, we can stay. We can help." Ethan's gaze softened, but his resolve held. "Maria, if anything does happen, my only regret is not telling my parents I was still alive. I left them thinking I was gone, and I'll carry that. But this is bigger than me. Go." Jackson, his usual energy subdued, gripped Maria's arm, his voice low. "He's right. We trust him." They stepped through the portal, emerging on the Vanguard's bridge, their faces pale as they watched Ethan's feed. Ethan stood alone on the Eclipse Talon's bridge, the spike pulsing in his hands, its brilliant light a fragile beacon. "Cora, I'm ready. Open the first bridge." Cora's hands trembled as she gave the order. "Bridge drive! Engage!" The Vanguard shuddered, space folding as a rift tore open, its edges crackling with volatile energy. The Skull Reaver followed, Rook's ship steady beside her. "Ethan, go!" The Eclipse Talon surged into the rift, reality bending in a dizzying rush. Ethan's hands flew over the controls, the spike's signal flaring as he initiated the second bridge drive. The Talon groaned, its hull vibrating as a new rift opened, its edges unstable, clashing with the Vanguard's bridge in a resonance that shook the void. The spike's light blazed, a beam lancing toward the Clitheron's Dyson sphere, carrying Cora's plea. On the Vanguard, Cora clutched the astral sigil, its void crystals pulsing with Andromeda's essence. The Neuralink buzzed, a Clitheron presence emerging, cold, vast, like a star's weight pressing on their minds. "You summon us, intruders," their voice echoed, sharp as shattered glass. "Present your purpose." Cora's voice was steady, though her heart raced. "We are the Space Lords, and we hold the astral sigil, proof of the Nexusar's dominion over Andromeda. We demand you stop the Great Hunger, your harvester that's destroying our worlds. We invoke the ritual of dominion to wager their galaxy against your power." A pause, then a flicker of intrigue. "The ritual of dominion is accepted. The astral sigil is a worthy stake. But know this, the ritual requires 2 challengers, and it begins now, in our domain. Enter our galaxy immediately, or the challenge is forfeit. Fail, and all you are is erased." Cora's breath caught, the immediacy of the demand a jolt to her system. She hadn't anticipated the ritual starting instantly, nor the need to cross into the Clitheron's galaxy at once. The Vanguard and Skull Reaver had to move, but the bridge drive's instability meant the Eclipse Talon would be caught in the collapse. Ethon's feed showed him at the Talon's helm, his face stoic under the pressure, the spike's light casting stark shadows. "Ethon," Cora said through the link, her voice breaking. "The ritual starts now. We have to go. But the bridges—" "I know," Ethon replied, his voice calm but heavy. "I'll hold the second bridge open. Get to the Clitheron, Cora. For all of us." The Talon's alarms wailed, the rift's edges flickering as the two bridges' energies clashed, a crescendo of destruction building. The Vanguard and Skull Reaver surged through the first bridge and instantly through the second, reality warping as they crossed into the Clitheron galaxy, a realm of blinding light where stars were bound by crystalline webs and the Dyson sphere loomed like a god's fortress. But behind them, the Eclipse Talon trembled, the rift's resonance tearing at its hull. Ethon's bridge was a chaos of sparks and alarms, the ship groaning under the strain. The second rift's edges collapsed inward, space fracturing like glass. Ethon's hands locked on the controls, sweat streaming down his face as he diverted power to stabilize the bridge, keeping the signal alive for Cora's transit. The spike blazed, its runes searing his palms, a pain he ignored as the ship's core glowed red, systems overloading. The collapse began with a low hum, a vibration that rattled Ethon's bones. The viewport shattered, fragments glinting like falling stars as space folded inward. The Talon's frame buckled, metal twisting into jagged spikes that groaned under the pressure. A surge of energy erupted from the core, a blinding wave of plasma that scorched the bridge, searing Ethon's skin, his bio-implants sparking as they fought to repair the damage. The deck split, a chasm opening beneath him, and a shard of hull pierced his chest, pinning him to the console. Blood pooled, his breath ragged, but his hands remained on the controls, holding the bridge open. He thought of his parents, the letter he'd never sent, the truth he'd kept buried to protect them from his new life as a space lord. "I should have told you," he whispered, his voice lost in the chaos, a final regret for the family he'd left behind. The rifts converged, their energies igniting in a silent cataclysm. The Talon was enveloped in a vortex of light and shadow, its hull disintegrating into molten fragments. The vortex tightened, crushing the ship's remains, and Ethon's body was torn apart, his bio-implants sparking one final time before the void consumed him. The Talon vanished, erased by the rift's collapse, leaving only silence where Ethon's sacrifice had burned bright. On the Vanguard, Cora felt the loss through the neural link, a sharp pain that stole her breath. Ethon, gone, like Nakia, Leonix, Alexei, so many others. Tears streamed down her face, but she forced them back, the astral sigil heavy in her hands. The Clitheron galaxy loomed, its Dyson sphere a monolith of power. Rook stood beside her, his face a mask of grim grit. "For Ethon," he said, his voice low, a vow etched in steel. The Clitheron's voice echoed again, commanding, "Challengers, the ritual of dominion begins. Face our trial, or perish." Cora's gaze hardened, Nakia's sacrifice, Ethon's courage, all the fallen burning in her soul. She and Rook stepped forward, the Vanguard's crew watching, Lysander's Blaze Runner a distant spark of defiance. The ritual was their last stand, a wager for the universe's survival. "For the fallen," Cora whispered, her voice a fire that refused to fade. "We fight." Chapter 40. The Crucible of Dominion. The Clitheron galaxy shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, a realm where stars were ensnared in crystalline webs, extreme gravity threatened to rip ships apart, and the Dyson sphere loomed as a colossal monument to godlike power. Cora Holbrook and Rook stood at the edge of a portal within the Vanguard's bridge, the astral sigil clutched in Cora's hands, its void crystals pulsing with Andromeda's essence. The neural link still burned with the echo of Ethon's sacrifice, his final act ensuring their passage through the collapsing bridge drives. Nakia's loss, Leonix's, and now Ethon's weighed on Korra's soul, but she forced her grief into a fire that fueled her steps. Beside her, Rook's hardened face was a mask of grim grit, his presence a rock amidst the storm. The Clitheron's voice, sharp as shattered glass, reverberated in their minds. "Challengers, the ritual of dominion begins. Enter the crucible, or perish." The portal flared, a vortex of light and shadow that twisted reality, pulling Korra and Rook into the Dyson Sphere's trial arena. They emerged on a platform of liquid obsidian, its surface rippling beneath their boots, reflecting a complex pattern of alien constellations that pulsed with unnatural rhythms. The arena was vast, a labyrinthine expanse of floating spires, gravitational anomalies, and shimmering voids that defied human comprehension. Tendrils of dark energy coiled through the space, each a living conduit of the Clitheron's will, their movements synchronized like a metronome of death. The air was thick with a metallic tang, and the platform trembled as if alive, its edges fraying into the void. Korra's heart pounded, the sigil's weight grounding her as she scanned the arena. The ritual of dominion was no mere contest. It was a crucible, alien and deadly, designed by minds so advanced it felt like blasphemy to witness. The Clitheron materialized above, their forms a constellation of radiant fractals, each facet a mind that judged with cold indifference. "The crucible tests dominion," they intoned, their voices a chorus that vibrated through Korra's bones. "The wager is Andromeda, the Nexuser's galaxy, and all you possess, your worlds, your lives, your civilization's essence. Victory grants control, defeat brings obliteration. The ritual is threefold: the trial of flux, the gauntlet of eternity, and the nexus of will. Survive, or be unmade." Rook's hand tightened on his energy blade, his voice low. "This ain't human, Korra. It's like they're peeling us apart to see what's left." He slipped a hand into his belt, revealing 3 vials of adrenaline that had previously been siphoned from them during battle by the Drixarians to create the Nexusar's drug Teradol. During the Great Battle, Rook had used it to gain superhuman strength, only to collapse when its effects faded, his body drained to the point of immobility. These vials were his insurance, a calculated risk to push beyond human limits. "I brought backups," he said, his eyes meeting hers. "We'll need every edge." Korra nodded, her mind racing. The Nexuser's galaxy was at stake, and with it, the Space Lord's survival. If they lost, the Clitheron would claim Andromeda and erase humanity's remnants, the Nexuser falling under the ritual's rules as their wager's bearers. "Let's move," she said, stepping forward, the platform shifting beneath her, guiding them toward the first trial. Trial of flux. The platform beneath Korra and Rook dissolved with a soundless lurch, its obsidian surface melting into a sea of liquid starlight that surged around them, its currents gripping their limbs with a sentient, malevolent force. The trial of flux was a maelstrom of temporal distortions, a chaotic vortex where time shattered into jagged shards, each fragment a divergent reality that overlapped and clashed in a disorienting frenzy. Korra's vision fractured, her eyes assaulted by a dozen versions of herself, each a fleeting glimpse of potential futures. She saw herself locked in combat with unseen foes, her blade flashing, stumbling through a collapsing void, blood streaming from her side. Falling into an abyss, her screams silenced by darkness. The images pulsed, shifting faster than her mind could process, threatening to drown her in despair. Rook grunted beside her, his energy blade slicing through a tendril of dark energy that lashed out from the starlight sea, its fractal edges glinting like shattered obsidian. The tendril recoiled, only to reform instantly, its form untouched, weaving back into the currents with a mocking fluidity. "It's playing with us," he shouted, his voice warped and echoing as time twisted around them, stretching his words into a distorted wail. His bio-implants glowed faintly, straining to anchor him against the flux's relentless pull, but the temporal currents dragged at his movements, slowing his blade to a crawl. Cora's neural link sparked, a surge of alien intent flooding her mind, fragments of the Clitheron's design for the trial. The flux was a sentient labyrinth, demanding they navigate its currents to align their actions with the true timeline, a singular path to the trial's core. Deviation meant entrapment in a loop of eternal failure, reliving their deaths across countless realities. She ducked as a tendril split into a cascade of fractal claws, each tip a blade of dark energy that shimmered with temporal distortions. Her movements felt sluggish, the starlight sea resisting her, as if time itself conspired to hold her back. "Focus, Rook!" she yelled, her voice straining against the flux's weight. "We need to sync with the right path!" She activated her bio-implants, their circuits humming as they boosted her reflexes, pushing against the temporal drag. Her vision sharpened, the chaotic futures narrowing to a faint corridor of stable time, a shimmering thread through the maelstrom. She lunged forward, her boots skidding on the liquid surface, the sigil clutched tightly in one hand, its void crystals pulsing like a heartbeat. The starlight sea fought back, spawning whirlpools of light that tried to pull her into divergent timelines. One vortex showed her impaled by a tendril, its claws piercing her chest. Another had her trapped in a collapsing void, her screams echoing forever. She shook off the visions, her will a steel anchor, and pressed toward the corridor. Rook, struggling beside her, fumbled for a vial of adrenaline at his belt. The human adrenaline that was once siphoned by Drixarians in battle was a dangerous gamble, but there was no choice now. He injected the vial, his veins igniting with a blue glow as adrenaline surged, his muscles rippling with unnatural power. He roared, a primal sound that cut through the flux's distortions, and swung his blade with devastating force, cleaving through a wall of dark energy that blocked their path. The barrier shattered into motes of light, scattering like dying stars. But the effort took its toll. The time distortion caused the effects to last mere seconds, as his breath came in ragged gasps, his face paling as the drug's strain crept in. "Keep moving!" Rook growled, grabbing Cora's arm and hauling her forward as the flux closed in, its currents swirling with predatory intent. The starlight sea churned, spawning more tendrils that lashed out with surgical precision, each strike a test of their endurance. Cora parried one with her sword, the blade sparking as it met the tendril's fractal edge, the impact jarring her arm to the bone. Her bio-implants screamed, their circuits overheating as they countered the temporal drag. But she pushed through, her eyes locked on the corridor of stable time, now a faint glow in the distance. The flux intensified, its currents splitting into a storm of visions that assaulted their senses. Cora saw herself impaled by a tendril, its claws tearing through her chest, blood pooling in the starlight sea. Another vision showed Rook crushed beneath a collapsing spire, his blade slipping from his hand as the light left his eyes. The images were vivid, each a visceral stab at her will, but she clung to the sigil, its pulse a beacon of hope that anchored her to the present. "They're not real!" she shouted, her voice hoarse. "Stay with me, Rook!" Rook's face was a mask of pain, the pterodal's glow fading, but he fought on, his blade carving through a swarm of tendrils that surged from the sea. The flux responded, spawning doppelgangers, shadowy reflections of themselves, their forms woven from the starlight, their eyes hollow voids that radiated despair. Cora's doppelganger lunged, its blade an exact replica of her own, its strike aimed at her throat. She parried, the swords clashing with a burst of sparks, the impact reverberating through her arms. The shadow's face was her own, twisted with anguish, its movements a mirror of her training, but colder, mechanical. "They're us, Rook!" she yelled, dodging a second strike that grazed her shoulder, blood seeping through her biosuit. "Don't let them break you!" Rook's doppelganger charged, its blade a blur of dark energy, its scarred face a grim echo of his own. He injected his second vial, the blue glow flaring as his muscles bulged, his strength surging to inhuman levels. He roared, his blade a whirlwind that met the shadow's strike, the collision sending shock waves through the starlight sea. The doppelganger's form shattered, blood and light spraying in a chaotic burst, but more shadows emerged, a relentless tide that threatened to overwhelm them. Rook's movements grew erratic, the adrenaline's toll evident in his trembling limbs, but he fought with a ferocity that defied his body's limits, each swing a defiance of the Flux's will. The core loomed ahead, a sphere of pulsating light suspended in the heart of the maelstrom, its surface rippling with temporal energy. But the Flux fought harder, its currents converging into a tidal wave of starlight that surged toward them, threatening to sweep them into a divergent timeline. Cora's neural link flared, feeding her a final fragment of the Clitheron's intent. The core was the anchor, the key to collapsing the Flux, but reaching it required absolute alignment with the true timeline. She dove forward, her implants pushing her body to the brink, her sword slashing through a tendril that split into a dozen fractal claws, each aiming for her heart. The starlight sea roared, its currents tightening like a noose, but she pressed on, the sigil's glow her only guide. Rook staggered, a tendril grazing his side, blood running down his side as he hacked through another doppelganger, its hollow eyes fading as it dissolved. "Cora, go!" he bellowed, his voice raw, shoving her toward the core as he held back a swarm of shadows. His blade glowed with residual terrestrial energy, each strike a burst of light that scattered the starlight sea. But his strength was fading, his breaths shallow, his body trembling under the adrenaline strain. Cora reached the core, her boots skidding on the liquid surface, the sigil blazing in her hands. The sphere pulsed, its light searing her eyes, but she drove the sigil into its surface, the void crystals igniting with a surge of Andromeda's psychic currents. The Flux shuddered, its currents collapsing in a deafening implosion, time snapping back into a single stable stream. The starlight sea vanished, the doppelgangers dissolving into motes of light, the tendrils retreating into the void. The platform reformed beneath them, its obsidian surface solid once more, reflecting the alien constellations above. Cora's chest heaved, her body aching, blood dripping from her shoulder as her bio-implants rushed to repair the damage. Rook leaned on his blade, his face pale, sweat and blood mingling on his brow, the adrenaline's toll evident in his shaking hands. "One down," she said, her voice tight, her eyes meeting his. "Two to go." The Clitheron's voice echoed, cold and unyielding. "You endure the Flux. Proceed to the gauntlet." Gauntlet of eternity. The platform beneath Cora and Rook trembled, its obsidian surface fracturing with a resonant hum before spiraling upward, transforming into a lattice of floating shards that gleamed with an eerie, otherworldly light. Each shard was a jagged fragment of a long-dead star, their surfaces etched with Clitheron runes that pulsed with malevolent intent, glowing crimson and violet as if fueled by the wrath of forgotten gods. The Gauntlet of Eternity was a brutal crucible, a corridor of physical and psychic traps designed to shred endurance and will. The shards shifted in a chaotic dance, forming a treacherous path through a void where gravity twisted and inverted at random, pulling them towards spikes of dark energy that erupted from the lattice, each pulse radiating a force that could unmake flesh and soul in an instant. Cora sprinted, her boots pounding against a shard's jagged surface, her bio-implants screaming as they pushed her body beyond human limits. She leaped to the next shard, the void below swirling with tendrils of dark energy that reached up like grasping claws. Mid-jump, gravity flipped with a sickening lurch, slamming her against a rune-etched surface, the impact driving the breath from her lungs. Pain lanced through her ribs, a sharp crack signaling a fracture, but she rolled instinctively, her sword flashing as a spike of dark energy erupted from the shard, its tip grazing her arm, leaving a searing burn that smoked through her suit. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to her feet, the astral sigil clutched tightly in her other hand, its void crystals pulsing with a faint, defiant glow. Rook followed, his massive frame a blur as he vaulted onto the next shard, his energy blade glowing with a fierce golden light. His third vial of Terradal dangled at his belt, its blue glow a tempting promise of power. But he hesitated, his hardened face tight with the knowledge that another dose could push his body to collapse. The drug had saved them in the trial of Flux, but its toll was brutal, draining him to near immobility. "Save it!" Cora shouted, her voice echoing in the void, distorted by the gauntlet's unnatural acoustics. "We need you for the end!" Before Rook could respond, a psychic wave crashed over them, a scream of Clitheron will that tore into their minds like a blade through flesh. The assault conjured visions of their deepest failures, vivid and merciless. Cora saw Nakia's face, her dark eyes pleading as the Phoenix Dawn's hull crumpled under the hunger's tendrils, her final cry swallowed by static. Then Ethon, his body pinned by a shard of the Eclipse Talon's wreckage, blood pooling as the rifts consumed him. The images clawed at her, her grip on the sigil faltering, her knees buckling as the psychic weight pressed her toward despair. Rook's hand clamped onto her shoulder, his voice a guttural growl that cut through the visions. "They're gone, Cora. We're not. Keep moving." The gauntlet's traps escalated, the lattice of shards shifting with predatory precision, collapsing into voids that yawned like hungry mouths, forcing them to leap across chasms where dark energy swirled, its currents crackling with annihilating force. Cora's sword slashed through a net of energy tendrils that sprang from a shard, her bio-implants boosting her speed to a blur, the blade carving arcs of light that dispersed the tendrils into fleeting sparks. But the gauntlet adapted, its runes flaring brighter, summoning crystalline beasts that emerged from the shards like nightmares given form. Their bodies were fractal, limbs branching into infinite patterns, each claw and fang a shard of dark energy that struck with impossible precision, their movements synchronized with the lattice's chaotic rhythm. Rook fought beside her, his blade a whirlwind of golden fire, carving through a beast's fractal limb, the severed appendage dissolving into a shower of glowing motes. Another beast lunged, its claws raking his side, tearing through his biosuit and drawing a spray of blood that glistened in the void's eerie light. He grunted, pain flashing across his face, but refused to fall, his eyes blazing with defiance as he drove his blade into the creature's core, shattering it into fragments that scattered across the shard. "Keep going!" he roared, blood soaking his side, his movement slowing as the wound took its toll, while his body struggled to repair the damage. The path narrowed, the shards converging into a gauntlet of spinning blades and collapsing platforms, each step a gamble against annihilation. Cora leaped to a shard, gravity inverting again, pulling her upward toward a ceiling of dark energy spikes that pulsed with lethal intent. She twisted midair, her implants screaming as they recalibrated, landing on a rune-etched surface that burned under her boots, the heat searing through her soles. A tendril lashed out, wrapping around her ankle, its grip like molten steel, dragging her toward a void. She hacked at it with her sword, the blade sparking as it severed the tendril, but the effort threw her off balance, her body skidding toward the shard's edge. Rook dove after her, his blade slashing through another tendril that aimed for her back, his strength waning but his will unbroken. "Not today," he snarled, grabbing her arm and pulling her back, his blood-streaked hand leaving a crimson smear on her sleeve. The shard beneath them cracked, runes flaring as it began to collapse, forcing them to leap to the next, the void below roaring with dark energy that promised oblivion. The gauntlet's psychic assaults grew relentless, a storm of Clitheron will that fractured their senses, blending past and present into a disorienting nightmare. Cora's vision shifted. She was in Moscow, her sword dripping with Drexarian blood, the city burning around her, then on the vanguard, watching Earth's blue expanse consumed by the hunger's black tide. The memories were visceral, each a stab at her resolve, threatening to drown her in guilt and loss. Rook's mind was assaulted too, his vision plunging him back to his years as a Drexarian conscript, whips scarring his back, his body broken, but his spirit unyielding, the pain as fresh as if it were happening now. The storm clawed at their sanity, but Cora clung to the sigil, its pulse a lifeline that tethered her to the present. "Rook, we're here!" she shouted, her voice raw, shoving him forward as their boots skidded on a shard's slick surface. "Fight it!" The gauntlet's end loomed, a towering gate of liquid metal, its surface rippling with Clitheron runes that glowed with an ominous light, promising salvation or destruction. But the Clitheron unleashed a final assault, a psychic storm that surged like a tidal wave, its force shattering the lattice around them. Shards exploded into fragments, raining down like meteors, each piece trailing dark energy that burned through the void. Cora and Rook dove for cover, their bodies sliding across a shard as a crystalline beast emerged, its fractal limbs multiplying into a forest of claws that struck with relentless fury. Cora parried a blow, her sword sparking against the beast's claw, the impact jarring her fractured ribs, pain flaring white-hot. Rook hacked at another limb, his blade glowing with desperate ferocity, but the beast's fractal form reformed, its attacks unending. The psychic storm intensified, visions of failure blending with the physical onslaught. Cora saw herself faltering, the sigil slipping from her hands, the hunger consuming Andromeda. Rook's vision showed him chained again, Drixarian overseers laughing as his strength failed. The storm threatened to break them, but Cora's will burned brighter, fueled by the fallen, Nakia, Ethon, Leonix, Alexei. She surged forward, her implants pushing her body to the edge, her sword a blur as she carved through the beast's core, its form shattering into a cascade of light. Rook followed, his blade a final strike that cleared the path, blood streaming from his side, his breaths labored but defiant. They reached the gate, its liquid metal surface pulsing with a malicious will, as if daring them to cross. The psychic storm roared, a final scream of Clitheron fury, but Cora clung to the sigil, its glow a beacon against the chaos. "Rook, now!" she yelled, shoving him forward, their boots skidding on the final shard as they dove through the gate, the storm fading into silence behind them, the lattice collapsing in their wake. The Clitheron's voice was cold, unyielding. "You survived the gauntlet. Face the Nexus of Will." Nexus of Will. The platform reformed, a vast arena suspended in a void where time and space folded into a singularity. The Nexus of Will was the ritual's heart, a trial of pure essence, where the Clitheron's consciousness merged with the challengers, testing their right to dominate. The arena was a lattice of light, its strands forming a sentient maze that shifted with their thoughts, each step a battle against the Clitheron's overwhelming presence. Cora and Rook stood back to back, the sigil glowing in her hands, but the Nexus was unlike anything they'd faced, alien, incomprehensible, a mind so vast it threatened to erase them. The Clitheron materialized as a titan of fractal energy, its form a storm of shifting geometries, its voice a blade in their minds. "Your will is frail, lower life forms. Submit, or be consumed." The maze tightened, its strands becoming blades of light that slashed at their bodies and minds, each cut a memory stripped away. Cora felt her past fraying, college with Jenna, Nakia's touch, Ethon's sacrifice, her identity unraveling. Rook roared, his memories of Drexarian captivity fading, his strength faltering. "We're losing!" Cora gasped, her sword trembling as she parried a light blade, her bio-implants heating under the strain. The Clitheron's will was a tidal wave, their human minds no match for its cosmic intellect. The maze closed in, the sigil's light dimming, Andromeda's fate slipping away. Rook's face was ashen, his body swaying, the adrenaline's effects long gone. "Cora, we can't beat this." "No," Cora said, her voice a defiant spark. "We're not done." She saw the vials at Rook's belt, the adrenaline's glow a desperate gamble. "Rook, use them, all of them. We go all in, or we lose everything." Rook's eyes widened, fear flashing, but he nodded, grabbing the vials. "This'll either save us or kill me." He injected all three, his veins igniting with blue fire, his body trembling as adrenaline surged beyond human limits. His muscles swelled, his blade glowing as he slashed through the maze's strands, each strike a burst of raw power. The Clitheron recoiled, their titan form flickering, but the Nexus fought back, light blades multiplying, cutting into Rook's flesh, blood spraying as he pushed forward. Cora channeled her implants, syncing with Rook's surge, her mind clinging to the sigil's pulse. The Clitheron's will pressed harder, their voice a scream in her skull. "You are nothing. Your civilization is dust." But Cora saw a pattern in the maze, a flaw in the Clitheron's arrogance. They underestimated human tenacity, the fire born of loss. She remembered the Nexusar's drug, its origin in human adrenaline, the same force that had driven her through battles, through grief. "Rook, it's us!" she shouted. "The drug! It's our strength, our will! Push it into the Nexus!" Rook's eyes blazed, his adrenaline-fueled strength peaking. He drove his blade into the maze's core, a node of light that pulsed with the Clitheron's essence. Cora followed, slamming the sigil into the node, its crystals flaring as Andromeda's psychic currents merged with their adrenaline-charged will. The Nexus shuddered, the Clitheron's titan form fracturing, their chorus faltering. "Impossible," they hissed, their will buckling under the human surge. The maze collapsed, the arena stabilizing as the Clitheron's presence retreated, their form dimming. Cora and Rook stood, bloodied and gasping, the sigil blazing in her hands. Rook swayed, the adrenaline's toll hitting hard, but he stayed upright, his vials spent, but his will unbroken. The Clitheron's voice returned, grudging, almost awed. "You prevail, lower life forms. The ritual is yours. Andromeda is spared. The hunger halted. Claim your dominion." Chapter 41. The Price of Dominion. Cora Holbrook stood amidst the fading glow of the Clitheron's trial arena, her chest heaving, tears mingling with the blood that streaked her face. The astral sigil blazed in her hands, its void crystals pulsing with the psychic currents of Andromeda, a testament to their impossible victory. Beside her, Rook swayed on one knee, his body trembling from the adrenaline's brutal toll, his face pale but split by a weak, defiant grin. The Clitheron's titan form, a storm of fractal energy, fractured and dissolved before them, their chorus of voices faltering into silence. The Dyson Sphere's arena pulsed one final time, its shifting light and shadow collapsing, and reality warped, returning Cora and Rook to the Vanguard's bridge. The crew stared, their faces a mosaic of awe and relief, their eyes wide as they processed the triumph of two humans against gods. Through the viewport, the Skull Reaver gleamed, a battered but unyielding companion in the Clitheron galaxy, while Lysander's Blaze Runner remained in Andromeda, holding the line. The holomap flared, its display shifting to show the Clitheron galaxy retreating, their Dyson Sphere dimming as their cosmic influence waned. The Space Lords, mere mortals in the eyes of the Clitheron, had defied the cosmos, their will a fire that burned brighter than the stars. Cora's voice was steady, though her body ached with the weight of battle and loss. She held the sigil high, its glow casting stark shadows across the bridge. "We claim the hunger's end," she declared, her words ringing with authority. "The Nexusar's galaxy remains theirs, and you'll never harvest our worlds again." The Clitheron's presence lingered, a faint echo in the Neuralink, their voice grudging but bound by the ritual's rules. "You have prevailed, lower life forms. The ritual of dominion is yours. Andromeda is spared, the great hunger halted. But know this, the wager was not theirs alone. Our galaxy, our essence, is forfeit to you as well." Cora's breath caught, the weight of their victory sinking in. The ritual's stakes had been colossal, not just Andromeda, but everything the loser could offer, up to and including the total destruction of their civilization. By winning, the Space Lords had claimed not only the Nexusar's galaxy, but the Clitheron's own, a dominion of crystalline stars and godlike technology. Her mind raced, memories of the ritual's terms surfacing, victory granted near limitless power over the defeated, their lives, their worlds, their very existence hers to command. She knelt beside Rook, her hand steadying his trembling shoulder, the sigil still warm in her grasp. Nakia, Leonix, Ethon, their sacrifices had led to this moment, a triumph that reshaped the cosmos, but the cost was etched in her soul. Rook's grin widened, though his voice was weak. "Told you. We'd make it." He struggled to his feet, his bio-implants heating up as they fought to stabilize his adrenaline-ravaged body. Cora rose with him, her gaze sweeping the bridge, meeting the eyes of her crew, warriors who had held the vanguard together through despair. "For the fallen," she whispered, her voice a vow, "we rise." The Clitheron's presence solidified, a shimmering fractal figure manifesting on the bridge, its form a lattice of light that pulsed with reluctant submission. It extended a crystalline orb, its surface etched with runes that glowed with the essence of their galaxy, a cosmic charter akin to the astral sigil. "The Dominion Orb," it intoned, its voice laced with bitterness. "Proof of our galaxy's ownership, as the ritual demands. It is yours, as is Andromeda's sigil. Command us, victors, for we are bound." Cora took the orb, its weight heavier than the sigil, its runes radiating a power that made her skin prickle. The crew watched in stunned silence, the reality of their victory settling over them like a tidal wave. They hadn't just saved Andromeda, they had claimed the Clitheron's realm, a galaxy of unimaginable technology and resources. But Cora's mind turned to the Great Hunger, the harvester that had consumed Earth, her people, her love. She stepped forward, her voice firm, the orb and sigil in her hands. "You owe us answers, Clitheron. The hunger. Why did nothing we tried against it work? Our weapons, our strategies, all failed. How is that possible? What was it?" The Clitheron's fractal form flickered, bound by the ritual's rules to comply. "Your weapons struck true," it admitted, its voice a reluctant hum. "The Great Hunger was designed to harvest, but its resilience was our craft. It wields time manipulation, repairing itself instantly when damaged, rewinding its state to nullify your assaults. Your blades, your lances, your disruptors, they wounded it, but the hunger's temporal core erased the harm before it could take hold." Cora's eyes widened, shock rippling through her. Time manipulation, technology so advanced it twisted reality itself, rendering their efforts futile. She remembered the hunger's tendrils reforming, its voids shrugging off plasma lances as if untouched, and now the truth hit her. "You can control time," she said, her voice trembling with awe and anger. "You let it destroy our worlds, our people, knowing we couldn't stop it." The Clitheron's form pulsed, unapologetic. "The hunger was our tool, our harvest. Your worlds were resources, your resistance irrelevant. But you have won, and we are bound." Cora's mind raced, the orb's weight a reminder of her power. The Clitheron's admission sparked a desperate hope, a possibility born of their victory's scope. She remembered the ritual's terms, anything the loser could provide, up to their very existence. Earth, Nakia, the billions lost to the hunger, could they be restored? She stepped closer, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "You manipulated time to protect the hunger. Can you use that power to undo what it did? To restore the Milky Way, our worlds, our people, everything harvested by the hunger?" The Clitheron's form stilled, the bridge silent save for the hum of the vanguard systems. The crew leaned forward, hope flickering in their eyes. The Clitheron's voice was measured, cautious. "Such a feat is possible, but limited. We can rewind the temporal threads of that which the hunger harvested, worlds, lives, matter consumed by its design, but only those taken by the hunger, and only within the bounds of its actions. Those lost to other causes or beyond its reach are beyond our power." Cora's heart pounded, the possibility tantalizing yet fraught with limits. Nakia, Leonix, could they be among the hunger's victims? Earth's cities, its oceans, its people, could they be restored? But Ethon, lost to the bridge drive collapse, not the hunger, was beyond their reach. The realization cut deep, a fresh wound beside her hope. She glanced at Rook, his face a mask of exhaustion, his hand gripping his blade for support. The crew's eyes were on her, their trust a weight she carried alongside her grief. "What's the cost?" she asked, her voice sharp. "You're bound, but I know your kind. What do you want?" The Clitheron's form pulsed, a flicker of calculation in its light. "You hold our galaxy, our Dominion Orb. Return it to us, and we will restore the Milky Way as you request. The hunger's harvest will be undone, your worlds remade, your people returned, those within our power. Refuse, and we remain bound, but your worlds stay lost. Cora's grip tightened on the orb, its runes warm against her skin. The Clitheron's galaxy was a prize beyond imagining, stars bound by crystalline webs, technology that twisted time, power that could reshape the cosmos. But Earth was her home, Nakia her heart, and the billions lost her responsibility. She looked to Rook, his nod subtle but firm, his voice a rasp. We didn't fight for their toys, Cora. We fought for our own. Bring 'em back. The crew murmured agreement, but Cora's mind was a storm of resolve and ambition. The ritual of dominion had granted her the power to demand anything from the Clitheron, up to the annihilation of their civilization. But she would not leave their fate to chance again. She faced the Clitheron, her decision a fire in her chest, the astral sigil and dominion orb blazing in her hands. Take your galaxy, she said, extending the dominion orb, its light flaring as it left her hand. Restore the Milky Way, every world, every life the hunger took, and grant the Space Lords ownership of the Milky Way, its stars, its planets, its essence, ours by right of victory. Do it now. The Clitheron's fractal form pulsed, a flicker of resistance in its light, but the ritual's binding was absolute. It absorbed the orb, its runes merging with their radiant lattice, the Dyson sphere humming with a deep, resonant energy that vibrated through the Vanguard's hull. The Clitheron's voice was a solemn chord, tinged with reluctant acquiescence. It is done. The hunger's harvest is unwound. The galaxy is restored, its worlds and lives returned, as bound by the ritual's terms. The galaxy is yours, Space Lords, its dominion sealed in the cosmic ledger. Seek your prize upon your return. Cora's breath caught, a surge of relief and sorrow washing over her. The holomap flared, projecting the Milky Way, a vibrant spiral of stars, Earth's blue expanse gleaming, its cities intact, its oceans shimmering. Data streams flooded the Vanguard systems, confirming the restoration. Billions of lives, planets, ecosystems, all pulled back from the hunger's grasp. A new sigil appeared on the map, a crystalline glyph etched with the Space Lord's Phoenix emblem, marking their ownership of the Milky Way, a cosmic charter as binding as Andromeda's astral sigil. Nakia, the Ascendants, those consumed by the hunger, were among the restored, but Ethon's absence was a void in her heart, his sacrifice to the bridge drive collapse beyond the Clitheron's reach. She steadied herself against the console, tears streaming freely, the astral sigil still clutched in her hand, its glow a reminder of their victory. "Did you bring her back?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Nakia, was she the hunger's?" The Clitheron's form dimmed, their voice unfazed by her emotions. "Those consumed by the hunger are restored. Nakia of the Phoenix Dawn, the Ascendants, their threads were woven into the hunger's harvest. They live, as do all its victims." Cora's knees buckled, the hope of Nakia's return and the triumph of claiming the Milky Way. She steadied herself, tears mingling with the blood on her face, her resolve unbroken. Rook's hand found her shoulder, his grin tempered by sorrow. "We got most of them back, Cora. And our galaxy. Ours, not theirs. Ethon. He'd be proud." The crew's cheers were subdued, their joy tempered by the losses, but their faces shone with hope, bolstered by the knowledge that the Milky Way was now theirs, a sovereign dominion under the Space Lord's banner. The holomap stabilized, the Clitheron galaxy retreating, their Dyson sphere a fading speck as their influence withdrew. The Space Lords had won, saving Andromeda, reclaiming their Milky Way, and securing its ownership, but the journey home would be long. The Vanguard and Skull Reaver, stranded in the Clitheron galaxy, faced a series of bridge drive jumps to return, a path shorter than Lysander's route through Andromeda, thanks to the Clitheron's star maps, now accessible through the ritual's victory. Each jump would tax their battered ships, but the promise of Earth, restored and vibrant, fueled their resolve. Cora turned to the crew, her voice steady despite the tears. "We've got our home back, and it's ours every star, every world under our banner. The Milky Way's waiting. Nakia, our people, our future. We hold Andromeda's sigil, and we'll build something stronger, for the fallen, for the living." She looked to Rook, his strength a reminder of their shared fight. "Plot the jumps. We're going home." The Vanguard's engines hummed, the Skull Reaver aligning beside her, their bridge drives warming for the first of many jumps. The crew moved with purpose, their hands flying over consoles, the hollow map charting a path through the Clitheron's crystalline stars toward the Milky Way. Earth awaited, its skies clear, its people alive, Nakia among them, under a galaxy now owned by the Space Lords. They, once mere humans, had reshaped the cosmos, their will a fire that burned eternal, guiding them home. Epilogue, Ashes and Anchors. The Milky Way shimmered in the Vanguard's viewport, a vibrant spiral of stars restored by the Clitheron's temporal unwinding, its planets and people pulled back from the Great Hunger's grasp. Earth gleamed at its heart, a blue jewel unscarred, its cities bustling, its oceans alive, as if the hunger's devastation had never been. The Space Lords aboard the Vanguard and Skull Reaver had endured a grueling series of bridge drive jumps from the Clitheron galaxy, each leap a strain on their battered ships. The Clitheron star maps, a spoil of their ritual of Dominion victory, had shortened the journey, but the cost was etched in every dented hull and weary face. Cora Holbrook stood on the bridge, the astral sigil in her hands, its void crystals pulsing with Andromeda's essence, a symbol of their triumph and the Space Lord's new dominion over the Milky Way. Yet her heart was heavy, the joy of victory tempered by the absence of Ethon, lost to the bridge drive collapse, beyond the Clitheron's power to restore. The earth below was transformed, not just in its physical restoration, but in its spirit. The billions returned from the hunger's grasp, remembered everything, every moment of terror, every sacrifice, up to the instant of their deaths. They recalled the Space Lord's desperate stand, the Ascendant's defiance, Nakia's final broadcast from the Phoenix Dawn, Leonix's sacrifice to stop the Great Hunger. Once viewed as aliens despite their human origins, the Space Lords were now Earth's protectors, revered without reservation. Cities bore monuments to their courage, broadcasts lauded their names, and children spoke of Cora, Rook, and Lysander as heroes who had defied gods. The United Cosmic Accord, reborn with the Milky Way, pledged unity under the Space Lord's banner, their phoenix emblem a beacon of hope. Cora's heart soared at the thought of Nakia, alive again, her fierce spirit restored by the Clitheron's temporal abilities. Yet her joy was tangled with uncertainty, her love for Nakia a deep, steady anchor that clashed with the electric pull of Lysander's gaze, his reckless brilliance a fire she couldn't ignore. She stood at the bridge's console, her black and gold suit, with half-skirt trimmed in gold pristine, the sigil a weight in her hands, her mind wrestling with a choice she wasn't ready to make. Rook, nearby, leaned against a bulkhead, his face softer than usual, his thoughts on Vrothgar. The Drexarian commander, restored like the others, had sacrificed his flagship to save Rook, an act that shattered Rook's hatred for his former captors. He saw Vrothgar now as a friend, a brother forged in battle, but the reconciliation was a quiet struggle, his old emotional wounds slow to heal. The Vanguard's crew buzzed with activity, preparing for descent to Earth, but Cora's focus was elsewhere. A somber duty awaited her, one she could not delegate. Ethon's parents, living in a quiet town in Colorado, believed their son had died years ago at a suicide assistance facility. Luckily for Ethon and the galaxy, the facility was nothing more than a trap to acquire conscripts for the Drexarians, which led to him becoming a Space Lord. His final regret, whispered to Maria before the bridge drive collapse, haunted Cora. He'd never told them he was alive, never mended the rift his departure had caused. She had to tell them the truth, and about Ethan's heroism, his sacrifice, his irrevocable loss. Maria and Jackson would join her, their presence a shared burden, their grief for their friend a silent bond. The shuttle ride to Earth was quiet, the hum of engines a low dirge. Cora sat in the pilot's seat, her hands steady on the controls. Her uniform donned all the splendors of her position, and crisp despite the weight in her chest. Maria, composed but pale, stared out the viewport, her dark hair pulled back, her eyes reflecting the blue curve of Earth. Jackson, usually a spark of energy, was subdued, his fingers tracing the edge of his seat, his gaze distant. They landed in a field outside the town, the shuttle's ramp lowering to reveal a crisp autumn day, the air sharp with the scent of pine and fallen leaves. The town was small, its streets lined with modest homes, a stark contrast to the cosmic battles they'd fought. Cora led the way, Maria and Jackson at her side, their steps heavy as they approached a house with a weathered porch, its windows glowing with warm light. Cora knocked, her heart pounding. The door opened, revealing a woman in her 50s, her hair streaked with gray, her eyes kind but shadowed by old grief. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice cautious, taking in their uniforms, the phoenix emblems gleaming. "I'm Cora Holbrook, Galactic Warden of the Space Lords," Cora said, her voice steady but soft. "This is Maria and Jackson. We're here about your son, Ethan." The woman's face paled, her hand gripping the doorframe. "Ethan, he's been gone for years. The facility said..." Her voice broke, and a man appeared behind her, his face lined with the same quiet sorrow. "What's this about?" he asked, his tone guarded. Cora took a breath, the weight of her duty pressing down. "May we come in? There's something you need to know." They sat in a modest living room, photos of Ethan on the walls, a smiling boy, a reserved teenager, none capturing the warrior he'd become. Cora began, her voice gentle but unwavering. "Ethan didn't die at the facility. He was abducted by the Drixarians, and after being freed chose to become a Space Lords, became one of us. He fought to protect Earth, to save billions from the Great Hunger. He was a hero, and he gave everything to ensure we could bring you all back." The mother's eyes filled with tears, her hand clutching her husband's. "He was alive? All this time?" The father's jaw tightened, his voice hoarse. "Why didn't he tell us? We thought... we buried an empty casket." Maria spoke, her voice soft but steady. "Ethan kept it secret to protect you. He thought his past, his struggles, would hurt you more if you knew. But he loved you. His last words to me were regret that he never told you he was still alive." Jackson nodded, his voice thick. "He was our friend, our brother. He commanded the Eclipse Talon, held open a bridge drive so Cora and Rook could face the Clitheron. Without him, we wouldn't be here. None of us." The mother sobbed, her husband pulling her close, his own eyes glistening. "What happened to him?" he asked, his voice breaking. "Where's our boy?" Cora's throat tightened, grief for Ethan a sharp blade. "He died in the bridge drive collapse, a sacrifice to get us to the Clitheron. The hunger didn't take him. His courage saved the Milky Way, restored Earth, all of you. He's gone, but his legacy lives in every life here." The parents wept, their grief raw, but their faces softened with a bittersweet pride. The mother reached for a photo, her fingers tracing Ethan's young face. "He was always so quiet, so alone. To think he did all that." The father looked at Cora, his voice steady despite his tears. "Thank you for telling us, for giving us this." Cora handed them a small hollow device, its surface etched with the Phoenix emblem. "This contains his records, his missions, his words. He was one of us, and we'll honor him always." The parents took it, their hands trembling. A piece of their son returned. The trio left, the weight of the notification lingering as they boarded the shuttle. Cora piloted in silence, Maria and Jackson quiet, their thoughts on Ethan. Earth's skies stretched above, clear and vibrant, a testament to their victory. But the loss of their friend was a shadow they'd carry forever. Back on the Vanguard, Cora found Nakia waiting, her dark eyes bright with life, her presence a balm to Cora's wounded heart. They embraced, tears falling, their bond unbroken by death and restoration. Nakia's memories of the Phoenix Dawn's fall were vivid, but she smiled, her hand brushing Cora's cheek. "You brought me back," she whispered. "You brought us all back." Cora's heart ached with love, but Lysander's presence, arriving from Andromeda on the Vigilantia, stirred a different fire. He stood at the bridge's edge, his gaze intense, his reckless grin a challenge she couldn't fully answer. "We did it, Warden," he said, his voice warm. "What's next?" She didn't know, her love for Nakia a steady anchor, her pull to Lysander a spark she couldn't extinguish. She'd face that choice later, when the weight of duty eased. Rook, meanwhile, met Hrothgar in the Vanguard's bay, the Drexarian commander restored, his towering form unscarred by his sacrifice. Rook's hatred had softened, Hrothgar's act of saving him forging a bond that transcended old wounds. "You're a friend," Rook said, his voice gruff, extending a hand. Hrothgar clasped it, his eyes gleaming with respect. "For honor," he rumbled, a vow of alliance. The Space Lords closed their unfinished threads, the Nexusar's galaxy secure, the Milky Way theirs, the Accord stronger than ever. The Vanguard's crew prepared for a new era, their ships repaired, their purpose clear. Cora stood at the bridge, Nakia at her side, Rook and Lysander nearby, the hollow map displaying Earth's restored beauty. Ethon's absence was a quiet ache, but his sacrifice had paved their path. The Space Lords, once human, now protectors of galaxies, would build a future worthy of their fallen, their will of fire that burned eternal.